Chapter 1 Rebirth. Xiaoson, wake up, it's raining outside. A soft voice was heard in the darkness. When consciousness returned, Song Yang suddenly opened his eyes. In front of me was a delicate oval face with fair skin and plump lips. Especially those eyes, clear and gentle, looking at him without blinking. Looking down, the woman has a curvy figure and a full chest, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Chaos consciousness gradually became clear, and he remembered that he was reborn. With the memory of the post-apocalypse, he returned to the time before the disaster. The woman in front of him was one of his clients before his death, Zhang Xinmei. Seeing that Song Yang was fine, Zhang Xinmei's frown finally relaxed. Xiaoson, you can sleep like a baby. You've been sleeping for 8 hours straight. No matter how hard I try, you won't wake up? If it's any later, I'll really have to call the emergency number. The rain outside was hitting the window, accompanied by loud thunder. Song Yang calmed himself down and forced down the horrific memories in his mind. Thank you, Sister Xin. I might have had a little low blood sugar recently. Song Yang forced a smile. He was originally a real estate salesman and was supposed to come to discuss the house purchase contract today. Seeing that he finally responded, Zhang Xinmei breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned forward, inadvertently revealing her white cleavage. The perfume drifted over, and her rosy lips curled up in a meaningful arc. Xiaoson, we've known each other for several years. Just saying thank you isn't enough. She stretched out her white and tender fingers and gently tapped Song Yang's shoulder. Don't forget, I just booked a Riverview apartment from you last month for over 1.6 million. Tell me, as a top salesperson, how are you going to thank me? Sister Zhang, when the rain stops, I'll treat you to a meal and thank you very much. Zhang Xinmei raised the corner of her mouth, her eyes moving. Okay, Xiaoson, you're thoughtful, but there's no rush to eat. You just woke up, so take your time. Zhang Xinmei went to the water dispenser, poured a glass of warm water and handed it over. Song Yang took the cup of water, and the warm touch came through his fingertips. He took a few sips, and his throat felt much better. After sitting for a while, Song Yang prepared to leave. The Doomsday would come in 2 weeks, and he had to prepare as soon as possible. Hey, wait! Zhang Xinmei quickly spoke out to stop him. She walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and pointed at the heavy rain outside. Look at the rain. If you go out now, you won't be able to get a taxi. It's not safe. I have plenty of rooms at home, so it's okay for you to stay one more night. It's better than going out in such heavy rain. Song Yang hesitated. The end was approaching, and every bit of physical strength and time saved was crucial. Catching a cold from the rain was definitely not a good thing at this moment. And so we sat there until 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Zhang Xinmei had changed into tight black lace suspender pajamas without knowing when. Sitting quietly opposite the sofa playing with the phone. As soon as Song Yang looked up, his attention was drawn to her. The plump breasts look even more attractive against the black lace, and the 2 long white legs are so slender and straight that it makes people dizzy. Noticing Song Yang's gaze, Zhang Xinmei was not angry, but excited instead. As a woman in her 30s who loves beauty, the fact that she can be noticed by young boys shows that she has taken good care of herself. Xiaoson won't react, will he? Zhang Xinmei stared at Song Yang's expression, her heart surging with emotion. She knew very well that men in their 20s were like powder kegs that could be ignited at any time. What's more, this young man is quite handsome. Which woman wouldn't like a young and handsome man? She has been lonely for too long. So much so that Song Yang even secretly touched his abdominal muscles while he was asleep. Very hard. It feels great. Walking into the bedroom, Zhang Xinmei looked at herself in the dressing mirror. For some reason, when she saw Song Yang for the first time, she thought this boy was very likable. Today, when Song Yang approached her, her heart beat faster. She didn't understand why she had such a reaction, but she couldn't deny that her body was longing for contact with this older boy. My husband died early and didn't even leave a child. She once went to see a doctor because of this problem, and the doctor only told her not to abstain from sex. It would be abnormal for a woman in her 40s to have no needs. Women are like flowers. Only when they are nourished can they bloom more and more beautifully. Thinking of the doctor's words, Zhang Xinmei's face flushed for the first time in a long time, and her eyes became blurred. Looking in the mirror, I see my perfect figure, skin as good as that of a young girl, and bright red lips. Zhang Xinmei just felt dizzy and her body was burning. After lying back on the sofa for a while, she looked at Song Yang. Xiaoson, I have a fever. Can you carry me back to the bedroom to rest? Without thinking too much, Song Yang picked up the young woman and walked towards the bedroom. The woman's body was light, yet incredibly soft. Zhang Xinmei took the opportunity to hug his neck, and her black hair fell on Song Yang's shoulders, with a faint fragrance. Her red lips were very close to his ears, and as Song Yang walked, they swayed and touched his ears repeatedly. The warm breath and soft touch made Song Yang's heart beat faster involuntarily. He gently placed the beautiful young woman on the bed and covered her with a blanket. But just as he turned around, Zhang Xinmei suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Don't go, I'm scared. Zhang Xinmei's soft voice was like a feather, gently plucking Song Yang's heartstrings. Song Yang was already a little distracted because he was hugging her. This time, he lost his balance and leaned forward involuntarily, falling into Zhang Xinmei's arms. Zhang Xinmei's soft body pressed tightly against Song Yang, and he could feel the amazing softness and elasticity of her chest. The next moment, Zhang Xinmei's arms were around his neck, holding him tightly. Her eyes were full of passion, and that fiery gaze seemed to be able to melt people. Do you think I'm sexy? As their eyes met, Song Yang's breathing became hotter and hotter. He could clearly feel the warmth coming from Zhang Xinmei's body and the pounding heartbeat. Sister Zhang, I'm selling my house, not my body. Loquacious. Zhang Xinmei giggled and gently stroked Song Yang's cheek with one hand, her fingertips lightly stroking his skin, making it numb. Do you think I have a nice body? Do you want to touch it? The young woman's voice became bolder and bolder, and her eyes looked murderous. I do, but I need your consent. Song Yang answered with a smile, his fingers gently stroking the young woman's slender waist. Humph, wishful thinking. Zhang Xinmei snorted softly, her eyes were blurred, her red lips were tightly bitten, and she seemed to be hesitating about something. I really can't do anything with you. Go get that little blue box under the coffee table in the living room. If you do, I'll let you touch it. Song Yang knew that today's battle was inevitable. I am not a gentleman either. But when he took out a box of Durex condoms and pushed the bedroom door, he found that the door did not move at all and seemed to be locked. Realizing that he was being fooled, Song Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had to admit that he was still too naive and was actually fooled by a young woman. Helpless, I could only go back to the guest room to sleep. It's late at night. After an unknown amount of time, the bedroom door quietly opened. Zhang Xinmei walked out swaying her figure. She changed into a more sexy nightgown, a silk suspender nightgown that clung tightly to her body, showing off her perfect figure without reservation. The straps of her nightgown had slipped halfway down, revealing her fair, round shoulders and her deep cleavage. Just this once, just this once. Zhang Xinmei muttered to herself, pursing her red lips, struggling madly in her heart. Reason told her that she shouldn't do this. Doing this is too dangerous and too crazy. After all, I am a married woman. But the desire deep in her body was like a flame, burning her reason and making her unable to extricate herself. She came to the guest room where Song Yang was staying and lingered for a while. Coincidentally, the door handle of the guest room could be turned, which meant that the door was not locked. Just once, it should be fine. Zhang Xinmei gritted her teeth, as if she had made a great decision. She took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. The light in the room was dim, the thick curtains blocked out the lightning outside, and only the sound of rain could be heard. The big boy was lying on the bed, his arms and legs spread out, soundly sleeping. His sleeping posture was not elegant, even a little funny, but it made Zhang Xinmei feel inexplicably at ease. Zhang Xinmei tiptoed to the bedside and sat down carefully on the chair beside it. She moved very quietly, afraid of making any noise and waking up the sleeping boy in the bed. At this moment, the woman's eyes were filled with complex emotions, including desire and confusion. Xiaosong, are you asleep? She called softly, her voice trembling with extreme nervousness. The person on the bed didn't respond at all, and his breathing remained steady and even. Zhang Xinmei moved closer and shouted again. Xiaosong? Still no response. After confirming that Song Yang was really asleep, the young woman began to talk to herself, as if she was explaining or trying to convince herself. I locked the door not to reject you, but because I was afraid I couldn't control myself. Young people are in good health, so 1 or 2 times shouldn't be a problem. Sister, when I saw you today, I felt that my life before was in vain. You don't have to treat me to a meal, you can repay me in other ways. Her voice was very low and soft, as if she was afraid of being heard by others, but also as if no one could hear it. Seeing that there was still no movement on the bed, the young woman remained silent for a long time, as if she was having a final ideological struggle. Finally, the young woman's eyes were filled with tears, her breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. She stood up and tied her long hair that fell on her shoulders into a simple ponytail with a hairband. Soon, accompanied by thunder, there was a rustling sound in the room. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. The temperature in the room continued to rise, enough to melt everything. Chapter 2: The Future When the Sun Goes Out. The next day. The sunlight shines into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Song Yang opened his eyes and found that there was no one around him. Only a faint fragrance lingered in the air and some messy marks on the bedsheets, indicating that last night was not a dream. He stretched his slightly numb body and sat up. The trousers were pulled down to the heels. The good sister didn't even help him put on his pants. His eyes swept over the bedside table, where there was a document next to it. It was the house purchase contract. The last page of the contract was signed with Zheng Xinmei's beautiful name. He didn't stay for long, put on his pants quickly, tidied his clothes and rushed to the company. Take this commission from buying a house and then quit. The moment I walked out of the company, the sunlight was glaring, the streets were bustling with traffic, and it was a bustling scene. No one knew that the star hanging above their heads was about to go out forever. Just as Song Yang was rapidly thinking about the follow-up plan in his mind, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the depths of his mind. The host's strong desire to survive is detected, meeting the binding conditions. Doomsday survival system, binding. Binding successful. Song Yang stopped suddenly and almost bumped into the back of the pedestrian in front of him. He subconsciously looked around. The streets were busy with people and cars in the early morning, and no one noticed his abnormality. Not an illusion. The cold mechanical sound rang out again, and a translucent blue interface appeared in his mind like a projection. Doomsday survival system. Host, Song Yang. Survival level, ordinary survivor LV.0 experience 0-100. Physical attributes, strength 9, agility 9, stamina 7, spirit 11, average for adult males is 10. System warehouse, capacity 10,000 cubic meters. Ordinary survivor LV.0? Song Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his heart beat violently with a mixture of excitement and fear. After his rebirth, his greatest reliance was his foresight, but now, he even got this golden finger that only existed in novels. 10,000 cubic meters of portable warehouse. What does that mean? He can stockpile food, water, medicine, weapons, fuel, and all the necessities for survival in large quantities, and he doesn't have to worry about storage and transfer issues. 2 weeks. There are only 2 weeks left before the sun goes out and eternal night falls. In his previous life, he died from the crazy siege of hungry neighbors and the extinction of humanity. In this life, he not only wants to survive, but also live a better life. Fuck work. Go fuck yourself for taking out a mortgage, getting married, and having kids. From now on, every minute and every second is extremely precious. He needed to go to the bank immediately, withdraw all his savings, use all available credit lines, and get as much money as possible. Then, it's time to shop. Shop like crazy. Buy food with a long shelf life, such as compressed biscuits, canned food, dehydrated vegetables, rice, and flour. Drinking water is calculated by the ton. Medicine should include antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, and trauma treatment supplies. Weapons may be a little troublesome under the current strict control, but kitchen knives, fire axes, and steel pipes can always be obtained. There are also warm clothes, fuel, generators. In the future, there will be no sunshine at all. In my mind, a huge list of materials and action plan are being rapidly constructed and improved. In this life, he will never put his fate in the hands of others again. He wants to build his own safe fortress in this doomsday. Song Yang suppressed the complex emotions surging in his heart and took a taxi directly to the largest warehouse-style supermarket in the city. The supermarket was crowded with people, cheerful background music was playing, and shopping cart wheels were rumbling. Song Yang pushed more than one shopping cart, moving quickly between the shelves with clear goals and smooth movements. He almost emptied the shelves with compressed biscuits, canned food, bottled purified water, boxes of instant noodles, and big bags of rice, flour, grain and oil. Next came batteries, lighters, candles, warm clothes, and thick sleeping bags. The shopping carts were piled up like a mountain, attracting the attention of nearby shoppers and stock clerks. What does this young man do? Open a wholesale department? You're crazy to buy so much rice, flour, oil, and water. Can you even finish it? Aren't you afraid of it expiring if you buy so much? At the checkout counter, the long shopping receipt almost dragged to the ground. While scanning the code, the young cashier couldn't help but look up at Song Yang, his eyes full of confusion. Song Yang had a blank expression on his face, seemingly oblivious to the gazes from those around him. In his previous life, he cared too much about what others thought, was timid, and eventually died a violent death. In this life, what does other people's opinions have to do with him? The only goal is to survive. After paying the bill, Song Yang called a freight service to transport the mountain of supplies to the warehouse he had rented in advance, and then rushed to the next stop, an outdoor supplies and hardware store. At the beginning of the apocalypse, order collapsed, but gun control was still strict and difficult for ordinary people to obtain. A sharp and sturdy mountaineering knife is an essential close combat weapon, coupled with a heavy aluminum alloy baseball bat and several bottles of high-concentration self-defense spray, is enough to deal with the initial chaos. The last stop was the pharmacy. Song Yang handed over a densely written list that listed antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, cold medicines, gastrointestinal medicines, as well as a full set of surgical supplies such as gauze, bandages, iodine, and alcohol cotton balls. The boss looked at the list and frowned slightly. Are you going somewhere dangerous? Or is someone in your family in poor health? This is too comprehensive. Many of them are prescription drugs. According to regulations, I can't give them to you. Song Yang didn't waste any words and put 10,000 yuan in cash on the table, saying sincerely, I'm planning to open a small supermarket in the countryside, and I'm also going to bring some common medicines to the villagers. Medical conditions in the countryside are poor, and buying medicine is inconvenient. It's always good to be prepared. Look, aren't these some commonly used medicines? Can you help me? The boss hesitated for a moment, looked at Song Yang to see if he was lying, and weighed the money in his hand. Finally, he nodded. Don't do it again. I don't have enough of some of them. I'll have to adjust the stock for you. Please do it as soon as possible, I need it urgently. Song Yang said. As I walked out of the pharmacy, my cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Hello, are you Mr. Song Yang? A standard female customer service voice came. It's me. This is the Risk Control Center of XX Bank. We've detected multiple transactions on your credit card with the last digit XXXX today, totaling XX million yuan. This far exceeds your typical spending habits. We'd like to verify whether these transactions were made by you. Song Yang understood that the large-scale consumption had triggered risk control. I spent it myself, no problem. Mr. Song, to ensure the security of your account, we need to understand your main spending habits. Is that convenient for you to record? The female voice remained polite. Oh, I'm planning to open a community supermarket. I've been doing centralized purchasing these days, so my expenses are quite high. Song Yang made up an excuse on the spot. He had used this excuse once in a supermarket and it sounded reasonable. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, as if he was quickly recording and judging. Okay, Mr. Song, thank you for your cooperation. We have noted your explanation. If you have any other transaction questions later, we may contact you again. I wish you a happy life. Good. Song Yang hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. The money has been spent and some supplies have arrived. Step 1, done. The next step is to seize the time to make your home safer. Chapter 3 Conflict breaks out. As soon as he returned to the community, Song Yang caught a glimpse of a small brown ball of fur running towards him out of the corner of his eye. It's a small teddy dog and it doesn't seem to be on a leash. The puppy first came to his legs and barked wildly, then raised its hind legs very naturally and was about to bite his shoes. Song Yang frowned, and almost subconsciously, he lightly kicked Teddy's furry butt with his toes. The movement was not big, let alone using any force, he just wanted to push it away. Ouch! Teddy let out an exaggerated scream, tucked his tail between his legs, and crawled away a few steps, hiding behind a figure. Ouch! You bastard! Are you blind? A sharp and sarcastic female voice sounded from behind. Why are you kicking my grandson? Ha! It's so small, does it hinder your walking? Song Yang turned his head and looked. An old woman with gray hair and old-fashioned curls was walking quickly towards them. She hugged the shivering Teddy in her arms and clapped her hands in pain. Don't cry, baby. Grandma is here. You scared me to death. She raised her head and glared at Song Yang fiercely with her triangular eyes. The wrinkles on her face trembled with anger. Song Yang, what do you mean? Do you think my dog is easy to bully? I'm telling you, this matter is not over today. Only then did Song Yang recognize that the old woman was none other than his next-door neighbor, Old Lady Lin. This woman is notoriously difficult to deal with in the community, especially her beloved teddy bear, who calls her grandson and grandson wherever she goes. But the dog is never tied up and allowed to urinate and defecate anywhere, causing complaints from the neighbors. It's going to pee on my shoe. Song Yang stated the facts without any expression, too lazy to say any more nonsense. What's wrong with peeing? Old Lady Lin raised her voice, her saliva almost spraying on Song Yang's face. What does a dog know? You're a grown man, why would you argue with a dog? I think you did it on purpose. Pay me. You must send my grandson to see a doctor, and you must also pay me for the mental damages. The teddy bear in her arms seemed to feel the support of its owner. It stuck its head out and barked twice at Song Yang. Gradually, more and more people gathered around, most of them were elderly idlers in the community. They knew Old Lady Lin and knew how difficult she was to deal with. Forget it, young man. An old man wearing reading glasses and holding a walnut in his hand came closer and lowered his voice. This old lady is not to be trifled with. Her son works at the sub-district office and is a cadre. It's better to avoid trouble than to make more. Just apologize and pay some money, and don't cause yourself any trouble. Several old ladies nearby also echoed. Yeah, you can't scold her, so just consider it as a way to ward off disaster. It's not worth it to argue with such a person. This dog is like her lifeblood. If you mess with the dog, it's more serious than messing with her. The words of persuasion were not loud, but loud enough for Old Lady Lin to hear. She had her hands on her hips, and now she raised her chin even higher, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to stretch out, revealing a sense of complacency. She glanced at Song Yang and snorted through her nose. Did you hear that? Everyone's watching. Apologize to my grandson right now. Then take it to the best veterinary hospital for a checkup. Another 5,000 yuan in compensation for mental damages. Not a cent less. She was certain that Song Yang would choose to bow his head in order to keep the peace, just like those people she had blackmailed before. In particular, she also moved out her son who was a cadre in the street office. However, Song Yang just glanced at her coldly, with no emotion in his eyes. Fuck you, who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve an apology from me? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Even the old man and woman who were trying to persuade them were stunned. They didn't expect that this seemingly gentle young man could be so vicious and merciless. Old Mrs. Lin was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur standing on the spot. The wrinkled face first turned red, then turned blue, pointing at Song Yang. You little bastard. Who are you scolding? Huh? How dare you scold me? She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. The teddy in her arms seemed to feel her owner's anger and started barking wildly. You're such a rebel. You're really rebelling against the heavens. Old Mrs. Lin was furious. She suddenly dropped the teddy in her arms to the ground, pointed at Song Yang's legs, and screamed at the puppy. Grandson. Come on. Bite him. Bite this fool to death. The teddy received the order from his owner, and feeling wronged from being kicked just now, he took advantage of the fact that there were more people around, and immediately bared his teeth and made a move to pounce on Song Yang's calf. The people around subconsciously took a step back. Some wanted to speak up to stop it, but it was too late. Just when the teddy dog was less than half a meter away, Song Yang kicked forward with his right foot. This time, it was no longer just a gentle flick. There was only a muffled bang sound, followed by a short and shrill scream from the teddy dog. The small brown shadow was kicked away by Song Yang like a ragdoll. The dog drew a parabola in the air and landed on the lawn more than 10 meters away with a thump. It rolled twice, twitched twice, and stopped moving. The air froze instantly. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at Song Yang in disbelief, and then looked at Teddy, whose life or death was unknown on the lawn in the distance. No one expected that this young man would actually dare to use such a heavy hand. In front of so many people, he kicked Mrs. Lin's darling away with one kick. Chapter 4. Don't be too harsh. Old Mrs. Lin rushed towards Teddy like crazy and lay on the ground screaming. God damn it. You beat my grandson like this, you will die a horrible death. God, please open your eyes and send down a thunderbolt to kill this inhuman creature. You will have no descendants. Next to him, the teddy dog was groaning, with blood foam at the corners of its mouth and its eyes were dull. It was obvious that it was not far from death. Song Yang ignored Mrs. Lin's curses and went straight into the apartment building. TSK, what's wrong with this young man Song Yang today? He's like a completely different person. That's right. I remember Song Yang used to avoid old lady Lin whenever he saw her. Didn't you see the look in his eyes just now? It was so cold and scary. Song Yang naturally couldn't hear the neighbors' whispers. He has indeed changed. Everything he experienced in the Doomsday irritated his nerves and conscience day and night. The extremely hungry parents looked at their children with empty eyes, trying to figure out how much food they could get. He even witnessed a man packing up his wife and daughter and giving them to a small leader with canned food just in exchange for a few days of survival. The woman's desperate cry and the girl's confused look were once Song Yang's lingering nightmares at night. But then, he became numb. He has seen and heard a lot, and even done things against his will in order to survive. Although his bottom line still exists, he is no longer the same person he used to be. Now that he has been reborn, these family matters and neighborhood conflicts are as insignificant as dust in his eyes. He has been reborn, how can he still be bullied? He had neither the time nor the interest to waste energy on such trivial matters. There are only 14 days left until the end of the world. The only thing he had to do now was to make good use of every minute and every second to make full preparations for the coming eternal night. As for what others think, when they truly experience despair, they will understand that his indifference and cruelness today may be his only means of survival. As soon as he reached the corner of the third floor, he saw a young girl standing in front of a door. The girl was wearing a denim miniskirt that barely covered her thighs, and a tight suspender top that revealed a large area of fair skin and delicate collarbone. She had delicate makeup on her face and was looking down at her phone, her fingers sliding across the screen quickly, as if she was chatting with someone. Song Yang knew this girl. Her name was Xiao Shui. She worked in the same unit as him and was an online female anchor. Hearing footsteps, Xiao Shui raised her head and saw that it was Song Yang. The smile on her face immediately disappeared, replaced by undisguised disgust. Song Yang didn't stop, just nodded slightly as a greeting. Unexpectedly, such a simple action seemed to ignite a powder keg. Xiao Shui sneered, crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and looked down at Song Yang with a condescending look. Hey, Song Yang, where are you looking? She paused, the contempt in her eyes becoming even stronger. Don't think I'll be nice to you just because you greet me. I'm only interested in rich men, and you're not in my sight. Look at how poor you are. I'm afraid you'll never get a woman in your life. Song Yang glanced at Xiao Shui indifferently. It's better not to be too decisive. Who can predict the future? Who knows, maybe one day you'll really need my help. These words immediately ignited the anger in Xiao Shui's heart. Xiao Shui sneered as if she had heard a huge joke, and stared at Song Yang with a look as if he were a fool. Please? Song Yang, are you still asleep? Don't worry, Xiao Shui, would starve to death or jump off this building, but I will never ask a loser like you to do anything for me. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You're just a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. That's what I mean. Don't think you can get my attention by using this kind of rhetoric. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Song Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he asked casually. Then if one day you come to beg me, what will I say? What if that day really comes? Xiao Shui said disdainfully, there's only one possibility, I'm crazy. Completely crazy. After cursing, Xiao Shui seemed to still feel unsatisfied and stretched out her foot to kick Song Yang. Song Yang dodged and pinched Xiao Shui's butt hard with his big hand, which felt quite good. Seeing that she was no match for her opponent, Xiao Shui opened the door and quickly hid in the house. After returning home, Song Yang stood in the middle of the living room, his eyes scanning every inch of the space. The area of more than 100 square meters is not small. He emptied his family's savings and took out a 30-year mortgage to buy such a house. But when it comes to dealing with the apocalypse, every wall can be a weak point. The inner walls must be equipped with steel plates, the thickness of which must be at least able to withstand violent demolition, and even a certain degree of bulletproof capability must be considered. Not to mention the windows, ordinary glass is no different from paper in the chaos, all of them must be replaced with bulletproof glass, and it would be best to add a layer of steel guardrails on the outside. There are also floors and ceilings, which cannot be ignored. Who knows what the neighbors upstairs and downstairs will do in desperate situations? Reinforcement is necessary. This entire renovation involves a lot of materials, labor, and costs. Song Yang frowned slightly. Money is the most pressing issue at the moment. The order before the end of the world can still be maintained for 14 days, and during these 14 days, money is still omnipotent. There is not much time left. After leaving home, he came to a company building in the city center. In the office area, cubicles are next to each other, and the sounds of computer keyboards typing, telephones ringing, and printers humming are intertwined, making it noisy and bustling. He walked to a workstation and asked politely, "Hello, where is Manager Zhang's office?" Without even looking up, the young clerk pointed in a direction. "It's at the very back. Turn left along the corridor and you'll see it." Song Yang thanked him and came to the door of the deepest office. When I opened the door, I saw a woman sitting in front of a large desk. The woman was wearing a black pencil skirt, a white silk shirt underneath, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. The woman's name was Zhang Xiaoxiao. She used to be his colleague and had a very beautiful face. Any clothes looked so suitable and pleasing to the eye on her. She is a natural clothes hanger. Seeing Song Yang come in, the woman frowned. She put down the documents in her hand, raised her head, and looked at Song Yang with cold eyes. "Who let you in? What are you doing here?" Song Yang walked to Zhang Xiaoxiao's desk, put his hands on the table, and stared into Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes. "Manager Zhang, we meet again. I'm here to borrow some money." Zhang Xiaoxiao folded her arms across her chest and leaned back in her chair. "Song Yang, you were fired last year. Why are you acting crazy here with me today? Borrow money? Why do you think I would lend you money? Or do you think there is some special relationship between us? It's not a friendship." Song Yang's face was expressionless. "However, I know something that Manager Zhang doesn't want others to know." The mocking expression on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face froze for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "What are you talking about?" Song Yang ignored her question and said to himself, "You and your boyfriend have been taking advantage of your positions to tamper with the company's projects over the past few years. You've done quite a bit, haven't you?" He moved closer, his voice was not loud, but it reached Zhang Xiaoxiao's ears clearly. "No matter how well you hide that money, it will eventually come to light, right?" These words were like thunder, exploding in Zhang Xiaoxiao's ears. She sat up straight abruptly, her expression instantly becoming somewhat ugly, and she became angry and embarrassed. "Song Yang, stop spitting bloody words at me. I think you're holding a grudge because you were fired, and you're deliberately trying to slander me." She reached for the phone on the table. "If you don't get out of here, I'm going to call security now." "Don't get excited, Manager Zhang." Song Yang stretched out a hand and gently pressed the phone. "Calling security is useless. It won't solve the fundamental problem. I'm not here today to argue with you, nor to threaten you. I need money, 5 million. Song Yang raised a finger and said, "I know you have it, and this amount of money shouldn't be a big deal for you." 5 million? Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rose as if she had heard something out of the Arabian Nights. "Song Yang, are you crazy? Why don't you just go and rob it?" "Because I know where the money comes from." Song Yang interrupted her, "I also know what will happen to you and your boyfriend if these things get out." The air in the office froze. Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at Song Yang, her eyes full of shock and fear. "Think about it." Song Yang's eyes swept over the luxurious decoration of the office. 5 million in exchange for the safety of you and your boyfriend. This deal is a good deal. Chapter 5: Song Yang's threat. Also, you spread rumors that I was caught soliciting prostitution, which led to me being fired from the company. I also need an explanation. As Song Yang spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted and she subconsciously covered her chest. "I'm warning you, my boyfriend is upstairs and may come down at any time. You'd better not have any ideas. It's okay, just lock the door and keep your voice down, and everything will be fine." Song Yang smiled disapprovingly, walked to the door, and tightened the door lock with his backhand. "What are you doing? Those people outside are all my employees. Aren't you afraid that I will call for help?" When Zhang Xiaoxiao saw Song Yang's actions, the fear in her heart reached its peak in an instant. "Go ahead and scream. I also want to know what your boyfriend would do if he saw you standing naked in front of me." Song Yang took a step forward, and Zhang Xiaoxiao had nowhere to retreat. "You are shameless." Zhang Xiaoxiao cursed in a low voice. "I'm shameless? Song Yang wanted to laugh. You're afraid that I'll get promoted and take your place, causing me to lose my job. Do you have the right to call me shameless? Take it off. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Zheng Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with tears, and her trembling hands slowly reached for the buttons of her shirt. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zheng Xiaoxiao struggled as if she had found a life-saving straw, preparing to escape. But just as she reached the door, she felt someone grab her clothes and drag her backwards. Zheng Xiaoxiao struggled to open the door a crack and stuck her head out. There was a female employee outside the door. Seeing the manager's strange expression, she was a little confused. Manager, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Zheng Xiaoxiao was about to say something when Song Yangmeng pulled her away. I'm fine, go back first, I'm talking business with a client, don't disturb us. After closing the door, Zhang Xiaoxiao continued to beg for mercy. Song Yang, you see, someone may come to the office at any time. I can't joke about my future. Zheng Xiaoxiao knelt on the ground and begged. She tried to persuade Song Yang, hoping that he would let her go. But Song Yang ignored her pleas. I'll count to 3, then continue taking off your clothes. 3. Song Yang began to count down, and Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart sank with every number he counted. 2. 1. The last sound was like a guillotine that cut off Zheng Xiaoxiao's last hope. Tears blurred her vision and the feeling of humiliation overwhelmed her like a tide. Trembling, her fingers fumbled with the first button of her shirt, then the second, and the third. The office door separates the inside and outside worlds. It's busy and lively outside, and spring is in the air inside. Outside the door, the manager had not come out for a long time, and employees had gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the corridor. Manager Zhang is in there talking to a client, right? The door is locked. A young female employee poked her head in curiously. He must be an important client. Look, the curtains are drawn. The male colleague next to him lowered his voice and said, he's so mysterious. I wonder which big shot he is. For Manager Zhang to attach so much importance to this project, it must be quite large, perhaps worth hundreds of millions. We might even get our bonus this month. Manager, you must keep up the good work. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't disturb Manager Zhang from talking about business. The discussions outside the door continued, completely unaware of the hell their female boss was going through in the office just across the door. After a long time, the office door opened and Song Yan walked out refreshed. He straightened his collar and glanced calmly down the corridor. Outside the door, the employees who were originally whispering immediately fell silent and looked at the strange man curiously. I just spent so much time talking with Manager Zhang inside, and the door is still locked and the curtains are drawn tightly. Sir, are you Manager Zhang's client? Have you finished your talk? Someone asked. Song Yang didn't stop, just glanced at her lightly, and said in a relaxed tone. Well, we're done. Manager Zhang is very cooperative. We can continue to work together next time. He said these 4 words with profound meaning. The female employee wanted to ask something else, but Song Yang had already walked out of the company. The corridor was quiet for a moment. Several employees looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Several minutes passed before the office door was opened a crack again. Zheng Xiaoxiao appeared at the door. She lowered her head, her hair on her forehead was a little messy, covering most of her face. Only her tightly pursed lips could be seen, which were pale, and her originally exquisite makeup seemed to have been smudged. The top few buttons of her silk shirt had fallen off, revealing a small patch of fair skin with an unnatural blush. She subconsciously reached out to straighten her collar. Manager Zhang? The female employee called out cautiously. Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed startled. She raised her head abruptly, her eyes frantically scanning the crowd. She forced herself to remain calm and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. It's okay, just go and do your own thing. Without waiting for the employees to say anything else, she slammed the door shut, isolating herself from the outside world once again. The employees in the corridor were completely stunned and looked at each other. There was something very wrong with the way Manager Zhang looked just now. Who is that man? What exactly happened in the office? After getting the money, Song Yang went straight to the largest hardware and electrical machinery market in the west of the city. I found several stores that specialize in large power generation equipment and bought 5 large diesel generators. The next stop is the Hongtu building, a landmark office building in the city center. This company is well known in the domestic construction industry and is known for its strong technical skills and willingness to take on difficult projects. The front desk led Song Yang to a small meeting room. Soon, a man who looked to be about 50 years old and dressed neatly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He was a senior manager of the project department. His surname was Lee. "Hello, sir, I am the project manager of Hontu Construction. What can I do for you?" The man had a professional attitude and a gentle tone. Song Yang said straight to the point. "I want to fully reinforce my house, both inside and out. I'll install anti-collision steel plates and insulation on the exterior walls, replace all doors and windows with the highest level of explosion-proof models, and strengthen the internal structure as well." After listening to this, Manager Lee pushed up his glasses. "Of course our company is happy to undertake various projects. Who doesn't want to make money? But as someone who has been in the industry for decades, I still want to remind you that many wealthy individuals spend vast sums of money building so-called safe houses that they never use in their entire lives, let alone decades. This world is peaceful. The so-called Doomsday and biochemical crisis are just things in movies and should not be taken seriously. You are still young and have this money. Why not buy a big villa in a beautiful place and enjoy life? Why waste money on something you can hardly use?" Song Yang knew that the other party had good intentions and was giving the most rational advice from an ordinary person's perspective. Unfortunately, he is not an ordinary person. He had experienced the true apocalypse. "Manager Lee," Song Yang said, "you just need to tell me whether it can be done, how long it will take, and how much it will cost." The man was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded. "Of course we can do it. You can be completely assured of the technical strength of Hontu Construction. Your house is not big, and it can be completed within a week." After leaving the construction company, Song Yang went to the auto repair city on the edge of the city. Only here can you buy the diesel and gasoline you need in large quantities. Chapter 6: Procurement of Necessary Supplies. The auto repair city is located at the westernmost end of the city, covering a vast area. The air is filled with the pungent smell of motor oil all year round. Song Yang parked his rented truck a little further away and walked into the depths of the market. We came to an area with several rows of simple sheds, which is usually a place for long-distance truck drivers to rest, eat, and carry out simple repairs. Sure enough, dozens of dusty trucks were parked haphazardly with their doors open. Dozens of drivers wearing greasy work clothes or vests gathered together to smoke and chat, with cigarette butts and empty beverage bottles scattered around their feet. Song Yang walked over with a kind smile on his face. "Masters, thank you for the long journey." Several drivers heard the sound and looked at Song Yang up and down. Seeing that he was dressed neatly and didn't look like someone in this line of work, everyone was a little confused. An old driver with a cigarette in his mouth and deep wrinkles on his face blew out a smoke ring and asked vaguely, "What's up?" "I want to do some small business with the masters." As Song Yang spoke, he took out a stack of brand new banknotes from his pocket. It was not thick, but enough to attract attention. "I need a large quantity of diesel urgently, and the price is negotiable. Which master would be willing to sell me some?" As soon as these words were spoken, the drivers who were originally lazy suddenly became more energetic. Buy oil at high prices? This is a godsend. For long-distance travel, which truck has hundreds of liters of oil in its tank? Who wouldn't want to make money? Little brother, how much do you want? A middle-aged driver who looked more astute stepped closer and asked tentatively. "The fuel in our tank is all for transporting goods. How much do you want?" "You can take as much as you want, as long as it's diesel or gasoline. I'll bring my own buckets and pumps so I don't have to bother the technicians." The old driver took a puff of his cigarette and squinted his eyes at Song Yang. "Why are you buying so much gas? Isn't there gas station?" A few cars came to the construction site temporarily and were urgently needed. "I went to the gas station to buy them because there was a purchase limit." Song Yang made up a reason that sounded reasonable. He shook the money in his hand. "Cash transaction, settle now. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward." "Okay. I just filled up my tank of gas a while ago, I'll give it all to you." The smart driver who spoke first immediately made the decision. "Mine is fine too. I'll give you 100 liters. Another younger driver shouted as well. Evenly distribute it, everyone who sees it gets a share. Most ordinary people are practical and making money is better than anything else." The price Song Yang offered was indeed attractive, and it was in cash, and no one could resist money. Song Yang nodded, then drove the car over and took out several plastic oil drums that were as tall as a person and a small electric oil pump. The drivers also cooperated and took the initiative to open the fuel tank cap. In just over an hour, the several large oil drums were filled. After receiving the money, the drivers all smiled and counted the bills. Watching Song Yang drive away, several drivers gathered together again, lit cigarettes and talked. This guy is really weird. He spent so much money on diesel. I don't know what he wants to do. Who cares? We made a profit anyway. The old driver put the money in his pocket and said, I guess he's some rich boss with lots of equipment at home. Yeah, we don't understand what rich people think. The discussions were soon drowned out by new noises. To them, this was just a small episode in their long-distance running career and an unexpected income. The truck drove out of the auto repair city and Song Yang drove towards the suburbs on the edge of the city. He rented a large warehouse there, which was in a remote location and was perfect for receiving supplies. Not long after arriving at the warehouse, the roar of engines came from afar, and several large cold chain trucks with the words Huiman Fresh printed on them drove into the yard one after another. The car door opened and several porters in uniform jumped out. Under the direction of a woman who looked to be around 30 years old and was holding a folder, they began to operate a forklift, unloading pallet after pallet of goods tightly wrapped in plastic wrap and moving them deep into the warehouse. The cartons are printed with words such as selected beef, imported fresh fruits, and seasonal vegetables. The woman checked the list, occasionally looking up at the busy scene, and finally her eyes fell on Song Yang. She walked over in low heels with a professional smile on her face. Mr. Song, right? We've checked your manifest repeatedly, and the quantity is indeed enormous. Excuse me, since you're ordering such a large quantity of fresh food, are you planning to open a large supermarket somewhere? If you choose a location in the city, our company can provide more convenient delivery services, without the need for you to come to the suburban warehouse in person to take over. Song Yang turned his head and looked at the capable female manager, and suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Manager, do you believe in the end of the world? The woman was obviously stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help but burst out laughing as if she had heard an extremely ridiculous joke, and her smile was almost impossible to hold back. Mr. Song, you are such a joke. She adjusted the thin-framed glasses on her nose. The end of the world is a plot from science fiction movies. I graduated from a legitimate university, and my education didn't include such supernatural things. There are many disasters in the real world, but it hasn't reached that level yet. Mr. Song, have you watched too many zombie movies? The female manager finally stopped laughing and looked at Song Yang as if he were a child. Don't worry, our current level of technology is not to be trifled with. Even if a zombie outbreak like those slow-moving ones in the movies really happens, we can control it in minutes. How can we expect a doomsday? After saying that, she seemed to feel that it was a bit unprofessional to waste time on this topic and coughed lightly. Anyway, Mr. Song, your goods are all here. Please check the list again. We at Huiman Fresh guarantee quality. You can rest assured. When will the next batch arrive? Song Yang asked. The day after tomorrow at the earliest, the female manager replied immediately, obviously very familiar with the business. The quantity you requested is quite diverse, and several items need to be transferred from other cities. We are already expediting the process. Good. Song Yang responded and said no more. The female manager looked at Song Yang's calm profile, and the strange feeling in her heart caused by the Doomsday joke emerged again. But the customer is God. It doesn't matter why he buys things, as long as he pays. She picked up the intercom again and raised her voice. Hurry up. Forklift, be careful. Put the goods in the frozen area first and keep the temperature. Chapter 7 Neighbors' Questions. After the last truck left, Song Yang walked into the warehouse. The area that was empty before is now filled with cargo pallets neatly arranged like a small mountain. Meat, fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, grain and oil, these supplies that are enough to cause crazy looting in the end times, are waiting for their final destination. Song Yang raised his hand and waved it forward casually. As if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth, the cargo pallet that occupied a large space in front of him, along with the tightly wrapped cardboard boxes on it, disappeared in an instant. First the nearest row, then the ones a little further away, like a movie scene with the fast-forward button pressed, large areas of supplies evaporated out of thin air. The tire tracks left by the forklift were still clearly visible on the concrete floor, but the area surrounding the tracks was empty. In just a few minutes, a large area near the center of the warehouse was cleared, revealing the original ground. He didn't intend to fill up the system space. Although food and water are the basis of survival, there is no shortage of garbage that needs to be dealt with, and he needs to leave enough space in the system space for all of this. Back in the city, Song Yang came to a large pharmacy. The owner of the drugstore was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly overweight figure. He was sitting behind the counter, watching the beautiful woman on his phone twisting her waist and buttocks. Song Yang walked to the counter, took out a bulging red envelope from his pocket and handed it to the boss. "I'll pick up the goods." The boss weighed the red envelope and the smile on his face became even wider. "Hey, brother Song, please sit down quickly. Are you planning to open a small clinic? You need so many medicines?" "I guess so. A friend of mine wants to set up a medical clinic, so I'm running errands for him," Song Yang said vaguely. The boss smiled meaningfully, didn't ask any further questions, and began to instruct the clerk to prepare the medicine according to the list. Soon, the counter was filled with cardboard boxes of all sizes. "Brother Song, you seem to be a straightforward person. Let me tell you something." The boss took out a small box from under the counter and said with a wink, "As a man, there are always times when you need it. I have some special medicines here that have always sold very well. I guarantee that after taking them, you will regain your virility and have an invincible erection. How about 2 boxes? Song Yang was stunned for a moment, then he understood what he meant. "But I am still young and really don't need it." After leaving the pharmacy, Song Yang drove back to the community where he lived. "Before I got close, I saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the community. Several construction trucks with the words "Home to Construction" printed on them were parked on the side of the road. Several workers wearing safety helmets were leaning against the trucks smoking. Next to them stood a middle-aged man holding a blueprint, who looked like a leader. Many residents of the community gathered near the gate, craning their necks to look over here, pointing at the construction vehicles and the workers, and whispering to each other. "What's up with this kid Song Yang? Not only is he borrowing loans everywhere, but he's also hiring people to renovate the house. Who said it wasn't? I heard that this guy bought out half of the supermarket yesterday. I don't know why he bought so many things. This kid has lost his mind. He's living a good life, why is he making such a fuss? Who knows? Young people are very creative. Maybe they're planning to renovate ABB?" In the crowd, an old man with gray hair but a good-looking spirit leaned on a cane, squinted his eyes and looked for a long time, then suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Do you think he knows something?" As soon as these words were spoken, the chattering sounds around suddenly quieted down. The old man paused with his cane and continued. "I was watching the news a couple of days ago, and didn't some observatory abroad report that there were abnormal solar activity? And with all those frequent geological disasters, this guy is stockpiling food and reinforcing his house. Could it be that he knew the end of the world was coming in advance?" After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Uncle Jean, what are you talking about?" A man wearing a hurdle vest, revealing his beer belly, was laughing so hard that he fell backwards. "The end of the world? You've watched too many science fiction movies." "That's right. What era is this? Do you still believe this? Song Yang is crazy. Don't be foolish with him. Abnormal solar activity occurs every year, so please stop worrying about it." There were jeers and laughter one after another. The middle-aged man and woman standing next to the old man looked extremely ugly. The woman quickly stepped forward and tugged at the old man's arm, her tone filled with obvious complaints and impatience. "Dad! What nonsense are you talking about? The end of the world. That's all nonsense." The man next to him also frowned and scolded in a low voice. "Dad! Could you please be less talkative? You're only 70 years old. Have you forgotten that you still have 5 years before retirement? If word gets out to your company and your boss hears it, who knows what they'll think? Do you still want this job?" Seeing this, the people around burst into laughter. "Look, Uncle Zhang is really imaginative. He's almost as imaginative as a screenwriter. If the world were to end, I would eat this car right there and then. All right, let's go. What's so interesting about watching people renovate their houses?" At the same time, a police car quietly entered the community and stopped not far away. The car door opened and 2 police officers, a man and a woman, got out. The man was about 40 years old, with a square face. The woman was much younger, looking to be in her 20s. She had delicate features, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and was a beauty. Song Yang looked at her and felt that she looked strangely familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. The male police officer walked straight up to Song Yang, glanced between him and the construction vehicle next to him, then pulled out his ID from his pocket and flashed it in front of him. Song Yang? I am. Song Yang nodded. We are from the Riverside Street Police Station. The male police officer took back his ID and said, Big data detected that there has been an unusual large amount of capital flow in your personal account in the past 2 days, involving loans from multiple banks and platforms. At the same time, the system detected a large number of material purchases under your name, especially for things like sugar. The amounts and types are quite unusual. Can you explain? Song Yang explained. Comrade police officer, this is what happened. I've spotted a shop I'm looking for and plan to open a larger supermarket. I wanted to stock up on goods in advance and get a wider variety of products so I don't have to rush when the time comes. So, I took out a loan to cover my capital needs. He had thought of this reason a long time ago, and it sounded reasonable. After all, opening a supermarket requires a lot of startup capital and stockpiling. The male police officer stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to judge the truth of his words, and then nodded. Opening a supermarket is a normal business practice, we understand that, but you can't leave other residents with nothing to buy in the supermarket because of stockpiling. Be careful next time. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. The male police officer said him and said nothing more. He just glanced at the construction vehicles and workers again. Okay, we understand the situation. If you have any questions in the future, please contact us in time. The male police officer gave a final instruction and then turned around to signal the female police officer to get in the car. The police car drove away from the community, and Song Yang also received a message from Zhang Xinmei. Invite him to dinner at home in the evening. Chapter 8, Woman Taking Bath. In the blink of an eye, it was night and Song Yang drove to the Jinqiu Jiangnan Villa area in the west of the city. The detached villas here are hidden in the shade of green trees. Compared with the old community where he lives, it is so quiet that it seems like another world. The courtyard gate was ajar, but the door of the villa was not locked. Song Yang pushed the door open and walked in. The lights in the living room were soft and there was a faint fragrance in the air, but there was no one in sight. Until he heard the sound of water splashing from the second floor that was the direction of the bathroom. Song Yang's heart moved, and he walked up the stairs with light steps. The closer you get to the bathroom, the clearer the sound of water becomes, mixed with the faint humming of a woman, but the tune is a little blurry. He knew that Zhang Xinmei should be taking a shower inside. He stood in front of the bathroom door and instead of knocking, he began to unbutton his shirt and then his trousers. Soon, he was left with only a pair of boxer briefs. He grasped the cool metal door handle and twisted it gently. Click, the door opened. Rich water vapor hits your face, carrying the sweet scent of shower gel. There was a printed shower curtain in the bathroom, blocking most of the view. Through the translucent shower curtain, you can see a slim figure with her back to the door, water falling from the shower head, washing the curvy body contours. Surrounded by mist, the figure appears hazy, yet particularly alluring. Somehow, Song Yang vaguely felt that this figure seemed thinner and taller than the impression he had of Zhang Xinmei. Perhaps it was the moisture and the angle? He didn't think much of it. He took a deep breath, suddenly opened the shower curtain, and strode in. The warm water instantly wet his hair and shoulders. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his arms and hugged the warm and smooth body tightly from behind. The soft touch in my hand is very smooth. But the next moment, the body in his arms suddenly stiffened, and then burst into a terrified scream. Ah! Hooligan! Let me go! Song Yang's head buzzed. Wrong! This voice is so young. Moreover, although it feels just as smooth, it is firmer and the skeleton seems to be thinner. He subconsciously loosened his arms, and the figure in his arms immediately slipped away like a frightened fish and turned around suddenly. The mist dissipated slightly, and a young, angry and frightened face came into Song Yang's sight. Her wet black hair stuck to her cheeks and neck, with water droplets sliding down her delicate jawline. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, looking at him in shock and anger. It's her! That young policewoman during the day. Song Yang was stunned. He even forgot that he was only wearing a pair of wet boxer briefs. The policewoman obviously recognized him, and after being shocked, anger instantly took over. She subconsciously crossed her arms over her chest to cover her private parts, and her cheeks flushed red. You're the man from the daytime? What do you want to do? Soon, a burst of hurried footsteps came from upstairs. A figure in a burgundy silk robe appeared at the bathroom door. When Jiang Xinmei saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned and almost couldn't hold the wineglass. She saw her naked niece with a look of shock and anger on her face, and Song Yang, who was also wearing only wet boxer briefs and had a stiff expression. The two of them were confronting each other in the steamy bathroom. Song Yang? What are you doing? Then, her eyes fell on her niece. Seeing her embarrassed and angry appearance, she picked up a clean bath towel hanging beside her and quickly draped it over the girl, covering most of her body. Jiang Xinmei quickly assessed the situation and roughly guessed what was going on. Xiaoyu, go back to your room and get dressed first. Song Yang, go put on your clothes quickly too. Wait for me in the living room downstairs. A few minutes later. The three of them sat at the spacious and bright dining table on the first floor. The sumptuous dinner has been set, and the exquisite dishes are emitting an enticing aroma, but no one has the heart to pick up their chopsticks at the moment. Zhang Yu had changed into a clean set of home clothes, but her cheeks were still flushed. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously scratching the edge of the tablecloth. Song Yang sat upright, wearing the half-wet clothes he had just worn, feeling very uncomfortable. Jiang Xinmei first pointed to her niece. This is my niece, Zhang Yu. She just graduated from the police academy. It's the weekend today, so she came to see me. Then, she pointed at Song Yang and said, Xiaoyu, this is Song Yang, a friend of mine and an important client. I asked him to come over for dinner tonight and talk about some business. Jiang Xinmei put down her wineglass, looked at the two of them, and explained in a slow tone. It was a misunderstanding just now. Song Yang didn't know you were here. I usually live alone in this house. He might have thought it was me in the bathroom. She didn't say it too explicitly, but her meaning was obvious. After hearing her aunt's explanation, Zhang Yu's cheeks turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Jiang Xinmei looked at the two people's awkward expressions and picked up a piece of pork ribs for each of them. Okay, the misunderstanding is resolved. It's not a big deal. Don't take it to heart. Come on, let's eat. Zhang Yu hardly moved his chopsticks. He quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and ran upstairs. Jiang Xinmei picked up the red wineglass, gently shook the remaining deep red liquid inside, and her eyes fell on Song Yang. She no longer pretended to be reserved, put down her wineglass, stood up, walked around the dining table, and then sat down in Song Yang's arms. The warm, soft, snow-white thighs pressed firmly against his thighs. Zhang Xian naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath as sweet as orchid, and the warm breath with a hint of alcohol brushed past Song Yang's ears. Song Yang, you actually teased my niece. Tell me how I should punish you. I seem to have a fever and my whole body is burning. Can you help me? Song Yang felt the mature and full curves in his arms, as well as the softness that rubbed against him intentionally or unintentionally, and his Adam's apple rolled. He hugged her waist and felt something smooth and warm in his hand. Really? Then I can help you with it. But first, you have to call Dad to listen. Bah, don't shout. Jiang Xinmei pouted and hit him lightly, but there was no real anger on her face, instead it added a bit of charm. Song Yang pinched the soft flesh on her waist, increasing the force a little, causing her body to tremble. If you continue to be naughty, I'm afraid you won't be able to help but scream. Jiang Xinmei lowered her head shyly, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. She was silent for a moment, then murmured in an inaudible voice. I can call you brother, good brother, bad brother. Song Yang hummed in satisfaction, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobes. He asked in a softer voice. So do you like me, your bad brother? Like. Jiang Xinmei buried her cheek in his chest, which was surprisingly hot. Song Yang blew a breath of hot air into her ear again, feeling the slight trembling of her body. Then how do you want your brother to treat you? The woman lowered her head shyly. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out two words from her throat. Inject. Chapter 9 Community Cadres Visit. The next day, after a whole night of intensive treatment, Song Yang walked down from the second-floor bedroom refreshed. In the restaurant, Jiang Xinmei and Zhang Yu were already sitting at the dining table. Jiang Xinmei changed into a beige home outfit, with her long hair casually tied up. She lost the charm of last night and had a more lazy, homely vibe. She looked very good, with a hint of satisfaction in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Zhang Yu wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. Are you awake? Come and have breakfast. Zhang Xinmei raised her head and gave Song Yang a meaningful smile. Xiao Yu told me. Zhang Xinmei picked up her coffee cup and took a sip. You seem to be stockpiling a lot of supplies lately? Rice, flour, grain, oil, drinking water, and all kinds of canned goods. Is Boss Song planning to change his career and open a supermarket? Zhang Yu also stopped drinking milk and looked up at Song Yang. It was obvious that she was also very curious about this matter. Song Yang did not answer Zhang Xinmei's question, but asked in return. Let me ask you a question, do you believe that this world will end? End? Zhang Xinmei seemed to have heard something funny, laughed softly, and put down her coffee cup. Song Yang, have you watched too many science fiction movies? The end of the world? That's something that only exists in movies and novels. How could it happen in the real world? Zhang Yu also frowned. Yes, the so-called Doomsday theories are mostly alarmist and lack scientific basis. The real society has a stable order and strong response capabilities, and can still cope with major events. Song Yang looked at them and shook his head. No, you think too simply. The true Doomsday isn't about special effects in movies. Once it arrives, the existing order, technology, weapons, and everything humanity is proud of will become vulnerable. I have a premonition, a very strong premonition, that in 12 days the sun will go out. What? Zhang Xinmei almost thought she had heard it wrong. She even forgot to put down the coffee cup in her hand and looked at Song Yang in disbelief. The sun went out? Are you kidding? Zhang Yu frowned even more. Her upbringing made her instinctively reject this statement. That's impossible. The sun still has billions of years to live. This is the most scientific conclusion in astronomy. What's the basis for your claim of extinction? I can't explain it. All you need to know is that the world will fall into eternal darkness and bitter cold. All order will slowly collapse, and chaos and violence will become the norm. I stockpiled supplies, rice, flour, grain, oil, drinking water, canned food, medicine, fuel, everything I could think of, just to prepare for that day and to survive. The smile on Zhang Xinmei's face disappeared, replaced by an expression mixed with worry and absurdity. She put down her coffee cup and leaned forward slightly. Song Yang, have you been under too much pressure recently? Or have you seen something strange? The sun going out sounds too fantastical. Zhang Yu's response was more direct. The prediction you made has no scientific basis. Spreading such remarks may cause unnecessary panic. We should believe in science and facts. Song Yang did not argue, but just met their gazes calmly. Believe it or not. He picked up the milk in front of him and took a sip. There are still 12 days left, and by then, everything will be clear. However, I still want to remind you to make some preparations early. After Song Yang finished his breakfast, he rushed back to the community. The sound of an electric drill and clanging could be heard from the room, and dust filled the corridor. The construction team has arrived. Several craftsmen in blue work clothes are busy, carefully installing thick bulletproof glass on the window frames. The foreman pointed to the materials piled up in the corner of the living room, covered with oilcloth. According to your request, the next step is to reinforce the walls with reinforced steel plates. Also, this door will need to be replaced with a special alloy security door. This is a considerable undertaking, and will cause a lot of noise and dust. Do you think you should find a place to stay for the next few days? Song Yang nodded. This was also part of his plan. Okay, I get it. Thank you for your hard work. He handed the foreman a pack of cigarettes. Masters, smoke. The foreman took it without hesitation and distributed it to the guys next to him. Just then, knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. The door was opened, and a man and a woman stood outside. The man was wearing a crisply ironed white shirt with his cuffs buttoned up neatly, his hair was neatly combed, and he was wearing a pair of glasses. Song Yang recognized him immediately. This man was Wang Mang, the son of old lady Lin who worked as a community cadre. Although he looks well-mannered on the surface, he actually does a lot of bad things. Standing next to Wang Mang was a well-maintained young woman with a plump chest. She was his wife. Wang Mang's eyes swept over the busy workers and piled materials, and finally fell on Song Yang. Song Yang, right? Did you kick my mom's dog to death yesterday? I kicked it, what's the problem? Song Yang admitted it straightforwardly. Wang Mang seemed a little surprised by his honesty. Okay, since you admit it, then things will be easy. My mother is old and was frightened. She is in a very bad mental state now. Besides, I have raised that teddy for several years and I have developed feelings for it. For the sake of our relationship as neighbors, I won't ask for more. 5,000 for the dog, and even if it's 10,000 or 15,000 for my mother's emotional damages, I won't ask for more. Just give it to me and we'll let it go. The woman next to him curled her lips, as if she thought the number was too small, but she didn't say anything. Song Yang laughed out loud. 15,000, does she deserve it? The calm expression on Wang Mang's face disappeared, his brows furrowed, and his tone hardened. What did you say? I said, I won't pay. Song Yang repeated, the dog was off the leash. I was acting in self-defense. If you're not satisfied, you can sue me in court. I'll pay whatever the court decides. Sue? Wang Mang looked as if he had heard a huge joke, with a sinister look in his eyes. Mr. Song, do you think I'm kidding you? Let me tell you, in this neighborhood, my words carry some weight. I advise you not to refuse a toast and then drink the forfeit. Why hurt the harmony among neighbors and make yourself unhappy for such a small sum of money? The foreman and several workers nearby quietly stopped their work and glanced towards the door. Idiot! Song Yang said this lightly and slammed the door shut. Bang! Wang Mang didn't react in time, and his face came into close contact with the door panel. Wang Mang became furious as his nose bled and he felt the pain. Song Yang! What the hell do you want to do? You're such a rebel. How dare you scold me? And even slam the door? Just wait. I'm telling you, one day, I'll make you kneel down and beg me. Wang Mang was used to bullying others in the community. Relying on the fact that he was a community cadre, who wouldn't give him some face. Today he was actually scolded by a young man and was turned away. How could he swallow this? Inside the door. Song Yang leaned against the door, listening to Wang Mang's angry shouting outside, and just wanted to laugh. Scolding him is the least of his worries. These fools who only know how to bully others and are unaware of the impending disaster will be the first scum to be eliminated in the apocalypse. Getting entangled with such people will only waste your time. There are 12 days until the end of the world, and he must be prepared. Chapter 10 Countdown to Doomsday. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Song Yang hardly left the community. He watched his home transform into a solid fortress, walls embedded with steel plates, specially made alloy security doors, and windows of ridiculously thick bulletproof glass. All gaps have been carefully sealed, and even the ventilation holes have been equipped with filtering and protective devices. There are less than 2 days left until the end of the world. The outside world is still going on peacefully, the news is broadcasting irrelevant entertainment gossip, and neighbors are going to get off work and home, walking their dogs and buying groceries as usual. No one notices the crisis hanging over their heads that is enough to destroy everything. Song Yang didn't care about these. He was standing in the middle of the living room at the moment, holding an exquisitely shaped crossbow in his hand. This is a good thing he asked a friend to get from the countryside. It is said that the locals use it to hunt rabbits in the mountains. He spent the entire day practicing against a makeshift target pile filled with old clothes. Although crossbow arrows are not very effective at long distances, they are very powerful within a few meters and can easily penetrate several layers of thick cloth. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow accurately hit the red circle drawn with chalk on the bull's eye. He doesn't need to hit the target every time. He just needs to be able to use it to protect himself and kill the enemy when necessary. After all, when darkness falls and order collapses, this cold iron thing is more effective than any reason or law. In addition, he also got an electric baton. Just push the switch on the side to the top and adjust it to maximum power. The blue arc bursting out from the front is enough to make the air emit a sizzling smell of burning. Even if the opponent is a 2-meter-tall strong man, he will instantly become paralyzed and lose the ability to resist if hit. This thing is more suitable for close-range emergencies than a crossbow. Perhaps because he had stayed in this airtight fortress for too long, Song Yang had an idea in his mind to go out and take a look. When I came downstairs, several old ladies gathered together picking vegetables and chatting. Under the shade of a tree not far away, someone was playing cards at a small table, making a lot of noise. A young mother was holding her baby and humming a tuneless song. Everything is the same as usual. Song Yang watched all this. Now the sun is shining and the years are peaceful. But who knows that beneath this calmness lies a darkness that can devour everything? When disaster strikes, how desperate and crazy these unprepared people will be. At this time, several neighbors came towards him. Hey, isn't this Song Yang? Coming down? A young man with a shaved head, wearing a hurdle vest and with cheap tattoos on his arms spoke first. Son Yang, when will your doomsday come? We've all been waiting for it, and the flowers are almost withering. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter broke out all around. Son Yang, you're so awesome now. Now many nearby communities know that we have a talented person who stays at home every day waiting for the world to end. You do not say. A middle-aged woman wearing a floral apron and carrying vegetables in her hands also came over. Xiaosong, I'm not saying anything mean to you, but why did you buy so much food? It'll all go bad later. Life is good now, why are you making such a fuss? You should find a good job, get married, and have kids. That's the real thing. Some people in the crowd were whispering. I heard he mortgaged his house to the bank for a loan, and I don't know what he wants to do with it. TSK, he actually believes in the end of the world. I think he has some problems with his brain. Even if there is a doomsday, how could an ordinary person like him know about it in advance? Song Yang turned a deaf ear to these sarcasms. It's a sheer waste of time to argue with a bunch of idiots who are destined to be eliminated. He then took a taxi to the amusement park in the city center. The huge Ferris wheel turned slowly and screams broke out on the roller coaster. The carousel played cheerful music, and the air was filled with the sweet smell of popcorn and candy. Puppets in cartoon costumes interacted clumsily with tourists, and children ran around excitedly under the guidance of their parents. It was a joyful and peaceful scene, as if the celebration would never end. Song Yang found a bench and sat down, looking at everything in front of him. This world seems so beautiful, but he knows that it won't be long before the screams here will no longer be due to excitement, but from fear. Running here is no longer for fun, but for survival. Just then, a familiar voice came into my ears. Hey, who was that? Isn't this Song Yang, the famous guy in our neighborhood? Song Yang looked up. Not far away, Xiao Shui was staring at him. Xiao Shui was dressed particularly exquisitely today, wearing a tight dress that outlined her curvy figure. He raised his chin so high that he almost looked at people through his nose. What? You can't stay in your tortoise shell anymore, are you willing to crawl out? Xiao Shui walked up to Song Yang, looked him up and down, and the sarcasm in her tone was almost overflowing. I thought you were going to stay at home for the rest of your life. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Song Yang. Xiao Shui clicked her tongue twice and deliberately raised her voice, attracting the attention of a few people around. You're a grown man, but instead of going to work and earning money, you're installing bulletproof glass and a big iron door at home. Is that interesting? Now everyone in the neighborhood says you're mentally ill and crazy, and I think they're right. Before she could finish, Song Yang interrupted her. Xiao Shui, no one can predict what will happen in the future. If you need help from me in the future, your current attitude is not good. These words were like a spark dropped into a frying pan, and Xiao Shui exploded instantly. Please? You're dreaming. Xiao Shui's face was filled with disdain. I've said it before, even if I die out there, I will never ask a lunatic like you to do anything for me. Remember this. She glared at Song Yang fiercely, as if looking at him for even one more second would bring bad luck, and turned around and walked away with her high heels clacking. Looking at Xiao Shui's angry back as she turned and walked away, Song Yang continued to speak. Don't regret it later. These words were like a needle, accurately piercing Xiao Shui as she walked away. She stopped abruptly and turned around, her carefully made-up face distorted with anger. Regret? She seemed to have heard a huge joke, and then she spat and cursed. Fuck. Song Yang, who the hell do you think you are? I, Xiao Shui, am putting this out there. In this life, or in the next, I will never regret what I said today. And I will never beg a psychopath like you for help. After leaving the amusement park, Xiao Shui got into a taxi and slammed the door shut. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror but didn't dare to speak. The woman's face looked very ugly. Xiao Shui's chest was still heaving. Song Yang's calm, even sympathetic look just now lingered in her mind. I give up. Where does a poor loser get the confidence from? In the past, I saw her being polite to her and being very careful when speaking to her. How dare he talk to her in that tone now? And even ask him for help? Who does he think he is? A savior? The more Xiao Shui thought about it, the angrier she became. She took out a mirror and looked at her makeup, which was slightly smudged due to her anger. She became even more furious. She took out the powder and touched up her makeup fiercely. What the hell? Psychopath. Madman. The end of the world? I think he has watched too many movies and his brain is gone. Wait until the top brother on the list of my live broadcast room earns millions, drives a Maserati, and lives in a big flat. Then we will see how you, Song Yang, will cry while hiding in that shabby house. She just didn't believe it. Could the world really be ruined like he said? Even if the sky falls, it is not her turn, Xiao Shui, to beg a lunatic for help. What a joke! What a joke! Chapter 11 Doomsday. In the blink of an eye, a day passed and there were less than 24 hours left before the sun went out. Song Yang lay in bed, opened the community owner group, and sent a message. Building 6 Song Yang, the end of the world is approaching, and we are now providing safe housing. It is only available to young, beautiful, single women with big breasts and slim waists. The number of places is limited, so come as soon as possible. After the message was sent, the group fell strangely silent for a few seconds. The next second, the message alert sound rang frantically. Building 2, Room 801 and Zhang, at Song Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Doomsday? I think you're still asleep during the day. Property Shaoli, at Song Yang, Mr. Song, please do not post false information in the group and create panic. Building 5, Room 305 Brother Zhou, Song Yang, are you crazy about women? Young and beautiful ones? If you're horny, go get a whore. Building 1, Room 1403 Wang Chang, you're crazy. I think everyone is right, you're a complete lunatic. It's the end of the world, and you're still taking in beautiful women. I think you've watched too many Japanese porn movies, and your brain is completely broken. What decent woman would go to your place? Unless her brain is stuck in the door. Building 2, Room 502 Antley, what a sin. How could such a good young man become like this? Song Yang, listen to my advice. If you have an illness, you need to treat it. Stop dwelling on it. Building 4, Room 701 Boss Xiao, I can't even get it with money, and you want to get it for free? Song Yang clicked on the owners group and opened another WeChat group, Doomsday Survival Mutual Aid Group. The people in this group are all extremely obsessed with the end of the world. When Song Yang said there would be a doomsday, he immediately became the group leader. Although there are not many people, only a few dozen, the atmosphere in the group is much more harmonious and friendly than that in the owners group. Everyone exchanged experiences in material storage, shared ideas on shelter renovation, encouraged each other, and looked forward to the arrival of the doomsday together. Magic City Liming, Laosong, is your community homeowners group going crazy? I saw the screenshots, this group of people is really interesting, they don't believe you. Chengdu Wanlei, it's normal. They 1T cry until they see the coffin, and they 1T give up until they see the yellow river. When that day really comes, it will be too late for them to cry. Imperial capital Zhangchang, Old Song, isn't your requirement of young and beautiful a bit too demanding? In my opinion, being a woman would be enough. Watching the discussion in the group, Song Yang tapped his fingers and sent a red envelope worth 100 yuan in the Doomsday Survival Mutual Aid Group. Good luck to everyone. The red envelopes were gone in almost seconds. Then his mind moved, and his consciousness sank into the system space. The scene before him was enough to drive anyone who had experienced the hunger and despair of the end of the world crazy. The system space is like a boundless giant warehouse. There are 10,000 barrels of pure mineral water neatly stacked, each of which is a standard 18.9-liter bottle. Based on his drinking volume, even if he drank freely every day, it would be enough for him to drink for more than 300 years. Not to mention the food piled up next to it, almost reaching the ceiling of the space. There is a wide variety of items available, including compressed biscuits, military canned food, self-heating rice, instant noodles of various flavors, dehydrated vegetables, and freeze-dried meat. From basic staple foods to luxurious snacks, the variety is so rich and the quantity is so huge that he is afraid that he will not be able to consume even 1/10 of them in this life, the next life, or the next life, even if he eats until he dies of old age. In addition to water and food, there are also medicines, weapons, fuel, tools, clothing, and almost all the supplies you can think of for survival in the apocalypse. In order to have money to buy these things, he mortgaged everything he could to the bank. Looking at all this, Song Yang felt an indescribable sense of security in his heart. This is his greatest confidence in finding a place to live in the end times. Thinking back to my previous life, I was just like countless others, struggling to survive after darkness fell, for half a piece of moldy bread and a mouthful of muddy dirty water. In the end, he ended up with a miserable fate where his house was broken into and his hungry neighbors had to share his food. Song Yang's eyes turned a little colder. In this life, he not only wants to survive, but also wants to live better than anyone else. As for those who mocked him, I hope they can still laugh by then. Consciousness exited from the system space and his gaze fell on the attribute panel. The panel clearly displayed, Ordinary Survivor LV.0 Experience 0100. The experience value remained unchanged, just as he expected. It seems that the growth of this experience will have to wait until the star that has burned for billions of years is completely extinguished. He glanced at the time display at the top of his phone. 10:15 p.m. According to precise calculations, there are still 10 hours and 5 minutes left before the darkness that could devour everything in his memory arrives. He walked to the window, reached out, carefully pushed aside a corner of the heavy blackout curtains, and looked out. The street lights downstairs cast a dim light, and there were a few windows with lights on in the community. Farther away, the city's neon lights are still flickering, outlining the false prosperity of the city under the night sky. This final period of singing and dancing was nothing more than the final feast before the execution. Song Yang loosened the curtains, and the thick fabric once again blocked out the light and scenery from the outside world. The next morning, Song Yang stood in front of the window early. The phone screen lit up, and the time showed 8:15 in the morning. There are still 5 minutes until the sun goes down. He could hear noises coming from outside the complex. From downstairs came the screams of children chasing and fighting, mixed with the impatient scolding of their parents. In the distance on the road, the sound of car horns rang out one after another. In the community garden, several elderly people who got up early were stretching their muscles, and opera was playing on the radio. Everything is no different from yesterday, and every day before. Everyone is busy with their own lives, for food, clothing, housing, and fame. Worrying, being anxious, or rejoicing over things that will become meaningless in a few minutes. No one looked up at the sky. In other words, even if you look at it, you can't see anything abnormal. The star that has been burning for billions of years is still faithfully performing its duties, spreading light and heat to the earth and keeping the world running. Until 8:20. No signs, no gradual change. It was as if someone had flipped the power switch on the universe. The light that came through the gap in the curtains disappeared in an instant. It's not that it's blocked, but the light source itself is extinguished. Outside the window, the incessant city noise seemed strangely stagnant at this moment. The screams stopped abruptly, the car horns sounded as if they were being strangled, and even the sound of piling at the construction site in the distance stopped abruptly. A deep, sticky darkness that seemed to come from the ancient times, like ink dripping into clear water, swallowed up the entire world at an unstoppable speed. The sky is dark. Not the deep, star-studded black of night. It was a pure, complete, and heart-pounding nothingness. The sun, the huge fireball hanging above the sky and regarded by humans as a symbol of eternity, turned into a black hole with blurred outlines, greedily absorbing all the light. Song Yang felt it. The familiar coldness and despair that penetrated deep into the bone marrow was spreading silently through the walls and windows. The end of the world is coming. Chapter 12: Mysterious Creatures in the Dark. Because darkness fell suddenly, many people did not react. Outside the window, on the street, the sound of sharp brakes was heard. After a few dull collisions, orange-red flames suddenly exploded in the thick darkness. Not just one, but more than 10. There were car accident and explosion scenes everywhere. Then, the street lights on the roadside lit up one by one. Pedestrians on the road were forced to stop and huddle in place. They looked up at the sky blankly. There, the warm sun should be hanging. But at this moment, there was only darkness. Fuck, why did it suddenly get dark? What time is it now? My phone shows it's only 8:30 in the morning. Solar eclipse? No, I haven't heard of a solar eclipse today. Where's the moon? Why can't we see it when it's dark? Soon, lights were turned on in the streets and alleys, and the whole city returned to its appearance at night, with brilliant lights. The sound of sirens soon came from far away. Traffic police tried hard to direct traffic, even though not many cars dared to continue driving on the road. At this moment, the screen of the mobile phone on the table lit up. A new WeChat message appeared on the screen, from someone with the note Zhang Xinmei. Zhang Xinmei, Song Yang, what's going on out there? Why did it suddenly go completely dark? I'm so scared. Song Yang, nothing, it's just the end of the world. Zhang Xinmei, is the world really going to end? Don't scare me, but there's a safe house right below my villa. Do you want to come? Song Yang, no, I'm safe at home. After replying the message, Song Yang clicked on the community owners group where new message notifications kept flashing. Property managerly, at everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Preliminary analysis suggests this could be a large-scale solar eclipse. Please be patient at home and don't panic. Aunt Wang from Building 3, solar eclipse? Managerly, don't lie. How can a solar eclipse be so completely dark? You can't even see your hand in front of you. My daughter is so scared she's crying. Old Zhang from Building 1, nonsense. I'm over 70 years old, I've seen every kind of solar eclipse I can think of. This time, something's wrong. The sky is completely dark, it's not just blocked out. Homeowner Boss Joe, damn it. Who cares if it's a solar eclipse? I just left the house and got rear-ended at the gate of the community. Who the hell doesn't turn on the lights at night? Is being rich such a big deal? Song Yang looked at the messy messages in the owners group, swiped his finger across the screen, and sent a message himself. The end of the world is coming, and the family has enough food. We are willing to protect single women with clean backgrounds, good looks 8 points or above, and big breasts. We will provide them with safe housing and basic living security. If you are interested, please come quickly. The news was like a stone thrown into a boiling pot of oil. Mrs. Liu from Building 2? Song Yang, are you crazy? Why are you still posting stuff like this at this hour? Youngster in Building 5, fuck, what a talent. The world is ending and you're still thinking about picking up girls? Handshakes face and laughs. Property managerly, at Song Yang, please be mindful of your words and actions. Don't post inappropriate information and create chaos. And Wang from Building 3, Xiao Song, I know you're a nice person, but this joke is too much. It's such a mess outside. Owner Boss Show, damn, you're crazy. And you're still thinking about this? Believe it or not, I'll find someone to cut you down when the sun comes up. Xiao Shui, ha, Song Yang, I knew that a poor loser like you would only take advantage of others and daydream. You're still offering shelter? How many people can fit in that pigeon coop of yours? Don't let yourself be the first one to starve to death. At this time, Song Yang had already exited the WeChat interface. He walked to the window and gently opened a corner of the curtain. His eyes penetrated the glass and fell on the street outside, which was barely illuminated by lights. Deep in the thick ink, in the corner where the streetlights could not reach, something was wriggling. At first they were just blurry shadows, but soon they began to condense and lengthen, gradually revealing the distorted outlines of a human figure. More than one. They crawled silently out from the shadows of buildings, from the ends of alleys, and from every crevice where darkness breeds. On the side of the road, a middle-aged man who had just been calling the police suddenly stopped. He seemed to see something, turned around stiffly, and his cell phone fell to the ground with a click. Immediately afterwards, a shrill and distorted scream pierced the night sky. The scream stopped abruptly, so quickly that it was suffocating. Song Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that just behind the street lamp, a person with an extremely tall stature and sickly pale skin was slowly standing up. It seemed to be holding something in its hand, no, dragging something. The middle-aged man's legs were dragged into deeper darkness like a rag doll. Ha ha! Strange, wheezing sounds like a broken bellows began to be heard faintly from all directions. Screams came one after another, but soon died away. The monsters born from darkness began to hunt. They are monsters that appear on time after the apocalypse. Song Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. It has indeed begun. Fragments of memories before Rebirth flooded into his mind, and those vague scenes about the initial stage of the Doomsday became clear at this moment. The sun going out is just the beginning. The real disaster is these things that come with endless darkness. The outside world is becoming a hunting ground. Those monsters are swift, powerful, numerous, and have all kinds of strange abilities. At this time, someone posted a video in the community owners group. In the video, a car parked on the side of the road was split in half by a twisted monster with its bare hands. The woman in the car was strangled by the monster, who opened its big mouth and swallowed her in one gulp. Property managerly, at all members, please return home immediately and lock your doors and windows. Wait for rescue. Don't believe any rumors. Auntie Wang from Building 3, oh my god. Is this still a human being? Owner Boss Show, oh my god, what the hell is going on? What are these monsters? Old Wang, the neighbor in Building 5, my son-in-law just called and said it was dark over there too. The call was disconnected midway through. Now I can't get through no matter how hard I try. I'm so anxious. Old Zhang from Building 1, listen. Are there gunshots outside? Fifth building, youth, it seems so. Intermittent, coming from the city center? Holy crap, are they the police? Or are they the army? Uncle Ma of Badong, gunshots? What the hell is going on? My grandson is still in school. Resident of Building 4, my wife works at the city hospital and I can't get in touch with her. Does anyone know what's going on at the hospital? Messages in the group flooded the screen like snowflakes, and panic spread and fermented rapidly. Chapter 13. Mrs. Lin's questioning. Song Yang put down his phone, picked up the remote control and turned on the LCD TV in the living room. On the news channel, the host sat upright with a serious expression, reporting the official announcement about the large-scale abnormal darkness phenomenon around the world. But after a while, the screen suddenly flashed. The shrill alarm replaced the host's voice, and the bright red emergency broadcast words occupied most of the screen. Emergency notice. An unidentified creature has attacked this city. I repeat, an unidentified creature has attacked this city. All citizens please take note, stop going out immediately, return to safe residence, and lock doors and windows. Wait for rescue. Do not attempt to make contact with unknown creatures. Repeat. In the blink of an eye it was noon. The screams outside the community did not stop, accompanied by intermittent gunshots. At this time, Song Yang was standing in front of the stove, looking at the pot intently. The blue flame of the gas stove licked the bottom of the pot, making a soft whooshing sound. In the pot, golden egg liquid wrapped in green chopped green onions is slowly solidifying, emitting an enticing aroma. The hunger and despair before rebirth are memories engraved in the bones. At that time, not to mention a piece of bread, even a mouse would cause people to fight over it. Filling your stomach and maintaining your physical strength are the first priorities for survival in the apocalypse. As for what was happening outside the window, he had experienced it once before. He skillfully turned the pot over, put the scrambled eggs with chopped green onions into a plate, and scooped out a bowl of steaming rice from the rice cooker next to him. A simple lunch seems particularly precious on the first noon of the apocalypse. Ignoring the messages from the owner group that were still frantically scrolling through his phone, Song Yang took his plate and bowl, sat down at the dining table, and began to eat slowly. At this time, the cell phone rang. Someone on WeChat applied to add him as a friend. He clicked his finger and agreed to the other party's friend request. Soon a message popped up. Brother, are you there? The sender's note on the message is 180 sexy hot girl. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. 180? The number reminded him of height. Could it be some sexy hot girl in the neighborhood who was 1.8 meters tall? He clicked on the other person's profile picture, and a beautified photo came into view. The woman in the photo is tall, wearing a sexy halter dress, with long wavy hair draped over her shoulders. She does look quite pretty. Before he could reply, the other party called him via video. Song Yang hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. The screen flashed and switched to the video call interface. The next second, his smile froze on his face. What appeared on the screen was not the sexy hot girl he had imagined, but a fat woman whose body was swollen like a ball. She was wearing a pair of worn, deformed stockings, and her calves were surprisingly thick, almost thicker than Song Yang's waist. What made Song Yang even more uncomfortable was her face. That face could be described as extremely ugly, with the facial features squeezed together, rough skin, and heavy makeup. It looked very funny. Little brother. The fat woman called out in a delicate voice, her voice so coquettish that it gave people goosebumps. Song Yang felt his stomach churning and almost vomited out the food he had just eaten. Handsome boy, I'm out of rice at home. Can you give me some? I'll buy it at a high price. The fat woman winked and continued in her disgusting voice. Bang! Song Yang hung up the phone and blocked and deleted Yichalong. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was sure the woman had been deleted. It was too scary. He had never felt so scared when facing those monsters before. The number 180 is not the height, but the weight of 180 kilograms, which is so terrifying. If this woman mutates, she will at least be a small boss. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the sky still did not light up, everyone realized that something was wrong. Messages in the owners group scrolled up one after another. Building number 6 #Leoma buildings, who has milk powder? My child is out of it. If anyone is willing to give us some, I'll give them 10,000. Building 8 hashtag Lone Ranger, you think I'm a moron, right? There are monsters everywhere out there. How can your money be more important than my life? Building 3 hashtag Sue Meili, Auntie Lynn, isn't your son in the neighborhood committee? What are the officials saying? Do we have to stay home forever? Building number 4 hashtag Excavator Xiao Lu. Yes, the supermarkets around the community have been cleared out, and we can't buy anything. It's okay for a day or two, but it won't work for a long time. You are a member of the neighborhood committee, please contact the authorities and see what we can do. Looking at the messages on her phone that kept tagging her, old Mrs. Lin's face turned pale. Her son had already reported the matter to his superiors, but no one paid any attention to him. After thinking about it, old lady Lin took the initiative to tag Song Yang. At Song Yang. Song Yang, didn't you buy so many supplies before? Now everyone is almost out of food. Can you please share some with everyone? As soon as the news came out, the group suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at their phone screens, waiting for Song Yang's reply. After all, everyone knew that Song Yang purchased a large amount of supplies before the end of the world, which was ridiculed by many of them at the time. But now, there are monsters everywhere outside, and the food at home is almost exhausted. These supplies have obviously become a life-saving straw. Building 5, Room 305 Brother Zhou, Handsome Song, please be kind and save us. Building 1, Room 1403 Wang Chang, Song Yang, I shouldn't have called you a psychopath. As long as you're willing to share some food with me, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Adley, Building 2, Room 502, Song Yang, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have said that to you yesterday. I have 2 children at home. Can you give me some? For a moment, the group became lively again. But without exception, they all hoped that Song Yang could take out food. In the dim room, a smug smile appeared on old Mrs. Lin's face. He knew that under such circumstances, Song Yang could not remain indifferent. With so many neighbors opening their mouths, it was impossible to refuse anyone. In this society where relationships are important, no one can truly be heartless. In the room, Song Yang looked at the message on his mobile phone, his heart calm. These residents changed their expressions faster than dogs. He recalled how these people laughed at him when he was frantically hoarding supplies before the apocalypse. At that time, they treated him as a joke, a psychopath. But now, the end of the world has really come, but they seem like different people, each of them is humble and begging bitterly. They even resorted to using morality to kidnap him. He is not a pushover, and he will not be fooled by these hypocritical apologies. He clearly remembered how these people had taken advantage of his misfortune. Now you think of asking him to be kind? Impossible. Song Yang sent an emoticon of a middle finger, and then it added Mrs. Lin. Song Yang, what do you mean? Seeing Song Yang's reply, old Mrs. Lin asked angrily. Do you want to watch us starve to death? You know exactly what I mean. Song Yang's voice was cold. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to use morality to kidnap me? You're not qualified yet. I repeat, if you want food, find a way. Don't expect me to be like a saint and give you food. Old Mrs. Lin's face turned pale and blue. She didn't expect that Song Yang would be so disrespectful to her. Mr. Song, you are such a heartless, ungrateful bastard. Old Mrs. Lin pointed at the phone screen with trembling fingers, as if she wanted to pull Song Yang out of the screen. When you bought so many things, I knew you had bad intentions. Now, the end of the world has come, and you just want to watch us starve to death. I'm telling you, Song Yang, you're committing a crime. If anyone in the community dies of starvation, you'll be held responsible when the disaster is over. Old Mrs. Lin was speaking at the top of her lungs, her voice as sharp as a rusty saw, making people's eardrums hurt. People in the group echoed. Song Yang, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Yeah, we're all neighbors, how can you be so cruel? Auntie Lin is right. If you kill someone, the authorities will not let you go. Accusations came at Song Yang like a tide. In the dim room, a sinister smile appeared on old Mrs. Lin's face. She looked at the phone screen with pride, as if she had seen Song Yang surrender. In her opinion, no matter how tough Song Yang was, he was just a young man. How could he possibly defeat her, a veteran who had been working in the community for decades? In the control room, Song Yang looked at the message on his mobile phone, his eyes becoming colder and colder. He sneered and replied directly in the group. Mrs. Lin, who do you think you are? The authorities won't let me go? If you have the guts, let the authorities arrest me. You. Old Mrs. Lin was so angry that she was shaking all over and almost couldn't breathe. Her old face was pale and her lips were trembling, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. She didn't expect that Song Yang would be so arrogant and not take her seriously at all. Song Yang, don't go too far. Do you think you're so great just because you stockpiled some supplies? Let me tell you, my son is a government employee. My words are orders from above. I advise you to behave yourself. Chapter 14 Xiao Shui's Request. State employee? The command above? Song Yang looked at the voice message from Old Lady Lin and just wanted to laugh. This old guy really thinks he's a big shot. He tapped his finger and a voice message was sent out. What kind of person is he, a neighborhood committee cadre, to be able to issue orders on behalf of the higher-ups? How dare a corrupt social parasite command us? After the message was sent, the group fell into dead silence. Everyone could see that Song Yang was blatantly slapping himself in the face. If Old Lady Lin really had that kind of ability, why would she still be here talking nonsense with Song Yang? She would have asked her son to get her something to eat long ago. Still typing here? In the dim room, old Mrs. Lin was so angry that her vision went black and her lungs were about to explode. She didn't dare turn on the light for fear of attracting the monsters outside. The rice and flour at home were almost gone, and she couldn't contact her son, so she had to find a way to get some food from other people. Before she could figure out how to fight back, the phone screen lit up again. A new message popped up, still from Song Yang. It's not that I can't give you food. The silence in the group was broken again. Really? Song Yang, are you willing to give us food? Great. Song Yang, I knew you weren't a bad person. Thank you, Song Yang. Several messages popped up impatiently. Old Lady Lin was also stunned. Was this kid afraid of being scolded? Or did he have a change of heart? At Mrs. Lin, you, right now, immediately, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. After you finish kowtowing, take a video and send it to the group, and I will give each household on your floor a bag of instant noodles. Remember, you have to make a noise. If you can't hear the noise, it doesn't count. As the text appeared on the screen, the group fell into silence again. This time, it was shocking and unbelievable. No one expected that Song Yang would put forward such humiliating conditions. This is even more cruel than a direct rejection. You're dreaming. Old Mrs. Lin almost yelled as she sent out this voice message. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her vision was black. She wished she could rush to Song Yang's door right now and fight him to the death. Asking her to kneel down and kowtow to this little bastard? She would rather starve to death. After a brief silence, different voices began to emerge in the group. The first person to speak was a middle-aged man who lived on the 3rd floor. He had 2 children at home and they were crying with hunger. Auntie Lin, why don't you just kowtow? The child is starving. Yes, Aunt Lin, even if we kowtow, we still get a piece of meat. Someone echoed, the authorities can't wait, but we have to survive. Auntie Lin, for the sake of everyone, please bear with it for a while. Yes, Aunt Lin, think about everyone, think about those children. A bag of instant noodles. Now that's life. The neighbors who had just stood on Mrs. Lin's side and helped her to accuse Song Yang now turned their guns on her and began to persuade her to accept this humiliating condition. In the face of survival, so-called dignity and faith seemed to become less important. In the dim light, Old Lady Lin looked at the messages scrolling on her mobile phone screen and became more and more angry. She felt completely betrayed. These fence-sitters. You were blaming Song Yang just now, but now you want to push her out and sacrifice her for the stuttering? These damn bastards. Just now she was calling her Auntie Lin and defending her, but now she is being forced to kneel down to that little beast just for a little food? Fence-sitters. A bunch of ungrateful wolves who can never be fed. Old Mrs. Lin was so angry that her fingers were shaking. Kowtow? Kowtow to a young boy? She has lived her whole life and has never lost such a person. Pooh. Song Yang, you little bastard, just wait for me. When order is restored and my son returns, you'll see how I'll deal with you. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. She can't kneel. If she kneels down, how will she survive in this community in the future? Song Yang didn't pay attention to the noise in the group. At this moment, he was shirtless and running at a steady speed on the treadmill. When the end of the world comes, food and water are certainly the basis of survival, but one's own strength is the fundamental guarantee of survival. Ordinary Survivor, LV.0 Experience 3100. As the apocalypse passed, his experience points slowly increased even if he just stayed in the safe house. A little experience every day. Slowly but surely it is growing. This made him even more convinced that simply hiding and hoarding supplies was not a long-term solution. Physical fitness, strength, and reaction speed all require real training. Only by becoming stronger can you survive. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny instead of being at the mercy of others. Sweat slid down his forehead, soaking his hair and the treadmill tracks beneath him. The steady pace of running brought soreness to his muscles, but it also made him feel extremely real. It feels good to be alive and in control of your body. He never wanted to experience again the feeling of being trapped at home and waiting to die in despair in his previous life. At this moment, the phone screen lit up, interrupting his thoughts. It wasn't a group message, but a friend request. The avatar is a somewhat distorted internet celebrity face, and the nickname is Xiao Qi. Song Yang raised his eyebrows. This woman added him as a friend at this time? He nodded in agreement. Almost instantly, a voice message popped up. Song Yang clicked it and Xiao Shue's slightly coquettish voice came out. Hello? Is that Song Yang? Do you still have plenty of food at home? The voice message was not long and was followed by a few smiling emojis. Song Yang picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his face, then typed 2 words on the screen with his fingertips, send. Not for sale. Simple and direct. He didn't even bother to type another word. Xiao Shui on the other side seemed to choke for a moment, and after more than 10 seconds, she sent another voice message. Hey, Song Yang, don't be so stingy. We're all neighbors living in the same building. At times like this, we should help each other, right? Give me some, I can give you triple the price. Neighbors? Helping each other? Song Yang's mouth curled up. Before the sun went out, the beautiful anchor saw him with undisguised disgust in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, as if looking at him any longer would pollute her eyes. Now, do you remember the word neighbor? Unfortunately, it's too late. At this time, Xiao Shui was holding her cell phone, curled up in bed, covering her head with a quilt. Seeing Song Yang reject her, Xiao Shui was furious. This bastard. Now that he has some food, he dares to act so arrogant? As the anger rose, it was suppressed by the empty feeling in the stomach. She walked to the window and carefully lifted a corner of the curtain. It was pitch black outside, with only the occasional passing shadow appearing. She witnessed the tragic scene of passers-by being dragged and eaten, and was so scared that she didn't dare to go near the window for several days. The snacks at home had been eaten up long ago, there was not much rice or flour left, and the water was almost gone. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Song Yang's path is blocked, but he is not the only man in this building. Xiao Shui bit her lower lip, and several names and faces flashed through her mind. The programmer Zhang Wei who liked and commented on her posts on WeChat every day? And that security guard, Li Dong, who always tried to get into her house under the pretext of fixing the plumbing? And those few guys who used to hang around her with lewd glances. Humph, a bootlicker. In the past, she looked down on these people, thinking they were toads wanting to eat swan meat. But now, they might be a lifesaver. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound the same as it did during her usual live broadcasts, sweet and a little pitiful. She clicked on an avatar and sent a voice message. Brother Zhang Wei, are you home? It's so scary outside. I'm so scared to be alone, and the food at home is almost gone, woo woo. Send. Then the next one. Brother Li, are you okay? It's so chaotic out there, you have to be careful. Oh, and I'm almost out of food. Can you help me? I'm so hungry. After doing all this, Xiao Shui leaned against the cold wall, waiting for a reply. There must be some men who will take the bait, right? There should always be one. After all, she is a beauty, and no man would refuse the request of a beauty. As long as those men are horny, getting food is not a problem. Xiao Shui thought so. Chapter 15 I want to watch you take a bath. After a while, Xiao Shui leaned against the cold wall, her face pale. The enthusiastic response she expected did not appear. There is no rush to ask about others' well-being, and no impatience to show off one's achievements and offer courtesy. Occasionally, her phone would light up and a few messages would pop up, mostly from those familiar IDs, the veteran bootlickers who had been making their presence felt in her circle of friends and live broadcast room for years. The content is nothing more than cheap concern and empty comfort, mixed with complaints about one's own current situation. The core idea is that it is difficult for them themselves, but the goddess needs them, so they will definitely try their best. As for those targets she thought were more capable or more easily dazzled by beauty, most of them fell into oblivion and there was no news from them. In the end, only 2 people clearly expressed their willingness to provide food support. One of them, the programmer named Zhang Wei, agreed to give her a small bag of biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water. The other one was a middle-aged man who lived downstairs. He always found excuses to strike up a conversation with her, saying that he could give her half a bag of instant noodles, but he had to enter her room. Half a bag. Xiao Shui looked at the stingy reply on the phone screen and almost laughed out of anger. Is this all you have? Are you sending away beggars? She is Xiao Shui, the beautiful anchor whose live broadcast room was flooded with rockets and sports cars. In the past, men would spend half a month's salary just to add her on WeChat and talk to her. Now, you want to exchange her gratitude for a few biscuits and half a bag of instant noodles? The empty feeling in my stomach came back, accompanied by waves of dizziness and weakness. But the reality is cruel. Her beauty, which she was proud of, seemed to be depreciating rapidly in the face of a real survival crisis. The 2 men who were willing to give out food were no longer the mindless lickers they used to be. Damn it! Xiao Shui cursed under her breath and scratched her hair in annoyance. Expecting to survive on these few biscuits and half a bag of instant noodles? It's simply unrealistic. Song Yang, that bastard, she thought of the man who rejected her. He must have plenty of food at home. Why not give it to her? But she also knew that she had scolded Song Yang badly and there was nothing wrong with not treating her well. We have to find another way. Noon. It was still pitch black outside. Because of the monster's presence, even though the power was still on, no one dared to turn on the lights for fear of attracting the monster. But at this time, the lights in Song Yang's house were bright. His windows were covered not only with thick curtains, but also with a layer of steel plates that completely blocked out the light. A movie is playing on the huge TV screen. In order to prevent himself from being bored in the apocalyptic life, he bought a lot of entertainment equipment and placed them in the system space so that he could use them at any time. If you are tired of running on the treadmill, watching a movie to relax is also a good choice. The phone screen lit up again. It's still Xiao Shui. This time it was not a voice message, but a series of text messages and several pitiful emoticons. Whoa, Song Yang, please, I'm begging you. I'm really starving. Please sell me some food, just a little bit. 3 times the price isn't enough, 4 times. How about 4 times? I can even give you my jewelry, bags, and other things in exchange for food, is that okay? We're all neighbors. You can't just stand by and watch someone die, right? I'm really starving to death. Song Yang looked at the words on the screen without any fluctuation in his eyes. Panicked? It's just the beginning. In his previous life, he was more panicked and desperate than her. At that time, you couldn't buy a bite of food even at 100 times the price, let alone 4 times the price. Human nature is the thing that cannot stand the test of Doomsday. He did not reply to Xiao Shui's message, but simply turned off the phone screen and continued watching the movie. In the movie, the hero and heroine are walking on the beach, the sun is shining on the sea, and the waves are sparkling. It's so nice, sunshine. I don't know when I can see the sun again. The phone lights up again. It's not news about Xiao Shui. It was a video call from Zhang Xinmei. He pressed the answer button. Zhang Xinmei's charming face appeared on the screen. Judging from the background, the other party should be in an underground safe house. What are you doing? Zhang Xinmei was wearing pajamas, lying on the sofa, looking at him with a smile. Get ready to take a shower. Song Yang replied. Oh? Then can I watch you take a shower? Zhang Xinmei blinked her big eyes and smiled wickedly. You can only look at the head. Song Yang walked into the bathroom and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at himself, leaving only his head exposed. No, I want to see your whole body. Zhang Xinmei asked coquettishly. No. Just take a look, okay? Zhang Xinmei continued to coax her, her voice so sweet that water could drip out of it. Then you can only see the upper body. Song Yang moved his phone down, revealing his muscular upper body. The water droplets slid down his strong muscle lines, revealing the grooves on his abdominal muscles. Wow, what a great figure. Where else do you want to see? Song Yang suddenly asked. Down below, a little further down. Zhang Xinmei acted coquettishly again. That won't do. Song Yang's actions were difficult. Please, just go down a little bit, okay? Let me see, and I'll agree to whatever you want to do from now on. You can do whatever you want? Song Yang said with a smile. Anything is fine. Zhang Xinmei smiled. Okay, just a little bit. Song Yang moved the camera. Zhang Xinmei opened her eyes wide, not intending to miss any details. No screen recording allowed. No. After a long time, as Song Yang hung up the video, Zhang Xinmei was still not satisfied. It's so terrible. Song Yang looked like that in the video, with wet hair and water droplets rolling down his muscle lines. It made her inexplicably excited. This man is such a monster. In the end of the world, other men are either starving to death or living in constant fear. Only he lived as if nothing had happened, and even had a bit more wild charm than in peacetime. I really want to rush to his house right now and take a bath with him. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she suppressed it forcefully. She knows better than anyone what's going on outside. The omnipresent darkness and lurking monsters were a gap that she could not cross at the moment. She licked her dry lips, and the remaining warmth seemed to still flow through her body. That man really knows how to seduce. Unfortunately, it is like scratching the surface and cannot be truly reached through the screen. The safe house was safe, but it was also like a gorgeous cage that trapped her. She turned over and buried her face in the soft sofa cushions, took a deep breath, and imagined the masculine scent of the man mixed with shower gel and sweat. Yes, she was horny. It was all Song Yang's fault for not locking the door that night, which made her remember the joy of being a woman. Song Yang. She repeated the name silently again. He must have more in his hands than he imagined. Food, water, a safe environment, and maybe even weapons. We must hold on tight. This kind of man is simply a walking treasure in the end times. It not only provides material security, but also brings spiritual comfort and a sense of security. Although I stocked up on some food, it wouldn't last two people more than a few weeks. Sooner or later she would seek Song Yang's help. I just don't know what price she and her niece Zhangyi will have to pay then. Chapter 16. Someone knocks on the door. Time came tonight. Although the outside world has long lost the concept of day and night. Inside the room, old Mrs. Lin stared at the screen of her mobile phone, which was filled with messages sent to her by other people in the community. Old man, you've offended Song Yang because of your foul mouth. Now they want you to kowtow and apologize, so just do it. Is that so difficult? What time is it now? Song Yang has food and drink, but what about us? We can't even afford a drink. If you don't apologize, we'll all starve to death with you. Auntie Lin, just give in. Song Yang said that if you record a video to apologize, he'll consider giving us something to eat. Bah! He was just farting. He just wanted to disgust me. Old Mrs. Lin couldn't help but curse. I'm telling you, don't count on me. I'll never bow to that little bastard even if I die. As soon as Mrs. Lin said this, someone in the owners group immediately jumped out. Old man. Are you fucking tired of living? Do you have to drag everyone down with you to die? A man nicknamed Brother Lei from Society took the lead in launching the attack. I'm telling you, if you don't record a video and kowtow an apology, I'm going to bring people to your door and personally rub your old face on the ground. See if you can still be stubborn. There was a hint of ruthlessness in these words, and it was obvious that he was being pushed into a corner. Old Mrs. Lin looked at the phone screen, sneered, and typed a reply. Stop trying to scare me. That little bastard Song Yang lives right across from me. Door to door. If you're really capable, go break down his door. Go steal his food and drinks. You only know how to bully an old woman like me. If you have the guts, go after that Song guy. Coward. At this time in the room, Song Yang was also paying attention to every move in the group. Sure enough, not long after, movement appeared on one of the surveillance screens. Before the end of the world, in order to deal with various possible situations, Song Yang installed pinhole cameras outside his house and even in some hidden corners of the corridor. All round, no blind spots. Now, these little things are finally put to great use. The emergency lights in the corridor were dim, barely illuminating a few swaying figures. The leader was a fat man wearing a dirty down jacket, followed by 2 or 3 other men, each with a pale face and thin body. Song Yang recognized the other person. He had seen him downstairs several times before. He was nicknamed Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang reached out and knocked on the door. "Brother Song Yang, it's me." "What's up?" Song Yang's voice came through the loudspeaker. "Brother, my wife, children, and the neighboring Li family, we really have nothing to eat. We have only drunk some water for 2 days. Brother, I know you must have some food stored. Can you give us some? Just a little bit, for emergency use. When the sun comes up, I'll pay you back double, no, triple. Cash, food, anything is fine." "No." Song Yang refused directly. The smile outside the door froze. The fat on Fatty Wang's face twitched, as if he didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. "Brother, don't be like this. We are all neighbors, so let's help each other." "I said, no." Song Yang interrupted him. "Go back." There was silence outside the door. Under the dim emergency light, the fat on Fatty Wang's face twitched violently, and the only remaining, forced smile completely disappeared. "Song Yang." Fatty Wang's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "I'm speaking to you in a nice and gentle way because I think highly of you. We're all neighbors, we'll see each other every day, don't be so shameless." Inside the house, Song Yang was still sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips in his hand. The lack of response completely ignited Fatty Wang's anger. "I'm telling you, my wife and kids are almost starving to death. I just want to survive. You're hoarding all this shit, are you expecting it to rot in the house? Open the door. Open the door for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Song Yang remained silent. "Hold." Fatty Wang cursed angrily, took 2 steps back, gathered all his strength, and kicked the door hard. Bang! The heavy security door didn't move at all, and even the doorframe didn't shake at all. The security door that Song Yangmo had specially built at a high price a few days ago was comparable to the door of a bank. This kick not only failed to open the door, but also caused Wang Pengzi's ankle to hurt. He jumped twice with a grin on his face. "Damn it! If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." Fatty Wang rubbed his ankle, his face completely humiliated. He yelled at a tall, thin man behind him, "Third brother. Take out your stuff." The man named Lao San hesitated for a moment, but still took out a red fire axe from the tattered backpack behind him. Fatty Wang snatched the fire axe, waited twice, and his eyes became extremely fierce. "Song Yang. I'll give you one last chance. Will you open the door?" The only answer he got was still silence. "Good. Very good." Fatty Wang laughed in anger. "You forced me to do this. Brothers, smash it." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm, used all his strength, and chopped the security door with an axe. Bang! The sharp sound of metal collision instantly resounded throughout the corridor, and sparks flew everywhere. As a result, after one blow of the axe, Fatty Wang's arm became numb and a sharp tearing pain came from the base of his palm. He staggered back 2 steps and almost lost his grip on the fire axe. The tall and thin man named Lao San behind him quickly turned on the flashlight function on his mobile phone, and a faint beam of light shone on the door. In the light, the place where the axe had just hit the heavy security door was left with only a faint, almost negligible white mark. Not to mention splitting it, there's not even a decent dent. What the hell is this door? Fatty Wang widened his eyes, hardly able to believe what he saw. He had just used up all his strength, and it felt like even an ordinary security door should have cracked. "Fat brother, something seems to be wrong with this door," said the third brother. The other 2 men also came over and looked at the faint white mark with surprised expressions on their faces. Inside the house, Song Yang clearly saw through the surveillance screen that Fatty Wang's face changed from fierce to surprised. He had spent a lot of money to customize this door, which was made of special materials. Not only could it not be blown open by a fire axe, but even a small explosion might not be enough. "Damn it! I just don't believe this." Fatty Wang roared angrily, and he swung the fire axe again, chopping it hard at the same spot on the door. Bang! 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 Fatty Wang was like a madman, using all his strength to chop again and again. However, apart from leaving more shallow white marks, the door remained as steady as a rock, without even a trace of shaking. Soon, Fatty Wang was gasping for breath, his arms were so numb that he could hardly lift them, and his knuckles were cracked and bleeding. Chapter 17: The Unbreakable Door. Damn it! Fatty Wang shook his hands, which were numb from the shock. A few seconds later, he turned his head suddenly, and his sight finally fixed on old lady Lin's house diagonally opposite. Mrs. Lin's son is not at home, so there is definitely no decent protection. Damn it! If you can't chew the hard bones here, just switch to the soft persimmon. Fatty Wang was holding back a rage and swung the fire axe. This time he didn't use all his strength, but the effect of the axe hitting an ordinary security door was completely different. Clang! A sharp sound of metal twisting was heard, and a large part of the door panel was obviously dented. There's hope. Fatty Wang perked up and yelled again, "Smash it!" He swung the axe again and together with the third brother, chopped hard at the area near the door lock. Bang! Bang! After a few blows with the axe, the door panels around the door lock had been severely deformed. With a kick from Fatty Wang with all his strength, with a bang, the door frame loosened and the door was kicked open. Go in. Find something to eat? Seeing the door open, old lady Lin, who had just been gloating and wanted to see Song Yang's good show, panicked. She was wrapped in an old cotton padded jacket and rushed out holding a rolling pin. Fatty Wang? What are you doing? Breaking into a private house. Get out of here. Fatty Wang ignored her completely, quickly swept his eyes across the living room, and directly locked onto the direction of the kitchen. All he could think about now was food. Where's the food? He pushed away old lady Lin who was blocking his way. Old Mrs. Lin staggered and nearly fell. She stood guard at the kitchen door. No. Nothing. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Fatty Wang completely lost his patience. All the anger he had suffered from Song Yang before burst out at this moment. He raised his hand and slapped old lady Lin hard in the face. Bang! Old Mrs. Lin screamed, covered her face with her hands, and fell to the ground. Blood immediately seeped from the corner of her mouth. Search! Fatty Wang didn't bother to look at her again and yelled at the others. My rice! My noodles! Don't touch my things! Old Mrs. Lin struggled to get up and stop it, but Fatty Wang kicked her on the shoulder and she fell back. Just stay still, you old bitch! Fatty Wang cursed viciously. Soon, the third brother and his friends came out of the kitchen carrying several bulging plastic bags filled with some rice, a few packets of instant noodles, and some shriveled potatoes and sweet potatoes. Although it is not much, it is life-saving food for them now. Fat brother, that's all, said the third brother. Walk. Fatty Wang took a look at the things in the bag, nodded with satisfaction, said something, and walked out with his people. Seeing her only remaining food supplies being snatched away, old lady Lin collapsed on the ground, feeling angry and scared. She watched Fatty Wang and the others walk away and shouted at the top of her voice. You are committing robbery. It's illegal. When my son comes back, he won't let you off. She tried to use her son's past identity to intimidate the lawless neighbors, which was the only weapon she could think of. When Fatty Wang, who was walking to the entrance of the corridor, heard this, he paused for a moment, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Your son? Old man, have you woken up yet? What kind of world is this? You're still fucking complaining to your son? And you still won't let us off? Your precious son, it's still unclear whether he's dead or alive. He might have already been eaten by a monster. Still thinking of showing off your power? Old man, whoever has the stronger fist and the better food is the one who rules the roost. The others also sneered and looked at old Mrs. Lin as if she were a fool. Only after the few people left did old lady Lin dare to make any further moves. Her face was burning, the corners of her mouth tasted of rusty blood, and her shoulders were aching. She struggled, using her hands and feet to try to get up. After trying several times, she was able to stand firmly by holding on to the wall. His hair was disheveled, his old cotton padded jacket was covered in dust, and he looked in a disheveled state. Old Mrs. Lin first looked at her kicked open door, then turned to the intact silver gray door diagonally opposite. Song Yang. It's all because of him. If it wasn't for that damn hard door, why would Fatty Wang come and smash her door? Old Mrs. Lin staggered to the door of Song Yang's house, ignoring the pain in her body. She stretched out her dry hands and pounded hard on the cold metal door. Song Yang! You bastard! I know you're in there. Open the door. Open the door. You killed me. You will die a miserable death. Inside the house, Song Yang was watching a movie and ignored old lady Lin. You think you'll be alright if you hide in there? I'm telling you. Wait until my son comes back. My son won't forgive you. You kicked my dog to death. Now you're getting me robbed. Just wait. Just wait. My son is an official. When he comes back, he will arrest you and shoot you. Shoot you 100 times. Old Mrs. Lin roared at the top of her lungs. When she was tired of beating, she kicked and hit with her body. Open the door. You coward. Come out if you dare. You will die a miserable death. Your whole family will die a miserable death. By the end of her speech, Mrs. Lin was exhausted and slid down the door to sit on the ground. She must find a way to take revenge, at least not let Song Yang have an easy time. Just then, footsteps were heard at the stairs. Two figures slowly walked up. It was Wang Mang, the son that old lady Lin had been thinking about the most, and his wife was beside him. Wang Mang looked a little tired, his hair was messy, his coat was covered in dust, and his face looked a little haggard. He was holding two plastic bags, which contained a few bags of bread. It looked like they were not easy to get. Mom? As soon as Wang Mang reached the entrance of the corridor, he saw his mother slumped in front of the door diagonally opposite and was stunned. The woman was also startled and hurriedly took a few quick steps to catch up with her husband. Mom! Why are you sitting here? Wang Mang rushed over and saw the redness and swelling on his mother's face, the blood at the corner of her mouth, her messy hair and the dust all over her body. His face turned ashen in an instant. Who did it? As soon as Mrs. Lin saw her son, she felt like she had found her backbone. The accumulated grievances and anger burst out instantly, and tears and snot flowed down her face. She stretched out her trembling hand, pointed at the tightly closed silver gray door next to her, and then pointed at the doorframe of her own house that had been kicked in. Son! You're finally back. I almost didn't see you. Old Mrs. Lin burst into tears. It was Fatty Wang. They took all the food away. And they beat me. While crying, she moved her face closer to her son so that he could see the clear mark of the slap. Wang Mang glanced at the open door of his house, and the bag of bread in his hand creaked. Fatty Wang? Wang Mang gritted his teeth and said, You're so damn bold. It's all his fault. It's all that bastard Song. Old Mrs. Lin wailed, pointing the finger at Song Yang once again. If it weren't for the broken door that couldn't be broken open, how could Fatty Wang and the others come to rob our house? Son! You have to take charge of this for me. Wang Mang took a deep breath, suppressed his rage, and helped up the still crying old lady Lin. Mom, go inside first. Then, he turned around abruptly, walked a few steps to the door of Song Yang's house, raised his hand, and slammed it hard on the silver gray metal door. Bang! 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 Song Yang! Get the fuck out here! Wang Mang roared, I know you're in there. What kind of man is it to hide like that? Open the door. Chapter 18, Tricking People into Opening the Door. There was no response from inside the house. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and kicked him a few more times. But the result was the same, the door was like a solid wall of iron and steel, indestructible. Damn it! Don't let me catch you out. Wang Mang cursed and helped old lady Lin into the house. His wife followed behind, carefully closing the deformed door. The house was in a mess, as if it had been swept by a tornado. Mom, is there anything to drink at home? I haven't had any water in several days. Wang Mang rummaged through the refrigerator but saw nothing, so he could only lick his cracked lips. When Mrs. Lin heard this, her face suddenly darkened, her triangular eyes glared, and her harsh tone returned. Let me ask you, where have you been these past few days? I can't get through to you on the phone, and I can't see you anywhere. I thought you were dead out there. I raised you for nothing. Wang Mang was already upset, and after hearing this, his brows furrowed even more. He angrily threw the bread bag onto the table with a dull thud. Mom! Can you please stop making things worse? You know how chaotic things are out there. Bai Jia and I were trapped in a garage, starving and with no food or water. We finally managed to escape, and you keep nagging us the moment we meet. Aren't you annoying? Hey, you're not happy with what I said. Old Lady Lin's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, and she yelled sarcastically. I worked so hard to raise you, and now you've grown up so strong that you dare to talk back to me? Who knows if you are hiding in some shelter, having a good time, and completely forgetting about an old woman like me. Mom, don't talk nonsense. There's nowhere to go outside right now. The streets are full of humanoid monsters. This time it's really over. The end of the world might really be here. The end of the world? Old Mrs. Lin was startled and her face turned pale. Then what should we do? I don't know either. Wang Mang scratched his hair in frustration. I can't contact anyone right now. The neighborhood committee's phone is disconnected, and there's no news from the government. The whole neighborhood is in chaos. He seemed to remember something and scratched his head in regret. That kid Song Yang must have known that the end of the world was coming, so he reinforced the house. If he had known earlier, he should have stocked up on more food and drinks. Everyone in the neighborhood said he was crazy. Who could have imagined that this day would come true? Old Mrs. Lin stuffed a piece of dry bread into her mouth and muttered. What's the point of saying all this? All the food was snatched away by that damned fatty Wang. There's not even any water. Are the three of us just going to die here? Speaking of food, Wang Mang's stomach growled and he licked his lips, which were even drier. During the days they were trapped in the garage, he and Bai Jia hardly ate anything and relied entirely on the half bag of bread left in the car. He stole our things. We can't just let it go. I'm going to talk to him and see if I can get some food back. Wang Mang took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen, put it on his waist, and walked out of the room alone. Not long after, footsteps were heard at the stairs, and the door was pushed open with a creak. Wang Mang staggered back and leaned directly against the doorframe. Wang Mang's mouth was cracked and bleeding, his eye sockets were bruised and swollen so that he couldn't open them, and his nose seemed to be crooked. There were several clear shoe prints on his face and neck, and even the dusty coat was torn even more. Son, what's wrong with you? Old Mrs. Lin rushed over and looked at her son's miserable state. Tears streamed down her face again with heartache. Was it Fatty Wang who beat him? That damn bastard. Wang Mang gasped and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He originally wanted to use his previous authority as a community cadre, coupled with his strong body, to get the food back, or at least ask for an explanation. Who knew that as soon as the other party saw him coming to the door, several people blocked him at the door without saying a word, and started beating and kicking him. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been injured more than just this. Damn it, that bastard Wang Fatty is so ruthless. Wang Mang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes gleaming with viciousness. I'll settle this account with him sooner or later. Old Mrs. Lin looked at the wound on her son's face, then glanced at the dry pieces of bread on the table, and the wrinkles on her face twisted together. That's not a problem now. We don't even have enough food to spit out. Who can fill their teeth with those few pieces of bread? After we finish eating them, we'll all starve to death here. Starve? Wang Mang's eyes sharpened, as if irritated by these words. Who said we're going to starve to death? He struggled to stand up, walked to the sofa, and dug out his low-battery cell phone. There are always some smart, petty-minded people in this building. Usually, when the neighborhood committee distributes some rice, flour, and oil, they run away faster than anyone else. Now, it's time to make them bleed a little bit. Wang Mang thought about it and edited a message. At everyone, urgent notice. The community just contacted me, the government distributed relief supplies have arrived. Each household is limited to one, and I will distribute it personally. Please collect the supplies in an orderly manner. After checking and confirming that there were no flaws, Wang Mang clicked send directly. As soon as the message was sent, the group exploded instantly, and the silent avatars lit up one by one. Is this true? Director Wang? Great. Finally, there's something to eat. Looking at the messages that kept popping up, Wang Mang threw his phone aside, a sinister smile of success on his face. Just wait. As long as I can trick the door open, I can break in and grab the food. That's right. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin's face, which had been twisted into a ball, finally relaxed. Those old guys are usually so stingy, they must have saved up a lot of good stuff. If we don't make a killing from them this time, we'd be letting our mother and I down. After a while, Wang Mang came to a family on the third floor who had sent him a message asking for supplies. Dong dong dong. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, shouting at the top of his voice. Auntie Zhang, I'm Wang Mang from the community. Relief supplies have arrived. Please open the door and receive them. There was silence in the room for a few seconds, and then there was a rustling sound, as if someone was approaching the door cautiously. Who is it? An old voice came from through the door. I'm Wang Mang from the community. I've sent a notice before. The government's relief supplies have arrived, specially sent to you. I was just sending a message in the group. Wang Mang patiently repeated it again, trying to slow down his tone, sounding like a good cadre who was enthusiastic about serving the people. Relief supplies? The old man's voice sounded a little excited, but still with a hint of doubt. Really? But why haven't I heard of it? Oh, Auntie, it's already this late, so there's bound to be a delay in notifications. Just tell me if you want it or not, I still have a lot of deliveries to do. Wang Mang pretended to be impatient and said, if you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. His words really worked. The old man in the house panicked and said hurriedly, Yes, yes, yes. I want it. Open the door right now, open the door right now. Squeak. The door slowly opened, and an old woman with a hunched back and white hair appeared in front of Wang Mang. Thank you, government. Thank you, government, for thinking of us old guys. The old woman muttered as she trembled as she tried to take the supplies from Wang Mang's hand. However, before she could finish her words, the scene before her suddenly changed. The kind smile that Wang Mang had pretended to have disappeared in an instant, replaced by ferocity and viciousness. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the door hard, kicking it open completely, and rushed into the room. Chapter 19: The Power of the Weapon. Wang Mang rushed into the house. It was not big and simply furnished. There was a faint smell of mold mixed with the smell of Chinese medicine. His eyes quickly fixed on the corner of the kitchen. There was a bag leaning against it, its mouth open, revealing the white flour inside. Wang Mang took a few steps forward and grabbed the bag. Hey! That's our lifeblood. The old woman reacted and no longer cared about being afraid. She rushed over and hugged Wang Mang. Please, leave some for us. My old man is too sick to get out of bed, and he relies on this little bit of flour to survive. Without it, we'll both starve to death. Wang Mang's legs were hugged by her, and impatience instantly appeared on his face. Auntie, I'll lend you some flour first, and I'll definitely return it to you later. Seeing that the old woman still refused to let go, Wang Mang raised his other foot and kicked the old woman's shoulder. The old man screamed and was kicked to the side, unable to get up for a long time. Wang Mang bent down, picked up the half bag of flour, and went upstairs without looking back. This amount is only enough for him and my mother to eat for 2 or 3 days at most. No, we need to do some more. Soon, Wang Mang thought of another person, Song Yang. Bang, bang, bang. When he reached the door, he raised his hand and knocked. Song Yang. Are you home? Open the door. I'm a man of honor, and I won't bear grudges. Let's forget what happened just now. The government distributed relief supplies have arrived. 1 for each household. Come out and claim them. Seeing no response, Wang Mang frowned. He didn't believe it and knocked on the door again. Song Yang. Did you hear that? Relief supplies. Food. If you don't come out, I'll deliver it to the next family. Don't blame me if you don't have it. While waiting, Wang Mang held the kitchen knife at his waist in his hand. As long as the door is opened, the kitchen knife will be placed on Song Yang's neck. By then, all the supplies in Song Yang's house will be in his hands. As for Song Yang's life, he can keep him if he wants to, or kill him if he wants to. At this time, Song Yang was standing behind the door, and he heard everything Wang Mang said outside clearly. Relief supplies? You're kidding. Outside, Wang Mang was trying to poke the peephole on the door with his fingers. Want to see what's going on inside the house? Song Yang reached out and grasped the base of the peephole on the inside of the door, exerting a little force. He had already processed this cat's eye in advance. With a slight twist, the entire component fell off silently and was held steadily in his hand. Only a dark round hole was left on the door, facing the outside. Outside the door, Wang Mang was clumsily picking at the outer edge of the cat's eye with his fingers, wondering how to get rid of it. Suddenly, the small lens along with the metal outer ring seemed to come loose on its own and gently hit his fingertips. Wang Mang was stunned and subconsciously stopped, feeling a little puzzled. At the moment he was stunned, before he could get closer to the small hole to take a closer look, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the hole. Puff! There was almost no time to react, and excruciating pain instantly exploded from the palm of his left hand that was covering the doorway. It felt like being pierced by a red-hot steel needle. Ah! Wang Mang retracted his hand suddenly as if he had been electrocuted. Looking down, he saw a black crossbow arrow, about 15 centimeters long, which had pierced his left palm. The sharp arrowhead, stained with blood, pierced through the back of the hand. The severe pain made his eyes go black and his legs went limp. He kicked over the half-full bag of flour, and the bag tore open, spilling the white flour all over the floor. Fuck! Before Wang Mang could finish spitting out the curse words, the second crossbow arrow flew past his scalp almost. Whoosh! The strong wind made his scalp numb and a few strands of hair fell down. Wang Mang was so frightened that he no longer cared about the flour on the ground or the severe pain in his hands. He crawled back to his doorstep. Bang! He slammed the door, leaned his back against it, slid down to the ground like a puddle of mud, and gasped for breath. Hoo-hoo! His chest was heaving violently, and his heart felt like it was about to jump out of his throat. He raised his trembling hand and tightly covered the palm of his left hand, which was still bleeding. Bright red blood kept oozing out from between his fingers. Wang Mang grimaced in pain. He never thought that Song Yang would actually dare to attack him, and use such a sinister thing as a crossbow. Is this kid crazy? After coming to his senses, Wang Mang's fear was instantly replaced by anger. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, hid behind the door, and cursed in the direction of Song Yang's family. Song Yang! You fucking bastard, just wait for me. If you dare, don't leave the house for the rest of your life. Just wait. I will kill you sooner or later. I, Wang Mang, swear, if I don't kill you, I'm not worthy of being raised by a human being. Remember this. This matter is not over. It's definitely not over. Wang Mang leaned against the door, feeling waves of severe pain in his left hand, as if countless small needles were constantly pricking him. He looked down at the crossbow arrow that pierced his palm. The black arrow body, the sharp metal arrowhead, and the bloody tip protruding from the back of his hand made his scalp tingle. This thing must be pulled out. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and held the arrow shaft near his palm with his right hand trembling. He took a deep breath and exerted force suddenly. Ugh! An uncontrollable howl of pain burst out of his throat. The moment he pulled out the arrow, the tearing pain made his eyes go black again, and cold sweat soaked his back. He randomly grabbed a pillow from the sofa and pressed it against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Anti-inflammatory drugs are necessary. Wang Mang struggled to get up from the ground and stumbled towards the locker in the living room. He remembered that there seemed to be a household medicine box here. He rummaged through the drawers and roughly pulled out the things in the drawers, scattering them all over the floor. Damn it! Where's the medicine? What are you looking for? You've scared me to death. The door to the inner room opened and old lady Lin came out. When she saw the blood on Wang Mang's hands, her expression suddenly changed. What happened to you? Why are your hands like this? Let's talk about this later. Where are the medicines at home? Iodine. Alcohol. Anti-inflammatory drugs. Find them quickly. Wang Mang shouted. Medicine? It's gone. What do you mean it's gone? Wang Mang stared, unable to believe it. The things in the medicine cabinet expired a long time ago, so I threw them away. Some time ago, I wanted to buy some cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs to keep on hand, but the shelves of the pharmacies at the entrance of the community were almost empty. Not to mention anti-inflammatory drugs, I can't even buy an alcohol cotton ball. I heard from the pharmacy owner that they were all bought out in advance. I don't know who the idiot is. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned as if he was struck by thunder. Empty the pharmacy in advance? He suddenly thought of Song Yang, the crossbow arrow that pierced his palm, and the other party's fearless attitude. A chill, more piercing than the pain in my palms, instantly spread from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Song Yang had known about this for a long time. He knew everything. He had already taken all the medicine away. Wang Mang felt dizzy, and if the wound on his hand was not treated in time, it would become inflamed and infected. In this hellish world without hospitals, bacteria can still kill him. Song Yang, just wait for me. Wang Mang clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms, and his teeth were chattering. Chapter 20: The Hungry Female Anchor. Chapter 20. Another day has passed. On the 5th day after the sun went out, the world seemed to be covered by a huge, cold black cloth, airtight. Officially, there is still no sound. Hope is fading rapidly along with food reserves and mobile phone batteries. After a long period of silence in the owners group, it was finally broken by the intermittent message prompts. Who has any food left? Just give me something to eat. I'll trade it for you. I have half a package of unopened sanitary napkins here. Brand name. In exchange for 2 steamed buns. Anyone have any? At Property Director Zhang at Community Wang Mang, where are you guys? Speak up. What's the official situation? Stop it, it's useless. The electricity and water are out. Can anyone tell me what's going on outside? My child has a fever. Does anyone have medicine to reduce the fever? Please. I'll kneel down for you. Medicine? Oh, forget it. The pharmacy was emptied out long ago. There's not even a hair left. Messages popped up one after another, full of despair, begging, anger, and confusion. The group chat that was once used to share neighborhood gossip and bargain for group purchases has now become a distress call in the dark, with every word heartbreaking. Xiao Shui wrapped herself tightly in the last cashmere blanket, but still felt cold. The temperature outside has been dropping steadily since the sun went out. She huddled in the corner of the sofa, the light from her cell phone screen illuminating her pale, haggard face. The skin that I once carefully cared for has lost its luster and even started to peel because I had no time to take care of it. Looking at the humble pleas in the group, Xiao Shui habitually curled the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. A bunch of rubbish. She murmured softly, with a sense of superiority, as if she was different from these people who were begging for mercy for a bite of food. But the intense burning sensation and emptiness in her stomach ruthlessly reminded her of the cruel reality. Her food was almost gone. A few days ago, she laughed at Song Yang for being a psychopath with a hoarding habit. Today, when she looked at the empty refrigerator and snack cabinet, she felt panic for the first time. It was a cold fear that crawled up my spine. The messages in the group are constantly being updated. Song Yang. I know you're watching. You have so many supplies at home, what's wrong with sharing some with us? That's right. Song Yang. Don't be too selfish. This is a special period, you should share your things. At Song Yang, open the door. I know you're home. When Xiao Shui saw Song Yang's name, her eyes became complicated. Now, he has become the key to deciding the life and death of some people? Xiao Shui bit her lower lip, her fingertips hesitating on the screen. She went to beg that guy? This is worse than killing her. But she was getting hungrier and hungrier, and her mind told her that if she continued like this, the face and figure that she was proud of would be meaningless. At this time, Song Yang was sitting at the dining table. It was dead dark outside the window, but there was warm light on inside the house. He drank the milk from the carton slowly, with 2 golden and crispy pies on the plate in front of him. He had baked these by hand in the morning using the flour and meat filling he had stored, and the aroma filled the air. Compared to those people outside who are struggling on the edge of hunger and despair, his place seems like another world. Just then, the phone screen lit up and a WeChat message popped up. It's Xiao Shui. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and clicked it. A photo popped up. In the photo, Xiao Shui was wearing a bikini swimsuit with very little fabric, probably taken when she was on vacation at the beach. She deliberately struck a pose that she thought was sexy, her breasts were squeezed to the point of bursting out by her swimsuit, and her eyes tried hard to seduce people through the screen. Below the photo is a line of text. Song Yang, do you think I'm pretty? I have a nice figure, right? Can you lend me some food? Anything is fine. Song Yang picked up the pie, took a big bite, and chewed slowly. The aroma of pork and green onions fills the mouth. Good looks? Body? Compared to being able to fill his stomach and survive, these things are not as valuable as the half cake in his hand. He picked up the phone, tapped the screen a few times with his fingertips, and replied. I have too many clothes to wear. It's boring. Click and send. Then he put his phone screen down on the table and continued to work on his breakfast. The milk is rich and the pie is fragrant. On the other side, Xiao Shui stared at Song Yang's cold reply on the phone screen, her face turning pale and blue. Boring? Too many clothes on? My stomach felt empty and even started to ache. The face she was proud of and the figure she carefully maintained, in the eyes of this man, were so cheap? Even need to take off more in exchange for a few leftovers? Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. What's the point of crying? Can it be eaten? She glanced at the empty kitchen and touched her shriveled stomach. Survive. She wants to survive. Xiao Shui clenched her teeth, as if she had made some kind of decision. She climbed onto the bed, took a deep breath, and quickly took off her top, leaving her naked. She adjusted her posture, half knelt on the bed, and covered her chest with her hands. The lower body is wearing black stockings and matching underwear that I put on yesterday. She tried hard to create what she thought was the most seductive and pitiful look and aimed it at the camera of her mobile phone. Crack! With trembling fingers, she sent the photo along with an even more humble message. Is this interesting enough? Please, Song Yang, give me something to eat. I'm starving. Time passed minute by minute, and there was still no response from Song Yang. The stomach cramps became more and more pronounced, as if an invisible hand was clenching and kneading inside. Xiao Shui could even hear the rumbling sound coming from her stomach. Those suck-ups she could use have been almost squeezed dry of every last bit of value by her these days. The snacks and canned food that could be exchanged have long been consumed. If this continues, she will really starve to death. Just when she was about to despair, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Shui's heart was pounding. She held her breath, tiptoed to the door, and carefully approached the peephole. Standing outside the door was a young man, tall and thin, with a somewhat flattering smile on his face. He was Bang San, who had given her many gifts before. More importantly, he was carefully holding 2 packs of braised instant noodles in his hands. Food. It's food. Xiao Shui's eyes lit up instantly, almost glowing. She couldn't wait and reached out to unlock the door. But she was careful and did not open the security door outside. Chapter 21: The Fighting Dog. Looking at the 2 packs of instant noodles in bright red packaging outside the door, Xiao Shui swallowed. Thank you. Xiao Shui said through the door, I know so many people, but you're the only one who's so nice to me. The young man outside the door still had that ingratiating smile on his face. Shuier, we're close friends. We don't have much food at home. I stole these 2 packets of noodles from my mom with great difficulty. I've been hiding them for several days. He handed the instant noodles forward and stuck them on the security door. Look, it's getting more chaotic outside every day. You're scared when you're home alone. Can I come in and sit for a while? Just for a moment. I'll give you something to eat and we can chat. Xiao Shui's heart sank suddenly. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. She looked at the 2 packets of noodles, and the pain in her stomach became more pronounced. Reason told her that she must not open the door, absolutely not. She is a woman, and if the other party has feelings for her, she will definitely not be able to resist. That's really inconvenient. Xiao Shui tried to make her tone sound more natural. I'm having my period, I'm not feeling well, and the house is a mess, so there's no point in you coming in. The smile on the young man's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Okay, it's okay if it's inconvenient. Just take the noodles and fill your stomach. As he said that, he handed the instant noodles to the crack of the door again. Xiao Shui carefully opened the door a crack, just enough for her to reach out a hand. The chain on the security door was still firmly fastened. Just when Xiao Shui's fingers touched the instant noodles bag, the young man suddenly jumped forward. His movements were astonishingly fast, and he grabbed Xiao Shui's outstretched wrist. The skinny fingers gripped her wrist tightly like a pair of iron pliers. Open the door. The young man's voice suddenly rose, let me in. Open the door. Xiao Shui felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and she was so scared that her soul was about to be shattered, and her scream was stuck in her throat. What are you doing? Let me go. She tried desperately to pull her hand back, but the other person was incredibly strong. Xiao Shui felt as if her wrist was about to be crushed and the pain was unbearable. The face outside the door, which originally had a flattering smile, was now distorted like a demon. Wang Xiang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at her intently. The look in his eyes was no longer one of infatuation and flattery, but of naked resentment and madness. Xiao Shui. You bitch. How many gifts have I given you? Ha? Rockets, planes, how many times haven't I always ranked first or second on the list for you? What did you say then? You called me Brother Xiang and said I wanted to date you. What about now? It's the end of the world. I worked hard to get 2 packs of noodles and wanted to come in and sit down. Are you fucking being inconvenient with me? Xiao Shui was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. She tried desperately to pry Wang Xiang's fingers apart with her other hand, but they seemed to be welded to her wrist and wouldn't budge at all. Wang Xiang. Let me go. You're hurting me. Hurt? You know it hurts too? Wang Xiang grinned, I've been your bootlicker for almost 2 years. I watch your live broadcast every day, and I dare not go west when you say east. You tell me what you want, and I'll sell everything I have to get it for you. What about you? Have you ever looked me in the eye? Except when you ask for gifts. When have you ever come to me first? Ha! Now that we have nothing to eat, you're asking for help? It's too late. You want to take these 2 packets of noodles today? Fine. Open the door. Let me in. Serve me well every day from now on, or I'll kill you. Wang Xiang, you're crazy. Let me go. Xiao Shui screamed in fear and shrank back with all her strength. Crazy? You've driven me crazy. Wang Xiang's eyes were red. What kind of world is this now? There's nothing to eat. How much are your face and your flesh worth? I used to worship you as a goddess, but now you have to be my fucking dog. Xiao Shui was terrified at this moment, her mind was blank, and only the most primitive instinct of survival remained. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit Wang Xiang's wrist hard with all her strength. Ah! The man was caught off guard. The severe pain in his wrist made him scream and he subconsciously let go of his hand. Xiao Shui retracted her hand quickly, closed the door with all her strength, and turned the lock knob on the door. Outside the door, Wang Xiang, who had reacted, was furious and started kicking the door. You stinking bitch! Open the door! Open the door for me! Open the door! Do you hear me? If you don't open the door, I will smash your broken door today. Xiao Shui's heart was beating wildly in her chest, almost jumping out. Bitch! Just wait. If you have the guts, stay away from this place for the rest of your life. If I see you outside, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The atmosphere in Wang Mang's home was depressing. Wang Mang sat on the sofa, one hand wrapped in a towel, dark red blood faintly seeping out. Does anyone have any anti-inflammatory medicine? Iodine will do. I'll trade it for food. Wang Mang poked the screen hard with his fingers and typed it out. The group was silent for a few seconds. Someone replied. At Wang Mang, even if someone has it, they won't give it to you. That's right, you broke into someone else's house and stole things and thought we didn't know? You deserve it. It's better if you die. Wang Mang looked at the screen, the veins on his forehead jumped. He threw the phone aside and turned to look at Bai Jie, who was huddled in the corner. Jie, go for a while. Bai Jie was stunned. Where are we going? Where else can we go? Go find that kid named Song. Wang Mang nodded his chin in the direction of Song Yang's family. He must have medicine at home. Go and get some for me. Bai Jie's face turned pale instantly and she shook her head repeatedly. I won't go. I won't go. I had a fight with him last time because of that dog of mine. It's no use if I go. Wang Mang's eyes became sinister. He stood up, walked to Bai Jie, lifted her chin with his rough fingers, and forced her to look at him. Your face and big breasts are the best in the eyes of men. That guy can't have no ideas? Listen to me, go knock on the door. I'm hiding at the stairs. If he opens the door, just a crack. I'll rush in. When the time comes, won't we be able to take anything from his house? This little injury is nothing. I'm going to make him know the consequences of offending me. Did you hear that? Wang Mang suddenly loosened his grip, his tone threatening. Are you going or not? If you don't go, and my hand is crippled, you won't have a good life. Bai Jie staggered back a step, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. She didn't want to go, not at all. Song Yang looked gentle, but she had seen his ruthlessness last time because of the dog incident. In today's world, who knows what he will do? What's more, Wang Mang wanted her to seduce him. At this time, the door of the inner room opened and old Mrs. Lin came out. Seeing Bai Jie's obvious reluctance, Mrs. Lin's face darkened immediately, and she said to Bai Jie unhappily. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Didn't you hear what your man said? If your man's hand is broken, who will go out to find food? Will we rely on you? Then both my mother and I will starve to death. Old Lady Lin pushed Bai Jie and nodded towards the bedroom. Go. Change into something nice and figure hugging. Dress up a little flirtatiously. Men just love that. Mom. Bai Jie looked at old Lady Lin in astonishment, unable to believe that these words came from her mother-in-law's mouth. Mom, what mom? Old Lady Lin narrowed her eyes. What time is it now? Are you still concerned about those things? What really matters is that you can get food, get medicine, and save your life. As long as he is willing to open the door, even just a crack, and let your man rush in, you will have everything. Did you hear that? Old Lady Lin glared. If you don't want the three of us to die together, then go now. Bai Jia nodded stiffly, turned silently, and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 22 Shameful Wife. In the room, Song Yan leaned back on the sofa, holding his cell phone in one hand. Despite a power outage, his cell phone is always fully charged thanks to the generator. Even in the entire community, his house was the only one with lights on. The WeChat notification sound rang softly every few seconds, and in the contact list, dozens of female avatars had red dots on them. I clicked on one and saw a young woman living in the unit next door. Before the end of the world, she always looked arrogant. When she got together with her sisters, she often made fun of single loser people like Songyang. At this moment, the message she sent was full of flattery. Brother Song, are you there? Are you asleep? Shy. A photo follows immediately below. The photo was taken very deliberately. The woman was wearing a low-cut suspender nightgown and lying on her side on the bed. She deliberately squeezed out a deep groove, her eyes were blurred, and her red lips were slightly parted, which was full of suggestive meaning. Song Yang sneered, slid his finger, and clicked on another one. This person lives upstairs and was a saleswoman at a gym before the apocalypse. In her circle of friends, she either shows off her brand name bags or checks in at various high-end restaurants, and never looks at ordinary people like him. The photos sent now are more direct, almost half naked, with only the quilt covering the key parts, and the caption is, Mr. Song, it's so cold at home. Can I go to your place to warm up? I can do anything. I have excellent skills. There are also a few who posted photos that are similar, nothing more than showing legs and breasts, with various words that are either coy or straightforward, with only one purpose. They used their bodies, which they thought still had value, to exchange for the resources and protection in Song Yang's hands. Oh. Song Yang smiled contemptuously and swiped his fingers casually across the screen. Looking at these women who had disdained him before the end of the world, now they were like commodities waiting to be sold, vying to show themselves off. Are you crazy about women? Maybe. But it's definitely not this kind of stuff. Just then, there was a slight knock on the door. Song Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not stand up. He picked up the tablet computer on the armrest of the sofa, and the screen lit up, clearly showing the image from the surveillance camera outside the door. Standing at the door was a woman. She changed her clothes and wore a tight white skirt. The skirt was probably bought before the end of the world. It was made of good material and tightly wrapped around her plump figure, outlining the curves of her full breasts and round hips to the fullest. Her face seemed to have been specially made up. Although the light was dim, you could still see that she had put on lipstick. And in the shadow at the corner of the stairs, a burly figure was curled up. It was Wang Mang. He held a shiny kitchen knife in his hand and stared at Song Yang's door. Song Yang? Bai Jia knocked on the door. Are you home? I had a fight with Wang Mang and he hit me. Can I hide here with you for a while? Her eyes unconsciously glanced towards the corner of the stairs, then quickly retracted them, biting her lower lip tightly. Song Yang looked at the scene on the tablet screen and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Acting? And such a poor one at that. Did they have a fight? Is it necessary to dress like this after a fight, and even choose to hide in front of his house? You really think he's a fool? Poor acting, ridiculous trap. He didn't even bother to expose it, but just slowly pressed the call button, and the voice came out through the loudspeaker at the door. Were you having a fight? Bai Jia outside the door nodded repeatedly. I really had a fight with him, and he wanted to beat me to death. Please, let me go in and hide, just for a while. Just for a while. Oh? Song Yang drawled out his words, want to come in through my door? Sure, but I don't keep idlers here, and there's no free lunch. If you want to come in, you have to show some sincerity. Let me see if you are worthy of me opening this door. I'm willing to do anything. As long as you open the door. Please. Bai Jia increased her strength. Yeah? Song Yang chuckled, anything? Yes. I'm willing to do anything. Bai Jia repeated, gritting her teeth. Then take off that skirt first and let me see your sincerity. Bai Jia suddenly looked up and looked at the closed door in disbelief. Take off your clothes? Here? Her hands subconsciously grasped the hem of her skirt. In the shadow at the corner of the stairs, Wang Mang nodded and signaled Bai Jie to do as he was told. As long as I can trick the door open, this sacrifice is nothing. Bai Jie closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly reached for the zipper on the side of her skirt with her trembling hands. The white skirt slipped off her body, revealing her snow-white body. Under the skirt is a set of black lace underwear that wraps around her plump body. She stood there in just her underwear and high heels. This scene was clearly reflected on the flat screen. I have done as you asked. Bai Jie's voice trembled, and she subconsciously hugged herself with her hands, as if this could resist the cold and shame. Can you please let me in? It would be bad if someone saw us outside. Her eyes involuntarily glanced towards the corner of the stairs again. It was pitch black there, but she knew that Wang Mang was there watching and waiting. Oh? That's all? Song Yang's voice came through the loudspeaker. Just taking off a skirt doesn't show much sincerity. Take off that top too. What? Bai Jie suddenly looked up, the color drained from her face, and she was filled with shame and anger. Don't go too far. Excessive? Song Yang chuckled, his voice cold. You're going too far with me? Your man just said he wanted to kill me, now I'm giving you a chance. If you're not even willing to show this little bit of sincerity, how can I believe you're really here to hide and not just putting on a show for Wang Mang? Take it off, or get out, your choice. Bai Jie's body froze. She subconsciously glanced at the corner of the stairs again. In the shadows, Wang Mang's figure seemed to move, as if silently urging. Bai Jie closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she was under tremendous pressure. After a few seconds, as if accepting her fate, she raised her trembling hands, reached behind her, and unfastened the clasp of her black lace bra. The underwear slipped off, and Bai Jie's naked upper body was completely exposed to the air, and was also clearly presented on the flat screen in front of Song Yang. In the dim light, her skin was dazzlingly white, and the fullness of her breasts rose and fell slightly with her breathing. Song Yang's gaze stayed on the screen for a few seconds, as if examining an object. It does have some capital, and is a bit bigger than D. Unfortunately, it's worthless now. It's time for the bottom piece. Remember, don't block it with your hands. Song Yang gave orders again. Chapter 23 Song Yang's counterattack. Bai Jie's breathing suddenly stopped, and all the blood in her body seemed to rush to her head, and then drained away in an instant. The one below. Wouldn't that mean she would have to stand here naked? Her fingers dug into her smooth thighs so tightly that her nails almost dug into the flesh. Why? You don't want to? Song Yang's voice penetrated the door. It seems your sincerity ends here. Bai Jie's voice was shaking, and she subconsciously looked towards the corner of the stairs again. In the darkness, Wang Mang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and fire was almost spitting out of his eyes. But he didn't say anything to stop her, instead he nodded again. As long as I can trick the door open, everything is worth it. Bai Jie closed her eyes, tears finally unable to hold back and fell. She could only do everything she was told. I took it off, all of it. Bai Jie cried, please, let me in, seriously, I'll do whatever you say. She didn't even dare to look up at the door, for fear of being noticed. On the flat screen, Song Yang's gaze lingered on the naked body for a moment. She has big breasts, a slim waist and a nice butt. She is truly a top-notch beauty. Yeah, she does have a nice figure. He finally spoke, what a shame, just taking off your clothes isn't enough. Bai Jie looked up suddenly, in disbelief. Isn't that enough? Of course it's not enough. Who wouldn't take off all their clothes? What I want to see is a deeper level of sincerity. How about this, now, you crawl a few circles on the ground like an animal. What? Bai Jie screamed. This request was more devastating than asking her to take off all her clothes. Don't you understand? Song Yang's voice turned cold. Like a dog crawling, right here at the door, crawl for me. As you crawl, you're still calling Wang Mang a beast, a coward, and a coward. The harsher the better. Let me hear how sincere you really are. This. Bai Jie froze in place, her whole body cold, even her blood seemed to have stopped flowing. Learn to crawl like a dog? And you even called Wang Mang a coward in front of him? This is no longer a humiliation, this is about peeling off Wang Mang's face and throwing it on the ground and trampling on it. In the darkness, Wang Mang's face was distorted beyond recognition, his eyes were like red-hot charcoal, emitting a terrifying murderous light and murderous intent that was almost solidified into substance. When Song Yang said learn to crawl like a dog and those required words, Wang Mang understood instantly. Exposed. Song Yang knew from the beginning that he was hiding nearby. Everything that happened before, including taking off clothes, was all done on purpose. It was just to make fun of him, to make fun of Wang Mang, and to trample on his dignity. You. Bai Jie's lips trembled and she couldn't utter a single complete word. She was enveloped by immense fear and despair. What? Can't you curse? Song Yang's voice came out again. It seems that you have deep feelings for your man. If you don't climb up, I'm afraid it will be difficult to open the door. I fuck your mother. Wang Mang raised the kitchen knife in both hands, rushed out from the corner, and used all his strength to chop down at the thick security door. Clang! Sparks flying. A white mark was cut on the door. Damn Song Yang. Get the hell out here. Wang Mang raised the kitchen knife again and chopped at the door panel wildly. Clang! 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 You fucking knew I was here. Didn't you? Wang Mang roared at the top of his lungs as he chopped at the enemy. You're playing tricks on me? Ah? How dare you play tricks on me? Song Yang. You coward. Open the door if you dare. Wang Mang roared, spit flying everywhere. What kind of man are you if you hide behind the door? Come out. I'll chop you into pieces. However, what responded to him was not Song Yang's voice, but a sharp sound breaking through the air. Whoosh! Without warning, a cold light shot out from the peephole on the door again. Wang Mang only felt a sudden shock in his right shoulder, and a tearing pain instantly spread throughout his body. Puff! That's the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Ah! A shrill, distorted scream suddenly burst out from Wang Mang's mouth. He subconsciously looked down and saw a black crossbow arrow had pierced deeply through his right shoulder blade. He was so blinded by anger that he forgot the lesson he had learned before. Wang Mang staggered back 2 steps, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. The desperate ruthlessness just now disappeared without a trace, replaced by fear that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. He remembered. Song Yang has a crossbow in his hand. A powerful crossbow. Through this door, the other party can easily take his life. But he couldn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. How can we fight this? Wang Mang didn't care about anything else. He fled back home in a panic and slammed the door behind him. As for the naked wife? He can't control it for the time being. Bai Jie stood there naked, waves of fear hitting her nerves, making her unable to move. If Song Yang wanted to, he would have become a corpse when he knocked on the door just now. Crack! There was a metallic unlocking sound. Bai Jie's heart suddenly sank. The security door slowly opened. Song Yang's figure appeared at the door. There was no expression on his face, and he held the black crossbow in his hand. The crossbow string has been wound again, and a black crossbow arrow was placed on the string. Seeing Song Yang coming out, the last bit of strength that supported Bai Jie to stand seemed to be drained away in an instant. Her legs went limp and she fell to her knees with a thump. Song Yang walked up to Bai Jie and pointed the crossbow at the woman's head. I'm giving you a chance to live now, you take it? Ugh. There was a sound of retching from the bathroom. Bai Jie brushed her teeth frantically, looked at the mirror, and couldn't control her tears. I was threatened to do that kind of thing. And where was her husband, Wang Mang, the man who had just been clamoring like a mad dog to chop Song Yang into pieces, when she needed protection the most? Wang Mang was hiding behind the door. He saw with his own eyes Song Yang pointing a crossbow at her, and saw with his own eyes everything Song Yang did to her next. He saw it. But what did he do? He hid behind the door like a coward, not even daring to fart. Watching his wife being humiliated in front of others and treated like a plaything. Pooh. Where was the ferocity with which he had swung the kitchen knife? Where was the roar of wanting to chop Song Yang into pieces? As soon as the crossbow arrows were taken out, they were all gone. All that was left was trembling behind the door. This man, the husband she entrusted her life to, treated her like an abandoned child at the critical moment of life and death, and she didn't even have the courage to resist. What's the point of having a man like this? Keep him for the new year? Chapter 24 Preparing to break the wall. Back in the house, Song Yang took out the crossbow that had been strung. 312. Song Yang silently counted the number of crossbow arrows stored in the system space in his mind. More than 300 crossbow arrows are enough for him to deal with troubles for a long time. What's more, his preparations go far beyond this. If the crossbow doesn't work, he has other options. In this apocalypse where the sun has gone out, caution and preparation are the greatest means of survival. Buzz. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Song Yang took out his cell phone and saw a lot of messages in the community owners group. Building 3 Zhangchang, who has food? Anything is fine. My wife, 25 years old, is very sensible. I'll give you a sausage and let you play once. No lie. Picture. When I clicked on the picture, I saw a woman curled up in the corner, her face covered in bruises and with blood still at the corners of her mouth. Apparently, she was severely beaten by her husband before being rented out. This photo is like a stone dropped into a stagnant pond. Building 5 Li Lousy, fuck you. Zhang Chang, you're such a jerk. But I have a wife at home too. She's a bit older, over 50, but she's still useful. Half a sausage will do. Who wants it? Building 1 Zhao Jun, my family's just over 30, and it looks good. 2 sausages. Or a small bag of biscuits will do. For a moment, the group exploded. One after another, men began to list their wives and daughters in the group, and some even mentioned their elderly mothers. Women of all ages are clearly priced in these texts and the occasional blurry photos that come with them, and the only exchange they get is a few bites of food to fill their stomachs. Young, old, beautiful, ordinary. Under the extreme pressure of survival, the ugliest and most primitive side of human nature is gradually exposed. Photos of women with scars, numbness, and fear flashed across the screen. Song Yang flipped through the information expressionlessly, sliding his fingers across the screen as if he was browsing a livestock trading market. Ham, mineral water. With his current supply reserves, let alone a sausage, he would have more than enough to keep all the women in the community. New messages kept popping up on the screen. Building 4 Wang Laowu. At Song Yang Song Gu. Boss Song. Any girls you like? Just give me a call and I'll send them over. Just 1 bag of bread. Just 1 bag. As soon as this message was sent, someone immediately responded. Building 2 Zhangchang, Wang Laowu, are you fucking crazy? A bag of bread? Your wife has diamonds in her vagina? 5th building Fat Son, at Songyang Songgu, don't listen to him. He's trying to trick you. My wife, though plain looking, is obedient. Absolutely clean. 1 bottle. Just 1 bottle of mineral water. Okay? Please, brother Song. I'm dying of thirst. After Fatty Sun sent the message, he also attached a photo. The woman in the photo is pale and thin, with empty eyes, and is holding an equally thin child. Song Yang's gaze lingered on the photo for a moment. May day mineral water change a woman. In the last days, human life, especially the lives of the weak, is as cheap as stones on the roadside. These people are willing to do anything for food. The neighborhood was dead silent. But beneath this silence, there are countless pairs of eyes that have turned blood red due to hunger. 4th floor. In a room, a candle was burning. 6 men sat around the table, cigarettes flickering between their fingers. That Song Yan was really fucking cruel today. A man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks took a deep drag on his cigarette. A crossbow arrow actually shot out from the door. Wang Mang was almost shot into a sieve. Snort. Fatty Wang's thick chin trembled. Crossbows are nothing. When I was a soldier and playing with guns, he was still wearing open crotch pants. We failed to break the door open last time. We must think of another way this time. Another skinny man rubbed his hands. Fat brother, that guy has a crossbow. Do we really have to use force? Or should we think of another way? Way? Fatty Wang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I've already thought of it. The door can't be opened, right? Then break down the wall. Smash the wall? Fat brother, isn't this noise a bit too loud? The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks stammered, what if it attracts those monsters? Fatty Wang curled his lips in disdain, I'm afraid of nothing. He pointed to some worn quilts piled in the corner of the room. Block all the windows. It will reduce the noise a lot. Besides, there are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him, a guy with a crossbow? After we kill that guy, we'll divide the food in his room among us. Then, he can eat whatever he wants. And women, he can have as many as he wants. Equally split? The few people who were originally hesitant had their eyes light up instantly when they heard the word divide equally, as if they saw mountains of food and white rice. Hunger is the most effective stimulant in the apocalypse. It can make people forget their fear, but it can also make people crazy. Fat Brother is right. The skinny man was the first to jump out and respond, smash the wall. Smash the wall. No matter how powerful Song Yang is, can he really stop so many of us? Fatty Wang looked at his men's eyes, which were ignited by desire, and smiled with satisfaction. Okay. That's settled then. Get your weapons ready. Today, let Song Yang know who has the final say in this neighborhood. After dinner, Song Yang sat in the living room, picked up the game controller, and played various stand-alone games that he had bought long ago. The fight was in full swing when he suddenly noticed something unusual on the surveillance screen. That's the surveillance footage in the corridor. Two people appear at the edge of the frame, moving stealthily upwards. They leaned sideways and worked together to lift a dark iron plate that could hide their bodies. The two did not stop at other floors and went straight to his floor, which was also his doorstep. Hiding behind the iron plate, the two men looked at each other, gritted their teeth, hugged the huge iron doorplate, and rushed forward with a roar. Bang! The two men had used brute force to push the huge iron plate against the outside of his security door, almost covering his entire door. Song Yang put down the game controller, walked to the door, and looked out through the peephole. The entrance to the cave was completely blocked by the iron plate, without any gaps at all. Hey, it's blocked. It's blocked completely. Damn, I'm so tired. This thing is so heavy, another voice complained while panting. Song Yang raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Call out. The crossbow arrow shot out from the cat's eye. Clang. A dull sound of metal clashing was heard, extremely harsh. The crossbow arrow hit the thick iron plate, and the arrowhead flew away, leaving only a faint white dot. There was silence outside the door at first, and then even more rampant laughter broke out. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? It hit the target. It hit the fucking iron plate. Song Yang. You coward. Your crossbow is worthless now. What can you do to me through this iron plate? If you know what's good for you, open the door and surrender. Hand over all your food and drinks. Otherwise, when we break down the door, you'll be in big trouble. Seeing that the iron plate blocked the crossbow arrow, several people had already concluded that Song Yang was trapped in a jar and could only be slaughtered by them. Song Yang listened to the shouting outside the door with no expression on his face. The crossbow arrow was blocked, which was indeed beyond his expectation, but it only made him frown. Do these people think that a piece of iron plate can block everything? He walked to the surveillance screen and looked at the picture. Several figures appeared at the bottom of the corridor, holding tools such as quilts, crowbars, and hammers in their hands, and were moving quickly upstairs. The main force of Fatty Wang's gang has arrived. Chapter 25: The Insurmountable Iron Wall. Chapter 25. Song Yang glanced at the screen and didn't rush to take action. He walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of ice-cold cola, and skillfully pulled the pull ring. Bang! 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 Fatty Wang walked to the door and started knocking. Song Yang. Listen. Fatty, I'm giving you a chance. As long as you open the door now, I, Fatty, will consider sparing your life. Also, I can give you half of the food in your room. How about that? Isn't that a good offer? Seeing no response, Fatty Wang gestured for several people to block the windows in the corridor with quilts. Song Yang. Don't think you'll be fine just by hiding in there. I'm telling you, I'll be in there sooner or later. When that happens, it won't be as simple as just giving you half the food. Song Yang drank Coke, sat on the sofa, and uttered a few words. What stupid dog is barking here? If you have the guts, come in and fuck your dad. Fatty Wang outside the door was stunned and became furious. Damn it. You have no shame. Smash it. Smash the wall. I want to see how strong your wall is. Bang. 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 Everyone else picked up tools and started breaking down the wall. Song Yang put down the can of Coke, stood up and walked to the surveillance screen. Outside, gravel was flying and dust was everywhere. Large chunks of wall paint were peeling off, revealing the bricks inside. Fatty Wang stood a little further away, holding up his cell phone, facing the camera, a grim smile on his fat face. Hello, everyone. I'm Fatty Wang. You may have heard what I'm doing now. That's right, I'm destroying the house of that coward Song Yang. This brat, relying on his own food and drink, dares to look down on all of us. Today, I'm going to show everyone what happens if you offend me. Fatty Wang pointed at his brothers who were working hard to smash the wall and said, "Today, I'm going to smash the wall through his house, drag him out, and make him kneel down and beg for mercy. From today on, I have the final say in this community. Anyone who dares to disobey, Song Yang will be your example." After saying that, Fatty Wang sent the video to the community owners group. After seeing the video, the owners group suddenly became excited. Holy crap! Fatty Wang is really doing it. Well done. It would be better if that guy died. We are almost starving to death. Why is that guy hiding at home and enjoying the good life? That's right. I think this kid has been unhappy for a long time. Let Fatty Wang teach him a lesson. I'm afraid Song Yang is finished this time. He could have provoked anyone else but Fatty Wang and his gang. Song Yang ignored all this news. These people are fence sitters, they go whichever way the wind blows. Now that Fatty Wang has the upper hand, they naturally all stand on Fatty Wang's side. However, soon, some different voices appeared in the group. Song Yang, as long as you are willing to provide food, I can bring people to help you guard the door. I'm starving. If you're willing to give me food, I can help you and Fatty Wang fight to the death. This news surprised Song Yang a little. In the end times, human nature is diverse. When some people take advantage of others' misfortunes, naturally there are also people who want to take a chance. The muffled bang-bang sound of the wall being smashed could be clearly heard in Wang Mang's home. Wang Mang and old lady Lin huddled in the corner of the bedroom, not daring to breathe. Did you hear that? Still smashing. Old lady Lin's voice trembled, and her skinny hands tightly grasped Wang Mang's arm. Will those people not destroy the Song and Yang families and then take our turn? Wang Mang stood guard at the door, knife in hand, his lips trembling. Mom! Keep your voice down. What nonsense are you talking about? He knew better than anyone that Fatty Wang and his gang were now blinded by rage and capable of doing anything. In front of these thugs armed with weapons, I am nothing. Before, he relied on his status to settle the score with Fatty Wang, but he was almost beaten to death. Now he understood how important strength in numbers was in the end times. Did you hear that? It's still pounding. It's getting louder and louder. Smash it. Smash it hard. Break it open. Old Mrs. Lin was extremely excited at this time, as if she had already seen the tragic scene of Song Yang being dragged out and beaten to death. Smash that little bastard to death and avenge my darling grandson. Let's see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. They robbed the Song Yang family, so maybe they'll leave and one tea come here again. At this moment, Wang Mang's heart was filled with more evil thoughts than those in old lady Lin's. Yes. Smash it through. Smash it hard. In front of Wang Mang's eyes, Song Yang's hateful face seemed to appear. He wished that it was himself instead of Fatty Wang and his gang who were smashing the door. He wanted to pull Song Yang out of that turtle shell with his own hands. I want to see him kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, and begging for mercy like a dog. That bastard actually dared to treat his wife like that. When Wang Mang thought about how his wife was treated, his eyes turned red as if they were about to bleed. His wife gave Song Yang a blowjob. No man can stand it. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge him. Bang! Another heavy crash was heard, as if something collapsed, and even the floor beneath their feet shook slightly. Old lady Lin and Wang Mang both held their breath, pricked up their ears, and their hearts pounded, waiting for the next movement next door. Did it break through? Is Song Yang finished? At this moment, the mother and son's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. At this time, outside the door, the diffuse dust gradually dissipated. The guys who were breaking down the wall gasped, threw away the deformed fire axes and hammers in their hands, and looked at the hole in the wall that was as big as a wash basin. Broken bricks and concrete blocks fell to the ground, revealing the interior of the wall. Boss! It's done! A younger brother shouted excitedly, turning back. The grim smile on Fatty Wang's face became even wider. He couldn't wait to get close to the hole and pointed the camera of his mobile phone inside, ready to record Song Yang's terrified and desperate expression. However, when he took a closer look, the smile on his face froze instantly. Inside the hole, there was neither the expected living room or bedroom nor a frightened face. But it was all black. It was a black color with a unique metallic texture, and under the light of the flashlight, it had a faint cold luster. As a younger brother reached out and removed more broken bricks, the black outline became clearer. It was clearly a whole piece of thick metal plate. "What the hell is this?" a younger brother asked in astonishment. Fatty Wang narrowed his eyes, moved closer, and tapped the exposed black part with his fingers, making a muffled clang-clang sound. Metal. It's actually a metal wall. He remembered that Song Yang had purchased a lot of metal plates and asked the construction team to install an additional layer of alloy steel plates more than 30 centimeters thick on the inside of the house. At that time, many people laughed at this incident and said it was like taking off pants to fart, which was an unnecessary act. Now it seems so wise. This guy Song Yang actually lives in a house wrapped in steel. Damn, is this guy a human or a ghost? He even thought that we were going to break down the wall. Fatty Wang cursed and became more and more irritated. Chapter 26 Song Yang's Gift. Still smashing it, boss? A younger brother standing next to him, who was as tired as a dog, looked at the motionless black metal plate, and his voice became a little weak. The edge of the fire axe in his hand was bent and his knuckles were numb from the shock. The fat on Fatty Wang's face twitched a few times. He is not a fool. With an alloy steel plate of this thickness, even if he hits it with a sledgehammer, it would probably only make a noise. The hardness of this steel plate was far beyond his imagination. He cursed in his heart, how much effort did this kid Song Yang put in? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The fat piece of meat that he thought was easy to get now became a hard bone that he couldn't chew. Shall we just let it go like this? The other little brother was not willing to give in. He looked at the cave entrance as if there were mountains of gold and silver hidden inside. Fatty Wang glanced at him sinisterly. Underestimate him. This kid is too well prepared. Just then, Song Yang's voice came from the room. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here immediately, or I'll kill you without leaving a trace. Fatty Wang and his younger brothers were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? He told us to get out. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Hiding in a metal shell is so cool. Come out if you dare. I'll see how you kill us without leaving a trace. The sweat mixed with dust on Fatty Wang's face made him look even more hideous. He roared with all his might. Song Yang. If you have the guts, just be a coward for the rest of your life. Never come out again. I'll be waiting for you outside. When you're out of ammunition and food, I'll see how long you can keep your arrogance. Several people cursed wildly, as if they wanted to get back at the place they had just lost in this way. Inside the house, Song Yang was carrying an old plastic water bottle. This was a gift I bought in a supermarket before the end of the world, and the quality is very poor. He had modified the spout of the kettle by connecting a thin plastic tube, with the other end of the tube pointed at the cat's eye. Gurgle gurgle. Song Yang slowly raised the kettle and poured water into the cat's eye. Soon, someone outside exclaimed. Look down there. What's that? I saw water slowly seeping out from under the iron plate blocking the door. At first it was just a little bit, like tears, and soon the water gathered into a line, flowing down along the cold metal door panel and forming a small puddle on the ground. Water? Where does the water come from? After the end of the world, the tap water was long gone. Bottled water is a luxury. These people haven't had clean water for several days. Their lips are as dry as old tree bark, and their throats are burning. Damn, it's really water. Fatty Wang also saw it, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. He was also very thirsty. Several of the younger brothers were already going crazy with thirst. The one closest to the door was the first to pounce on it. Like a dry sponge, he lay on the ground, stuck out his tongue, and greedily licked the water flowing out of the crack in the door. It's real. It's water. It doesn't smell weird. With the first one, there will be the second, the third. Almost instantly, everyone rushed to the ground, stretched their necks, and licked the water flowing out of the door crack frantically. They looked more like a few hungry and thirsty wild dogs than humans. Although Fatty Wang was also thirsty, he was more cautious than these younger brothers. He narrowed his eyes, feeling something was wrong. Everyone, be careful. What if that guy poisoned the water? Fatty Wang warned, but before he could finish his words, he was drowned out by an even more frantic sound of licking water. How could those younger brothers, whose eyes were already red with thirst, listen to him? For them, water is life. Besides, how could Song Yang buy colorless and odorless poison? Fatty Wang felt helpless as he looked at these idiots who were willing to sacrifice their lives for water. Seeing that the others had no special reaction after drinking, Fatty Wang felt a little hungry and thirsty. Although he and his men had robbed a lot of things in the past few days, they basically had no water. After all, in modern society, there is running water, and no one would put a water tank at home to store water. Damn it, I'm dying of thirst anyway. Fatty Wang no longer cared about his bossy attitude. He bent his fat body and joined the group licking the water. The cool water droplets slid across his chapped lips and moistened his dry throat. The refreshing feeling of rain after a long drought made Fatty Wang so comfortable that he almost moaned. Next door, Old Lady Lin and Wang Mang also heard the noise outside. At first there were curses, then they turned into exclamations, and then there was a strange sound, like the sound of livestock drinking water. What's going on outside? Old Mrs. Lin asked with some confusion. Wang Mang took a peek through the crack in the door and his expression became a little strange. Those guys were licking the water. Lick water? Lick what water? Old Mrs. Lin became even more confused. Mom, it looks like water flowing out from the crack of Song Yang's door. What? The water from Song Yang's house? Where does that kid get the water? Old Mrs. Lin looked incredulous. The water supply has been cut off for a long time. Not only in Song Yang's family, but even in the entire community, there is not a single drop of clean water. Old Mrs. Lin originally thought that Song Yang's family just had more food, but she didn't expect there was so much water as well. Inside the room, Song Yang was wearing a pair of thick insulating gloves for electricians. At his feet, a small diesel generator was emitting a low and steady buzzing sound. Seeing that several people outside were drinking water, he bent down and used a pair of electrician's pliers to skillfully peel off the black rubber covering of a thick electrical wire, revealing the bright yellow copper wire inside. Then he stood up straight and accurately poked the exposed tip of the wire through the small peephole on the door. Outside the peephole is a metal plate blocking the door. Sizzle! The sharp sound of electric current exploded instantly. Then came two extremely short screams, as if the throat had been strangled in an instant. The two younger brothers who were responsible for blocking the door just now began to twitch violently all over, their eyes bulged out, and their mouths opened wide, but they could not make any sound. The surface of their bodies quickly turned black and carbonized at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting burnt green smoke and a disgusting smell. In a flash, the two men collapsed to the ground like two pieces of charcoal. The electric current flowed along the cold iron plate, instantly spreading through every inch of metal, and then along the water flow on the ground, biting madly in all directions. Ah! The shrill scream finally broke out in its entirety this time. The few people who were originally lying on the ground, licking the water greedily like wild beasts, were now frozen in place. They remained in a prone position, making strange hoarse noises in their throats, their limbs twitching uncontrollably, their bodies arched like shrimps, and they struggled desperately but were as if nailed to the ground, unable to move. Electricity, electricity, electricity. The younger brother who was closest to the iron plate had his eyes wide open, his eyeballs almost popping out of his sockets, his lips trembling, and he wanted to say something, but could only utter unclear syllables. His tongue had become charred and rotten, and was bleeding. Damn it! There's electricity! Fatty Wang finally reacted, and his fat body suddenly jumped back, rolling and crawling out of the puddle. Quick! Get out of the water! There's electricity in the water! However, it was too late. The speed of electric current is much faster than their reaction. Plop! 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 The sound of people falling to the ground continued. Those little brothers who were lying on the ground licking water fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies twitched a few times and then they became completely motionless. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices and their bodies were charred. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell and a faint aroma of meat, which was nauseating. The few people who were originally alive turned into charred corpses in the blink of an eye, lying on the ground in a mess. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Chapter 27: The Death of a Rogue. Fatty Wang was still in shock and subconsciously tried to stand up by holding onto the wall, but he felt a piercing pain in his right hand. Hiss ah! He suddenly retracted his hand, looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Where are the hands? His right hand, from the forearm down, had turned into a piece of charcoal. Black, cracked flesh tightly wrapped around the bones, with white bones even exposed in some places. Tiny green smoke sizzled from the edges, emitting the stench of burnt meat. His arm was bloody and charred, and he had completely lost consciousness. My hand! My hand! Pain erupted, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. His fat face turned pale due to severe pain and blood loss, his lips trembled, and he could no longer maintain that smiling face. He looked at his completely destroyed right hand, and then looked at his brothers who died with their eyes open on the ground. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Song Yang. That damned little bastard. Not only does he have water, he also has electricity. Where the hell did he get the electricity at a time like this? Fear, unprecedented fear gripped Fatty Wang's heart. He always thought that Song Yang was just a lucky guy who had stockpiled some supplies and could be manipulated by him. But now it seems that this kid is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Such cruel means and such meticulous thoughts. Next door, Bai Jia and Wang Mang were also frightened by the continuous screams and the strong smell of burning. What's going on? Who's yelling again? Bai Jia held Wang Mang's arm tightly. Wang Mang moved closer to the crack in the door again and looked out cautiously. This time, the scene he saw made his stomach churn and he almost vomited. Fatty Wang seems to be injured, and those people are dead. Dead? All dead? Bai Jia took a breath and was a little surprised. It's better to die, it's clean to die. So that these damn guys won't come to cause trouble again. But isn't Song Yang that guy too cruel? Fatty Wang was still in shock, his fat body slumped a little distance away, gasping for breath. He caught a glimpse of the charred and twisted corpses out of the corner of his eye, and his stomach churned, almost making him vomit out the biscuits he had eaten at noon. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The door of Wang Mang's house was slammed open with such force that the door panel trembled. Wang Mang rushed out holding a kitchen knife. Old Mrs. Lin and Bai Jia also followed out, and old Mrs. Lin's face was full of horror and fear. Bai Jia hid behind the door, her face pale, and her body trembled slightly as she watched the tragic scene in front of her. Fatty Wang. Finally, I got my chance. I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my things last time. Fatty Wang was frightened by the sudden roar. The fear of having just crawled back from the gates of hell had not yet dissipated, and he was faced with Wang Mang's cannibalistic look. He wanted to get up, but his hands and feet were still a little weak. Just because you still want to think about my wife? Wang Mang approached step by step, his eyes swept over Fatty Wang fiercely, and then glanced at Bai Jia who was cowering behind the door, his anger growing even stronger. You must die today. Fatty Wang was both shocked and furious, and he roared in a timid tone, Wang Mang. Are you fucking crazy? You're actually taking advantage of my misfortune, taking advantage of the fact that all my men are dead. Before he could finish his words, Wang Mang suddenly pounced on him. Although Wang Mang had injuries on his shoulders and arms, making it a little inconvenient for him to move, he was overwhelmed by anger at the moment. He didn't give Fatty Wang any chance to get up. He gathered all his strength and kicked Fatty Wang hard in the face. Ouch! Fatty Wang groaned in pain, and his already limp body was kicked backward like a meatball, with the back of his head hitting the cold ground hard. I'm going to kill you! Wang Mang roared and pounced on Fatty Wang. Without caring about any rules, he raised his fist and hit Fatty Wang in the face. Fatty Wang was beaten so hard that he saw stars. His instinct for survival made him burst out with strength. He waved his fat arms wildly to block and try to push Wang Mang away. The two men immediately started wrestling with each other and rolling in the narrow corridor. After all, Fatty Wang had the advantage of size and strength, so he grabbed Wang Mang's injured hand in a few moves and twisted it hard. Well! Wang Mang groaned in pain and froze in his tracks. But it was this moment of pause that gave him the opportunity. Wang Mang endured the severe pain and twisted his body violently. With his skills which were much more flexible than Fatty Wang, he actually got behind Fatty Wang. His arms were like iron clamps, tightly strangling Fatty Wang's thick neck. Let go, we can cooperate. Fatty Wang's fat face turned purple-red, his eyeballs bulged outward due to lack of oxygen, and he scratched back with his hands desperately, trying to pry Wang Mang's arms open. But Wang Mang was tightening his grip too tightly, and his nails dug into Wang Mang's flesh, but he couldn't move him at all. Wang Mang pressed all his weight on him, and wrapped his legs tightly around Fatty Wang's body, no matter how he struggled. Coo-coo! Fatty Wang's throat made a rumbling sound like a broken bellows, and his legs kicked the ground in vain. Finally, Fatty Wang's legs kicked hard, and then he completely collapsed. His head tilted limply to one side, his eyes wide open, drained of all life. Wang Mang slowly loosened his arms only after he felt that the person under him had completely stopped moving. After strangling Fatty Wang to death, Wang Mang didn't dare to stay any longer. Song Yang. That evil star is still behind the door. The power of the electric shock just now is still vivid in my mind. Who knows if he has any other means? What if he heard it? Wang Mang shuddered and dared not think about it anymore. He glanced at Fatty Wang's body on the ground, then glanced at the charred human figures, and a chill ran up from his tailbone. He didn't dare touch the bodies that had been electrocuted, for fear that he would suffer the same fate. Hurry! Go back! What if Song Yang shoots arrows again? If you stay here, you'll be a sitting duck. He staggered back to his door and dragged Bai Jia, who was still standing there in a daze with a pale face, in. He turned around and shouted to the equally frightened old lady Lin. Mom! Come in! Block the door! Old Mrs. Lin woke up as if from a dream and crawled into the house. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Wang Mang hurriedly moved tables and chairs, and even pushed all the cabinets in his house over, pressing them against the door. He seemed to want to pile all his belongings behind the door before he could feel a little at ease. Will this help? Bai Jia's voice was filled with tears. She grabbed Wang Mang's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Will Song Yang break in and kill us? Shut up! Wang Mang roared in frustration. He was now at a loss and instinctively wanted to block the door tightly. If he dares to come, I will fight him. Time passed minute by minute, and each second seemed as long as a century. Finally, they heard a voice. There was the sound of the door opening, followed by footsteps. Soon, the footsteps stopped in front of their door. The whole family held their breath, not daring to breathe. Then, a cold voice came from outside the door, with a hint of teasing. Wang Mang, why don't you come out and kill me? I'm right outside the door. Seeing no response from inside the house, Song Yang looked at the corpse at the door. Now he is wearing a helmet, a thick cotton coat, and holding a crossbow. If Wang Mang wants to fight him to the death, he will surely die. To be on the safe side, he shot an arrow into each corpse. After making sure they were completely dead, Song Yang walked to Fatty Wang's body, raised his cell phone, and took a photo. In the photo, he was standing next to Fatty Wang's fat body with a triumphant smile on his face. The background was the charred and twisted corpses in the corridor. The scene was indescribably weird and terrifying. Song Yang sent this photo to the community group and attached a message. Anyone who wants to kill me is welcome to come find me. I'm always here to fight. As the message was sent out, the community group instantly exploded. Holy crap! Is this true? Fatty Wang is dead? It's so terrifying. Song Yang is so cruel. Is this guy still human? He's simply a devil. Fatty Wang and 6 of them died just like that? What on earth happened? Chapter 28 Everyone's Surprise. In another room, Xiao Shui was holding a cell phone. The light from the screen reflected on her pretty face, but it could not illuminate the shock deep in her eyes. The impact of the photo is too strong. The fat Wang Pangzi collapsed on the ground with his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Behind him were several curled up, charred human silhouettes, like evil spirits crawling out of hell. The protagonist of the photo, Song Yang, was standing next to Fatty Wang's body with a faint smile on his face, and the background was a scene of desolation and death. This is impossible. Xiao Shui muttered to herself. Less than half an hour ago, Fatty Wang brought 5 people to smash Song Yang's door with great momentum. Seeing that posture, almost everyone thought that Song Yang was dead. Xiao Shui thought so too. She was even thinking that Fatty Wang's group seemed to be the strongest and must have the most food. It is very difficult for a woman like me to survive in this apocalypse. If there is really no other way, maybe I can rely on Fatty Wang and use my beauty in exchange for some survival resources. After all, although Fatty Wang is crude, he is at least powerful. She still remembered how she mocked Song Yang for hoarding supplies before the end of the world, saying he had paranoia and was mentally ill. Now that I think about it, who is the real fool? But now, Song Yang, who she thought was doomed to die, was not only alive and well, but also killed Fatty Wang and 6 others in an almost crushing manner. 6 people. Not 6 chickens. Xiao Shui felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She looked at the photo over and over again, trying to find any trace of forgery, but her reason told her that it was real. She would not mistake Fatty Wang's fat face. The background of the corridor is exactly the same as the one in the wall-smashing video that Fatty Wang posted before. How did Song Yang do it? Were those charred corpses caused by electric shock? Where did he get this weapon? What shocked her even more was Song Yang's last words. Anyone who wants to kill me is welcome to come find me. I'm always here to fight. This is no longer a warning, but a naked declaration. And absolute confidence in one's own strength and contempt for all potential enemies. The man whom she looked down upon and laughed at turned into such a terrifying existence after the end of the world. Xiao Shui subconsciously wrapped the blanket tightly around herself, but still felt no warmth at all. She looked at the tightly closed door of her house and felt for the first time that this thin door panel could not give her any sense of security at all. If Song Yang wanted to deal with her, she didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Building number 3, in a room. The only light came from a flickering candle in the center of the table. The dim light barely dispelled some of the darkness, but it also made the faces of the people sitting around look gloomy. I think we have to put our previous plan of dealing with Song Yang on hold. Sitting in the main seat, a man with stubble on his chin spoke first. Fong Fong? Brotherly, are you kidding me? A tall, skinny guy nearby immediately got furious. We're starving. That guy must have a ton of food stored up at home. If we don't get him, who else should we get? If we wait any longer, we'll starve to death in this damn place. That's right, Brotherly, hasn't Fatty Wang already taken action? We might as well follow suit and take advantage of the situation. Another slightly stronger man also echoed. The bearded man, Brotherly, looked even more solemn. He slowly raised his head, the candlelight flickering in his eyes. Fatty Wang is in trouble. What? Foul? What do you mean? Impossible. Several people shouted at the same time, in disbelief. The tall and thin man stood up excitedly. Brotherly, are you sure? Fatty Wang. He's a 1.9 meter tall, big guy. I heard he used to practice boxing, and he has 5 guys with him. Song Yang is skinny, can he beat him? Yeah, with Fatty Wang's physique, he can knock Song Yang down with one punch, right? Brotherly did not argue, but silently took out his mobile phone, swiped a few times, and then turned the screen to everyone. The cold light of the mobile phone screen is particularly dazzling in the dim room. The impact of the photos is no less than the feeling they had when they first saw Japanese Avenue. The room, which had been noisy just a moment ago, suddenly became quiet, leaving only the occasional crackling sound of burning candles and the heavy and suppressed breathing of several people. The tall and thin man opened his mouth wide and his eyes were as big as bells. The sturdier man subconsciously shrank back, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed his saliva. Expressions of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. This is fucking. The tall and thin man took a long time to find his voice, but could only utter a few incoherent words. He looked at the man with horror in his eyes. Is this true? The man nodded heavily and took back his phone. Song Yang just sent it. None of the people Fatty Wang took with him have returned. The room fell into deathly silence again. The impulse and confidence that he had previously clamored to deal with Song Yang were instantly extinguished, as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head. Instead, there was the same chill as Xiao Shui's, spreading from the spine all the way to the top of the head. The soft persimmon they thought they could exploit at will, the hoarder who was ridiculed as a lunatic, turned out to be a tiger in sheep's clothing. A tiger that could easily tear 6 grown men apart. Heavy muffled sounds came from downstairs, one after another. After throwing the body downstairs, Song Yang returned home. Opened the phone. Information came in like a tide, and the notification sounds were almost continuous. Brother Yang. I'm Xiao Zhang from Unit 3. I saw the photo in the group. You're so awesome. Take me in, I can do anything as long as I'm fed. Mr. Song, sisterly introduced me to you. Do you remember me? I used to receive packages for you. I'm only a little rice left at home, and I want to come to you. My daughter is only 5 years old. Brother Song, Father Song. Please, let me go to your house, any conditions are fine. There were all kinds of messages, some pleading, some flattering, some tempting, but without exception they all pointed to the same goal: food and shelter. Then, there are some more direct ones. A photo popped up on the screen, a woman in her underwear with an ingratiating smile on her face. Below the photo is a line of text. Brother Yang, I'm very clean and I know how to do everything. I just ask you to give me and my brother something to eat, just one bite will do. Next, there is another photo, in which he is wearing white stockings on the lower body and a white shirt and tie on the upper body, showing his temptation. Song Yang swiped the screen quickly with an expressionless face. Ignore the ugly ones, ignore the fat ones, ignore the short ones. The end of the world is indeed the best magnifying glass for human nature. These people made fun of themselves a lot before the end of the world. What is the essential difference between these people after the apocalypse and the corpses downstairs? It's just that they know how to use cheap gestures to exchange for a chance to survive. Little brother? Woman? What he needs now is not these useless burdens. He needs to become stronger, because the world outside will become more and more terrifying. Chapter 29: Zhang Xiaoxiao's Dilemma. Click on the system's virtual panel. The panel data clearly jumps. Host, Song Yang. Survival level, ordinary survivor experience 55-100. Physical attributes. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 10. Spirit, 11. The average for an average adult male is 10. Next level, Doomsday Elite Survivors. 5 people in exchange for 50 experience points. I still need 45 experience points to be promoted to a higher title, and the system will also issue an unknown reward. What will the reward be? Weapons? Supplies? Or some special ability? No matter what it is, it means that you have more capital to survive in this doomsday. Song Yang was guessing about the system reward when a new friend request notification popped up on his phone. The applicant's remarks consisted of only 3 words: Zhang Xiaoxiao. Song Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly. Zhang Xiaoxiao? I didn't expect this woman to be alive. Song Yang tapped the screen and approved the friend request. Almost instantly, the other party's message came. Song Yang? I'm Zhang Xiaoxiao. I'm stuck in the company dormitory. There are other people in our dormitory, but we're running out of food. Song Yang, please, can you bring some food over? I know this is dangerous, but I won't let you go for nothing. I can pay for it. I'll give it to you at 100 times the market price. Cash or bank transfer is fine. 100 times the price? Song Yang just wanted to laugh. Before the end of the world, this might have been an attractive number. But now? Money? It's just waste paper. It seems that this woman has not yet faced reality. There are monsters hiding in the darkness everywhere out there, and only a fool would go out and seek death. In the west of the city, in an apartment building. Inside a girl's dormitory. Zhang Xiaoxiao curled up on the single bed against the wall, holding a power bank with almost exhausted battery in her arms, staring at the chat interface with Song Yang. Damn Song Yang. He didn't even reply to my message. Not long after Song Yang slammed the door and left that day, her boyfriend discovered the red handprints on her buttocks. After a quarrel and questioning, the other party ruthlessly proposed to break up and fired her from the company. When the end of the world comes, those spare tires who always care about her and come when she calls become her last straw. She sent a message for help to these bootlickers and made many promises. At first, there were a few guys who vowed to come and save the beauty. But when the monster appeared, those people stopped moving. Dead? Probably all of them. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought numbly, but there was not much emotion in her heart, only contempt for their uselessness. The food was getting less and less, and the other 2 girls in the dormitory couldn't find a good solution. In desperation, she thought of Song Yang. She remembered that Song Yang seemed to have rented a warehouse to store things. At that time I just thought he was mentally ill, but now I realized that I was stupid. She licked her cracked lips and returned her gaze to the phone screen. At this time, the other 2 girls in the dormitory came over quietly. Xiaoxiao, how is it? Is he back? A short-haired girl named Xiaoman asked in a low voice. Zhang Xiaoxiao turned off the phone screen, shook her head, and forced a tired smile on her face. No reply. I contacted everyone I could on WeChat over and over again, but no one was willing to come and deliver supplies. Another girl named Jia, who is usually a bit spoiled with long hair, couldn't help but complain. How could this happen? So many men chased after you before, giving you flowers and bags, asking you what you wanted to eat every day. Now that disaster has happened, you're all pretending to be deaf and dumb. You're such a piece of shit. Xiao Min sighed, her eyes dim. I've called the police almost 100 times, but the line is either busy or no one answers. What's going on out there? Zhang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and patted Xiao Min on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. It's definitely chaotic out there, and rescue efforts will take time. The most important thing for us now is to conserve our energy and not scare ourselves. Everyone, go back to bed and lie down. Talk less, move less, and help will surely come. The two girls looked at each other. Although they didn't believe it, they couldn't find any other way. They could only silently crawl back to their beds and cover their heads with the quilt, as if this could relieve their hunger. The dormitory fell silent again, leaving only the sound of suppressed breathing. After making sure that the two would not notice her, Zhang Xiaoxiao got out of bed quietly, tiptoed into the bathroom, and gently locked the door. She squatted down and carefully lifted the heavy toilet tank lid. It was already dry, without a drop of water. At the bottom of the water tank, there were a few pieces of chocolate wrapped in plastic bags lying quietly. This was her last supply of food, which she had hidden secretly. Absolutely, we must not let them find out. What Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't know was that during the time she was in the bathroom, the people on the other two beds were not completely silent either. Xiaomin, who has short hair, was lying on her side facing the wall, with the quilt covering her neck tightly. Her right hand was hidden under the pillow, and her fingers were unconsciously stroking a piece of compressed biscuit stuffed in the pillowcase. On another bed, the long-haired girl Jia Jia covered her head with the quilt, leaving only a small tuft of hair exposed. In the darkness, her hand was carefully reaching for the inner compartment of the washed-out canvas bag hanging on the head of the bed. There are 2 bottles of mineral water hidden. Song Yang didn't intend to pay any attention to Zhang Xiaoxiao. Now she still wants to use the money to buy supplies. This woman is either stupid or still living in a dream. Just then, there was a very slight knock on the door. Through surveillance, he easily saw what was happening outside. The person standing outside the door was wrapped up like a dumpling, wearing a thick down jacket, with his hat pulled low, and he seemed to have a scarf around his face, revealing only a pair of slightly red and swollen eyes. But Song Yang recognized these eyes. It's Xiao Shui. Song Yang? Song Yang, I know you're in there. Xiao Shui's voice came through the heavy door. I know you've stockpiled a lot of stuff. Please, give me something to eat. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Please, give me something to eat, just a little bit. I'm really starving. After confirming that there was no one hiding around, Song Yang opened the door. In his right hand he held a roasted duck leg that was golden brown and juicy, and the aroma instantly penetrated Xiao Shui's nostrils. It made the pitiful sourness in her stomach boil wildly. It smells so good. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had smelled meat. Xiao Shui stared at the duck leg, her throat rolling up and down unconsciously, and her saliva secreted uncontrollably. This is something she would never even look at before, but now it has become an unattainable delicacy. Xiao Shui almost instinctively stretched out her hand, trembling as she tried to grab the duck leg that was so close to her. However, before her wrist touched the oily skin of the duck leg, a stronger hand clamped her chin. It's Song Yang's left hand. Xiao Shui froze, her outstretched hand stopped in midair, and her cheek was pinched so hard that it hurt a little. But her eyes were still uncontrollably glued to the duck leg. Hungry? Song Yang's voice was very flat. Xiao Shui wanted to nod, but her chin was pinched and she could only make an unclear sound. Oh. Song Yang chuckled and tightened his grip on her chin. Didn't you say I was a psychopath? Now, do you want it? Xiao Shui admitted that she had said that. At first, people said he was worrying too much, that he was delusional, and that he was a poor loser who was trying to learn how to survive the apocalypse. The harsher the ridicule was at first, the more embarrassed he is now. I know I was wrong. Xiao Shui's voice was filled with tears. Please give me something to eat. I'm really starving. Song Yang weighed the duck leg in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. Want to eat? He asked. Xiao Shui nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. Can. But what in exchange? Chapter 30. The female anchor comes to the door. When Xiao Shui heard the question what to exchange for, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and a light flashed in her eyes. She looked at Song Yang, then quickly glanced at the duck leg that was still dripping with oil, swallowed her saliva again and again, and said anxiously, I can be your subordinate. I can help you with things. Don't you live alone? I can help you keep an eye on the goings-on in the neighborhood, to see who has food to eat, and who has feelings for you. She felt that her proposal was very valuable. In the end times, information and manpower were always important. After listening to this, Song Yang shook his head. Subordinates? He looked Xiao Shui up and down, his gaze lingering on her thin body for a moment. A powerless woman? The implication couldn't be more obvious. Xiao Shue's face froze, and the little hope that had just ignited seemed to be extinguished by cold water. But her instinct for survival made her ignore the embarrassment. She bit her lower lip, almost begging, and thought of another possibility. Then I'll be your nanny. Yes. Nanny. I can help you with cleaning, laundry, and cooking. I can do everything. Just give me something to eat, just a little bit. She tried hard to promote her remaining value, with a very humble attitude, completely losing her previous arrogant look. There was no change in Song Yang's expression. He said nothing, but just took a step back. Bang! The heavy security door slammed shut in front of Xiao Shui, cleanly and without hesitation. There was no sound from inside the door. Outside the door, Xiao Shui stood there in a daze. The tempting aroma of roast duck seemed to still linger at the tip of her nose, but there was only the cold metal door panel in front of her. The sudden pain in her stomach reminded Xiao Shui of the cruel reality. Her pitiful value just now obviously failed to impress the man in the door. Just when she was in despair, she heard faint voices coming from the bottom of the stairs. The voice was very low, but it was particularly clear in this silent building. It was the voices of two men. Did you hear that? Was there any noise just now? It sounded like a woman's voice, said a rough voice. Go up and take a look. Another voice said with a hint of excitement, if we can get a pretty girl, we'll make a killing. We can even trade her for food after we're done playing. Footsteps were heard, coming towards the upstairs. Xiao Shui's blood instantly ran cold. When you've had enough fun, change things. The words pierced her brain like icicles and made her tremble all over. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of those two people. She once saw with her own eyes a woman who was caught and, unable to bear the humiliation, jumped from a building. Fear overwhelmed everything. She turned around and knocked on the door. Bang! 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 Song Yang! Open the door! Please open the door! Xiao Shui burst into tears. Someone is coming up. They want to arrest me. Please. Let me in. Her cries for help and the sound of knocking on the door echoed in the corridor and were clearly heard by the two people downstairs. Ha ha! Did you hear that? There really is a woman. She sounds quite young. Hurry! Go up and take a look. Whoever catches it first will have the pleasure. The footsteps in the stairwell suddenly quickened and approached rapidly. Xiao Shui's voice had become hoarse. Song Yang. Open the door. I beg you. They're coming up soon. Save me. Inside the door, there was still deathly silence. It seems like two completely different worlds. One is a safe house that still has some warmth and food. The other is a hell that is about to be swallowed by darkness. This huge commotion naturally alarmed Wang Mang, who lived next door. Chapter 31 Xiao Shui's Fate. Wang Mang cautiously leaned forward to the cat's eye and looked out. Seeing that she was a beautiful woman, Wang Mang's heart was moved. In the end times, women, especially beautiful women, are a scarce resource. He licked his chapped lips, some inappropriate thoughts flashing through his mind. But then he frowned again. This reminded him. Beautiful women are resources, but also trouble. The food at home is running out, and I can hardly feed my wife and mother. How can I add another mouth? Moreover, is it worth it to offend those two guys downstairs who sound difficult to deal with, and maybe even other people, for this woman? Wang Mang weighed the pros and cons. He is a community cadre and is used to weighing pros and cons and prefers to do less rather than more. In today's world, survival is the most important thing. As for the life and death of others, Wang Mang silently took a step back, left the peephole, and locked the door. Xiao Shui's throat was burning with pain, but she didn't dare to stop. She screamed with her last bit of strength, clapping her hands until they turned red. Song Yang. I beg you. Save me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to do anything. I'll do whatever you say. You can hit me or scold me. I won't run away. I won't cause you any trouble. I swear. At this time. Click. There was a metallic unlocking sound. Then, bang. The cold metal door opened without warning. A hand stretched out as fast as lightning and grabbed Xiao Shui's arm accurately. Xiao Shui didn't even have time to react before she was dragged through the door. Almost at the same moment. Bang! The heavy security door slammed shut again. Outside the door, the hurried footsteps stopped abruptly. Damn it! Where are the people? We were right here just now. Damn, we're a step too late. You stinking bitch. Get out here. Fuck. The door is so damn strong. I can't kick it open. The sounds of kicking the door and foul language mixed together, beating against Xiao Shue's heart. She collapsed to the ground, covered her ears with her hands, curled up into a ball, and trembled violently uncontrollably. She could even imagine the tragic scene of herself being dragged out after the door was kicked open. Just then, a scream was heard outside, followed by hurried footsteps and curses, which quickly faded away. Damn! There's an ambush! Run! Damn, my legs! The sound became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. The corridor once again returned to deathly silence. Xiao Shui remained curled up stiffly. After a long while, she dared to slowly lower her hands that were covering her ears. It's too quiet. The only sound was her own heavy, tearful breathing. She slowly raised her head and looked around with tearful eyes. This is not a cold, dark corridor. Bright. The soft warm yellow light comes from the lamp above my head. There was also a feeling of warmth, a stark contrast to the cold, hopeless world outside the door. This is a neat living room, not big, but very clean. The sofa and coffee table are all arranged in an orderly manner. Then she saw Song Yang sitting on the sofa. He just sat there quietly, holding a strangely shaped bow in his hand. Xiao Shui had never seen this kind of bow, but for some reason, she felt a palpitation in her heart. Are you done crying? Song asked casually. Xiao Shui was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was talking to her. She quickly stopped crying, wiped her face, and wanted to stand up, but her legs were so weak that she could only sit on the ground. Song Yang then hooked his finger at her. Xiao Shui could only move her body little by little, like a slowly crawling insect, moving towards Song Yang. Her knees rubbed against the floor so hard that they hurt, but she didn't dare make any sound, for fear of angering the man in front of her. After much difficulty, she finally moved to Song Yang's feet, raised her head, and pleaded in a tearful voice. Please don't kill me, I'll do anything. Song Yang looked at her with interest, his eyes as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Anything you're willing to do? Xiao Shui nodded quickly and said incoherently. Yes. Yes. I'm willing to do anything. As long as you let me live. Song Yang smiled. He picked up a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table, unscrewed the cap, and poured the entire bottle of water onto the floor with a splash. Then, he pointed at the water on the ground and said to Xiao Shui word by word. Come on, drink it up. When Xiao Shui heard Song Yang's request, she was stunned for a second. After all, she is a female anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans. After all, he is a well-known figure, but he has to kneel on the ground and lick water? Xiao Shui secretly raised her eyes and glanced at Song Yang sitting on the sofa. There was no sign of joking on his face. Song Yang is serious. Rebellion? The thought only flashed through his mind before it was suppressed by the instinct of survival. She was like a fish on the chopping board now, and any slight disobedience could lead to unbearable consequences. I haven't had any water for several days. My throat is burning and my lips are so dry that they seem to be bleeding. Xiao Shui no longer hesitated, slowly bent down and began to drink water. Soon, the puddle of water was licked clean, leaving only a wet mark on the floor. Xiao Shui still kept her head down, her long hair falling down to cover her face. She didn't dare to look up, or even breathe loudly, waiting for Song Yang to speak. Silence filled the air, so oppressive that it made people breathless. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pinched her chin, and forced her to raise her head. The force was so strong that Xiao Shui groaned in pain and was forced to meet Song Yang's eyes. Stand up. Xiao Shui's legs were still weak, but her instinct for survival made her struggle, using her hands and feet to try to get up from the ground. Song Yang released his hand and looked down at her condescendingly. Will you betray me? Xiao Shui shuddered and shook her head almost immediately. No. No. I will never betray you. Never. I swear. If I betray you, you will kill me. You can do whatever you want to me. Song Yang nodded. Then, as if performing magic, a black cloth strip appeared in his hand and he casually threw it into Xiao Shui's hand. Blindfold your eyes. Song Yang ordered. Xiao Shui held the black cloth. She didn't understand why she had to blindfold herself, but she didn't dare to ask, let alone disobey. She lowered her head, clumsily raised the black cloth to her eyes, fumbled to wrap it around her head and tied it tightly. Darkness swallowed up all the light in an instant. In Xiao Shue's world, only touch and hearing remain. She could hear her own heavy breathing and the sound of her heart beating wildly in her chest. Silence. Deathly silence. Then there was the creaking sound of the sofa sinking. Song Yang sat down. Xiao Shue's body tensed up involuntarily. Then, there was a short metallic zipper sound. Come on, show me your worth, and you can stay. Song Yang's voice came out. Xiao Shue's heart suddenly sank. She certainly understood what satisfied meant. Who is she? She is Xiao Shui, an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. How many people flatter her in front of the screen, and how many people give her expensive gifts just to make her smile? But now, she is just a poor creature struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Survive. This was the only thought that overwhelmed everything else. Chapter 32. Yugo seduce Song Yang. At this time, Wang Mang was at home. The three of them sat around a low table, their eyes focused on the center of the table. There was only one last bag of instant noodles left there. Wang Mang leaned back in his chair, his face pale. The cloth wrapped around his left hand and shoulder oozed some yellow-green pus, emitting a faint fishy smell. Without anti-inflammatory drugs, the wound was deteriorating at a visible rate. He stretched out his still movable right hand, grabbed the packet of instant noodles, and roughly tore open the packaging. Sizzle. He broke the crispy bread without hesitation. He threw the largest piece, along with the shriveled packet of seasoning powder, into a chipped enamel bowl in front of him. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes were fixed on the movements of her son's hands, and her Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Wang Mang didn't even look at her and threw the remaining half of the pancake in front of her. Old Mrs. Lin was overjoyed and quickly held it in her hands, protecting it in front of her, as if she was afraid it would fly away. Bai Jie sat on a small stool beside her, like a transparent person from beginning to end. Her eyes were lowered, and her stomach ached slightly from being hungry for a long time. Wang Mang gave her nothing. Not even a glance. He picked up a plastic basin with some rainwater in it. He carefully poured some rainwater into his own bowl and also poured some into old Mrs. Lin's bowl. Wang Mang picked up the chopsticks and began to swallow in big gulps, ignoring the pain in his wound. The bottom of the bowl was soon empty and the noodle soup was drunk up. Wang Mang put down the chipped enamel bowl, leaned back in his chair, and turned his gaze to Bai Jie. Wife, we really have no other choice now. You have to make some sacrifices. Otherwise, all three of us will starve to death. I've already made the contact. There's a guy in the building next door who has some stock. He's willing to give you a bag of bread in exchange for 3 days of companionship. When Bai Jie heard that her husband was going to sell her out, she suddenly raised her head, the blood drained from her face, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Just go ahead. There's really no other way around this situation. Wang Mang avoided her gaze and dared not look directly at her. Wang Mang. You bastard. Bai Jie suddenly raised her head, her eyes burning with fire, staring at Wang Mang. How many days have I been hungry? Do you still see me as your wife? You didn't even leave me a bowl of soup for that little bit of noodles? She became more and more excited as she spoke, and she stood up shakily, holding onto the edge of the low table. The long period of hunger made her dizzy, but the resentment in her heart supported her. Not giving me food is fine. You actually want to sell me to someone else in exchange for something? Are you even human? I'm telling you. I'll never agree to this even if I die. Don't even think about it. What are you arguing about? Wang Mang was so embarrassed that he swung his right hand, which was still able to move, and overturned the coffee table along with the empty bowls and thermos on it to the ground. He suddenly stood up and rushed to Bai Jie. He grabbed her slender neck with his big hands and pushed her against the wall. Bai Jie's scream was blocked in her throat and her face turned red. His hands scratched Wang Mang's thick arms in vain, and his nails left shallow white marks. Do you think I want to? Wang Mang's eyes were bloodshot. There's been no sign of official rescue yet. Can't you see my injuries? If we can't get food, we'll all starve to death. Should I go out and rob? How can I rob in my current state? He was breathing heavily, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. Even if we sell our bodies, at least the three of us can survive. It's better than starving to death. Bai Jie's tears burst out, and the feeling of suffocation made her eyes go black. I was really blind at the time. After we got married, you said you were impotent and couldn't have children. Did I ever despise you? Did I ever think of leaving you? Now you're selling me out just to save your life. You're such a piece of shit. Song Yang's hand that was pinching Bai Jie's neck suddenly stiffened, and the bloodshot in his eyes seemed to freeze for a moment. He let go of his hand and gradually calmed down. Okay. You don't have to go there. But we must get the food back. Go seduce Song Yang in exchange for some food. Bai Jie's whole body trembled, and she raised her head suddenly. The little bit of color that had just recovered on her face faded again, and she became even paler than before. Who are you talking about? Song Yang. Wang Mang emphasized, isn't that guy quite interested in you? Perfect. This time, we're something sexy that shows off your figure. Go find him. Have some sleep and ask him to get us some food. Bread, biscuits, canned food, anything. Bai Jie's lips were trembling and she could hardly stand. Wang Mang, you want me to beg him? Have you forgotten what he did to me in the corridor last time? Now is not the time to talk about this. Wang Mang interrupted her. Whether you go beg him or sleep with him, I don't care. As long as we can get food in return and keep us alive, you can do anything. I'm not going. Bai Jie refused, I would never go even if I die. How dare you be so stubborn? Wang Mang's patience was completely exhausted, and his already irritable mood due to pain and hunger completely erupted. He raised his uninjured right hand and slapped Bai Jie hard in the face. Bang! Bai Jie's head was tilted by the blow, blood immediately seeped from the corner of her mouth, her ears were buzzing, and stars were flashing before her eyes. She covered her face and looked at her husband in disbelief. I'm really annoyed right now. Wang Mang panted heavily, pointed at her nose, and looked at her fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her. If I tell you to go, then just go. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sell you out all at once. Bai Jie covered her burning cheeks and collapsed on the ground. Tears mixed with the blood at the corner of her mouth flowed silently, and she almost didn't have the strength to cry. Despair washed over her like a tide. Old Mrs. Lin, who had been sitting silently by the side, opened her mouth with her dry lips fluttering. Xiao Jie, don't blame your husband. He has no other choice. Look at his injuries. We're all family. This situation is hard for everyone. You can't just think about yourself. Mom knows you're feeling wronged. But think about it, if we could exchange it for food, wouldn't everyone be able to survive? You are still young and beautiful, what's a sacrifice? If I were a few decades younger, I wouldn't mind sleeping with someone just to keep my family company. Mom promises you. Old Mrs. Lin started to make promises, as long as you can bring back something to eat, no matter what it is, bread or canned food, I'll let you eat first. I'll give you the lion's share. I can't let you suffer in vain. These words were like a needle, piercing the last bit of fantasy in Bai Jie's heart. She raised her head and looked at the mother and son in front of her with tearful eyes. One was ferocious and the other was pretending to be kind. She felt nauseous in her stomach. When Wang Mang heard his mother's words, the fierce expression on his face eased a little. He seemed to think that his mother's words made sense and gave him a way out. He breathed heavily and looked down at Bai Jie lying on the ground. There was no pity in his eyes, only impatient urging. Hurry up, put on your stockings, and go now. Chapter 33. The wife comes to my home for the second time. Under the threat of her husband and mother-in-law, Bai Jie walked into the bedroom. She dug out the sexy nurse uniform that was pressed at the bottom of the box and had very little fabric. The white skirt just covers the hips, and there are lace straps on the back. With a slight pull, the whole dress can be taken off. After putting on some simple makeup, she stopped in front of Song Yang's house. Bang, bang. After knocking on the door, there was no movement from inside. Bai Jie's heart sank. Is Song Yang not here? Or does he simply not want to open the door? Just as she was hesitating whether to knock again, a strange sound faintly came from inside the door. There was a rustling sound, as if something was rubbing against each other. Was it a woman's voice? Bai Jie's whole body stiffened. After waiting for a while, Song Yang's voice finally came from inside the door. Who? It looked less trembling, with a hint of weakness that was deliberately squeezed out. Song Yang, it's me, Bai Jie. What's up? Song Yang's voice came out along with the strange sound. I'm out of food at home. Can you lend me some food? Anything is fine. I'll pay you back. Is there someone else in your room? I think I heard a woman's voice. In response to Bai Jie's question, Song Yang reached out and touched Xiao Shue's head. Nothing, I just got a new little pet at home and it's playing with me. Pet? Bai Jie was stunned. This explanation sounded too outrageous. In the apocalypse, people couldn't even get enough to eat, so how could there be extra food to feed pets? And the faint groaning sound. Can it really be emitted by animals? As the sun goes out, without sunlight, the temperature of the Earth's surface is getting lower and lower. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Bai Jie subconsciously hugged her arms tightly. The clothes on her body, which were made of very little fabric, did not provide any warmth at all. It's cold outside, Song Yang, can I come in and sit for a while? Inside the door, Song Yang pulled up his pants and walked straight to the door. Click. The door lock was unscrewed, and the heavy security door opened a gap inward. Song Yang's eyes fell on the woman outside the door. The white sexy nurse uniform was so short that it barely covered her hip line, and the V-neck on her chest was extremely low, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and deep cleavage. Her face was painted with makeup that was not delicate but seductive enough, but the despair and humiliation deep in her eyes could not be concealed. Song Yang understood instantly from her outfit, expression, and what she had said before. Wang Mang, that useless guy, couldn't get food himself, so he set his sights on his woman. Bai Jie felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, as if she was stripped naked and exposed in front of him. She subconsciously wanted to hide, but her empty stomach wouldn't allow her to do so. Come in. Song Yang turned sideways to make room for the person behind him. Seeing Song Yang move aside, Bai Jie was a little excited. After all, she had served Song Yang once before. Although she was forced, she still had some relationship with him. A warm breath came out from the crack in the door. There was electricity and light in the house of the man in front of me. However, when she stepped over the threshold, she froze in place as if ice water had been poured over her head. A woman, blindfolded, half knelt on the smooth floor in a humiliating posture. Her black hair was disheveled, covering part of her face, leaving only her graceful jawline and her still-breathing cherry lips exposed. Isn't that Xiao Shui? Bai Jie's mind buzzed and went blank in an instant. The rustling sound I heard outside the door just now, and the faint moaning of a woman. Pet? The little pet that Song Yang mentioned turned out to be the female anchor Xiao Shui. Bai Jie knew Xiao Shui, and they had met in the same gym before. Song Yang closed the door, blocking out the cold wind. He didn't look at Xiao Shui, but instead observed the varied expressions on Bai Jie's face with great interest. Why? Do you know him? She just came to me today too. As soon as Song Yang finished speaking, Xiao Shui, who was half kneeling on the ground, seemed to be startled and turned her head slightly. Maybe he heard unfamiliar footsteps, or maybe he noticed a third gaze beside Song Yang. She hesitated, raised her hand and pulled off the black cloth covering her eyes. When her eyes caught sight of the equally disheveled woman at the door, wearing a revealing nurse's uniform, her pupils suddenly contracted. It's Bai Jie. That Bai Jie who had been heard complaining more than once in the gym about how Song Yang was a toad wanting to eat swan meat and how he was hoarding supplies out of his own imagination. When meeting an acquaintance, Xiao Shui covered her face tightly with her hands, wishing she could crawl into the ground. Awkward. So embarrassing. How come she is here? How could she see herself like this? The contempt and ridicule he had shown Song Yang in front of Bai Jie now felt like countless slaps in his face. She boasted about her live streaming income, mocked Song Yang as a loser with no future, and asserted that the end of the world was nonsense. But now, she was kneeling here like a dog, begging for some food from the man she looked down upon. This is worse than killing her. Bai Jie was also completely confused. It turns out that everyone is the same. In this doomsday, so-called dignity and decency are worthless in the face of survival. Song Yang leaned against the door, his arms folded across his chest, watching the dramatic scene in front of him with interest. It seems that you two really know each other. Besides, the relationship seems pretty good. Song Yang returned to the sofa in the middle of the living room and sat down again, as if nothing had happened. He cast his gaze towards Xiao Shui, who was curled up on the ground, and ordered. Continue. These two simple words were like a heavy hammer hitting Xiao Shui's heart. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Song Yang with tearful eyes, then glanced at Bai Jie at the door in horror. Doing this in front of another woman, especially someone she knew, made her so embarrassed that she almost fainted. Song Yang doesn't seem to have much patience. He leaned forward, reached out, and not so gently pinched Xiao Shue's chin, forcing her to raise her face and meet his cold gaze. My patience is limited. If I can let you in, I can also let you out. The voice was not loud, but it easily and instantly shattered Xiao Shue's last bit of shaky self-esteem. Get out? Back outside? She couldn't imagine such a scene. Hunger and cold would quickly take her life. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembled, and hot tears slid down and dripped onto the floor. Finally, she lowered her head resignedly and approached again. Bai Jie stood at the door, looking at the scene in front of her, feeling a little breathless. Xiao Shui, the goddess who was once adored by countless fans in the live broadcast room, was now so humbly surrendering to a man. Bai Jie felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her feel cold all over. It turns out that in the face of the desire to live, pride and dignity are really as light as a feather. Chapter 34 Bai Jie's Choice. Song Yang's gaze turned to the door and fell on the shivering Bai Jie. Want supplies? Bai Jie suddenly came back to her senses and nodded subconsciously. Can. Song Yang nodded. Since you want supplies, then bring something of sufficient value in exchange. This place doesn't support idlers, and it's not a charity. If you want food, you have to pay a price. At this moment, Bai Jie didn't dare to look directly at Song Yang, nor did she want to see Xiao Shue's flattering look, so she could only say in a low voice. What do you want? As long as I can do it. Song Yang did not answer, but instead stretched out his finger and slowly pointed at Xiao Shui in front of him. Can you do what she can do? Bai Jie's face suddenly turned pale. She was not a fool, so of course she understood what Song Yang meant. Let her kneel on the ground like Xiao Shui and serve this man? This was even harder for her to accept than killing her. Why, you don't want to? Song Yang raised his eyebrows. If you don't want to, forget it. The door is over there. Goodbye. Bai Jie's body was stiff, she was in a dilemma. She bit her lips so hard that they almost drew blood. Dignity and survival fought fiercely in her heart. At this moment, Song Yang took out a box of Tetra Pak milk from the backpack next to the sofa as if performing magic. He tore open the package, raised his head and took a big sip. The rich aroma of milk instantly filled the living room, like an invisible hand, tightly gripping Bai Jie's stomach. She felt her stomach rumble shamefully, and hunger surged like a tide. Bai Jie felt her throat dry and tight, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, which made her feel better. I have some jewelry at home, a gold necklace, a diamond ring, I can give them all to you. Can you exchange them for a bag of bread, or even half a bag will do? Jewelry? Jewelry? Song Yang sneered, as if he had heard a huge joke. Do you think people out there are short of gold or food? Gold cannot be eaten, diamonds cannot be drunk, and to me they are worth less than a moldy crust of bread. Bai Jie knew that what Song Yang said was true. In this situation, food and water are the most important things. Then, Song Yang took out a glass jar filled with golden viscous liquid. It's honey. In the apocalypse, sugar is a luxury that can quickly replenish energy. Song Yang unscrewed the lid, and a sweet aroma wafted out, domineeringly occupying Bai Jie's sense of smell. Instead of using a spoon, he simply extended his index finger into the jar and scooped up a large piece of crystal clear honey. Want some bread? Come, eat it all. Once you've eaten it all, this jar of honey will be yours. Bai Jie stared at the finger covered with golden honey, and was extremely entangled. Let her lick his fingers? This is more humiliating than asking her to strip naked. No. She wanted to refuse, but her mind told her not to say that. My stomach growled again at an inopportune moment. Gurgle. Hunger was like a ferocious beast, gnawing at her sanity. The sweet aroma of honey continued to stimulate her taste buds. Every second felt like being frying in a frying pan. In the end, the beast called survival completely devoured the prey called dignity. Bai Jie closed her eyes, hot tears sliding down her cheeks. She trembled and slowly leaned forward, closer to the honey-covered hand. Sweet, extremely sweet. The honey slid down my throat and into my empty stomach, and a warm current quickly spread. Soon, the hungry Bai Jie ate up all the honey, not even a drop was left. This made Xiao Shui, who was serving Song Yang diligently, a little envious. She had only drunk a little water since she entered the door, and she was still very hungry. If she doesn't eat something, she will really starve to death. Song Yang saw what Xiao Shui was thinking and grabbed her out of thin air. When he opened his palm, he saw a well-packaged sausage lying in his palm. This completely unreasonable scene made Bai Jie and Xiao Shui tremble all over and stop moving. They watched the sausage appear out of thin air, like a magic trick. The end of the world has overturned common sense, but this method is still beyond their understanding. Song Yang didn't care about their horror. He stretched out his other hand and touched Xiao Shui's face, who was still in a daze. Do you want it? He shook the sausage in his hand. Want to? Xiao Shui answered in a low voice. As long as you perform well and show me your value, there will be many more sausages like this in the future. Xiao Shui was delighted to hear Song Yang's promise. She was ready to use every way she could think of to please the man in front of her. In front of the real food, she didn't care that someone was watching her. Bai Jie watched from the side, and the hunger in her stomach that had just been soothed by the honey seemed to rebound again. She has been hungry for too long, this little bit of honey is not enough. Perhaps this is their only choice in this world. A while later. It's all over. Song Yang stood up naked. At this moment, Xiao Shui's face was full of anticipation, her eyes fixed on Song Yang. She wanted to see what kind of reward she would get for all she had done. Song Yang grabbed out of thin air again. Without any warning, when he opened his palm, 2 chicken legs wrapped in plastic bags lay steadily on it. It's like this again. Bai Jie and Xiao Shui held their breath again at the same time. Even though they had just seen the sausage appear out of thin air, the second shock still caused their brains to crash. This completely goes beyond the worldview they have built up over the past 20 years. But for Xiao Shui, after a brief shock, she felt uncontrollable ecstasy. Drumstick. It's meat. It is the meat that can drive people crazy in the end times. She didn't think about what Song Yang's mysterious method was all about. All her attention was firmly attracted by the 2 chicken legs. Xiao Shui took the 2 chicken legs with trembling hands, and with her fingernails, she tore open one of the packaging bags with a swish sound. The aroma of meat exploded instantly, domineeringly entering her nostrils and also the nostrils of Bai Jie next to her. Xiao Shui opened her mouth and bit the chicken leg hard. Oil stains covered the corners of her mouth and cheeks, but she didn't care. She chewed with big mouthfuls, making satisfied whimpers in her throat. Soon, she had eaten the chicken leg clean, leaving only a bare bone. Then Xiao Shui picked up the chicken bone that had been gnawed clean, put the bone back into her mouth, and began chewing it hard. She wanted to squeeze out every last bit of nutrition and flavor from this bone. After eating one, she used the same method to quickly finish the second chicken leg, including the bones, leaving nothing behind. After doing all this, Xiao Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She licked her lips and looked at Song Yang, looking as if she was still unsatisfied. Chapter 35 I Want Food Too. Song Yang looked at Xiao Shui, who looked like she was still not full, and a smile appeared on his lips. As the hero who just helped him reach the pinnacle of his life, he naturally would not treat him unfairly. He just waved his hand casually, and a bag of well-packaged bread and a bottle of pure milk appeared on the table. It's like this again. Taking things out of thin air. Xiao Shui was very excited. Bread. Milk. In the end times, these things that were once the most common have now become luxuries. People outside would fight each other to the point of bleeding and killing each other for half a piece of biscuit. And she easily got chicken legs, bread and milk. The contrast made her tremble with excitement. Thank you, Brother Song. She quickly took the food, took big bites of the bread, unscrewed the cap of the milk bottle, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She ate very quickly, but compared to the way she wolfed down the chicken leg just now, this time she was obviously more relaxed, and there was even a hint of enjoyment on her face. All of this was seen clearly by Bai Jie, who was standing next to him. The aroma of bread tempted the hunger in her stomach. She looked at Xiao Shui's satisfied expression, and then thought about the reward she had just received for licking her fingers. Suddenly I felt a little unwilling. Why? Is it because Xiao Shui is younger and more open-minded? Bai Jie knew that in this world, so-called dignity and bottom line were worthless compared to survival. Xiao Shui proved this with her actions and gained tangible benefits. She is Bai Jie, so she can do it too. Once that thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds. She took a deep breath and moved closer to Song Yang. Brother Song, I can also do what Xiao Shui did just now. After saying this, Bai Jie's cheeks became hot, and even her ears felt burning. She could feel her body shaking, both from shame and from the desire for food. Xiao Shui, who was sipping milk next to her, paused and curled the corners of her mouth imperceptibly. In her opinion, it was too late for Bai Jie to let go of her ridiculous reserve. Song Yang looked at Bai Jie with interest. She lowered her head, and only her black hair and slightly trembling shoulders could be seen. She was like a frightened little rabbit, but she had to muster up the courage to beg the hunter. This contrast made him feel very interesting. Oh? You can do it too? Baijia's body trembled even more violently. She didn't dare to look up, but only replied in a low voice. I don't ask for much, just a bag of bread, like hers. She didn't dare ask for chicken legs or even milk. She just wanted a bag of bread to fill her stomach. Song Yang didn't answer. He looked Baijia up and down carefully, his eyes sliding from her lowered head, across her slender neck, and landing on the full curve of her chest. That useless guy Wang Mang married a very good woman. Just the pair of big grapefruits on her chest are something that not everyone can grasp. Every second of silence was a torment for Baijia. She could even hear her own heart beating like a drum. Just when she was about to be unable to bear the pressure and wanted to give up, Song Yang finally spoke. Bread? It's not impossible. But words alone are not enough. You have to show me your sincerity. Baijia understood what Song Yang meant. He wanted her to do it right now, in front of Xiao Shui. The feeling of humiliation washed over her again, even more intense than when she licked her fingers just now. But the empty feeling in her stomach forced her to do it. She really had no choice. After a long time, Baijia walked out of the safe house. She held half a bag of bread tightly in her arms, afraid of being seen by others. Behind the crack of the door opposite, a pair of eyes were staring at the door. When Baijia stepped completely into her home, before she had time to catch her breath, a strong hand suddenly reached out and snatched the bread from her arms. It was Wang Mang. He couldn't wait to tear open the package, first broke off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth, then gave half to old Mrs. Lin, who was standing next to him, also cramming her neck with longing eyes. The mother and son chewed the bread voraciously like hungry wild dogs, with breadcrumbs all over the corners of their mouths. While Wang Mang was chewing, he glanced at Baijia vaguely. You slept with that Song guy? Baijia shook her head. No, I knelt on the ground and begged him for a long time, and he only gave me this half bag. We agreed before that I would get half of this bread. Wang Mang swallowed the last bite of bread, wiped his mouth, and didn't even look at Baijia. Sharing it with you? If you can get it the first time, you can get it the second time. If you have the guts, ask for it yourself. We're still hungry. Old Mrs. Lin also chimed in, her mouth full of bread, mumbling vaguely. That's right, if you don't have sex, you'll get half a bag. If you do have sex, won't you get more? Baijia looked at the selfish mother and son in front of her, and anger and coldness surged in her heart. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. In the end, she said nothing, turned around and walked back to her room silently, closing the door heavily. Seeing his wife enter the room, Wang Mang lowered his voice and whispered in Mrs. Lin's ear. Mom, I've made up my mind. Isn't that Song guy a lecher? Just let Baijia go there every day. With her pretty face and body, she can always get some food back. Old Lady Lin's cloudy eyes rolled around. But Song Yang and I have a grudge. It's not good to send your wife to our enemy to play with every day. Daughter-in-law? Wang Mang laughed. What time is it now? It's the end of the world. It's good enough to be able to exchange for food. She'll be waiting for the day when she can't get anything. I'll just put up a sign for her. Whoever gives her food gets to sleep. We have to survive, don't we? Old Mrs. Lin touched her hungry stomach and finally nodded, tacitly agreeing to her son's plan. As long as she can have enough to eat, the sacrifice made by her daughter-in-law is nothing. At this time, in the bedroom, the door was locked, blocking out the sounds from outside. Baijia walked to the bed and carefully lifted the lining of her cotton coat. Half a bag of bread, slightly deformed by the pressure, was quietly stuffed there. She had expected it. Given the moral character of Wang Mang and her mother-in-law, even if she really exchanged her dignity for food, I'm afraid they wouldn't even leave her with a crumb. Instead of relying on others for charity, it is better to leave a way out for yourself. She actually vaguely heard a few words of the conversation between the mother and son outside. This little bit of food must be eaten sparingly. She didn't know how many times she could exchange food from Song Yang, and she didn't know when Wang Mang's so-called listing for rent would become a reality. The only one she can rely on is herself. Survive. She must survive at all costs. Chapter 36 Doomsday Situation. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. Song Yang had just woken up from his sleep and his consciousness was still a little fuzzy when he felt something strange under his body. Something was gently pulling at his pants. He opened his eyes. The person who came into view was Xiao Shui. The woman was only wearing a black lace bra, with very little fabric, barely covering her key parts and revealing a large area of fair skin. Xiao Shui understood since she got the food. If she wants to stay in this safe house, she must do her best to please Song Yang. Xiao Shui understood since she got the food. If she wanted to stay safely in this safe house, it would not be enough to rely on her previous beauty and occasional obedience. You must show some real ability and do your best to please this man who holds the lifeline to your survival. As for how to please a man, especially in this kind of environment, she knew it clearly. On the other side of the city, in a safe house, Zhang Xinmei and her niece Zhang sat on the sofa, counting the remaining supplies. Zhang Xinmei counted carefully, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She looked up at Zhang Yu, who was worried, and said in a dry voice, "Xiao Yu, I'm afraid the food we have left will only last us 3 weeks." There was no way, so Zhang Xinmei picked up the phone on the table. The signal was intermittent, but it was their only hope at the moment. She found the number marked Song Yang, took a deep breath, and pressed the dial button. Unexpectedly, this time, the call actually went through. Beep beep. After a few busy tones, the call was connected. However, what came from the receiver was not Song Yang's voice, but a suppressed, intermittent strange sound. There was also a woman's panting. Zhang Xinmei was stunned. As a mature woman, she understood what was happening on the other end of the phone almost instantly. She subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone, but her fingers were frozen and unable to move. Zhang Yu, who was standing next to her, noticed that her aunt's face was not right, so she came over curiously and asked in a low voice, "Aunt, what's wrong? Why isn't he talking? What's that noise inside?" Zhang Xinmei suddenly came to her senses and tried to turn off the hands-free function on her phone in a panic, but it was too late. Those ambiguous voices reached Zhang Yu's ears without missing a single one. Zhang Yu blinked her big, innocent eyes, her face full of confusion. It sounds like someone is humming? Is he sick? Looking at her niece's ignorant and innocent look, Zhang Xinmei's face became hot and she coughed twice in embarrassment. "Nothing, Mr. Song might be busy doing something that only adults would do." "Something grown-ups would do?" Zhang Yu repeated it, tilted his head and thought about it, but still didn't quite understand. Zhang Xinmei calmed herself down and said, "Song Yang, I have something to tell you." The noisy voice on the other end of the phone became quieter, but the woman's breathing could still be heard. "Look, Xiao Yu and I did some calculations, and the food we have left might not be enough. We can only last for 3 weeks at most." Zhang Xinmei talked about the situation she was facing. 3 weeks? Song Yang's voice didn't sound surprised. "It's faster than I thought." "Yeah, we didn't expect the consumption to be so high." Zhang Xinmei explained somewhat embarrassedly. She couldn't say that both she and her niece ate a lot, right? "Well, I'm also considering moving. I'll leave in about 2 weeks, and I'll bring my supplies with me." "Move place?" Zhang Xinmei was a little confused. She never expected Song Yang to suggest moving. There are monsters everywhere outside now. It's too dangerous. In her opinion, the safest way now is to stay in the safe house and minimize going out. The current safe house is only temporary. Song Yang explained. "We had too little time to prepare, and many places are fraught with hidden dangers. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and people are scarier than monsters. No one can guarantee that a place will always be safe. The fact that I have a large amount of supplies will eventually reach the ears of certain forces. By then, the makeshift safe house I built may not be safe." Zhang Xinmei's heart skipped a beat. She understood the deeper meaning of Song Yang's words. "We're not worried about ordinary intruders, those reinforced concrete might be able to withstand them." He was worried that the enemy had explosives? Heavy weapons? "If someone is willing to pay the price, we can just blow up the entire building and bury him alive inside." Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Xinmei felt a chill running down her spine. In the end times, nothing is impossible. A safe house is just a relative concept. The safe house built by Song Yang cannot guarantee absolute safety. Moving is imperative. Not for Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu, but for himself. No matter how safe a safe house is, it is only temporary. He needed a new base that was more hidden and more solid. Glancing across the chat interface, several pinned group chats stood out. XX Community Owner Group, XX Community Mother Group, XX Community Rental Group. After the sun went out, the network signal became intermittent and the network was cut off. The Owners Group became a rare place for information exchange in the apocalypse. He clicked on the XX Community Owners Group. The group is more active than expected, with avatars flashing and messages scrolling. Who has any water left? Please exchange some, 1 bottle of mineral water for a bag of pickled mustard greens. I have rice at home, I'll exchange it for canned meat. If you have any, please send me a private message. Is there any kind-hearted person? My child has a fever. Please give me some medicine to reduce the fever. Song Yang browsed quickly, and suddenly, several messages caught his attention. I'm offering a wife, young and beautiful, guaranteed to be juicy and good at sex, in exchange for food. The highest bidder wins. The best young woman, still charming, absolutely worth it, half a bottle of water at a time. Brothers, we can't stand it anymore. We're selling it at a bargain price. First come, first served. Song Yang's fingertips slid across the screen, and the notification bar was almost bursting with friend request notifications. When I clicked on it, I saw all unfamiliar avatars, and the attached verification messages were even more straightforward and explicit. Brother Song, look at my wife, she's just in her early 20s and absolutely clean, and she's being traded for a box of instant noodles. I really can't stand it anymore. This was followed by a photo of a woman wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothing. Brother Song, please take me in. I'm really starving to death. I can do anything. The accompanying picture shows a woman in pajamas, posing seductively. Brother, my wife and her sister are a pair of sisters. They are sensible and obedient. They just want a bite to eat. Is that okay with you? The photo shows 2 young women cuddling together, their faces filled with fear. Messages like this came one after another, and the accompanying photos became increasingly explicit. In the end times, morality has declined and human nature has been distorted. He had long anticipated such a scene. It can even be said that this is just the tip of the iceberg. He closed the friend request interface and reopened the Owners Group. There are very few new messages in the group, only 5 or 6. Damn it, there was some noise from Lao Wang's house next door yesterday, but why is there no sound at all today? Who knows? Maybe he starved to death. I heard a sound of fighting in his house. Could it be that someone was killed? Don't talk nonsense. In today's world, mind your own business. That's right, it's good enough to take care of yourself. Who has time to care about other people's lives? Just as Song Yang was reading the news, dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Song Yang stretched out his hand and picked up the surveillance tablet on the table. The screen lit up, and the scene outside the door appeared clearly. It's not just one person, it's 4 or 5. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man. Song Yang had some impression of him. He seemed to be a resident living upstairs, but he forgot his last name. At this moment, he was kneeling upright in front of Song Yang's door with a few people behind him. Their condition is not much better than that of zombies, or even worse. His cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones were prominent, his eye sockets were sunken like a skull, and his sallow skin tightly wrapped around his bones. His lips were dry and chapped, and he was wearing dirty clothes whose original color could no longer be seen. The clothes hung loosely on his body, as if they could be blown down by a gust of wind. The middle-aged man raised his head, his cloudy eyes looking at the camera at Song Yang's door. He opened his mouth and made a hoarse sound, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Song Yang, please, have mercy on us. The people behind him also kowtowed, their movements were very small, it seemed that they were too hungry. We are starving to death. We really can't hold on any longer. As long as you give us food and water, we'll do anything you ask us to do. Yes. Anything is fine. We'll work like slaves for you. All we want is to survive. Song Yang looked at the screen expressionlessly. Work like a horse or an ox? In the end times, the least valuable things are human lives and so-called promises. He recalled how he died in his previous life, how those usually kind neighbors had violently smashed down his door and divided up his body just for a few bites of food. On the screen, those people were still kowtowing, their heads bleeding. Song Yang knew that once this door was opened, there would be an endless stream of people coming to him. Compassion? That is the cheapest and most deadly thing in the apocalypse. Even if they look extremely pitiful. After a few minutes, the pleading sounds outside the door gradually died down. After a while, the figure on the screen swayed and stood up from the ground. Damn it, this guy just wants to see us starve to death. A young man growled, and his words were like a spark, instantly igniting the suppressed despair and resentment in the hearts of the others. Why does he have food? We're starving. He's just watching behind the door. Open the door. Mr. Song. Open the door. We know you're in there. Open the door. Give us something to eat. Or we'll break it down. The young man rushed forward and kicked the door with all his strength. Bang! There was a dull thud, and the security door didn't move at all. The man's ankle seemed to be twisted, and the pain made him grimace, but it also aroused his ferocity. Let's go together. The others also became furious and started punching and kicking. Someone even picked up half a brick that someone had thrown in the corridor and smashed it hard at the door lock. Bang! 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 But after smashing for a while, they realized that they were just wasting their energy, so they stopped, cursed a few words, and turned to leave the corridor. Chapter 37: Borrowing a Knife to Kill. But not long after the people outside the door disappeared, they appeared back on the surveillance screen. This time, the skinny man in the lead had a piece of iron sheet in his hand that he had taken from somewhere. The cat's eye on Song Yang's door was covered tightly with tape to prevent Song Yang from shooting arrows. Then, a heavy dragging and friction sound was heard. Song Yang looked at the screen and saw that they had actually carried up a small gasoline generator from downstairs. A plastic barrel was opened, and they poured the remaining half barrel of gasoline into the generator's fuel tank without leaving a drop. Next came the electric drill and the small handheld electric saw. Several tools that looked quite powerful were connected to the generator. Buzz buzz. After a few strenuous pulls, the generator emitted a deafening roar. Mr. Song. Open the door. The young man who kicked the door before now had bloodshot eyes and a buzzing electric drill in his hand, pointing it at the security door. Mr. Song, listen up. Open the door for us right now. Don't force us to saw the door open and chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Yes. Chop him up. And there's a woman inside. This guy must be hiding a woman. Damn it, he'll be in trouble once we get in there. In the bedroom, Xiao Shui crawled to the corner of the bed and curled up into a ball. It's over. They are really going to take action. A horrible scene emerged uncontrollably in her mind. The door was violently broken open, and those starving men rushed in like beasts. And herself. Xiao Shui shuddered suddenly, and a chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She knew only too well what would become of her. Once the door was broken, Song Yang would surely die, and she herself would be toyed to death by these people. Xiao Shui closed her eyes in despair. Is everything going to end? I just had a full meal that day. She doesn't want to die. But when she raised her head and looked at Song Yang, she found that there was no panic expression on his face. That was not pretended calmness, but a different kind of confidence. Song Yang, they have a chainsaw. They're really going to break the door. Why aren't you afraid at all? Do you really have a way to deal with those guys outside? Song Yang finally took his eyes off the screen and glanced at her lightly. The look was calm, so calm that it was even a little indifferent. What's the rush? He asked back, his tone calm. Is the door so easy to break? Xiao Shui was stunned by his question. But what if? What if they really succeed? Those tools are quite destructive. Just watch. Song Yang interrupted her and turned his gaze back to the screen. Get ready to watch the show. Watch the show? Xiao Shui looked at Song Yang's profile blankly. There was a life or death situation outside, with hungry ghosts demanding lives, yet he actually said he wanted to watch the show? What's the show you want to watch? Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve? Thinking of this, Xiao Shui subconsciously looked at the surveillance screen. Outside the door, a buzzing electric drill hit the door panel, sending sparks flying but only leaving a shallow dent. I used a handheld electric saw, but it could not remove a layer of paint and leave an ugly white mark, and it still could not move it at all. The young man who kicked the door was the first to run out of strength. He dropped the hot electric drill in his hand and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Damn, what kind of door is this? No wonder Fatty Wong didn't go in and kill Song Yang back then. The skinny man next to him also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He stared at the motionless security door with a sinister look in his eyes. He knew the power of the electric saw, which could even cut through steel pipes, but the thickness and material of this door panel far exceeded their imagination. The others also stopped one after another. They were all tired like dogs. They looked at each other and wanted to give up. What should we do? We can't open it. Someone whispered. Damn, this door is stronger than a bank vault. The skinny man was silent for a moment and waved his hand. Rest for a while and think of other solutions. A few people turned off the generator while cursing, and the corridor became quiet in an instant, with only heavy breathing as the sound. They stared at the door as if it were not a door but an insurmountable wall. Inside the house, Song Yang took Xiao Shui out of the bedroom and came to the living room. When Xiao Shui saw that the door was intact, her heart finally settled back into her stomach and she let out a long breath. This door really keeps out the crazy people outside. It seems they've stopped. Then how do we get rid of them? They definitely won't just let it go. Xiao Shui said worriedly. Song Yang walked to the window of the living room, which was sealed tightly with a thick iron plate, leaving only a tiny gap for air to pass through. Rush? Why do we have to do it ourselves? Xiao Shui was stunned. What's the meaning? Song Yang's lips curled up into a smile. Have you heard of borrowing a knife to kill someone? Killing someone with a borrowed knife? Xiao Shui was even more confused and had no idea what he meant. Those people outside are the biggest threat, so where can we borrow any knife from? Before she could figure it out, Song Yang had already stretched out his hands and grabbed the edge of the iron plate sealing the window. He tensed his arm muscles and lifted them upwards. Crack! He lifted the heavy iron plate and fixed it on top. In an instant, the bright light in the house pierced through the window like a sharp sword, piercing the darkness outside without any obstruction. In this neighborhood shrouded in darkness, this sudden light is extremely eye-catching and ostentatious. No one knows what lurks in the darkness better than Song Yang, who has experienced his past life. Xiao Shui looked at the light shining into the boundless darkness, her heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition enveloped her. She seemed to understand a little bit what Song Yang meant by killing with a borrowed knife. What will this light attract? A few seconds later, Song Yang put the heavy iron plate down again, covering the window tightly. At this moment, Xiao Shui finally understood what Song Yang meant by killing with a borrowed knife. This is not borrowing a knife at all, this is summoning the devil. Song Yang walked to the surveillance screen. On the screen, the figures outside the door seemed to have noticed something and were looking around anxiously. Soon, a low roar was heard from the community. The sound was distant and intermittent at first, but soon became clearer and was getting closer. The people outside the door also heard it. The young man who kicked the door suddenly looked at the stairs in horror. What's that sound? Did you hear it? The skinny man also pricked up his ears. It seems to be coming from downstairs. Several people looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Damn, could it be those things? Someone said in a trembling voice. That's impossible. We're not outside, how could we possibly attract those monsters? Just when several people were terrified, a pale and hideous face appeared on the window glass in the corridor. Chapter 38 The Yellow Bird Behind. Chapter 39. That pale and hideous face, with distorted features and empty eyes, was suddenly pressed against the dusty corridor window without any warning, meeting the horrified gaze inside. Ah! The man closest to the window only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body felt as if all the bones had been pulled out, and he collapsed and tried to retreat. His scream was like a signal, instantly igniting the tense nerves of others. What? Window! Outside the window. The skinny man turned his head suddenly. When he saw the terrifying face that almost occupied the entire window, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. That's not a human. Definitely not a human. Run! Run! The skinny man almost roared, his voice changing in tone. The few people who had just gathered together scattered in an instant, stumbling towards the stairs, wanting to get as far away from the window as possible. However, they were still a step slow. Crash! The sound of breaking glass echoed throughout the corridor. The pale face disappeared, replaced by a pale, sharp claw. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure squeezed into the narrow corridor. This is a humanoid creature nearly 2 meters tall, with skin that is a sickly pale color, as if it has not seen sunlight for years. Song Yang gave this monster, which is extremely sensitive to light, a name Night Demon. As soon as the night demon landed, its empty gaze locked onto the screaming young man who was closest to it and screaming the loudest. The man was so frightened that he tried to escape by crawling, but how could he be faster than the night demon? The night demon let out a low roar, took a big step forward, and instantly closed the distance between it and the man. Don't want! The man screamed in despair, and his voice stopped abruptly. The night demon's claws pierced his chest easily. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the night demon's pale claws red. The man didn't even have time to make any more sounds before he collapsed to the ground powerlessly, twitched a few times, and then fell completely silent. The whole process was breathtakingly fast. The other people were so frightened by the bloody scene that they ran away even faster. In front of the surveillance screen, Xiao Shue's face was pale and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands, afraid that she would make any sound. She stared at the brutal monster on the screen in horror, her stomach churning. This is the end of the world. This is the true end of the world. Compared to those crazy people outside who are almost starving to death, this kind of monster is the real horror. She finally understood what Song Yang meant by killing with a borrowed knife. He simply wanted to use these monsters to get rid of the thugs who wanted to break in. But is it really worth it to attract such a monster? The tragedy in the corridor continues to unfold. The skinny man's eyes were bloodshot, and in his despair he felt a surge of ruthlessness. He raised the machete at his waist and rushed towards the night demon with a roar. I'm going to fight you. However, in the face of absolute speed, courage seemed so pale and powerless. Puff! A slight sound even drowned out the skinny man's roar. Before his knife could fall, the night demon's sharp claws were one step faster and slashed at it from a tricky angle. A head rolled to the top of the stairs, with horror and unwillingness still visible on its face. The headless body gushed out blood, swayed twice, and fell heavily to the ground. Now, the last two people left completely collapsed. They were terrified and crawled downstairs, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. In front of the surveillance screen, Xiao Shui stared at it intently, almost vomiting. 6 people, 6 living people, were slaughtered by the monster in such a short time, and only 2 escaped. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen if Song Yang hadn't closed the window in time and if the monster was coming towards them. Cold sweat soaked her back. Seeing that the pursuit was hopeless, the night demon came to a man with only the upper body left. It growled, its hollow eyes fixed on the still wriggling half of the body on the ground. The man, who was left with only half of his body, was covered in blood and the severe pain almost made him faint. Between life and death, the man's adrenaline surged, and he saw that there was a chainsaw at hand. This was prepared to be used to break the door. In a daze, he used up his last bit of strength to fumble and pull the starting rope. Buzz! The roar of the engine suddenly sounded. The night demon was enraged by the sudden sound. It pounced down suddenly, and its pale claws went straight for the man's head. At this critical moment, the man burst out with his last life potential, roared, and swung the roaring chainsaw in his hand, fiercely chopped at the oncoming shadow with a gesture of mutual destruction. Phew! This is the sound of sharp claws crushing the skull. Snap! This is the sound of a chainsaw cutting through bones and muscles. Blood and brain matter splattered, staining the walls and the ground red. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, and he was completely silent. But at the same time, the night demon also let out a painful roar. One of its arms was cut off at the shoulder and fell to the ground, still twitching slightly. The night demon staggered back a step, his empty eye sockets turning to his broken arm, a sticky purple liquid flowing from the wound. In front of the surveillance screen, Song Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Injured. For a monster like this that is extremely sensitive to its own condition, any wound may affect its movements. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The decoys had accomplished their mission and more. Now, it is his turn as the yellow bird to appear on the scene. Song Yang no longer hesitated, stretched his hands and feet, put on his helmet, and took out the fire axe he had bought earlier. What are you going to do? Xiao Shui was shocked when she saw Song Yang's actions. Song Yang didn't look back, but just spit out 2 words coldly. Kill it. Kill it? Xiao Shui felt her mind went blank. That monster that reaped lives as easily as the Grim Reaper, Song Yang actually said he was going to kill it? Was he crazy? That thing isn't human. You can't beat it. Xiao Shui almost screamed. She couldn't understand Song Yang's decision. In her opinion, it was tantamount to suicide. Song Yang stood in front of the door, his tone terrifyingly calm. It's injured, and now it's in the corridor, a narrow and disadvantageous place. This kind of opportunity doesn't come around often. After saying that, he ignored Xiao Shui, who was frightened and pale, and opened the door directly. Kill it while it's sick. This is Song Yang's true thought. Chapter 39, Killing the Night Demon. As the door opened, the night demon, who had his back to the door and was looking down at his broken arm, slowly turned around. Those empty, pale eyes were fixed on the figure at the door. Song Yang. Unlike the prey that had fled in all directions before, this newly appeared human did not exude the slightest aura of fear. Instead, it felt a hint of danger. He didn't run? The night demon tilted his head, seemingly unable to understand the situation. In its cognition, the only reaction of a weak creature when encountering it is to escape or be torn to pieces. After a brief moment of doubt, there was an even more violent murderous intent. Food dared to provoke the hunter. Ah! With a sharp and piercing hiss, the night demon suddenly arched his body, kicked the ground with his only remaining claws, and pounced towards Song Yang like an afterimage. The speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and it went straight to Song Yang's face. Inside the door, Xiao Shui's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She watched the monster pounce on Song Yang with only one thought in her mind. It's over. However, just as the claws were about to touch Song Yang's helmet, Song Yang moved. His body suddenly relaxed like a taut spring, and he took an incredibly swift step back, his body slightly tilting to the side. Laugh! The sharp claws almost scratched the edge of his helmet, and the strong wind even made the helmet shake. So fast! Song Yang was also startled. The speed of this monster was even faster than he expected. If he hadn't been exercising every day these days, and if the monster hadn't been injured, it would have definitely not been able to avoid that attack just now. The moment he dodged the attack, he exerted force from his waist, swung the fire axe in his hand in a semicircle, and chopped hard at the night demon's intact arm. The timing is perfect. The night demon's attack missed. His old strength had just gone and new strength had not yet been generated. In addition, the severe pain from the broken arm affected his balance, and he had no time to dodge completely. Puff! A dull sound of penetration was heard. The sharp edge of the fire axe successfully split the tough skin and muscles of the night demon and embedded deeply into it. The sticky purple blood splattered like ink, covering Song Yang's body. Hiss! The night demon let out a shrill roar. But Song Yang frowned. He used almost all his strength in this axe blow, but it felt like he was chopping on hard wood. Although the axe chopped through, it failed to completely cut off its arm with one blow as expected. The axe blade was stuck in its bones and extremely tough muscle tissue. This monster's physical strength is far beyond imagination. Song Yang made a quick decision and released his hands that were holding the axe handle. At the same moment he dropped the axe, he turned his wrist and a pitch-black crossbow appeared out of thin air in his palm. Without any hesitation, Song Yang raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the night demon's head. 7 crossbow arrows, with the sound of breaking through the air, shot towards the night demon's head in a V shape. This sudden attack made the night demon, who was already somewhat unbalanced due to the severe pain, feel a fatal threat. It jerked back, trying to dodge. Puff! Puff! Even though it reacted quickly, the distance was too close and the attacks were fast and intensive. The night demon's movement of leaning back allowed it to avoid the 5 arrows that were shot at its face and throat, but the remaining 2 arrows pierced its right eye socket. The sticky purple liquid exploded instantly. The unimaginable pain made the night demon roar more miserably than ever before. Its only remaining arm was waving wildly, trying to cover its blinded eye socket, and its body was shaking violently. Blind in one eye. Just when Song Yang was about to step forward to finish him off, the night demon suddenly stopped roaring, arched its body again, and used its remaining sharp claws, carrying a fishy wind, to grab Song Yang's neck fiercely. The speed is even faster than before. Song Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He almost instinctively jerked his head back, exerted force on his feet, and dodged awkwardly to the side. Swish! The sharp claws scraped across the skin of his neck. Just a little bit more and his throat would be torn open. That was close. The night demon looked at the arm where the axe was embedded in Song Yang's arm, and actually pulled the axe out of the flesh and bones with his mouth, bringing out a large amount of purple blood and minced meat. Seeing the monster rushing towards him again, Song Yang took out another axe, twisted his body as much as he could, and held the axe horizontally in front of him to block it. Bang! An unimaginable force hit the axe blade of the fire axe, and the huge impact force spread throughout Song Yang's body through the axe handle. Song Yang felt as if his arm was about to break, and his whole body was like being hit head-on by a high-speed truck. He flew backwards involuntarily and hit the wall behind him hard, making a dull sound. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Song Yang's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and severe pain instantly swept through his body. The power of this monster is so terrifying. But at the same time, the night demon was not feeling well either. The continuous heavy blows, especially the blinding of the eyes and excessive blood loss, made its movements shaky. The purple liquid flowing from its body had dyed a large area of the ground red and emitted a pungent fishy smell. It stood there, its body swaying, as if it would fall down at any moment. At this time, in Wang Mang's home, Wang Mang and old lady Lin were peeking through the crack in the door. Seeing Song Yang's embarrassed look, old lady Lin couldn't help but get excited. It's that bastard Song Yang. Well done. Kill him. Mom, look at that monster, it seems to be seriously injured. Wang Mang whispered, that kid Song Yang is really a bit weird. He was able to hurt that monster so badly. Bah! What's the point of being so evil? You're going to die anyway. Old Mrs. Lin glared at her son. He deserved to die. He was exposed to something like this. This is karma. Who made him kill my darling grandson? The good grandson she was referring to was naturally the teddy dog that was kicked to death by Song Yang. Yes. Retribution. Wang Mang also echoed, Mom, do you think this monster will leave after killing him? Old lady Lin narrowed her eyes and a cold smile appeared on her face. That's better. It's better to let the monster drag him away and eat him clean, so that he won't bother us anymore. The mother and son watched the brutal life and death struggle outside with a gloating look on their faces, praying in their hearts that Song Yang would die soon. In the corridor, Song Yang stood up by holding the wall. He knew that someone was peeking behind the door. But now, he has no time to pay attention to those people. The monster in front of him is his only and most deadly threat. Chance. He gritted his teeth and poured all the remaining strength into his arms. He gripped the axe with both hands and chopped it hard at the night demon's neck with all his strength. Die. The night demon seemed to have sensed the danger and wanted to raise his only remaining arm to block, but due to excessive blood loss, his movements were too slow. Puff. The sharp axe blade chopped into its neck fiercely. Skin, muscles, and bones were easily cut like tofu under this axe. The sticky purple blood rushed into the sky. The night demon's movements came to an abrupt halt, and the ugly and hideous head was completely separated from its body, rolling to the side. Silence. The only sounds left in the corridor were Song Yang's heavy breathing and the dripping sound of blood. He leaned on the fire axe, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his whole body screaming in pain. Win. He looked at the night demon's body on the ground, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Chapter 40 Survival Level Improvement. Host, Song Yang. Upgrading your survival level will reward you with 50 attribute points, which can be used to upgrade your physical attributes. Current survival level. Doomsday Elite Survivor Experience 5-1000. Physical attributes. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 10. Spirit, 11. The average for an average adult male is 10. Next level, Doomsday Survival Expert. The system's voice sounded in his mind, instantly alleviating the severe pain in Song Yang's body. 50 attribute points. Song Yang's mind moved, and he distributed it with his mind without hesitation. 20 points of strength, 20 points of stamina, and 10 points of agility. Almost at the moment the distribution was completed, an indescribable warm current surged from the body and quickly flowed through every part of the body. The muscle pain that felt like being torn apart is rapidly subsiding, the exhausted physical strength is slowly recovering, and even the numbness in the arm has dissipated a lot. Strength, stamina, and agility have all been significantly improved. Although the injury still exists, the physical condition is much better than before. Song Yang turned his head suddenly and looked directly at the crack in the door of Wang Mang's house. The peeper behind the door was obviously frightened by his murderous look. He's looking over here. The gloating that Mrs. Lin had felt before had long since disappeared, replaced by a fear that came from the bottom of her heart. This guy is so scary. It's like a demon that just crawled out of hell. Mom! Keep your voice down. Wang Mang lowered his voice, his heart pounding, and his palms covered in cold sweat. He originally thought that Song Yang would be killed by the monster, but he didn't expect this result. This Song Yang is not a human at all. He is a monster. Now he just hoped that this killer would leave quickly and not focus his attention on them. Song Yang withdrew his gaze and ignored them. He walked to the night demon's body, bent down, and struggled to pull out the other fire axe that was stuck in the monster's broken arm. Phew! Another stream of purple blood splattered. He needs to rest now, treat his wounds, and recover his strength as soon as possible. In this apocalyptic world, danger is everywhere. No one knows whether they will encounter something more terrifying than this night demon around the next corner. Only after throwing night demon's body down the stairs did Song Yang return home. In the living room, when Xiao Shui saw that Song Yang was still alive, her delicate face was filled with a complex expression of fear and ecstasy. Song Yang! She screamed, rushed over desperately, and hugged Song Yang's waist tightly. I was so scared. I thought you were going to be killed by that monster. Xiao Shui deliberately buried her face in Song Yang's chest and said in a muffled voice, that thing is so terrifying, you actually killed it? In her tone, besides fear, there was more disbelief. That monster that seemed to have crawled out of a nightmare was actually killed by the man in front of him? She knew very well that if Song Yang died, she would die too. The two seemed to be grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Song Yang responded calmly, I need to take a shower. The next second, before Xiao Shui could react, Song Yang easily picked her up around the waist with one arm. Ah! Xiao Shui let out a low cry and subconsciously put her arms around Song Yang's neck. She could clearly feel the amazing strength coming from the man's arms, which was much stronger than before. Song Yang held her in his arms, expressionless, and walked straight towards the bathroom. Yes, he can take a shower at home. Every time I take a shower, I fill the water heater with several large buckets of mineral water and heat it with electricity before use. In this apocalyptic world where water and electricity have long been cut off, being able to take a hot bath is an unimaginable luxury and an important way to maintain his physical and mental state. An hour later, the bathroom door opened. Song Yang walked out, the blood-stained clothes on his body were gone, replaced by a clean black sportswear. Xiao Shui, who was following behind him, had a blush on her pretty face that lasted for a long time. Her eyes were evasive, with a hint of unbelievable fear, and her steps seemed a little unsteady. More than an hour. This man doesn't seem human at all. Song Yang ignored Xiao Shui's complicated gaze. He walked to the corner of the living room, and with a slight thought, several black dumbbells appeared out of thin air on the floor. He bought this for exercise before the end of the world. He bent down and picked up one of the heaviest dumbbells. The feeling in his hands was light and airy, completely different from the heavy weight he had felt when he practiced yesterday. Now it was like he was picking up a foam model. Really? Just as he expected, after adding 20 points of strength, his strength attribute reached a terrifying 30 points. That is 3 times that of an average adult male. This means that he can now easily lift objects weighing nearly 200 kilograms. Physical strength is also increased to 30 points. The intense exercise that lasted for more than an hour did not seem to put too much burden on his current body. Amazing resilience. Xiao Shui leaned against the sofa and watched Song Yang casually lift and put down the dumbbell, which she thought was extremely heavy, with one hand. Recalling the scene of being completely controlled by those strong arms in the bathroom just now, Xiao Shui's cheeks couldn't help but get hotter. This man is so powerful. Just then. Buzz, buzz. A sudden vibration sound was heard. After the end of the world, the network signal is sometimes available and sometimes not. Song Yang put down the dumbbells, walked to the coffee table and picked up his cell phone. Some people in the community owners group were cursing him. Mr. Song. You did it on purpose. It was you. You must have lured that monster here. My brother died just like that. Killed by you. Did we fucking provoke you? We just wanted to find something to eat. Are you even a fucking human? The people who spoke were the ones who had escaped before. They obviously blamed Song Yang for their companion's death. Chapter 41, Siege of Song Yang. Song Yang looked at the messages that kept popping up on the phone screen with no expression on his face. In the owners group, more people who had opinions about Song Yang emerged. Community flower, at Song Yang, we're all starving to death. Can't you be kind? How can you have a clear conscience watching your neighbors starve to death? Try to live, yes, we are all neighbors. In today's world, we can only survive by helping each other. You won't die if you share some food with us. Sunshine always comes after the storm, that's right. If you have food, you should share it. We live in the same neighborhood, so we should help each other. If I had food, I would definitely be the first one to share it with everyone. Today is the 7th day since the sun went out, and many people in the community have eaten up all their food reserves. Song Yang, who had experienced the last apocalypse, knew very well how hungry these people were now. I'm afraid it won't be long before cannibalism occurs. The man who lost his brother, whose online name is Running at the End of the Road, is currently swiping the screen frantically. Endless running, at everyone, listen to me. Mr. Song's family still has a lot of supplies, more than they can eat. Damage, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Starving to death is death, and being bitten by the monsters outside is also death. Why not give it a try? Let's break down his door together. Take all his food. After hearing this suggestion, the originally quiet group of owners suddenly became lively. Building for #community1flower, right. Why does he have food and we don't? Let's go find him. Sunshine always comes after the storm, what neighborly kindness. How could he not think of neighborly kindness when he watched us starve to death? Such selfish people deserve to die. Wodong #try to live, but Song Yang can kill Fatty Wang, I'm afraid it won't work for us to go. Thelma and Juliet, I'm not afraid of shit. If he can kill one person, can he kill us all? We're in numbers. No matter how strong his door is, can it hold us all in? Rush in, and all the food and drinks are ours. Many people who had remained silent before now stepped forward to respond. 7th building #nextdoor Lao Wang, count me in. I haven't eaten in days. #Dagangren Dagunhun, damn it, I'm going to die anyway, let's fight. How should I do this? You tell me. 10 building #love square dance, he must have mineral water at home. I haven't had clean water in days. The public was outraged. It seemed that as long as they rushed into Song Yang's house, they could solve all the problems and return to the days of plenty of food, water and electricity. Xiao Shui stood aside, looking at the undisguised murderous intent on the phone screen, her face pale. She subconsciously moved closer to Song Yang, as if she was only safe with this man. Endless run. Song. Did you see that? Everyone wants to kill you. It's no use kneeling down and begging for mercy. I'm going to kill you today without a burial place. Wait. We'll be there soon. Sure enough, when Song Yang turned on the surveillance camera, just as the end of the road said, a group of figures swayed and gathered from different buildings to the downstairs of Song Yang's unit. The leaders were the ones who had escaped before, and the others were holding various weapons in their hands. Fire axes, crowbars, wrenches, and some people were holding thick quilts. They really came. Xiao Shui looked at the surveillance footage and her voice became tense. Those neighbors who were so familiar to me on weekdays now looked like they wanted to kill me. The group of people rushed into the corridor of the unit and first blocked the windows on both sides of the corridor tightly with quilts, obviously trying to isolate the sound and avoid alerting possible dangers outside the building. After doing all this, the crowd gathered and came to the door of Song Yang's house. That's it. The monster should be gone. Take this opportunity to smash the wall. The door is too hard, there's no need to smash it. The man pointed the steel pipe at the hole in the wall and shouted with saliva flying. Smash it. Smash it hard. Some people hesitated for a moment, but when they saw that others had already started to act, the instinct of survival and the desire for food overwhelmed their fear. Several people took turns stepping forward and smashing the alloy steel plate inside the wall with fire axes and crowbars, sending sparks flying. Damn. It's really fucking hard. A man wielding an axe cursed, his arms numb from the shock. Don't stop. Keep smashing. Everything you eat and drink will belong to us. More people joined in, taking turns, trying to break through this last barrier in the most primitive way. Song Yang, they seemed serious. What should we do? Xiao Shui held Song Yang's arm tightly, worried to the extreme. However, Song Yang seemed not to hear the noise outside, and didn't even look at the wall that was constantly being hit. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Shui, who was panicking beside him, and asked, Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? What? Xiao Shui was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Why is he still asking about food at this time? Those people outside are about to rush in and kill people and steal things. Without waiting for Xiao Shui to answer, Song Yang pulled her and walked straight to the dining table. Sit. He pressed Xiao Shui's shoulders and asked her to sit on the chair at the dining table. Xiao Shui sat there in a daze. She could even feel a slight vibration coming from the floor beneath her feet. At this moment, Song Yang waved his hand casually above the dining table. Crash! Out of nowhere, a plate of steaming chicken stewed with mushrooms appeared on the smooth table. The rich aroma spread instantly. The chicken was stewed until tender, the mushrooms absorbed the soup, and a few chopped green onions floated on the golden chicken soup. Xiao Shui's eyes suddenly widened, and she almost thought she was hallucinating because of hunger. Before she could digest this extraordinary scene, Song Yang waved his hand again. Another dish. Sweet and sour pork. The tender tenderloin, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, is coated in a sweet and sour sauce and exudes an enticing aroma. Then, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, steamed sea bass. One after another, steaming dishes that are delicious, fragrant and tasty appear on the table like magic. In the blink of an eye, half of the table was filled. The dishes were steaming hot and looked like they were freshly cooked. Before the end of the world, Song Yang discovered that his system space had the characteristic of time standing still. He had made preparations in advance and specially ordered a large number of signature dishes from several hotels in the city. When no one was paying attention, he put them all into the system space. Looking at the table full of dishes that seemed unreal and smelling the long-lost aroma of food, Xiao Shui's stomach growled uncontrollably. The neighbors outside were fighting for a few bites of food, but Song Yang could bring out so many hot dishes like magic? Song Yang looked at the dishes on the table with satisfaction, took out his mobile phone, adjusted the angle, and took a photo with a click. Then, he opened the owners group and sent out the photos he had just taken. There are no accompanying texts, only a steaming hot table with abundant food. Chapter 42 Live Broadcast of Feasting. The photo was like a death bomb thrown into the group of owners. After a brief silence, the group suddenly exploded. Sandhouse #Anjiang, oh my god. Is Song Yang eating hot food? Not instant noodles? Sitong #Lihu, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Sweet and sour pork. Oh my god. And fish. Does this Song family own a restaurant? 9 building #Jiao Baldhead, how did he get it? It's like this outside, where's the gas? Where's the fresh food? This is impossible. This is definitely a photoshopped picture. Trying to scare us. The end, this isn't photoshopped. Can't you see him and that chick in the picture? Damn it. Song, are you fucking provoking us? Endless run, brothers. Did you see that? This guy has so many goodies hidden away. He'd rather feed that woman than let us live. Smash it. Smash it to death. Break down the wall. The food and drinks inside are all ours. Those who were frustrated by the hardness of the wall outside the door had their eyes red instantly after seeing this photo. They were fighting for a piece of sausage outside, while Song Yang was eating delicious food at home. This was simply unacceptable. Jealousy, anger, and the intense hunger aroused by the aroma of food instantly devoured their remaining sanity. I want to eat meat. Damn it. How on earth does he live so well? Song Yang, they seem even more excited. Xiao Shui stared at the surveillance camera nervously. Song Yang put down his phone, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of golden and crispy sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and handed it directly to Xiao Shui's mouth. Try it? It's the signature dish of this hotel, and it tastes pretty good. His tone was as relaxed as if he was taking a walk in his own back garden instead of being surrounded by a group of starving neighbors. The rich sweet and sour aroma rushed into Xiao Shui's nose, and she subconsciously ate the meat. The world outside was like hell, but the man in front of her was leisurely persuading her to taste the food. This extreme contrast caused her brain to shut down a little. Looking at her dazed look, Song Yang took back his chopsticks, ate the tenderloin himself, and nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, the temperature is just right. Then he picked up his phone and opened the owners group again. This time, he did not choose to take a photo, but directly clicked on the video recording function. The phone screen lit up, and the camera was aimed at the table full of delicacies, as well as the 2 people sitting at the table. Song Yang picked up a piece of pork ribs and shook it towards the camera. The shiny sauce was extremely tempting. He took a bite first, making a satisfied chewing sound, then picked up another piece of green vegetables with chopsticks and handed it to Xiao Shui's bowl, motioning her to eat too. Xiao Shui's face was a little pale. The banging sounds outside were getting louder and louder, as if they were going to break in at the next second, but Song Yang in front of her was recording a food broadcast? Eat. Why are you looking at me? This sea base is steamed to perfection and has very few bones. He also picked up a high-heeled glass next to him, which was half filled with scarlet liquid. He shook it gently, faced the camera, and took a sip slowly. It's red wine. Xiao Shui could even smell the faint aroma of fruit wood. Before the end of the world, she would occasionally open a bottle of sleep aid, but now it is a luxury that is so sinful. Song Yang seemed to think this was not stimulating enough, so he simply zoomed the camera in, aiming it at a bowl of crystal-clear white rice on the table. Then he scooped up a spoonful, put it into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Recording is finished, send. If the previous photos were depth bombs, then this video is like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan. Sizzle. Building 7 #handsome guy with glasses, damn, this guy has red wine? It's been a long time since I've seen wine. 4th building #Lihu, pork ribs, vegetables, fish, damn. He's eating rice. I haven't even licked up a piece of biscuit crumbs in the past few days. 9 buildings #Zhao baldhead, no, I can't take it anymore. Why? Why is he able to live so well? The last run, he's showing off. He's deliberately trying to piss us off. Guys, did you see that? He doesn't even treat us like human beings. He would rather eat alone in front of the camera than share a bite with us. Derby, wall. Smash the wall. The more he eats, the more he's hiding. Smash it open. Everything inside belongs to us. Kill Song Yang. Take everything he has. Outside the door. Ho, ho. Heavy breathing sounds came one after another. Before, they were just angry and jealous, but now, the vivid and delicious food in the video directly ignited their most primitive physiological desire, hunger. The extreme hunger made their stomachs ache. Only by swallowing saliva frantically can the pain be relieved. At this time, Wang Mang was at home. Only the pale light from the phone screen illuminated the two faces nearby. Wang Mang was half leaning on a chair, one of his arms hanging with a dirty cloth. The skin on his exposed shoulder had turned black and was oozing pus, emitting a foul odor. Like the old lady Lin next to him, he stared at the image of Song Yang leisurely enjoying delicious food on the mobile phone screen, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. The plump lamb chops in the video burned their eyeballs and also branded their empty and painful stomach walls. Damn, he's eating meat and rice. Old Mrs. Lin was so angry that she was shaking all over, and her nails were almost digging into the phone screen. What a sin! This damn guy. How can he handle so many good things? And wine. Is that red wine? After the video finished playing, Wang Mang turned his head abruptly, glaring fiercely at Bai Jia with bloodshot eyes. Did you see these the last time you went to his house? Did you eat them? Bai Jia was frightened by his ferocious appearance and shuddered, subconsciously shrinking back. No, I didn't see anything, let alone eat anything. Fart. Bang. A crisp slap was heard, and Wang Mang slapped Bai Jia's face with his uninjured hand, leaving a clear slap mark. Bai Jia cried out in pain, covering her face, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. No? He has so many goodies hidden away, how can he not give you some to try? Wang Mang was gasping for breath. The pain from his wound and the temptation of food made him lose his mind. I think you just ate your fill. And then you helped him hide it from us. Bitch. Old Mrs. Lin immediately chimed in, that's right. I think you're a traitor. Bai Jia covered her burning cheeks and didn't dare to refute. Wang Mang stared at her with a sinister look in his eyes. Wait until those idiots outside are done making trouble, then you. Go to San's place again. This time, you must. You must bring me a meat dish. Do you hear me? Whether you sleep with him or use other methods, I want to eat meat. If you can't get it back, I will peel off your skin. Chapter 43 Help me kill someone. Outside the door at this time. The sound of the wall being smashed became less frequent and finally stopped completely. In the corridor, people were sitting casually. Everyone was breathing heavily and looked very tired. After nearly half an hour of crazy smashing and destroying, not only did they fail to shake the steel plate at all, but they also exhausted their already limited physical strength. Damn it, I can't smash it anymore. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I really don't have the strength. A man threw away the hammer in his hand, sat down on the ground, holding his empty stomach, with veins throbbing on his forehead. Still smashing it? A woman next to her asked weakly. No one answered. It's not that I don't want to smash it, it's just that I don't have the energy. What's even more terrifying is that after the intense exercise, the hunger aroused by Song Yang's video was like a maggot attached to the bones, gnawing at their internal organs even more frantically. My stomach felt so empty that I could smell the aroma of meat, rice, and wine wafting from the video with every breath. The food is right there between us and the wall, but we can't get in. Some people gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. In the crowd, the man who had gathered the residents together was now slumped against the wall, staring at the motionless metal door with empty eyes. The strength was completely drained. At this moment, someone's nose moved first. What's that smell? A man sitting against the wall suddenly raised his head and sniffed the air hard. The others also twitched their noses. A fragrant aroma appeared faintly in the air. Is it the smell of meat? Some people drool uncontrollably. Where did it come from? Everyone followed the increasingly clear source of the fragrance, and their eyes finally converged on the same place. The cold and solid metal door of Song Yang's house. The fragrance actually came from the cat's eye on the door. The few people closest to him didn't care about their tiredness and stumbled to the door, breathing in air greedily. If they weren't afraid of Song Yang's crossbow, they really wanted to remove the iron plate on the door and smell it. But the more I smelled the fragrance, the more empty my stomach felt, and my stomach walls were cramping and twitching. Just when everyone was about to go crazy from the aroma of food, Song Yang's voice suddenly came from inside the door. Neighbors. Everyone held their breath and stared at the door. After smashing it for so long, I guess everyone must be tired, right? Well. Song Yang seemed to sigh, for the sake of us being neighbors, we'll see each other every day. Song Yang, can't really watch you starve to death. It just so happens that I have some extra food here. Since everyone needs it so much, I'll give it to you all to try. Dead silence. After a brief period of silence, there was a sudden outbreak of commotion. Food? He said he would give us food? Is this true? Food. Why did this kid suddenly change his mind and be willing to share his food with us? The men and women who had just collapsed on the ground seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline. They suddenly jumped up from the ground and surrounded the door tightly. Tired? That was forgotten long ago. Suspect? In the face of real food temptation, it is vulnerable. Food. Give us food. Song Yang. Good neighbor. I knew you weren't a selfish person. Give me more, I have children. The crowd banged on the door excitedly, as if they were not the same group of people who had shouted to kill Song Yang before. Song Yang's voice came out again. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. The crowd, which had been noisy and excited just now, suddenly became quiet as if a bucket of cold water was poured on them. What do you mean? Someone asked in a trembling voice, afraid that the duck in his mouth would fly away. What I mean is, if you want to eat, you have to do something for me. Work? What? As long as I can eat, anything is fine. Before Song Yang could explain in detail, the crowd started shouting impatiently. Hunger overwhelmed all concerns. Not to mention doing anything, even if they were asked to kneel down and kowtow now, I'm afraid no one would hesitate. All right. I want you to kill the two people who were leading the group and trying to break down my door. As soon as the words fell, the corridor fell into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes, like searchlights receiving instructions, turned to the corner. There, two men were sitting. It was the man who had gathered everyone and wanted to kill Sen Sample, and he had a companion with him. Being stared at by dozens of malicious gazes, the two men realized that something was wrong. What do you want to do? The man in the lead struggled to stand up, but his legs were too weak to move. His companions next to him retreated again and again until their backs hit the wall and they had nowhere to retreat. Don't listen to him. He's trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The leading man shouted hurriedly, he's playing tricks on you. Even if you kill me, he won't give you any food. He just wants to see us kill each other. What else can we do now? A thin man in the crowd whispered, the door won't open again, but we're starving to death. We can only try our best to save our lives. He licked his cracked lips. As long as we can get food, it won't affect us if you two die anyway. This statement was agreed by others. Yes. 2 lives in exchange for a dozen of our lives, no problem. Kill them. For food. How can we know that Song Yang is lying to us if we don't try? The crowd moved closer, step by step, to the 2 shivering men in the corner. Crazy. You're all crazy. The leading man roared and looked around at the neighbors he used to see every day. Seeing the crowd getting closer, the man in the lead suddenly pulled out a machete from his waist and rushed towards the slightly fat man closest to him. Even if I die, I'll take someone with me. The slightly plump man screamed in fright and stepped back instinctively. But this dying counterattack completely ignited the ferocity of the crowd. Kill him. He's going to kill us. Someone shouted, but those who were hesitant at first no longer had any reservations. Several people who were nearby raised the wall-breaking tools in their hands almost at the same time. Puff. Ah. It was impossible to tell who started it first, as all kinds of tools were aimed at the man's head. The screams only lasted for a moment, and blood splattered out, staining the ground red, as well as the clothes and faces of the people lying in the front. They waved their weapons mechanically like crazy, until the bodies beneath them stopped moving and turned into a pool of blurred flesh and blood. The other man was so frightened that his crotch was instantly soaked and a foul smell filled the air. He shrank back using his hands and feet, his face covered with tears and snot. There's one more. In the crowd, the thin man who had spoken earlier licked his lips and pointed coldly at the corner of the wall. A tall man, holding a shovel in his hand, walked over with an expressionless face. Don't kill me, please, I don't want to die. The man collapsed on the ground, begging incoherently. The tall man said nothing, but raised the shovel. Bang! The heavy shovel came down hard. Bang! Again and again. Soon, there was only a curled-up, unrecognizable corpse left in the corner. After killing the two men, everyone's attention was focused on the gate of Song Yang's house. They completed Song Yang's request. Now, it's his turn to deliver on his promise. Food. Food that would keep them alive for a few more days. Chapter 44: The Temptation of Food. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocked on the door with a tool still stained with blood and flesh. Brother Song Yang, we did as you said. There was no response from inside the door. The crowd began to riot, and the hunger that had just been suppressed by the killing surged up again like a tide. Is he lying to us? Someone whispered. He dares. Another person immediately retorted, but his tone was not very confident. We all killed people. He's behind the door, he must have heard it. Open the door. Song Yang. Food. Where's the food? The crowd's emotions were agitated again, and the mixture of fear and hunger made them like a group of wild beasts that could explode again at any time. At this time, Song Yang's voice finally sounded again. Well done. This simple comment made the people outside feel a little relieved, but they were still worried. I'll throw the food downstairs through the window. How much you can pick up down there depends on your own ability. What? Throw it downstairs? Outside? Why don't you just open the door to us? The food is downstairs, which means they have to leave this relatively safe place and go outside where it is pitch black and full of unknown dangers. Ever since the sun went out and night fell, no one knew what lurked in the darkness. It's too dark outside. What if we run into a monster? Yeah, if you let us go down, aren't you sending us to our deaths? The ferocity that had just been summoned when he killed someone quickly faded away in the face of the fear of the unknown. They looked at each other, all hesitant. The temptation of food is great, but the fear of death is equally real. Damn it, what are you afraid of? In the crowd, the thin man who had spoken earlier stood up again and wiped the blood off his face. You'll starve to death if you stay here. Go down to find some food, maybe you can still survive. If you don't go down, you'll definitely die. The food is downstairs. I'll go now. After saying that, he was the first to turn around and walk towards the stairs. His words were like a fuse, igniting the most primitive desire for food in everyone's hearts that was temporarily suppressed by fear. Yeah, what's wrong with staying here? The door couldn't be opened, and Song Yang obviously didn't intend to let them in. If you stay here, you will starve to death. Go down, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Go. Go down. Looking for food. I'm starving. I can't care less. The instinct for survival and the extreme desire for food eventually overwhelmed the fear of the darkness and the unknown. As the crowd went downstairs, Song Yang turned off the lights temporarily and then opened the window. Beside him, there were neatly stacked packages of vacuum-packed compressed biscuits. This was the food he had promised. In fact, he could have completely ignored the lives of those people outside. After all, they can't do anything to themselves. But Song Yang didn't do that. A few biscuits were a drop in the bucket compared to his huge reserves. Use this insignificant cost to drive these people to do things. This deal is a good deal. In the end times, humans are both the biggest threat and, sometimes, the most useful tools. Song Yang picked up a few packets of compressed biscuits and weighed them. One bag should last about 2 days if you eat it sparingly. He threw the biscuit in his hand hard towards the door of the unit downstairs. In the darkness, the slight sound of a few packages falling to the ground was almost inaudible. But for those downstairs who pricked up their ears and pinned all their hopes on it, the sound was like the music of nature. The silence lasted only a moment. Swish! A beam of flashlight suddenly lit up, scanning the ground anxiously. The beam of light quickly froze. 1 pack, 2 packs, vacuum packaging slightly reflects light. It's edible. The owner of the beam of light, a man of medium build, suddenly widened his eyes and his breathing stopped for a moment. He almost pounced over and grabbed the pack of compressed biscuits closest to him. Sizzle! The package was torn open, revealing the square, khaki-colored biscuits inside. The man didn't even have time to see clearly before he impatiently broke off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole with his throat moving. Over there! He found it! Food! The voices of other people immediately rang out and gathered around. Figures swayed in the darkness, all rushing towards the light source that symbolized food. Give me! That's mine! Get out of here! The man who found the biscuit had just swallowed the first piece when he was knocked off balance by someone rushing up from behind. The flashlight fell to the ground, and the light flickered, revealing faces distorted by hunger and desire. More people rushed over. The pushing turned into tearing, and the roaring turned into beating. For the sake of a small packet of biscuits that could keep people alive for 2 more days, the people who had just been briefly united because they had killed someone together were now like hyenas fighting over carrion, attacking each other without any scruples. Downstairs, the small area at the entrance of the unit was instantly thrown into chaos. By the window, Song Yang did not intervene, nor did he throw anything else. That's what the end is like. The strong prey on the weak, and natural selection prevails. The so-called fairness and order have long disappeared along with the extinguished sun. Whoever has the harder fist and is more ruthless will be able to snatch the chance to survive from this chaos. As for those who can't grab it, they can only wait to die. Song Yang withdrew his gaze, turned around and closed the window and iron plate to avoid being targeted by unnecessary monsters. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Song Yang frowned. He had just dealt with a batch of troubles, and now another one comes? Looking out through the surveillance camera, there was a woman standing outside the door. Bai Jia. She was wearing a sexy teacher's professional outfit. Black framed glasses, a tight skirt, and 2 buttons of her white shirt seemed to be undone. She had a simple ponytail on her head, and there were obvious traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, as if she had just cried bitterly. This outfit and her expression at the moment created an extremely strange sense of incongruity. Song Yang, it's me, Bai Jia. Please, open the door. Bai Jia pleaded. Chapter 45, The Wife's Request for Help. Song Yang, please save me. Seeing no movement inside, Bai Jia said with tears in her eyes. Wang Mang said you had meat at home, and he told me to come over and ask you for some. He said if I didn't get any, he would beat me to death when I got home. He's not a human. He's a beast. I've had enough. I've really seen the true colors of that family. I don't want to stay with them for even a minute longer. Bai Jia spoke incoherently, clutching the doorframe with both hands. Please take me in, Song Yang. I'm willing to do anything as long as you take me in. Song Yang's voice came from inside the house. I don't keep useless people here. Hearing this, Bai Jia was stunned and continued to beg. I'm useful. I'm definitely useful. As long as you're willing to take me in, I'll do anything for you. Song Yang was silent for a moment and spoke again. I need you to prove your worth. Bai Jia looked up blankly. How do you prove it? Go and kill Wang Mang. Kill Wang Mang? Bai Jia's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had heard something incredible. She fled here because she was afraid of Wang Mang's violence, but now Song Yang wants her to go back and kill that man? How is this possible? She is just a woman, a powerless woman. Wang Mang was tall and very strong. How could she possibly kill him? No. Bai Jia shook her head subconsciously. I can't do it, he will kill me. I said, I don't keep useless people here. Song Yang's voice was devoid of emotion. If you can't prove your worth, there's no point in talking to him anymore. Or, you can choose to go back and continue to endure Wang Mang's beatings and insults. But if you kill him, you can get rid of him and have a chance to survive with me. The choice is yours. Every word Song Yang said struck Bai Jie's heart. Go back? When Bai Jie thought of Wang Mang's ugly face, she felt despair. No. She can't go back. She couldn't survive that kind of life for even a day. But killing people. Bai Jie's mind was in a mess. On the one hand, you will go back and continue to be tortured, and may eventually die miserably. On the one hand, you muster up your courage and fight to the death, which may give you a chance of survival. Although there is little hope, it is better than waiting for death. She raised her head, and a hint of determination gradually appeared in her eyes. Good. A word, as if squeezed out from between teeth, with a bloody smell. Bai Jie clenched her teeth. I promise. Today, when he falls asleep, I will do it. As soon as the words fell. Bang! The door behind Bai Jie was suddenly kicked open from the inside. Wang Mang's face appeared at the door, his eyes red, staring angrily at Bai Jie's back. Okay. Bitch. I heard it all clearly behind the door. How dare you betray me? He rushed out, grabbed Bai Jie's hair and pulled her back hard. Bai Jie let out a cry of pain and stumbled to the ground. Still want to kill me? Do you think I'm deaf? Since you want to break up with me, I won't be polite to you. Don't you think you're pretty? I'm going to sell you to those crazy men in the building right now. Let them have a good taste of you, bitch. Hearing this, Bai Jie's face instantly turned as pale as paper. She's finished. It's completely over. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished by the appearance of Wang Mang. Just when Bai Jie felt hopeless and thought she was doomed to die. Squeak! The door of Song Yang's house, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. Song Yang, wearing clean casual clothes, walked out of the house calmly. Wang Mang's angry curses stopped abruptly. He was stunned at first, then an excited smile appeared on his face. Song Yang? You actually came out? Wang Mang released his hand that was holding Bai Jie's hair and rubbed his palms excitedly. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there's no door to hell but you break in. Before, you hid in the house and I really couldn't do anything to you. Today, you dared to come out. Don't blame me for being rude. Wang Mang reached behind him and pulled out a machete. The moment Bai Jie saw the knife, her heart almost stopped beating. She suddenly got up from the ground and shouted at Song Yang desperately. Go back quickly. Song Yang. Close the door. You can't beat him. He'll kill you. Leave me alone. Go. Wang Mang grinned when he heard Bai Jie's words. You know how to care about him now? It's too late. He glared fiercely at Bai Jie, who was lying limp on the ground. Let me kill this guy first, then I'll come back and deal with you. I'll let you know what happens if you betray me. After saying that, Wang Mang no longer paid attention to Bai Jie, and his eyes were fixed fiercely on Song Yang at the door. He clenched the machete in his hand and let out a low growl from his throat. Go to hell. Wang Mang suddenly rushed forward, holding the machete high, and chopped Song Yang in the face. Wang Mang used all his strength in this strike, as if he had already seen the scene of Song Yang's head splitting apart. Bai Jie's heart was in her throat. She closed her eyes in despair, not daring to look at the bloody scene. It's over. Song Yang is dead. However, the expected sound of flesh and bones breaking did not occur. There was only a soft whoosh sound. Bai Jie suddenly opened her eyes. The scene before her almost made her stop breathing. Song Yang's figure moved to the side like a ghost, just avoiding Wang Mang's fierce slash. The machete almost brushed Song Yang's nose and hit the wall next to the doorframe heavily, splashing a piece of cement debris. What? Wang Mang's sword missed, and the huge force made his body lean forward, and he was unable to control the momentum for a while. There was a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This guy dodged? How could it be so fast? Without waiting for Wang Mang to adjust his center of gravity, he made the next move. Song Yang moved. Instead of stepping back, he took a step forward, shortening the distance between them. At the same time, a short black stick-like object appeared in his right hand and stretched out as fast as lightning. The target is directly aimed at Wang Mang's exposed neck. Sizzle. There was a sharp burst of electricity, accompanied by a small cluster of blue sparks. That short black stick turned out to be an electric baton. The astonishment on Wang Mang's face froze in an instant, and was then replaced by intense pain and paralysis. His body suddenly stiffened, his muscles twitched violently and uncontrollably, and his eyes rolled upwards, revealing only the whites of his eyes. Then, his tall body collapsed limply as if all the bones had been pulled out. Bang! The heavy body hit the ground with a dull thud. The sharp machete also slipped from his weak hands and fell to the side with a clang. Wang Mang lay on the ground, his body twitching, and he had obviously completely lost consciousness. The whole process was so fast that it was dizzying. From Wang Mang breaking out of the door, to him swinging his sword, to Song Yang dodging and counterattacking, to finally Wang Mang falling to the ground. It only took a few breaths. The corridor fell into deathly silence again. Bai Jie collapsed on the ground, her mouth wide open, staring blankly at everything happening before her. Her mind went blank. What just happened? This strong, fierce man frightened her to the extreme. Just fell down like that? Subdued by Song Yang in one move? She looked at Song Yang at the door in disbelief. What is going on? Chapter 46, Need a Watchdog. I don't know how long it took, maybe a few hours, maybe longer. A strong aroma of food entered Wang Mang's nostrils, waking him from his coma. Wang Mang had a splitting headache and his whole body was sore and weak. The numbness from the electric shock seemed to still linger deep in his muscles. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and his vision gradually became clear from blurry. The first thing that caught my eye was the cold metal railings. He moved his body subconsciously and immediately heard the rattling sound of iron chains colliding. Looking down, he saw that his wrists and ankles were tightly locked with iron chains, connected to a huge iron cage. He was actually locked in a cage? And, this place. Wang Mang suddenly raised his head and looked around. The furnishings in the room seemed a little unfamiliar, but there was actually light. This is Song Yang's home. Then he saw the scene outside the cage and froze. Not far from the iron cage, there is a dining table. The table is piled high with dishes. White, steaming rice. Shiny and fragrant braised pork. Golden leek scrambled eggs. How long had it been since he had seen such a sumptuous dinner since the apocalypse? And next to the table, there was a woman sitting. It's Bai Jie, his wife. At this moment, Bai Jie was burying her head, holding a piece of fat and lean braised pork with chopsticks, and stuffing it into her mouth without a care, her mouth full of oil. The aroma of food penetrated his nose, tempting Wang Mang's empty stomach. Gulu. He swallowed, his throat dry and painful. The feeling of hunger came over me uncontrollably. Wife. Wang Mang licked his cracked lips. Give me something to eat, I want to eat too. However, Bai Jie outside the cage seemed to have heard nothing at all. She was still focused on the food in front of her, picked up another large piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing with her cheeks bulging, a satisfied, almost intoxicated expression on her face. Then he picked up the milk next to him, tilted his head back, gulped down a few big mouthfuls, and burped comfortably. From beginning to end, she didn't even glance at Wang Mang in the iron cage. Bai Jie. Look at me. We were husband and wife after all. Now I've fallen into this state, and you won't even give me food? His eyes were fixed on the plate of greasy braised pork on the table, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. Hunger was like an invisible hand, gripping his stomach and causing waves of cramping pain. Even if you want to kill me, you have to let me die a full-fledged ghost, right? Ha! You have the heart to let me starve to death, where is your conscience? Bai Jie seemed to be startled by his roar and slowed down her chewing. But she still didn't look back, she just picked up the milk on the table and took another big sip. Just when Wang Mang wanted to continue cursing, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, as if he was severely burned by a red-hot iron rod. This feeling is an electric shock. Wang Mang's neck and body were locked with iron chains, making it difficult for him to move flexibly. He twisted his stiff neck with difficulty, little by little, and looked behind him. There were two people standing behind the cage. Song Yang. The other one is Xiao Shui? At this moment, Xiao Shui was holding the black electric baton in her hand. What are you looking at? Weren't you quite loud just now? Xiao Shui raised the electric baton in her hand and pretended to poke. Wang Mang subconsciously shrank back, the muscles on his back still aching from the electric shock. Xiao Shui turned to Song Yang beside her and said softly, Brother Yang, you don't have to feel sorry for him. This guy was not a good person before the end of the world. He relied on his position as a community cadre and the trivial power he held. He made a lot of dirty money. Do you know those households in our community that receive subsistence allowances? The elderly and children at home are too sick to get out of bed, so they rely on that little subsidy to buy rice and medicine. He even dared to take advantage of people's meager living expenses. He put all of it into his own pocket without any conscience. You were so majestic back then. Wherever you went, you were always around, bossing everyone around. But now? Humph. You're still like a dog locked in a cage. This guy only gets a meager salary of 3,000 yuan a month, so what car does he drive? A BMW X5 worth 600,000 yuan. The car is still parked downstairs. Brother Yang, did you see it? The watch you're wearing is a Vacheron Constantine. I know it. It costs at least 100,000 yuan. Xiao Shui became more and more excited as she spoke. Also, in the past few years, all the projects in our street, no matter how small, had to go through his approval. Who did he end up giving it to? His own brother. A gangster. The result? A pile of tofu dregs. Take the road in front of the entrance of our community, for example. How long has it been paved? In less than a year, the site was dug up and repaired 3 times. Each time, it was fenced off, making clanging noises for a few days, and then disappeared. The road is still full of potholes. In the end, all the construction money went into the pockets of these 2 brothers. Listening to Xiao Shui's story, Song Yang was not surprised. After all, he is also from this community and naturally knows the situation there. After shocking Wang Mang several times, Xiao Shui finally let out some of the anger in her heart. Brother Yang, what are you going to do with this guy? Xiao Shui asked. Why not just kill it? It's a nuisance if you keep it, and it's a waste of food. Kill him? Song Yang said calmly, that's too good for him. He took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of the iron cage. My door is in need of a gatekeeper. Before Wang Mang could react, Song Yang had already stretched out his hands and grabbed the bars of the iron cage. The heavy iron cage welded with thick steel bars was like a toy in Song Yang's hands, and he picked it up easily. Wang Mang was shaking in the cage with the movement, his body was numb and he didn't even have the strength to resist. After asking Xiao Shui to open the door, Song Yang placed the entire iron cage in the middle of the corridor outside his house with a clang. This location is facing the stairs. From now on, no matter who goes up or down the stairs, the first thing they see is the watchdog locked in the cage. Chapter 47. 2 Women. The iron cage stood alone in the middle of the corridor. Wang Mang curled up in the cage. The stinging pain in his back had not completely dissipated, and the muscle spasms left by the electric shock came in waves. But his strongest feeling at this moment was humiliation. Humiliation that goes deep into the bone marrow. How could Wang Mang, a community cadre, have ever been treated like this? He was locked in a cage like an animal and thrown at the door. He wanted to curse Song Yang, Xiao Shui, and Bai Jie's ancestors for 18 generations, but the rag stuffed in his mouth was so tight that he couldn't make a sound. After a while, footsteps were heard at the bottom of the stairs. The footsteps soon stopped in front of the iron cage. It was a tall and thin man wearing a dirty jacket, with a sallow face and sunken eyes. It was the security guard Lao Li who lived upstairs. When he met Wang Mang in the past, he always nodded and bowed, offered him cigarettes and greeted him. Old Li walked around the iron cage twice, looking at Wang Mang inside with his cloudy eyes. There was surprise on his face at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. Hey, isn't this Director Wang? Why did you end up in the dog cage? What happened? Director Wang, you used to be so powerful. No one in the entire community dared to mess with you. And now? Look at yourself, you look like a dog. Pooh. A mouthful of thick phlegm was accurately spat onto the bars of the iron cage, just inches away from Wang Mang's face. Wang Mang jerked his head back and bumped it against the railing. This is not the end yet. Old Li looked around and confirmed that there was no one else in the corridor. He chuckled and suddenly unbuckled his belt. Director Wang, didn't you think we were dirty before? I'll make you clean today. As he said that, he actually started peeing loudly through the bars of the iron cage. Some of the warm and smelly liquid splashed onto the ground in the cage, and most of it poured onto Wang Mang. Wang Mang's eyes turned red instantly, bloodshot, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He twisted his body frantically, trying to dodge and resist, but his hands and feet were locked tightly with iron chains, and his range of movement was extremely limited. After Oldley finished his work, he shook himself and slowly pulled up his pants. "Humph, you bastard. If I hadn't brought a knife, I would have let you die here today. And your mother, that old, undead thing, she'd better not come out, otherwise I will kill her." Inside the room, on the surveillance screen, Song Yang and Bai Jia had a clear view of everything that was happening outside. Bai Jia saw clearly the scene of Lao Li peeing just now. Song Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Bai Jia. She had just finished eating a table full of dishes, and the food gradually brought color to her face, making her look much better than before. "If Wang Mang died, would you be sad?" Bai Jia was stunned for a moment, then shook her head without hesitation. "I have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he died in front of me right now, I wouldn't even blink. People like this are scum even when they are alive, and they are clean when they are dead." These words were said decisively, without a trace of falsehood. Song Yang nodded, not surprised by the answer. "If you want to stay here, you have to know your place." Bai Jia immediately stood up straight and hugged Song Yang's arm. She knew that her fate was now completely in the hands of this man. "I don't keep idle people here, let alone people with two minds. If I find out that you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have." Song Yang didn't finish his words, but he made his point very clear. Bai Jia's heart trembled, and she lowered her posture very low. "Don't worry. I understand. I understand everything. I don't have any special abilities, but my body is pretty good. Brother Yang, I can learn any posture you want in the future. I promise to serve you comfortably. Just let me stay and give me something to eat." After she finished speaking, she straightened her chest and showed her greatest asset to Song Yang without any concealment. Song Yang's gaze lingered on Bai Jia, especially on the plumpness that she took the initiative to show off. He was indeed comparing in his mind. Xiao Shui is the tall, slender, and graceful queen type. But Bai Jia is different. She is more like a ripe fruit, plump, round, and with a soft and rich feeling. Two completely different kinds of beauty, each with its own characteristics. Bai Jia could feel Song Yang's thoughts and knew that her only value now lay in this. Song Yang loosened his hand and patted Bai Jia's butt. "Go take a shower first. There's a sailor suit in the bedside table in the bedroom. Put it on and wait for me in the bedroom." As soon as Bai Jia's figure disappeared at the bathroom door, another soft body squeezed over and pressed tightly against Song Yang's arm. Xiao Shui raised her face and snuggled in Song Yang's arms. "Song Yang, do you not want me anymore now that you have her?" She had seen Bai Jia's undisguised surrender and display just now, and her heart had already begun to beat fast. Bai Jia's extremely plump figure was indeed the type that would make men bleed from their noses, which made her feel a huge threat. Song Yang lowered his head and looked at the face in his arms, which was once proud but now full of uneasiness, and gently lifted her chin with his fingers. "Won't. As long as you are obedient and behave well, there will naturally be a place for you here." These words were like a reassurance. Xiao Shui's eyes lit up instantly, and she snuggled tighter into Song Yang's arms. "Great. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely be obedient. I will definitely be a good boy." Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Then, as if she had thought of a way to prove her worth, she leaned close to Song Yang's ear and said, "Wait a minute, I'll come find you too, okay? What she has, I have too. Together, we can make sure you're comfortable and know I'm not a pushover either." After saying that, she looked at Song Yang nervously and expectantly, fearing that he would not agree. "Good." Song Yang nodded. As a normal man, he would not refuse such a thing. Chapter 48 Changes in the Outside World. In the west of the city, in an apartment building. In a room in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Xiaoxiao was hunched over a desk, holding a ballpoint pen tightly in her hand, sketching a rough map. The lines were crooked, marking floors, room numbers, and a few places she remembered finding food. 2 days ago, she didn't get a reply from Song Yang until her phone ran out of battery and the screen went completely black. Due to lack of food, the two roommates finally chose to take the risk and go out, and never came back. Just this morning, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from downstairs. Several modified off-road vehicles were parked downstairs, and a group of people were getting out of the vehicles. They were all strong and had weapons in their hands. The man in the lead had a shaved head and was wearing a dusty jacket. Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. This person turned out to be her ex-boyfriend, Ma Shihu. Relying on this relationship, Zhang Xiaoxiao joined the team. The only candle flickered with a faint light, and the ballpoint pen in Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand finally stopped, and she finished drawing the last stroke on the rough paper. She raised her head and handed the drawn map to the man who had been waiting silently beside her. Ma Shihu, who had a hideous scar on his face, took the map, held it under the candlelight, squinted his eyes and carefully identified the markings on it. "Is this the map to Song Yang's house?" Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded quickly, "Yes. It's here. I've been there a few times before, so I think it's the right spot." Ma Shihu pointed his finger heavily at the location of Song Yang's family marked on the map. "Are you sure there's food at his house? This place is at least 10 kilometers away from us. It's dark outside and no one can predict what's happening on the road. Brothers, if you follow me out, you risk losing your heads. What if we put in a lot of effort, lost a lot of manpower, and ended up with nothing?" Ma Shihu's eyes suddenly turned cold. "I'm afraid the brothers won't be happy with you. The implication is that if the information provided by Zhang Xiaoxiao is inaccurate, she will face serious consequences." Zhang Xiaoxiao felt the pressure coming towards her. She knew that Ma Shihu was warning her and also assessing her value. "Don't worry. I've heard that guy stockpiled a lot of stuff before the apocalypse. There must be plenty of food, drinks, and other daily necessities. His house has been renovated and is a high-rise building. Ordinary people can't even get in. He must have moved all his belongings in there. There are so many things in there." Listening to Zhang Xiaoxiao's explanation, Ma Shihu was a little moved. The end of the world came too suddenly. That morning, he and a bunch of brothers were drinking and bragging in a smoky private room of the bar when suddenly there was an uproar outside. He rushed out and took a look, only to see darkness everywhere, the smell of blood and screams everywhere. They fled back to the private room and held the door tightly, and just like that, they managed to survive. But what happens after you survive? Food. Food became the biggest problem. These days, they wander around like headless flies, searching for anything to fill their stomachs. This apartment building is their latest target. I thought there would be some stock in the dormitory building, but when I kicked the door of each room, I found that either people had starved to death or the rooms were empty. Now, this news from Zhang Xiaoxiao, whether true or false, gave him a glimmer of hope. "Xiaoxiao, if this map is real, I'll credit you with this achievement. When I get that kid's supplies, I'll give you an extra share." Ma Shihu smiled, folded the map carefully and put it in the pocket of his jacket. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and shouted to the door. "Monkey! Call the brothers and get ready to work." There were immediate responses and chaotic footsteps outside the door. Not long after, Zhang Xiaoxiao came downstairs. There were 2 cars parked in the open space downstairs. Rather than being a car, it was more like 2 mobile fortresses randomly welded together with iron sheets and steel plates. The windows were sealed with iron mesh, leaving only a few narrow gaps for observation. The most conspicuous thing is the headlights, which are tightly covered with several layers of black stockings, making the light source that should have been bright appear particularly dim. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Zhang Xiaoxiao subconsciously wrapped her old coat that didn't fit her well tightly around her body, and couldn't help shivering. "It seems to be getting a lot colder today." Ma Shihu was leaning against a modified car, checking the condition of the vehicle with a flashlight. Hearing Zhang Xiaoxiao's words, he didn't even turn his head and responded vaguely. "The sun is gone, and it's getting colder every day. Sooner or later, I'll freeze to death." The skinny guy called Monkey opened the back door of one of the cars, and a smell of engine oil mixed with sweat hit him in the face. The space inside the car was small and filled with various sundries and weapons. Several men holding machetes and steel pipes were squeezed inside, looking outside with numb eyes. Ma Shihu pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao into the car and yelled outside. "Hurry up, everyone! You're just waiting to die." A gruff response came from the other direction. "All right, Brother Tiger. We've got enough oil and all the gear." Ma Shihu then pouted at the sturdy man with a shaved head sitting in the driver's seat. "Lao Wu, drive, let's go." The engine roared, and the modified car started moving heavily, slowly driving out of the shadow of the apartment building and blending into the deep darkness outside. Through the gaps in the iron mesh of the car window, Zhang Xiaoxiao could only see the endless night and the outline of the ruins. This was the first time she left the cage-like apartment building since the end of the world. The lights of the modified car were obscured by thick black stockings, and could only project 2 dim beams of light in front, barely illuminating the ground a few meters away. Why is it like this outside? She knew that there were dangers outside and that there were monsters, but seeing this hellish scene with her own eyes still made her heart tighten. The bustling streets and tall buildings in my memory are now only left with broken walls and ruins. Ma Shi, who leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and seemed to be resting. When he heard Zhang Xiaoxiao's words, he didn't even raise his eyelids. Become like this? After dark, the city becomes bustling with monsters everywhere, pouncing on anyone they see. The officials did fire a few shots, which was quite a commotion, but what was the result? The result was that the authorities lost, and the monsters took over the entire city. Then let's come out now. Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little scared. Are you scared? Ma Shi, who sneered, even if you're afraid, you have to come out to find food. If you don't come out, you'll starve to death sooner or later if you stay in the building. As long as we keep quiet and have a bit of luck, and don't run into their lair, we can still move around. Certainly. Ma Shi, who changed the subject, turned his head, and his gaze fell on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face again. The premise is that the place we are going to was worth the risk. At this moment, the car braked suddenly, and Zhang Xiaoxiao almost crashed into the front seat due to inertia. Damn it! What's going on? Ma Shi, who was annoyed by the shaking and cursed loudly. Brother Hu, there's something ahead. Lao Wu in the driver's seat pointed forward. Ma Shi, who frowned and went to the gap in the iron mesh to look outside. Zhang Xiaoxiao also held her breath and looked in the direction. At the end of the dim light beam of the car, a figure stood quietly. It's a woman. She lay motionless, like a mannequin abandoned on the street. But what really makes people's scalps tingle is the thing on her back. It was a worm, fat and blood red, clinging tightly to the woman's back, its length almost covering her entire back. Zhang Xiaoxiao only took one look and her stomach churned, and she almost vomited. She subconsciously shrank closer to Ma Shi, who, what the hell is that? Ma Shi, who ignored her fear, staring at the woman and the thing on her back, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Old 5, don't turn off the engine, reverse the car and go around it from another place. Ma Shi, who lowered his voice and reached for the machete stuck next to the seat. Be careful, that woman must be parasitic. Chapter 49, The Coming Crisis. Seeing the insects wriggling, Ma Shi, whose face suddenly changed. Everyone, pay attention. That thing is wrong. Don't get close, everyone, back up and get out of here. Quick. Before he finished his roar, the woman moved. The woman's head slowly turned on her neck, her bones making a creaking sound. Then, her limbs began to twitch and swing uncontrollably, her joints seemed to be dislocated, and her body twisted into the posture of a humanoid spider. The next second, she was face up and back down, suddenly rushing towards the modified car in front. The woman was incredibly fast, leaving only a blurry afterimage as she leaped onto the front of the car, her pale hands grabbing the iron railing welded to the front windshield of the cab. Crack! Those iron railings, as thick as forearms, were pulled down directly as if they were made of paper. The woman slapped the glass with her palm, and with a crisp bang, the glass shattered. Then, the woman reached into the car window, grabbed a man in the passenger seat, and dragged him out from the broken front windshield. As the man was thrown to the ground, the fat, blood-red bug lying on the woman's back actually spit out a few small white bugs, which then crawled into the man's mouth. Vomit. Zhang Xiaoxiao's stomach churned violently and she couldn't hold it in any longer, so she started to dry heave. She only took one look and felt her blood freeze. Run, that guy is hopeless. This monster wants to use us to reproduce. Ma Shi, who roared. The two modified cars retreated at the same time, not caring about their companions on the ground, and fled madly. The man on the ground twitched and then stood up shakily. But his face was lifeless, a hollow shell controlled by insects. The two cars rushed through the city until they were sure that nothing was catching up and then slowed down. Zhang Xiaoxiao was very frightened, and the scene just now lingered in her mind. The woman who was parasitized and the white bug that crawled into the man's mouth. She covered her mouth and retched again. What the hell was that just now? Ma Shi, who leaned back in his chair with a gloomy expression. Who knows what it is? Ever since dark, this city has never been peaceful. There are all kinds of weird things everywhere. The city fell because of these monsters, and the authorities were powerless to fight them. What's it like in the shelter? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Refuge? Ma Shi, who sneered as if he had heard something funny. Do you think that kind of place is clean? There are more troubles when there are a lot of people. Who knows what's going on in there? I don't go there because I know it might become a monster cafeteria someday. He patted Zhang Xiaoxiao's trembling shoulders and said, if you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself, understand? Don't count on anyone else. After we rob that guy named Song and get the supplies, we'll find a safe place to live. As he spoke, Ma Shihu put his hand into Zhang Xiaoxiao's collar and groped her wantonly. The rough hand wandered unscrupulously inside her clothes, causing the nausea that had just subsided in Zhang Xiaoxiao's stomach to surge up again. But she didn't dare show any unhappy expression, let alone resist in the slightest. She knew very well that in this hellish world, Ma Shihu was her life-saving straw, even if this straw was dirty, smelly, and had thorns. Not to mention being touched a few times, even if Ma Shihu asked her to take off all her clothes and lie on the car seat with her legs spread apart, she would have no choice but to do it. Resist? The outcome will be worse than death. Brother Hu, Song Yang is no fool. He completely remodeled the house before the apocalypse. It's surrounded like an iron barrel. How are we going to get in? You think I haven't thought about it? Ma Shihu snorted coldly. No matter how capable Song Yang is, can he withstand this? As he spoke, he suddenly bent down and dragged something from under the seat. Zhang Xiaoxiao leaned over to look and saw him lifting up a dirty oilcloth. A long wooden box was revealed under the oilcloth. The box was old and had some damage on the corners, but the large red characters painted on it were extremely eye-catching mining explosives. Zhang Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. This is dynamite. Yes. Ma Shihu grinned with an almost insane look of pride on his face. Before the apocalypse, I stole it from a coal mine. I was planning to sell it for some money, but I didn't expect it to be so useful now. Isn't Song Yang capable? Didn't he make the house look like an iron barrel? Ma Shihu's eyes turned fierce. I'm going to give him a hard time and blow his shell open. I wonder how he can hide. Looking at the box of explosives, Zhang Xiaoxiao thought these guys were simply crazy. But on second thought, facing Song Yang's possible solid defense, this seems to be the most direct and effective way. In this fucked up world, reasoning is useless. Only fists and more ruthless means can help you survive. Although Ma Shihu is crude and brutal, he is cruel and crazy enough. If you follow him, you might really be able to find a way to survive. Zhang Xiaoxiao was thinking about all these random things when she heard a swish sound in her ears. She turned her head and met Ma Shihu's eyes. He grinned, one hand already unbuckled his belt. Xiao Xiao. Ma Shihu smirked. Back then, you dumped me because you thought I was poor. Now the world has changed. It's your turn to compensate me, brother tiger, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao subconsciously wanted to hide to the side, mumbling. Now is not the time. Before he could finish his words, there was a crisp snap sound. A solid slap landed on her face with such force that her head buzzed, half of her cheek felt burning with pain, and her ears were ringing. Fuck. I gave you face, didn't I? Ma Shihu's expression instantly turned ferocious. He grabbed her hair and forced her face down. You dare not listen to me? Believe it or not, I will throw you out of the car right now and feed you to those ghosts. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her scalp, and she knew that this man could definitely do what he said. Rebellion? The thought only flashed through his mind before being drowned by deeper despair. All her struggles and all her dignity seemed so ridiculous and powerless in the face of survival. Zhang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and lowered her head. She forced herself not to think, not to feel, and just told herself over and over again in her heart. Live, you must live. Even if I have to live like a dog, I must survive. Chapter 50 The Devil Teacher Comes. In the bedroom, Xiao Shui and Bai Jie were fast asleep. Looking at these two beautiful faces so close to him, Song Yang felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. He felt a little unsatisfied. His physical fitness has been strengthened 3 times, far exceeding that of ordinary people. But these two women, after all, still had ordinary physiques before the apocalypse, and could not withstand his torture for too long. He got up from the bed and prepared to check the house. The defense of the safe house is the top priority, although the strength of this house is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But even so, Song Yang never really let his guard down. The tragic death in his previous life was like a brand engraved deep in his soul, making him understand that any negligence could bring about a catastrophe. The warmth in my arms is real, but how long can this peace last? Outside, wave after wave of desperados and unknown monsters lurking in the darkness are always coveting everything he has: food, shelter, and women. He needs to be stronger so that he can firmly protect what he wants to protect in this damn apocalypse. Song Yang called up the surveillance footage and carefully checked the situation outside the safe house. Wang Mang in the cage was curled up in the corner and sleeping. And outside the door, there was a person standing there at some point. The man was wrapped in a large black hooded raincoat, covering himself from head to toe. Wang Mang in the cage seemed to have noticed the person coming. He struggled to crawl to the edge of the cage and asked for help from the dark shadow. But the black shadow did not move at all, without even turning its head. It completely ignored Wang Mang's existence and just stood quietly in front of the door. Song Yang pressed the call button. Who? The dark figure outside the door was silent for a moment, then one hand slowly raised and pulled the hood on his head back. On the surveillance screen, a face gradually became clear. It was the face of a middle-aged man, with slightly pale skin and a pair of elegant gold-rimmed glasses. He recognized this face. In other words, unforgettable. This was none other than his junior high school teacher Joe Jianhua. Some dusty fragments of memories in the news reports that shocked the whole city at that time flashed through Song Yang's mind. A teacher who looks gentle on the outside actually committed the beastly act of torturing and killing his students. The evidence was conclusive and Joe Jianhua was finally sentenced to a heavy sentence, at least 10 years. This guy actually came to this community after he was released from prison and found me. Outside the door, Joe Jianhua knocked on the door. Song Yang, I know you're watching from inside. I'm Joe Jianhua, your junior high school teacher. Do you remember me? The teacher is really desperate. Can you please give the stutterer a bite and save the teacher's life for the sake of our past teacher-student relationship? In the cage, Wang Mang, who had been listening with his ears perked up, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Beg him? Are you blind or out of your mind? You're begging this cold-blooded guy? He even kills his neighbors. Will he give you food? Dream on. He'd rather we all die out there. The smile on Joe Jianhua's face disappeared. He suddenly raised his foot wearing dirty leather shoes and kicked Wang Mang's still chattering mouth through the bars of the cage. Crack! As Wang Mang's scream suddenly stopped, several bloody teeth mixed with saliva flew out. Wang Mang covered his mouth, curled up in the corner of the cage, whimpered in pain, and dared not say another word. Joe Jianhua then slowly withdrew his foot, as if he had just stepped on a cockroach. He looked back toward the door, that pleading expression on his face again. Song Yang, standing in front of the surveillance screen, watched all this with an expressionless face. This Joe Jianhua is indeed not a good person. Sure enough, the beast in human skin has not changed its nature at all even after so many years. Plead? Alms? It's just a rhetoric to lure the prey to open the door. This guy came to me with such deliberate intention, it's impossible that he just wanted to ask for a meal. Song Yang operated his fingers on the monitoring panel and called up all the monitoring images. He reviewed the images from several cameras throughout the building one by one, zooming in and carefully examining every shadow and every corner where someone might be hiding. Finally, in a hidden corner downstairs, completely covered in darkness, the camera captured something unusual. After being enhanced with night vision and magnified several times, two blurry outlines emerged. There were two figures, both wearing large black raincoats that concealed their bodies. They huddled in the darkness of the corner, almost blending into the environment. If this top-level surveillance equipment did not have infrared night vision capabilities, their presence would never have been detected. From the edge of the enlarged image, you can clearly see that both men have their heads down, motionless, with machetes in their hands. They were waiting for Joe Jianhua's signal. As long as Song Yang opens the door and walks out, he will probably be greeted by these two sharp blades that have been prepared long ago. Moreover, Joe Jianhua was very smart. He did not stand in front of the cat's eyes, so the crossbow arrow could not hit him. He also had an iron rod stuck behind him. As long as the door was open to crack, he could insert the iron rod into the door to prevent Song Yang from reacting and closing the door. Song Yang stared at the screen and decided to take action. The dead girl had a good relationship with him. She was a girl with two shallow dimples when she smiled. She would give him warm millet porridge in the early morning, and secretly push the exercise book filled with answers to him when he couldn't solve his math problems. Her laughter was as clear as a wind chime. It made the young Song Yang feel confused. And all of this was crushed by the demon in human skin in front of him. 10 years in prison obviously did not erase the viciousness in Joe Jianhua's bones. Instead, it made him more cunning and better at disguising himself. Anyone who opens the door will die. Joe Jianhua's calculations were very accurate. Unfortunately, he miscalculated a little. Song Yang is not an ordinary person. Wearing a helmet and thick clothes, Song Yang pressed the button to open the door. Chapter 51, Life for a Life. Click. The unlocking sound was heard. Hearing this sound, Joe Janawa could hardly contain his ecstasy. Done. This kid was really fooled by me. How silly and naive. He could already imagine the scene of two people downstairs rushing up, chopping this guy into minced meat with knives. In the end times, human life is cheaper than grass. One more or one less doesn't make much, and we can still take over his fortress like safe house. Joe Janawa's eyes were fixed on the gap that was getting wider and wider. All the muscles in his body were tensed. As long as there was enough space in the door for him to squeeze in, he would act immediately and never give the other party any chance to react and close the door. However, the scene that came through the crack in the door made Joe Janawa a little confused. A person stood in the bright room, wrapped tightly. What's going on? Joe Janawa's mind suddenly went blank. The script was wrong. Why is the thin student in my memory dressed like this? Before he could call for help, Song Yang's hand reached out from the gap in the door, which was as wide as a person's width, and grabbed his clothes. Joe Janawa only felt a huge force coming from his hands, pulling him towards the door. He didn't even have time to send any signal downstairs. Bang! The emergency door slammed shut behind him. Joe Janawa staggered a few steps, finally steadying himself, and looked up in shock. Song Yang was standing in front of him. His thick clothes had been taken off, revealing his clean and tidy casual clothes underneath. Hello, teacher. Song Yang spoke in a flat voice, with no emotion in his voice, but it was like an ice-cold awl, piercing Joe Janawa's heart. Well. Joe Janawa's Adam's apple rolled and he responded subconsciously. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings uncontrollably. This sight made his heart tremble even more, and his eyes almost popped out. This is exactly as the rumors said. The spacious living room is tidy and the soft sofa looks like it is worth a lot of money. The coffee table was piled high with all kinds of well-packaged snacks, biscuits, and even a few plates of tempting fresh fruits. A rich aroma of meat drifted faintly in the air, forcefully entering his nostrils and tempting his stomach, which had been empty for several days, to squirm wildly. This kid, is he living a godlike life? Joe Janawa had been hungry for several days and was relying on his willpower to keep going. When he smelled the aroma of food, he could hardly control his urge to pounce on it. Rich, comfortable, and warm. The scene here forms such a sharp contrast with the gray, cold, and struggling world outside. After the shock, Joe Janawa became ecstatic. As long as he kills this kid in front of him, everything will be his. It seems like God is helping him. Those two idiots downstairs? Who cares about them? Let them starve outside. Why should he share this impregnable safe house and the supplies that allow him to live comfortably with others? To have it all to oneself is human nature. He suppressed his excitement and stared at Song Yang again. Yes, this guy pulled himself in, he's quite strong. His dress and appearance were completely different from the thin one in my memory. But so what? He is alone. I have been in prison for 10 years and was beaten up by people every day, so I have already developed this skill. After all, the crimes he committed were so severe that even the prisoners couldn't stand hearing about them. Song Yang, teacher, I haven't eaten for several days. Can you get me something to eat? Song Yang didn't say anything, just picked up something and threw it over. Pa! After receiving it in his hand, Joe Janawa's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a silver gray steel wool, the kind used for scrubbing pots. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Song Yang. What do you mean? Eat it, and I'll spare your life. Hold. Joe Janawa's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he reached behind his waist, ready to take out his weapon. You think you can control me just by bringing me in? You're still a little naive if you want to play tricks on me. Believe it or not, I will. His threats came to an abrupt end. A piercing pain suddenly came from his calf, with such great force that he lost his balance instantly and fell to his knees with a thump. Ah! Joe Janawa looked down at his calves in horror. A black cement nail, nearly 10 centimeters long, was deeply embedded in his calf, with the nail head almost completely embedded in the flesh. Blood was flowing out along the nail and trouser leg, staining the ground red. The severe pain almost made him faint. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Song Yang in disbelief. At this time, Song Yang had a black nail gun in his hand. The kind used to hammer nails on construction sites. Joe Janawa looked at Song Yang and saw that there was a nail gun in his hand, and his mind went blank. When did he get this thing? Why didn't I see it at all? Before he could finish his thought, there was a soft puff sound. Severe pain. Unspeakable pain suddenly exploded from my right thigh and spread throughout my body in an instant. Joe Genoa screamed and looked down. A steel nail was deeply embedded in his thigh muscle, and blood quickly soaked his pants. Before he could react, there were two more puff and puff sounds. Severe pain came one after another in my left thigh and right calf. The piercing pain made him kneel down in front of Song Yang. Are you fucking crazy? Joe Genoa gritted his teeth and raised his head. Song Yang. I'm your teacher. I taught you. How could you do this to me? Song Yang approached with an expressionless face and stepped heavily on his right hand as he tried to support himself on the ground. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard, accompanied by Joe Genoa's heart-wrenching screams. Ah! My hand! My hand! A piercing pain came from his palm, and he felt as if his finger bones were crushed. Song Yang crushed it mercilessly. Teacher Zhou, do you still remember a girl named Li Xiaoyu? What Li Xiaoyu? I don't know her, ah! Joe Genoa screamed and denied vaguely. The severe pain made his brain confused. Song Yang increased the strength of his feet. She was 12 years old at the time. She was a very good student and always ranked first in her exams. She said she wanted to go to the best university and see the world. Joe Genoa's screams faded, his pupils dilated uncontrollably, and all the blood drained from his face, leaving only a deathly paleness. She had a bright future until a man took her away on her way home from school on her birthday. That girl just disappeared like that. When she was finally found, she was in an abandoned hut on the outskirts of the city, strangled to death. The girl's mother couldn't bear the shock and jumped into the river not long after. Her grandparents also died a few days later due to excessive grief. Song Yang bent down, grabbed Zhou Genoa's hair, lifted his head up, and asked word by word. Teacher Zhou, can you tell me who that man is? Zhou Genoa's whole body trembled violently. He didn't expect that 10 years later, there were still people who remembered this incident. I've been in jail for 10 years. Zhou Genoa panted rapidly. 10 years. The law has punished me. My sins have been atoned for. Besides, she's just your deskmate. She's not your relative. You don't have to kill me for someone who has nothing to do with you. Before he finished speaking, there was a puff sound, accompanied by Zhou Genoa's shrill scream. A dagger nailed his hand to the ground. Burned? Is 10 years in prison worth a life? Is it worth a broken family? Song Yang raised his foot and kicked Zhou Genoa hard in the chest. Bang! Zhou Genoa's body flew out like a rag doll, hit the wall heavily, and then slid down, spurting blood from his mouth. Song Yang took out a roll of hemp rope and approached again. Legal sanctions? He squatted down and got close to Zhou Genoa's face. The law has kept you in there comfortably for 10 years. It hasn't broken a bone or taken a piece of your flesh. Now, let me tell you what real sanctions are. Chapter 52 Killing. Song Yang kicked Zhou Genoa in the face, knocking him unconscious. Then he took out a thick hemp rope and tied Zhou Genoa's legs and ankles. Then he dragged Zhou Genoa to the window. Crack! He lifted the iron plate and opened the window. Song Yang grabbed the other end of the rope and threw the man headfirst out of the window. The rope was tightened, and Song Yang wrapped it around the iron railing outside the window several times, and tied a few knots again to ensure that the pendant could hang there steadily. Killing Zhou Genoa directly would be too easy for him. He wanted the monster outside to punish this beast. Downstairs, two figures with their necks hunched were waiting anxiously. One of them was a shorter man with shifty eyes, rubbing his hands and lowering his voice. I'm wondering how long it's been. Why hasn't old Zhou made any movement? Could he be dead in there? The scarred man next to him shook his head. I think you've gone crazy from masturbating these days. What about that kid upstairs? He hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How could he possibly cause such a commotion? I think it's probably old Zhou who got the upper hand and is hiding in there alone, not wanting to share our profits. In the end times, food and supplies are life. Who would be willing to share them with others? The man shrank his neck when he was yelled at, but on second thought, he felt that what Scarface said made sense. Zhou Genoa is indeed not a good person. What should we do? Scar, we can't just sit here and wait, right? Scarface narrowed his eyes, and in the dim light, the scar looked even more terrifying. He licked his cracked lips and said harshly. Wait a minute. Go up and take a look. If he dares to keep it all to himself, I'll make him know why the flowers are so red. Walk. Scarface waved his hand and went upstairs first. The two of them walked up the dark stairs, one in front and one behind, with light steps. But after taking a few steps, a dark shadow appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The man was wearing a large black raincoat with the hood pulled down so low that it almost covered his entire face. It was exactly the same as what Joe Genoa was wearing when he left. Scarface frowned, took 2 steps forward, and shouted unkindly. Lao Zhou? Damn it, I asked you to send a signal, why are you dawdling? Do you want to keep all the good stuff for yourself? Scarface's voice stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. A cold light flashed out from under the raincoat like lightning, and with a dull puff sound, the kitchen knife chopped his neck. Scarface's eyes widened as he covered his neck in disbelief, and warm, sticky liquid gushed out from between his fingers. He wanted to scream, but his body shook and he fell to the ground with a thud. He twitched twice and then became motionless. The man next to him was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Almost instinctively, he frantically reached for the machete at his waist. But how could he be faster than Song Yang? Before he could draw his weapon, a foot kicked him in the chest. Bang! Another dull collision. The man flew backwards, his head hitting the wall hard, and he collapsed to the ground. Song Yang threw the 2 bodies out of the window downstairs before returning home. If a corpse is left to rot in the corridor, it will not only smell bad but also easily breed bacteria. At this time, Wang Meng in the dog cage was pretending to be asleep. When he saw Song Yang covered in blood, he was really scared. This guy is simply not human. He is the evil spirit that crawled out of hell. No wonder his shrewd and capable mother would rather hide at home and starve than dare to show up, let alone rush out to save him. Judging by the time, his mother would soon starve to death. After returning home, Song Yang went into the bathroom, took a shower, and then changed into a clean gray sportswear. Just as I sat down on the sofa, the bedroom door opened with a click. Xiao Shui came out. She was only wearing a large white shirt that was obviously a man's and barely covered her thighs. 2 smooth long legs were exposed so dazzlingly. She walked straight to Song Yang, sat on his lap without any hesitation, put her arms around his neck naturally, and handed a mobile phone with the screen still onto him. There is a chat interface on the mobile phone screen. Song Yang, look, this is one of my best friends. We used to be very close. She lives in the neighborhood next door. She sent me a message saying she's almost exhausted and wants to come to you for help. Could you please pick her up? Song Yang raised his hand and threw the phone on the coffee table next to him. Xiao Shui was a little puzzled, even a little aggrieved. Why? She's my friend. She's a nice person, has a nice figure, big breasts, and can pole dance. You'll definitely like her. And then the 3 of us women can play the game of 3 heroes versus Lubu. Song Yang looked up at her. Friends? What time do you think it is? He pointed to the dark world outside the window. The sun has been out for almost 10 days, and the electricity is long gone. Tell me, what does she use to charge her phone? Xiao Shui was stunned by the question. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Song Yang continued. How many people have died of starvation, freezing, or being bitten by monsters outside in the past 10 days? How can a woman living alone, with electricity and food, still be alive and asking you for help? Do you think this is normal? Xiao Shui is not a fool, she was just overwhelmed by the little bit of girlfriendship and the idea of having more companions. Song Yang's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly waking her up. This is probably a trap. Song Yang concluded, they want to use a woman as bait to lure us over. He looked into Xiao Shui's eyes and said word by word. I won't gamble my life on that 1 in 10,000 chance. Hearing this, Xiao Shui was completely speechless, and the hands that were around Song Yang's neck dropped down weakly. She understood that Song Yang was right. In this damn apocalypse, anything that doesn't make sense could be hiding deadly danger. As the two were talking, a bright light suddenly appeared in the community. 2 blinding beams of light pierced the darkness, briefly sweeping across the exterior wall of a residential building before going out. The car stopped and 7 figures jumped out of the car, carrying various things and going into building number 1. Chapter 53: Uninvited Guests in the Community. In building number 1, the corridor was filled with the muffled sound of metal colliding. Damn, what's that smell? Ma Shihu covered his nose and took a step back in disgust. As soon as the men kicked open the door of room 101, a strong and disgusting smell of decay hit them in the face, making them dizzy. Inside the door was a mess. One could vaguely see a person lying on the floor. The body was already highly decomposed and crawling with maggots. Bah! Bad luck. Ma sure who spat. Change to another one. Hurry up. The men next to him were about to vomit, so they quickly closed the door and turned to room 102 next door. Bang! Another loud noise was heard, and the security door of room 102 was smashed open by brute force. There was no stench this time, and the living room was empty, but the bedroom door was ajar, and low whimpering and gnawing sounds came from within. A braver subordinate raised a flashlight and peeked inside. Suddenly, there was a strange cry of awe and he almost dropped the flashlight. There were 3 or 4 skinny golden retrievers with green eyes lying on the bedroom floor, biting a mutilated female corpse on the bed. Fuck! What the hell is this place? Another man's stomach churned. Ma Sherhu's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. After the end of the world, this hungry dog was more ferocious than a human. He waved his hands irritably. Go, go, go. Next one. The group had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the door of room 103. The door opened. Unlike the previous times, this time there were exclamations from inside the door. The flashlight beam swept across, illuminating the corner of the room. A middle-aged man and woman huddled in the corner, the man protecting the woman behind him. Both of them were so thin that they were unrecognizable, with sunken eye sockets, like skeletons. Hey, finally found a place to breathe. Ma Sherhu showed a sinister smile on his face, holding a machete, and walked forward step by step. He kicked the man in the face, causing him to faint. Then he reached out and grabbed the woman's hair, lifting her up from the ground. The woman screamed in pain and tried in vain to grab Ma Sherhu's wrist with her hands, but he slapped her so hard that she dared not resist anymore. The woman was so thin that her bones were visible, her hair was dry and yellow, and her face was covered with dirt. Only her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair. Ma Sherhu pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. He glanced at her chest and grinned, revealing his yellow and black teeth. What a pity. I have nothing to eat. My breasts have shrunk a lot. He stretched out his other hand and grabbed the shriveled chest hard, causing the woman to cry even more miserably. However, Ma Sherhu grinned, I hate wasting things the most. I usually eat every grain of rice in the bowl. Even though it's a bit firewood, it's still okay for my brothers to vent their anger. He let go of the woman's chin and lifted her hair like a chicken. He turned to look at the group of men waiting with bated breath behind him, and raised his chin. What are you all standing there for? Line up and come one by one. The men took the woman without hesitation and dragged her to another room. Zheng Xiaoxiao, who was watching from the side, was terrified and felt a chill on her back. If she had not been aware of the current situation and surrendered to Ma Sherhu early, her fate would probably be even worse than that woman's. Besides fear, there is also relief. At least, it wasn't her who was being dragged away now. Someone kicked over a low cabinet in the corner of the living room, and the things on it were scattered all over the floor. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes inadvertently swept over and landed on several scattered documents. With the flickering light of the flashlight, she could clearly see the words on it. XX Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, XX State-Owned Group. Her heart skipped a beat. This woman is actually an official? The man who fainted seemed to have a good job? The man who was once high and mighty has now fallen into the quagmire and cannot even keep his life. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt mixed emotions. In the face of Doomsday, all status and position became bullshit. You may have been a big leader yesterday, but today you may become a plaything for others to vent their anger. In this world where people eat each other, whoever has the stronger fist is the strong one, and only by relying on the strong can you survive. As for conscience? That thing is worthless until it can fill your stomach. Brother Tiger. Zheng Xiaoxiao carefully approached Ma Sherhu and asked. Why don't we just go find Song Yang? Why stay here? He must have a lot of good stuff. Ma Sherhu seemed to feel that there was no need to hide anything in front of her, or perhaps he wanted to show off his foresight. He said, Do you think I'm an idiot? How could that Song guy survive for so many days, guarding his home alone? How could he have done it without some tricks? If we rush over rashly, who knows who's going to get beaten? That guy must have a weapon in his hand, maybe even some traps. Should we just charge in and confront him head-on? Our lives aren't blown away by the wind. First, find out the situation around him and see what he has up his sleeve. We have to take our time to gnaw on the tough bones. Why rush? Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that it was not that he had not thought about it, but he was just more cautious. She asked tentatively, "What about those explosives you brought?" "That's the last resort." Ma Shihu interrupted her, "What if that guy is really a tough guy and we can't handle him? Then we can give him a hard time. But that thing is risky. What if the measurement is not done properly and the building collapses, then we're all finished. When I do something, I either don't do it at all, or if I do it, I have to do it steadily. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded quickly, but her heart was startled. This Ma Shihu, although he looks clumsy, actually has more thoughts than she thought. At this time, the men who had dragged the woman into the house came out cursing, and one of them had several fresh scratches on his face. "Brother Tiger?" The man with the wound on his face spat. That woman couldn't help but play and bit her tongue. "Damn, bad luck." Another followed suit and complained. "Exactly, the bones are quite hard. It's a waste of our efforts." Ma Shihu's brows knitted together, and he glanced at the two of them with a gloomy look. "Damn it. I let you guys have fun, not kill you. You don't even know how to be gentle with women." He cursed a few times, not wanting to bother about the woman's death, and waved his hands irritably. All right, if he's dead, just drag him out and throw him far away. Don't be an eyesore here." Then, he turned his gaze to his other men and ordered, "You guys, go to the upper floors and find two clear-headed people to question. Ideally, they should know Song Yang well. By the way, find me a few clean women. It's boring to play with just one woman." "Yes, Brother Tiger." Several men perked up, responded to the order, exchanged glances with each other, and turned to walk towards the stairs. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood aside, watching their backs as they left, and felt a chill in her heart again. Ma Shihu was just as she thought, and he would not look for only her as a woman. After all, you are just a tool for the other person to vent his or her desires. For these men, the more such sexual tools they have, the better. Chapter 54, Information about Song Yang. Not long after, the men who had been there came back. They pushed and shoved 3 people over, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people were just like the dead woman, as thin as skeletons, and their clothes were dirty and torn, as if they had been dug out from a garbage dump. "Brother Hu, the people are here." One of the men pushed the 3 men forward as if to seek credit. The 3 men's legs went weak and they fell to their knees in front of Ma Shihu, not even daring to raise their heads. Ma Shihu crossed his legs, leaned against the back of the sofa, and looked down at the 3 people. "Look up." The man in the front raised his head tremblingly, not daring to fight him. "Let me ask you something," Ma Shihu tapped the man's chin with his toes. "Is there someone named Song Yang in this neighborhood?" The man looked blank and answered tremblingly, "I don't know. I've been hiding at home and haven't gone out." "Have no idea?" Ma Shihu frowned and kicked the man in the chest. The man was already very frail and could not withstand such a kick. He collapsed to the ground without even a groan and passed out. The woman and another man kneeling beside them were so frightened that they buried their heads even lower, wishing they could crawl into the cracks in the ground. Ma Shihu turned his gaze to the remaining man. "What about you? Do you know?" The man was obviously smarter than the previous one. He spoke quickly. I know Song Yang." "Oh?" Ma Shihu showed some interest. "Tell me about it." "That guy stored a lot of food before the apocalypse. At the time, many of us laughed at him and called him a psychopath. Fatty Wang had a fight with that guy a few days ago. In order to survive, the man tried hard to recall everything he knew. Fatty Wang brought a few people to try to rob Song Yang, but Song Yang killed them all. The photos were posted in the group." Seeing that Ma Shihu didn't seem to believe it, the man was sweating profusely. "It's true. Absolutely true. Song Yang is a very evil guy. So far, no one has ever taken advantage of him." The next moment, the man took out a cell phone and handed it to Ma Shihu with both hands. "This is my phone. As long as it's charged, I can see the chat history in the owner group. Everything Song Yangfa sent is in it." Ma Shihu took the phone and nodded to one of his men next to him. "Go to the car and charge your phone." Ma Shihu withdrew his gaze and looked at the man again. Since he was able to kill Fatty Wang and his men, he must have some tricks up his sleeve, right? How did he kill them? The man spoke incoherently. "Yes. I heard from the group. That guy seems to have got a crossbow." "Yes, a crossbow. He can shoot arrows out through the peephole in the door. But the man changed the subject. Actually, if we just block the hole with a piece of iron plate or something, the crossbow will be useless. As for other methods, I really don't know. I'm telling the truth. Seeing that the man spoke carefully, Ma Sherhu took out half of a ham sausage that was obviously moldy and had green spots on it from his pocket and threw it on the ground as if he was giving a reward to a beggar. It's your reward. The man's eyes turned red instantly, and he didn't care about the dirt. He grabbed the half sausage and stuffed it into his mouth greedily. The sausage was as hard as a rock and had an unpleasant musty smell, but he chewed it desperately as if it were a delicacy, and even a few tears came out of the corners of his eyes. The woman kneeling beside saw this scene, her eyes widened and she almost spitted fire. Zhan! You're eating alone. Give me half. The man stuffed the last bit into his mouth as if protecting his food and chewed it desperately. That little bit of food instantly ignited the woman's anger. Zhang Quangui! You heartless bastard! She cried and was about to strangle the man. I was so blind to follow you. What did you say when we got married? You said you would give me the best thing first. Now you won't give me a single thing. You will die a miserable death. Unexpectedly, the man slapped the woman hard in the face with a loud slap. The woman staggered from the blow, and her mouth immediately turned red. She covered her face in disbelief. You hit me? The man was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Shut up. Back then, your mother, that old fool, asked for a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. I ended up working 3 jobs a day and carrying sandbags at the construction site at night. I took out a huge debt on the mortgage to buy a house, and I still haven't paid it off. You still have the nerve to say you were blind? Why didn't you say you were blind when your mother used the betrothal money to buy a house for your brother? You regret it now? It's too late. This sudden family ethics drama made Ma Sherhu stunned. He leaned back on the sofa and watched with interest the couple settling old scores in the apocalypse. After he had admired them enough, he stopped them. Eventually the men were left as one of them, while the women were dragged into other rooms for the others to enjoy. An eerie silence fell in the room. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard. The eyes of several men standing nearby almost popped out of their heads. They stared at the black phone screen. It seemed as if the tempting aroma of food still lingered on it. Hold. One of the younger brothers couldn't help but curse out loud. Is this the fucking end of the world? Where does his family get so much food? And there's wine, meat, and girls? They followed Ma Sherhu and had to save the expired canned biscuits they looted. The half-piece of green-haired ham sausage just now was already a rare delicacy. Compared with the table full of steaming food in the video, it's like heaven and hell. Think about the moldy stuff you chewed, and then look at others. This life is worse than a dog's. Ma Sherhu's face completely sank. My eyelids twitched. He originally thought that Song Yang had at most stockpiled some compressed biscuits, instant noodles and the like, and relied on the terrain and a crossbow to fight back. Now it seems that is not the case at all. This kid lives a more comfortable life than his boss. Zhang Xiaoxiao also saw the video and was completely stunned. She remembered how she had begged Song Yang in the dormitory, but he didn't even bother to reply to her message. It turns out that he lives this kind of heavenly life behind closed doors. I feel sad and hateful. The steaming food, the delicious-looking red wine, and the woman leaning against Song Yang. All of this is like countless little hands, scratching everyone's empty stomach. Many people licked their cracked lips. Ma Sherhu took a breath of cold air and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He looked at a thin man next to him. Old 5. Go and take some brothers with you. Let's use the method we discussed before and test the boy's strength. The man named Lao Wu grinned, revealing his slightly yellow teeth. Understood, Brother Tiger. Make sure everything is arranged clearly for him. Chapter 55 Preparing to leave. At the same time, in the safe house, Song Yang was fishing. He was leaning against the sofa, holding a fishing rod in his hand. At the end of the fishing line, there was no bait, but a small piece of dark chocolate. On the carpet, 2 graceful figures were wearing thick black eye masks, crawling and groping cautiously. It was Bai Jia and Xiao Shui. Bai Jia wore black stockings and a tight skirt, showing off her curves, and her 2 big breasts made people dizzy. Xiao Shui wore white stockings and a Lolita uniform, exuding a sense of sexiness in her purity. Deprived of their vision, they could only rely on their sense of smell and hearing to locate the chocolate. Whenever one of them seemed to be approaching the target and touching the chocolate with his lips, Song Yang would slightly lift his wrist. The fishing rod was then raised, carrying the chocolate just out of their reach. While playing, there was a knock on the door. Song Yang saw the scene outside through the surveillance. Under the pale beam of the flashlight, 6 figures stood. The leader was a short and strong man, followed by 3 men dressed in the same way. Several of them were wearing motorcycle helmets, thick leather or cotton jackets, and holding crowbars, machetes, and other tools in their hands. In front of them, 2 men with their hands tied behind their backs were pushed to the front. They were the other residents of the building. "Brother Song Yang, please be kind and save us. They said they would kill us if you don't open the door." "Yes, Song Yang. We didn't mean to disturb you. They forced us to do it. Please." The 2 of them were crying with tears and snot running down their faces. Lao Wu knocked on the door and pointed at the 2 frightened men and said with a smile, "Brother Song Yang, I heard that these ignorant grandsons have caused trouble for you before and wanted to break into your house? I've captured him today specifically for you. It's up to you to decide how to deal with him. The main reason I came here this time was to make friends with you and discuss cooperation. Let us be frank, brother, you are a capable person. It's not easy to guard so many good things by yourself. Look, I have the manpower and you have the supplies. In this world, we can't fight alone. If we join hands, won't we have the final say in these nearby streets? By then, you'll have everything you want, and you'll have plenty of women around you. Isn't that better than you having to worry about these few things all day long?" Seeing that there was no movement in the house, Lao Wu grabbed the man next to him by the hair and put a dagger to the man's throat. "Brother Song Yang, I know you don't believe me, so I'm going to kill these 2 people right now to show my sincerity." But despite this, there was no movement in the house. Song Yang didn't care about the life or death of his 2 neighbors. His attention was attracted by an unusual smell. After his physical fitness was fully strengthened, his sense of smell became extremely sensitive, far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, he clearly caught an extremely strange smell floating in from outside the door. This is definitely not the smell a human should have. Even the smell of sweat from not showering for more than 10 days, the smell of blood, or the smell of an infected wound are completely different from this. Song Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the people in the surveillance footage. Is this smell coming from them? Or did they carry something special? Song Yang's brain was working at a rapid pace, and with his physical fitness improved, his memory retrieval ability was far better than before. That was in his previous life. When the food ran out, he ventured out of his hiding place and searched the supermarket outside the community for anything that could fill his stomach. As I was searching, I suddenly saw a body lying beside a shelf in an extremely strange posture. The body was wearing a security uniform and half of its head was gone. But this is not what makes Song Yang most horrified. What really made his hair stand on end was that on the back of the corpse, there was a blood-red insect lying. The insect's tentacles were deeply embedded in the flesh of the corpse. And that disgusting smell came from the insect. What's even more terrifying is that more and more corpses stood up in the supermarket, and there was a bug on the back of each corpse. He was so scared that he fled from there immediately. The bloody insects became his nightmare for a long time. At this moment, the smell coming in from outside was the same smell. Song Yang's heart sank instantly. If it were just a few ordinary people, he would have countless ways to deal with it. But the emergence of this smell has fundamentally changed the nature of things. Not only did these people outside encounter a monster, but they were also sent marked by the monster. Perhaps it won't be long before the monster comes and turns this community into a slaughterhouse. After taking off the blindfolds of the 2 women on the ground, Song Yang glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "There's been a change of plans. We need to leave this neighborhood as soon as possible." "Leave?" Bai Jia was stunned, confusion written all over her face. "Why? Isn't this place quite safe?" Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Song Yang. "Those people outside have the scent of a monster on them. It won't be long before the monster follows the scent and finds them. By then, everyone in this community will become zombies, controlled by the bugs. If you don't want to leave, you can stay. I won't stop you." Seeing Song Yang's serious look, Bai Jia and Xiao Shui also realized the seriousness of the problem and expressed their willingness to follow Song Yang. Since Song Yang said so, he must have his reasons. After all, if it weren't for Song Yang, the 2 of them would have starved to death long ago. At the same time, outside the door, Lao Wu had already cut the throats of the two people he had captured, and blood was all over the floor. Looking up at the tightly closed door, the smile on Lao Wu's face had completely disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. Damn it, you're so shameless. One of his men came forward from behind him. Fifth brother, this kid won't listen. How about we just break down the wall and try? Lao Wu narrowed his eyes and stared at the thick metal door. The crowbar and axe he brought were enough to deal with the concrete wall, but this was clearly no ordinary wall. Breaking the wall is useless, otherwise this guy wouldn't be alive today. If all else fails, get the explosives. Make a hole. When they heard that explosives were going to be used, the other three people looked happy. A man with a scar on his face rubbed his hands excitedly. It should have been done long ago. Why waste your time talking to this brat? Another skinny man licked his cracked lips and his stomach growled. Damn, I've only eaten a piece of bread these past few days. He smacked his lips, as if he had already tasted it. Once the door is blown open, I'll be the first one to rush in. No matter what the thing is, I'll eat it first. The fat-faced guy next to him laughed lasciviously and pushed the skinny guy. Look at you, you only think about eating. Food is nothing, those two girls are the real deal. He pointed at the closed door. I heard they are two top-notch girls, both with big breasts and slim waists. When the time comes, the fifth brother will choose first, and the rest of us brothers must have a good time. They chatted with each other, as if they had already seen the scene of breaking into the house, taking the food from the table, and having whatever they wanted from the two beauties. After days of hunger and depression, they were so excited that they were trembling and drooling. Lao Wu frowned at his man's useless appearance and then ordered. You guys, guard this door and don't let this guy get away. I'll go get brother Hu. After saying that, Lao Wu went downstairs with a flashlight, leaving the three people guarding the door behind. Chapter 56, One Tiger Kills Three Sheep. Just as Lao Wu left, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the dark corner. Water, food, give me some food. The sudden sound startled the three of them, and the flashlight beam swept over suddenly. In a corner, there was a dog cage half a person's height. There was a figure curled up in the cage with messy hair, asking for help. Fuck. What the hell? The scarred man jumped back in fright, almost dropping the axe in his hand. The guy with a face full of flesh was a little braver. He took 2 steps forward and shone the flashlight carefully on the person in the cage. This is a person, why is he locked in a dog cage? The person in the cage was Wang Mang, who had just woken up from a coma. When he saw someone, he shouted with all his might. Brother, please be kind and give me something to eat. I'm starving. The scarred man came to his senses, walked forward and kicked the cage. Who the hell are you? Why are you locked up here? Wang Mang was slightly refreshed when he saw someone paying attention to him, and he quickly said. My name is Wang Mang. I was imprisoned by that damn Song Yang. He beat me up and took my wife for himself. Brothers, are you here to deal with him? Be careful. That guy is very evil, very skilled in martial arts, and can even shoot arrows. Many people have already died at his hands. Hearing this, the scarred man, the skinny guy and the fat guy looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Die in his hands? The scarred man laughed so hard that he fell backwards, pointing at Wang Mang. Are you starving? He's alone? Can't the three of us take care of him? That is. The skinny monkey also chuckled, look at the hole in the door. We've already blocked it with steel plates. Even if he has a crossbow, it's useless. The guy with a face full of flesh looked at Wang Mang with disdain. Look at you, such a coward. You were locked in a dog cage by someone, and you still have the nerve to remind us? Wang Mang saw that these three people were not only unwilling to listen to his advice, but also laughed at him like a fool. His anger suddenly rose. He had originally hoped that these people could help him kill Song Yang, avenge him, and rescue him at the same time. But now it seems that it was all wishful thinking. Bah! A bunch of idiots. Blind dogs. Wang Mang spat, I'm reminding you kindly, but you don't know what's good for you. Just wait. You blind bastards. Song Yang will be out soon. He will kill all of you one by one. It's like crushing ants. You're not gonna get anything. Food? Women? Bullshit. Wang Mang became more and more agitated as he cursed. You all must die. Die without a complete body. I'm watching right here, watching how you die. The smile on the scarred man's face froze instantly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. You're looking for death. The scarred man was filled with rage. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into Wang Mang's chest. Well. Wang Mang's voice stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he looked at the dagger stuck in his chest in disbelief. His body twitched a few times, his head tilted, and then he was completely motionless. At this moment, the metal door of Song Yang's house suddenly made a light click sound. The three thugs froze at the same time and turned their heads to look. A ray of light shone through the crack of the door, and the door opened. A figure flashed out from behind the door, as fast as a ghost. The man was wrapped tightly from head to toe, wearing a motorcycle helmet on his head, a thick cotton coat on his body, an electric baton in his left hand and a machete in his right hand. It's Song Yang. He came out on his own initiative. Court death. The skinny monkey was the closest and was the first to react. He let out a strange cry, swung the machete he had snatched from his waist, and chopped it towards Song Yang's face. The blow was fast and fierce, with the intention of killing. However, Song Yang was faster than him. Song Yang just tilted his body slightly and easily avoided the sharp blade of the machete. The blade almost grazed his chest. The skinny monkey chopped at the air with his knife, but the old strength had just gone and the new strength had not yet been generated, so the door was wide open. Song Yang chopped down with his backhand. The machete hit the skinny monkey's helmet hard. Although the skinny guy's motorcycle helmet barely blocked the blade, the huge impact force still caused a deep dent in the helmet. Ah! The skinny monkey screamed, feeling as if his head was hit by a sledgehammer. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, and a warm liquid flowed down his forehead, blurring his eyes. He staggered backward, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The scarred man and the fat-faced guy watched this scene with their own eyes, and the arrogance and contempt on their faces were instantly replaced by horror. Only then did they realize that the warning from the guy in the cage might be true. Let's go together. Kill him. The scarred man roared, picked up the crowbar leaning against the wall, and rushed towards Song Yang. He just didn't believe that this equipment could withstand the heavy blow of the crowbar. The guy with a face full of flesh was a little slow, glanced at the skinny monkey wailing on the ground, and followed the scarred man with a howl, and pounced on Song Yang from the side. Song Yang remained extremely calm when facing attacks from two directions. All his attention was focused on the scarred man who rushed forward first and the powerful crowbar. Seeing the crowbar coming, Song Yang did not retreat but advanced. He took a wrong step and his body cut into the inside of the scarred man like a ghost. At this angle, the scarred man couldn't swing the crowbar. At the same time, the electric baton in Song Yang's left hand popped out and accurately poked the scarred man's arm holding the baton. Ah! The scarred man felt his arm suddenly go numb, and a strong electric current instantly ran through his body. His muscles spasmed involuntarily, and the force of the crowbar was suddenly reduced by half, and he almost slipped out of his hand. The movement also slowed down. Song Yang's right hand held the machete without any pause. Following the momentum of the cut, the tip of the knife passed through. Puff! With a dull sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, the machete accurately pierced into the scarred man's ribs. The ferocity on the scarred man's face froze instantly. His tall body swayed, his knees softened, and he fell heavily to the ground. It all happened so fast, almost in a flash. The guy with a fat face who rushed over from the side almost popped his eyes out. The fear of death made him lose his mind, and he waved the steel pipe in his hand wildly at Song Yang. Song Yang raised his left arm and blocked it with his forearm covered in thick cotton clothes. The force of the steel pipe hitting the cotton coat was mostly dissipated by the thick clothes and the filling inside, only causing a slight pain in Song Yang's arm. Without waiting for the other party to make the next move, Song Yang pulled out the machete that was stuck in Scarface's body and swung it backhand. Kill the fat man. In the blink of an eye, the only thing left in front of him was a skinny monkey with his head covered in blood. He leaned against the wall and watched his two companions being killed in just a few breaths. He was so scared that his soul was gone and his crotch was wet. He tried to escape to the stairs by tumbling and crawling, mumbling incoherently. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! But how could Song Yang let him go? Leaving anyone alive could bring endless troubles. Song Yang had an expressionless face. He took a few steps to catch up with the skinny monkey who was lying on the ground. He raised the machete in his hand again and then brought it down heavily. The third one was also solved. While the fight was going on inside the building, there was a strange movement at the gate of the community. Several figures staggered through the open gate of the community. Their movements were stiff and slow, unlike those of normal humans. The figure walking in front was wearing a black dress stained with blood. It was the man who was previously parasitized by the monster, Ma Shurhu's subordinate. But at this moment, his face, which originally had some color, turned as pale as a deathly person. His eyes were empty and lifeless, staring straight ahead. Not only him, but the dozen or so figures following behind him all had the same expression, the same eyes, and the same stiff steps without exception. What is creepy is that at the junction of the back of each of their necks and spines, there is a blood-red insect lying. They controlled these unconscious people and walked step by step towards the depths of the community. Chapter 57, The Occupied Community. After killing 3 people, Song Yang turned and looked towards the safe house. Come out, it's solved. When Xiao Shui heard Song Yang's report that he was safe, she first poked her little face out and looked around vigilantly. When her eyes swept over the corpse on the ground, she subconsciously covered her mouth and almost screamed. Bai Jia followed closely behind her and also saw the scene outside, and her stomach churned. Time is running out. We must leave here as soon as possible. If anyone lags behind, don't blame me for being cruel. Song Yang picked up the knife on the ground and put it into the hands of the 2 women. As the 3 of them prepared to go downstairs. Through the crack in the door of Wang Mang's house, a pair of bloodshot and resentful eyes were staring at them. Without any warning, the door was suddenly slammed open. An old woman with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes rushed out. It was old lady Lin. She held a rusty kitchen knife in her hand and chopped towards the back of Song Yang's head. You bastard surnamed Song. Give me back my son's life. Song Yang reacted almost as soon as he heard the door open. He turned around quickly and kicked backwards, hitting old lady Lin in the stomach. Old Mrs. Lin's skinny body couldn't withstand the kick at all. She fell to the ground and the kitchen knife in her hand fell with a clang and rolled to the side. Old Mrs. Lin struggled and half raised herself from the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood foam and fixed her resentful eyes on Song Yang. Song, you will not die a good death. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. She reached out her hand shakily, groped to grab the kitchen knife that had fallen to the side, and pounced on Song Yang again. She had completely lost her mind, and only the madness of dying together remained. Song Yang's eyes became fierce, and this time there was no mercy. Facing the rushing old lady Lin, he dodged the blade sideways and lashed out with his right leg like a whip, delivering an even more vicious kick. Bang! This kick landed hard on old lady Lin's face. There was a clear sound of bones breaking, and old Mrs. Lin's head suddenly tilted back, and her teeth mixed with blood splattered out. She flew backwards again, the back of her head hit the wall hard, and then she slid softly to the ground. Even so, she was still mumbling curses. Bai Jie. You bitch. You're a traitor. You and this murderer, a pair of dogs and bitches, must die a miserable death. Song Yang looked at Bai Jia, whose face was pale, and pointed at old lady Lin. Come on, prove that you have completely cut ties with the past. You can do it yourself. Bai Jia's eyes fell on the kitchen knife on the ground, and then she looked at her ex-mother-in-law who was dying in the corner and still cursing her with the most vicious words. This was Song Yang's test for her. If she can't pass this hurdle, she will not be qualified to stay with Song Yang. This was Song Yang's test for her. If she couldn't pass this test, she would not be qualified to stay with Song Yang. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jia picked up the kitchen knife and walked towards old Mrs. Lin. With a desperate rage, she swung the knife down. The knife hit Mrs. Lin's shoulder and got stuck in the bone. Old Mrs. Lin let out a scream and continued to curse. Bai Jia wanted to strike a second time to end it all, but a hand reached out and held her wrist. Song Yang didn't say anything, but just took out a lighter from his pocket. After lighting the fire, the lighter flew towards old lady Lin. Call. The tattered cotton coat on old Mrs. Lin was instantly ignited, and the flames spread rapidly upwards as if they had come to life. Old Mrs. Lin rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames on her body. The flames consumed her, turning her into a burning fireman. The screams were incessant and even the hair was on fire. Walk. Song Yang turned around and walked towards the stairs. When the 3 of them walked out of the apartment building, Song Yang's brows furrowed even more. He smelled a strange odor. This confirmed his previous guess: the monster had followed. He raised his flashlight to the withered flower bed a few steps away. The number of bloodworm monsters lurking in the darkness was definitely beyond his imagination. Dozens? Hundreds, even? We must find a drivable car as soon as possible and leave here. You two follow me closely. Song Yang turned around and gave the two women some instructions, then began to move cautiously towards the community gate. Meanwhile, Building 1, Room 103. Ma Shihu, holding a cigarette in his mouth, paced back and forth in the living room in annoyance. The watch hand has pointed to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lao Wu and his men have been out for more than an hour. But no news came back. This is not normal. According to Lao Wu's personality, even if he didn't accomplish the task, he should have come back to report. It is impossible for him to drag it out for so long. Did something happen? Ma Shihu thought so. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ma Shihu's eyes flashed and he winked at a younger brother at the door. The younger brother understood and cautiously walked behind the door, looked out through the peephole, then turned back and said, "Boss, it's fifth brother." The door was opened. Lao Wu stood outside the door with an unnatural expression. "Old five? Why did you come back so late? Where are the others?" Ma Shihu frowned, clearly dissatisfied. "I asked you to investigate the situation, but why did you take so long? Where are the others?" However, Lao Wu did not answer. He just stood at the door, with no expression on his face. His originally dark face now looked abnormally pale, without a trace of blood. What makes people most creepy is his eyes. Empty and lifeless, he stared straight at Ma Shihu, his pupils without any focus, as if they were just two glass beads embedded in his eye sockets. "Old five? Are you mute?" Another younger brother next to Ma Shihu couldn't help but curse and stepped forward to push him. "Etc." Ma Shihu suddenly shouted, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He stared at Lao Wu, his heart beating uncontrollably. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Lao Wu looks like a dead person at this moment. Ma Shihu's eyes subconsciously swept to the back of Lao Wu's neck. You can vaguely see something lying at the place where his neck meets his back. A blood-red bug. Hold. Ma Shihu's scalp exploded instantly, and almost instinctively, his right hand reached for his waist like lightning. Swish. He pulled out a shiny dagger and pointed the tip of the knife at Lao Wu at the door. What the hell is going on? How could you? Before Ma Shihu finished speaking, Lao Wu, who was standing at the door, moved. Chapter 58, Escape from the Community. The man moved with alarming speed, pouncing on the younger brother closest to him with a clear target. The little brother didn't have time to react at all and was caught tightly by Lao Wu. "Let me go, Lao Wu, are you crazy?" The younger brother struggled in fear and punched Lao Wu, but it was like hitting an iron plate. The next second, Lao Wu's mouth suddenly opened with a frightening amplitude. Several scarlet tentacles emerged from the depths of his throat and drilled into the little brother's mouth. Wu! Wu! The younger brother's struggle stopped instantly, his eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Zhang Xiaoxiao was so frightened by this horrific scene that she screamed. Ma Shihu only felt a chill rushing from his tailbone straight to his brain. Take action? Fight with this kind of ghost? He no longer had the courage. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. He roared, picked up a wooden chair next to him, and smashed it at Lao Wu with all his strength. Run! Ma Shihu yelled at the three remaining brothers in the room and the frightened Zhang Xiaoxiao, then turned around and ran out the door without looking back. The remaining three brothers woke up as if from a dream, and without caring about their companions on the ground and the weird old five, they rolled and crawled to follow Ma Shihu out. Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed and stumbled behind. Several people rushed out of room 103 and out of the apartment building in panic. But when Ma Shihu was about to take a breath, his younger brother's flashlight illuminated his eyes. The originally empty and silent neighborhood now has quite a few people wandering around. The faces were lifeless and pale as death. Some of the faces among them were his subordinates. Now, they have all become like this. I'm afraid the entire community has completely fallen. Escape! We must escape from here immediately. Drive! Fast! Ma Shihu didn't care whether he would attract other monsters or not, he turned around and ran towards the parking space. The remaining three brothers and Zhang Xiaoxiao were so scared that they dared not stay and followed closely behind, stumbling. From a distance, using the flashlight beam, they saw two fully armed Humvees. However, the moment they approached, buzz! The engine of one of the SUVs suddenly started and the headlights suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, the car did a tailspin without hesitation and sped towards the gate of the community. The blurry figure in the driver's seat flashed by with his side profile. Song Yang! Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed. That damn Song Yang! He was actually here too, and he drove away first. Ma Shihu's eyes were red, but he had no time to curse Song Yang. The other car is still there. Quick! Get in the car! He was the first to rush to the remaining SUV, yanked open the driver's door, plopped in, and groped for the keyhole with trembling hands. The two younger brothers also hurriedly tried to pull the back door. Zhang Xiaoxiao was the last one to come in. She just ran to the passenger seat and reached out to pull the door handle. From the shadows, several figures suddenly pounced out. Their speed was astonishing. The monsters grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiao's ankles and calves tightly. Zhang Xiaoxiao was caught off guard and was dragged backwards by a huge force. She grabbed the car door desperately. Help me! Brother Tiger! Help me! Ma Shihu saw more human figures coming towards the vehicle from all directions, and his heart was in his throat. Save her? This thought flashed through Ma Shihu's mind for only a second before he was completely overwhelmed by boundless fear. If I save this woman now, I will die here too. Let go, bitch! Ma Shihu's face was ferocious. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was holding onto the car door tightly and refused to let go, he raised his foot wearing a hard-soled leather shoe and kicked Zhang Xiaoxiao's hands and face that were holding the car door. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned red, and blood and tears flowed out of her nose. The severe pain made her scream, but the instinct for survival made her hold on tighter. She can't let go. If she lets go, she will die. Ma Shihu! Please! Save me! Get out of my way! Ma Shihu's eyes were red. This woman was a burden. With her, no one could escape. Seeing that the people around him were about to surround him, he made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He took out a dagger from his waist, and without even looking at it, he stabbed it towards the back of Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand that was tightly holding the car door. The dagger pierced Zhang Xiaoxiao's palm. She screamed and loosened her grip on her fingers. Ma Shihu seized the opportunity, raised his foot, kicked Zhang Xiaoxiao out, and threw her to the ground. He then quickly retracted his foot and said, "Slam the car door hard and step on the accelerator." The off-road vehicle roared and rushed towards the only road outside the community. Zhang Xiaoxiao lay on the ground, blood gushing out from the back of her hand, her chest ached sharply, and her face was burning with pain. But none of this compares to the cold despair that welled up in my heart. She was abandoned. Completely abandoned. Tears welled up, blurring my vision. A number of pale and strange faces and a pair of empty and lifeless eyes were staring at her. It's over. Zhang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in despair. The next second, she felt something grab her neck. Then, more. Countless scarlet, slippery tentacles stretched out from the mouths and eye sockets of those people and covered her body that was lying limp on the ground. On the street, the Hummer was speeding. Song Yang gripped the steering wheel, staring intently at the small patch of darkness in front of him that was torn apart by the headlights. In the rearview mirror, those human figures were chasing closely at an incredible speed, almost as fast as the speeding Hummer. Xiao Shui and Bai Jie huddled in the back seat, not daring to look at the scene outside the window. Hold on tight. Song Yang growled. He swerved the steering wheel, and the Hummer made a screeching sound of tires rubbing against each other, narrowly avoiding the wreckage of an overturned car in the middle of the road. They're still following. Xiao Shui glanced at the back of the car and her heart sank. Bang! A muffled sound came from the roof of the car, followed by a sharp scraping sound. Song Yang glanced to the side and saw a pale face suddenly pressed against the reinforced car window. There was no life on that face, his eye sockets were empty, and the corners of his mouth were stretched into a strange grin. Immediately afterwards, there were continuous bang-bang sounds of collision and scraping coming from the roof and rear of the car. More than one monster jumped on board. Hold on tight. Song Yang no longer rushed forward blindly. The steering wheel was turned sharply to the left, and the brakes were stepped on hard at the same time. Squeak! The tires made a harsh friction sound on the ground, and the huge inertia caused Xiao Shui and Bai Jie in the car to fall forward violently, but fortunately they were stopped by the seatbelts. The Hummer's body swung violently, almost turning sideways. The monsters clinging to the roof and rear of the car were caught off guard and lost their balance due to the sudden brakes and tailspin. Before they could regain their balance, Song Yang had already quickly shifted into reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator to the floor. Roar! The Hummer's engine roared, and the heavy car body suddenly rushed backwards. Those monsters that had just been thrown around were so dizzy that some of them had even fallen to the ground behind the car. They had no time to react at all. The heavy off-road tires rolled over mercilessly, and the sounds of bones breaking and flesh being crushed could be heard clearly. Song Yang didn't even look at the blur of flesh and blood in the rearview mirror. He quickly changed back to the forward gear and stepped on the accelerator again. The steering wheel returned to center, and the Hummer roared and continued to rush forward along the road that had been briefly cleared. Chapter 59: Other Survivors. The Hummer ran for several kilometers before finally getting rid of the chasing monster. The air in the car seemed to be stagnant, with only heavy breathing and the low roar of the engine. Song Yang glanced through the rearview mirror and confirmed that there was nothing behind him before slowly slowing down the car. Will those things come after us again? Xiao Shui curled up into a ball and asked tremblingly. Have no idea. Song Yang didn't give her any false comfort. But we have to check the car. Who knows if there are any bugs hiding under the car or in the cracks. He turned the car and drove into a large chain supermarket on the side of the road. Song Yang unbuckled his seatbelt, took out a high-intensity flashlight from the passenger seat, pushed open the car door and jumped out. He had just stood firm when he casually swept the flashlight beam around, but his eyes suddenly fixed on the back of the car. There was actually a half-worn wooden box with some eye-catching big words sprayed on it with red paint: mining explosives. Song Yang's pupils shrank slightly. Was this thing left behind by the group of people just now? He placed his palm on the wooden box, and with a thought, the heavy wooden box disappeared instantly and was put into the system space. Things like explosives, when used at critical moments, can be extremely powerful. You guys get off first and stay next to the car. Don't walk around. Song Yang signaled the two women to get off the car. Xiao Shui and Bai Jia followed instructions, jumped out of the car carefully, and looked around vigilantly. Song Yang turned on the flashlight and began to carefully inspect the car body. Tires, chassis, roof racks, every corner where monsters might hide is left untouched. Just as Song Yang bent down to check the suspension under the car, his ears caught a sound that did not belong to the three of them. Like someone is talking? Song Yang's eyes fixed, and he made a get-in-the-car gesture to Xiao Shui and Bai Jia behind him. At the same time, he pulled out a sharpened thick-backed mountain machete from under the seat. He held the high-intensity flashlight horizontally in front of him, pointing it directly in the direction where the sound came from. Xiao Shui and Bai Jia did not dare to delay. They quickly opened the car door and got back into the relatively safe Hummer, looking out through the window nervously. The footsteps are getting closer. The other party obviously noticed the light here. A few whispers were heard in the darkness, and then the footsteps obviously quickened. A few seconds later, 4 figures staggered out from behind a row of collapsed shelves and entered the flashlight's aperture. Song Yang finally saw who was coming: 3 men and 1 woman. Leading the group were 2 tall men with blonde hair and blue eyes, and they were foreigners. They were wearing dirty and torn outdoor clothes and holding weapons in their hands. One was a fire axe and the other was a steel pipe. Following behind them was a thin, yellow-skinned man holding a sharpened wooden stick in his hand. The last one was a woman who looked to be in her 20s and had a pretty face. When the 4 men saw Song Yang standing next to the Hummer with a machete in his hand, they stopped in their tracks and immediately became alert. The two sides were facing each other at a distance of more than 10 meters. Hey! Friend! The blonde man holding a fire axe was the first to speak. His Chinese accent was noticeably stiff, but his pronunciation was still clear. Don't be nervous. We mean no harm. We are survivors just like you. We came here to see if there is anything to eat. After a short silence, the woman standing at the end walked up to Song Yang. Don't be nervous, big brother. My name is Zhao Lin, his name is Mike, he's my boyfriend, and the other 2 are my colleagues. We saw a large supermarket here and thought we'd try our luck and see if there was any food. We didn't expect to run into other survivors. Brother, look, this supermarket is too big, with several floors. We can't search it all with just the 4 of us. Zhao Lin glanced at Song Yang, then quickly glanced at Xiao Shui and Bai Jia in the Hummer. How about we work together? There's strength in numbers. Let's split the food and water we find equally. How about that? Song Yang did not relax his hand holding the machete at all, and his peripheral vision keenly caught the movements of the thin man behind her. From the beginning, the yellow-skinned man stared at Xiao Shui and Bai Jia in the Hummer window like a hungry wolf. His eyes were filled with naked desire, as if he wanted to swallow the 2 women whole, skin and bones. Song Yang had seen this kind of look many times in the apocalypse. Cooperate? Okay, but you have to show some sincerity, right? Song Yang asked. When these words came out, the four people on the opposite side were stunned. The smile on Zhao Lin's face froze for a moment, and then she winked at her boyfriend. Mike reluctantly reached into his pocket and fumbled around. After rummaging for a long time, he finally took out a small piece of something. It was a piece of ham, about the length of a finger. The exposed port has become noticeably yellowed, dry, and hard, and even some mold spots can be seen. Mike handed over the half sausage, his face full of reluctance and pain, as if it was some priceless treasure. Zhao Lin quickly stepped forward and took over the ham sausage field. Look, this is the only meat we have. Really, just this little bit. The four of us haven't had any meat in a few days. It's all thanks to this half of ham sausage that we can keep thinking about it and smell it. Now we've given you all the sausages. Isn't that enough to prove our sincerity? Song Yang's eyes fell on the shabby piece of ham. A half-moldy sausage? Is this their sincerity? This little bit of stuff is not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth, let alone reflect the value of cooperation. However, the blond man named Mike had a genuine expression of pain on his face, and his hand subconsciously retracted, as if he wanted to snatch the moldy thing back at any time. The two people next to him had their Adam's apples rolling up and down unconsciously. They stared at the piece of sausage, seemed to be swallowing their saliva, and seemed to want to pounce on it immediately. We can cooperate. Song Yang took the sausage and put it in his pocket. As soon as these words were spoken, a smile immediately broke out on Zhao Lin's face. Great. There's strength in numbers. I knew you were a good person. Well, we just took a quick look around the first floor, and it seems like all the food and goods have been looted. How about we split up and act more efficiently? The four of us will go to the second floor and search carefully, and you take your two companions to the third floor to check? In the end, whether we find it or not, we'll all meet up here on the first floor. If we find anything, we'll share it. What do you think? Zhao Lin spoke very quickly, as if she was afraid that Song Yang would go back on his word. Good. Song Yang nodded, locked the car, and walked towards the stairs with Xiao Zubeiji, who had gotten out of the car. Watching Song Yang and the other two disappear around the corner of the stairs, Zhao Lin's smile faded. She turned around and patted the shoulder of the yellow-skinned man next to her. Koizumi-kun, I know you have feelings for those two beautiful women, but not now. That man is not easy to deal with. He dared to come out alone, so he must be strong. It will not be good for us if he turns against us now. But don't worry, as long as we can find food, we can easily take them down. When the time comes, it's up to you to decide how to play. Hearing what Zhao Lin said, the island man nodded in agreement. As long as he could find food, the two women would naturally bring it to him. Chapter 60, Collaborative Treasure Hunt. When he arrived on the third floor, Song Yang did not look for possible food like the people downstairs. He looked around, chose a relatively clean corner, and then, like magic, he pulled out a folding square table out of thin air. Pa! The table legs are spread out and stand firmly on the ground. Next, there are 3 folding chairs of the same style. This series of actions might shock those who saw it for the first time, but Xiao Shui and Bai Jia, who were following behind Song Yang, were already used to it. They just watched quietly, without any surprise in their eyes, only a barely perceptible hint of expectation. I've seen Song Yang's miracles so many times that I've gotten used to it. The tables and chairs were set up, but Song Yang did not stop. He waved his hand, and the table was instantly covered with a wide variety of food. The shiny and fragrant roast chicken, the crispy and tender lamb chops, and the red and spicy crayfish that makes your mouth water at first sight. They are all steaming hot, just out of the pot. The aroma of the food precisely stimulated Xiao Shui and Bai Jia's appetite. Goo goo. Goo goo. 2 protests from the stomach sounded almost simultaneously. Xiao Shui subconsciously covered her stomach, but her eyes were fixed on the roast chicken, and her throat rolled unconsciously. Bai Jia also pursed her lips, her eyes moving back and forth between the lamb chops and the crayfish. Being able to eat a bite of hot-cooked food in the apocalypse was simply a heavenly enjoyment. If I hadn't chosen to submit to Song Yang, how could I have lived such a godlike life? I'm afraid he has already died and become a rotten corpse. Xiao Shui grabbed a lamb chop and tore the tender meat from it with big mouthfuls, not even noticing the fat running down the corners of her mouth. Bai Jia peeled a bright red crayfish and put the plump shrimp meat into her mouth, savoring the long-lost spicy and fresh flavor, with an unconcealable satisfaction and relief in her eyes. The roast chicken, lamb chops and crayfish on the table disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, only a mess of bones and shrimp shells were left on the table. Belch. Xiao Shui covered her mouth and burped with satisfaction. Bai Jia also put down the napkin in her hand and gently rubbed her obviously swollen belly. Song Yang glanced at his watch and estimated that it was about time. He stood up and waved his hand again. The leftovers on the table, along with the plates, disappeared in an instant, and then the folding table and 3 chairs also disappeared out of thin air. Let's go down and take a look. Song Yang went downstairs first. Xiao Shui and Bai Jia immediately followed, their steps becoming much lighter. When I arrived at the lobby on the first floor, I saw from afar that the 4 people had gathered together. In the light of the flashlight, you can see a plastic bag among them, which contains a few pieces of bread. It is covered with blue-black mold spots, and some places even have white hair growing on them. It was obvious that half of the bread had been torn off and hidden away. Seeing Song Yang and the other 2 appear, Zhao Lin immediately stood up, put on a warm smile on his face, and walked quickly towards them. How is it? Did you find anything on the 3rd floor? Song Yang shook his head, a hint of disappointment showing on his face at the right time. Oh, don't even mention it. It's cleaner than my face, and I can't find anything to eat. To be honest, I haven't had a proper meal in days. I'm so hungry I can hardly stand. He said this with sincerity and his expression was very convincing. Xiao Shui and Bai Jia stood behind him, with their eyes downcast, and said nothing. They were enjoying their meal just now, but now seeing Song Yang playing the victim without changing his expression, they felt that Song Yang's acting skills were truly unfathomable. Zhao Lin was a little disappointed when she heard Song Yang say that he didn't find any food. She turned around and walked back to the group of people, bent down, picked up the half bag of moldy bread, and held it in front of Song Yang. We're a little luckier. We found this little bit of bread in the corner of the 2nd floor. It's moldy, but it's better than starving to death. Why don't we split it up? It's a little bit of bread, and it can still fill our stomachs if we eat it sparingly. Song Yang waved his hand, no. A grateful smile appeared on his face. It's not easy for you to find these, this is the result of your hard work. I've already taken your sausages, how can I have the nerve to share your bread? Just keep it for yourselves, we appreciate it. Hearing Song Yang say this, the 4 people had different expressions on their faces, all revealing a sense of disbelief. In the end times, food is life. Moldy bread is like tree bark, which people will gnaw on when they are extremely hungry. Actively pushing away food that is in their mouths has completely refreshed their cognition. Xiao Shui and Bai Jia just wanted to laugh at this moment. The delicacies in Song Yang's space were enough to last for the next century. Not to mention the moldy bread, even if it was freshly baked, Song Yang would not even look at it. Well, in that case, we won't force it. Seeing Song Yang's firm attitude, Zhao Lin no longer insisted. She walked back to the crowd with the half bag of bread, tore the bread into 4 pieces with swift movements, and handed 1 piece to each person. The 3 men and Zhao Lin herself stuffed the bread into their mouths almost immediately after taking it. They ate voraciously, their cheeks twitching rapidly, as if they were not eating moldy bread but some delicacies from the land and the sea. Xiao Shui and Bai Jia watched silently. They remembered how they had torn lamb chops and sucked crayfish not long ago. Then they looked at how eagerly these people were fighting for the moldy bread, and they felt mixed emotions. But more than that, I feel fortunate that I followed the right person. The 4 of them ate very quickly, but halfway through, their movements all slowed down at the same time. The 3 men stopped first, carefully re-wrapped the remaining half of the bread in the plastic bag they brought, and carefully stuffed it into their pockets. This was obviously the rations they prepared for tomorrow, or even longer. Zhao Lin picked up the last bit of breadcrumbs, put them into her mouth, chewed them carefully before swallowing them. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, looked at Song Yang, and forced a smile on her face again. What are your plans next? To be honest, we want to invite you to go treasure hunting with us. Oh? Where? Song Yang asked. A hotel. Zhao Lin lowered her voice, it's not far from here. About a day ago, we passed by there and smelled a very strong fragrance coming from inside. Fragrance? Song Yang raised his eyebrows. In the end times, apart from the stench of decay and blood, anything that can be called fragrance is extremely rare. Yes. It's the fragrance. Mike quickly replied, as if afraid that Song Yang wouldn't believe him, that smell is incredible. It must be something good. It smells like stewed meat. Zhao Lin nodded. We were few in number then, and the hotel was pitch black. We didn't know if there was any danger, so we didn't dare to rush in. But now there are more of us, 7 of us, so we should be braver. Why don't we go in together and take a look? There might be something good hidden inside. Hotel? Aroma? Stew? These words combined together are simply a fantasy in the end times. Rotting corpses and mutated creatures are the main themes of this world. The aroma of food, especially the strong aroma of meat, is almost impossible to exist. Unless. He recalled the scattered rumors he had heard in his previous life. After the end of the world, some unknown changes have occurred in the rules of the world. In some specific places, strange things that transcend common sense will occasionally be born. Some can instantly heal injuries, some can enhance physical fitness, and some contain incredible energy. Is there really something special in that hotel? The smell of stew? Song Yang pretended to be surprised. Are you sure you smelled it right? In this day and age, there's no such thing as stewed meat. Absolutely true. Mike patted his chest and said, that smell is so strong. I've never smelled anything so fragrant in my life. It's definitely meat, big chunks of meat. Zhao Lin also nodded vigorously and added. We all smelled it, there's no doubt about it. Song Yang thought about it. There are definitely risks there. A place that emits such an alluring fragrance is either a trap or an opportunity. If it really is a rare object, its value will be immeasurable. What's more, aren't these 4 people in front of us ready-made pathfinders and shields? Thinking of this, Song Yang showed a look of difficulty on his face and sighed. Well, to be honest, I'm so hungry and dizzy and don't want to take any more risks. But since you all said so, we have strength in numbers, so why not go and have a look together? If we find anything, we'll split it up equally. If we don't find anything, we'll just consider it an adventure together and look after each other. When they heard Song Yang agree, the 4 of them showed joy on their faces. When the things are really found, they have the final say on how to divide them? Divided among Song Yang and the other 3? Unless you are mentally ill. Chapter 61. You go and lure the monster away. After the discussion, Song Yang took Bai Jia and Xiao Shui and got on the off-road vehicle. Zhao Lin and his 3 companions found a shabby car on the side of the road that was still working. 2 cars drove towards the hotel, one in front and one behind. Not long after driving, a cockroach as big as an adult's head crawled out from the gap between collapsed bricks and stones. Then they saw an unusually fat rat, bigger than an average cat. With the body of a pet cat in his mouth, he jumped out of the broken window of an abandoned building and disappeared into the weeds. The mouse's eyes glowed an abnormal red, and its movements were incredibly fast. Did the mouse eat the cat? Bai Jia couldn't believe it. The scene before her completely overturned her cognition. The world has changed a long time ago. Song Yang said calmly, those who can't adapt will be eliminated, whether they are humans or animals. Soon, the outline of a relatively intact building appeared in front of them. It was the hotel that Zhao Lin mentioned. The SUV and sedan stopped about 100 meters away from the hotel. Everyone got out of the car, and their eyes all turned to the main entrance of the hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, there were several huge wolfhounds lying there with their mouths full of fangs. It's them. We were stopped by them the last time we came here. Zhao Lin looked at everyone. If we want to get in, someone has to lead these beasts away. As soon as he finished speaking, Mike and the other 2 men behind Zhao Lin almost simultaneously turned their eyes to Song Yang. Mike said, Brother Song, since we're all working together, you should at least make some contribution to the team, right? I think the job of leading the dogs away is up to you. Song Yang frowned, his eyes turning cold. Why should I go? Hey! Mike's face darkened. This is what we brothers agreed on. Just go when we tell you to. Just do as you're told. If we find something good later, we'll give you an extra share. Another foreigner also chimed in. Yes, Brother Song, those who are capable should do more work. You seem to be quite skilled. Don't worry, we will take good care of your woman. The 3 of them surrounded Song Yang in the middle, and the atmosphere became tense and they could start fighting at any time. Zhao Lin stood aside with her arms crossed, not intending to stop him, obviously acquiescing to Mike's actions. Of course Song Yang understood that they wanted to use him as cannon fodder. Taking action now is not a good option. Okay, I'll go and lure them away, but as agreed, give me an extra portion of what's inside. No one can go back on their word. Song Yang pretended to agree. Rest assured. Mike grinned, we keep our word. Let's go, don't waste time. Song Yang said no more and turned to Bai Jie and Xiao Shui in the SUV. Stay in your car, lock the doors and windows, and don't get out. I'll be back soon. Seeing someone approaching, the mutant wolfhounds that were lying at the door of the hotel immediately raised their heads alertly and stood up. Ouch! One of the largest wolfhounds growled and took the lead in chasing Song Yang, followed closely by the others. The monsters are leaving. Let's go in. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up, and she immediately called Mike and the other blonde man, while not forgetting to ask the island man to watch the car. The Japanese man named Koizumi nodded, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at Bai Jie and Xiao Shui in the SUV. Zhao Lin, Mike and another man quickly moved towards the hotel door and their figures soon disappeared inside. The surroundings temporarily returned to silence. Koizumi stood there and waited for about 5 minutes, confirming that Zhao Lin and others had entered the hotel, then slowly walked to the SUV. He stretched out his fingers and tapped on the driver's side window. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Jie and Xiao Shui in the car immediately became alert. What? Bai Jie asked coldly through the car window. Koizumi put on a smile and said in somewhat stiff Chinese. Ladies, it's not safe outside. Why don't you open the car door and let me in to protect you? We don't need it. Stay away from us. Bai Jie frowned in disgust. You'll be in trouble when Song Yang comes back. Song Yang? The island man burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. Just him? Ha, those dogs are not vegetarians. I'm afraid he would have been torn to pieces by now. He leaned closer to the car window, his greedy eyes gazing back and forth between Bai Jie's plump breasts and Xiao Shui's pretty face. Instead of waiting for that dead man, why not follow me? As long as you behave yourself, I promise to make sure you have everything you need and live a life like a god. How about that? As he said that, the island man turned and walked towards the car they drove, rummaged in the trunk, and soon came back with a hammer. He weighed the hammer in his hand and moved closer to the SUV's window again. My patience is limited, ladies. Are you going to open the car door and let me in to protect you, or wait for me to smash this damn car window open? If I do, I won't be so polite. I advise you to think carefully. If you follow me, at least you can survive. If you anger me. Before Koizumi could finish his words, he felt his scalp suddenly tighten. Someone grabbed his hair and pulled him back hard. Bang! Koizumi was caught off guard, lost his balance, and hit the back of his head on the ground, causing him to see stars in pain. Before he could react, a foot had already stepped on his face, completely suppressing his attempt to struggle to get up. The man struggled to open one eye, and in his blurred vision, a familiar figure came into view. It's Song Yang. He was standing in front of him unharmed. How could you still be alive? Koizumi couldn't believe it. How come those ferocious mutant wolfhounds didn't tear him to pieces? What is the situation here? The man panicked and shouted in a timid tone. What do you want to do? But before he could say anything else, he found that Song Yang had an axe in his hand. Little devil, do you really think no one dares to touch you? The shadow of death is looming. Koizumi's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. The instinct of survival made him shout out every word he could think of. Wait! You can't kill me. I'm a foreigner. International law stipulates that foreigners cannot be harmed at will. You are not qualified to judge me. Song Yang stopped moving forward. He tilted his head, as if really thinking about this. Seeing that Song Yang seemed to be hesitant, Xiaoquan thought his words had worked, and he immediately gained confidence and struggled to straighten his back. That's right. If you touch me, it will become a serious international dispute. Your country cannot bear this responsibility. Song Yang said nothing and raised the axe again. Koizumi's momentum instantly fell, and he retreated while shouting in a timid tone. Think it through. Think about the consequences. Song Yang finally stopped in front of him, his expression somewhat curious, even a bit asking for advice. International law? Then tell me, which law governs this situation? Koizumi was speechless for a moment. He had no idea which one it was and could only repeat it vaguely. Anyway, there are rules. You just can't touch me. Oh. Song Yang nodded, like a student listening attentively. I see. His expression was sincere. Then I'll ask the King of Hell for you and see what international law there is. He flicked his wrist and swung the axe. The man only felt a flash of cold light before his eyes, and the axe hit his head. Crack! The dull sound of penetration replaced all of Koizumi's unfinished words. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. His body swayed twice and then he fell straight down. Blood quickly formed a pool under him. Chapter 62 Cheap Sex Buddy. Son Young kicked the lifeless body away from his feet with an expressionless face and got into the SUV. Inside the SUV, Bai Jia and Xiao Shui witnessed this quick and decisive scene through the car window, still in shock. The man was showing off his might just now, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into a cold corpse. Song Yang parked the car at a new location and then got out. Lock the doors and windows, stay in the car and wait for me to come back. Song Yang also handed the hammer in, use it for self-defense. Be careful. Xiao Shui whispered a warning. Song Yang nodded and walked into the hotel. In an instant, a strange fragrance immediately entered my nostrils. It smells like meat. The hotel lobby was a mess, with overturned sofas, broken glass, and dried dark brown stains all over the floor and walls. The aroma of meat seemed to be wafting from deep inside the hotel. He picked up the fire axe, walked lightly, and followed the direction of the fragrance, carefully moving towards a corridor on the side of the lobby. Most of the room doors on both sides of the corridor were open or half closed, and the scene on the ground was shocking. The mutilated corpses lay scattered on the ground, their limbs broken and their internal organs spilling out, as if they had been torn apart violently by something. Their deaths were horrible, with extreme fear frozen on their faces. There was something in the hotel. And it is an extremely ferocious predator. Following the rich aroma of meat, Song Yan walked up the stairs to the second floor. The stairs were also littered with debris and dried blood, and the handrails were crooked, indicating that a fierce conflict had taken place there. The higher you go, the stronger the aroma of roasting fat becomes. Under the flashlight, new marks appeared on the carpet. They were footprints. 3 different shoe tread patterns, stepping into the dust, leaving clear tracks leading deeper into the corridor. These footprints appear to have been left recently. Song Yang's heart trembled and he moved in the direction of the footprints. The footprints finally stopped in front of a dark red door at the end of the corridor. The door plate read in fancy handwriting. A room with a big bed, where you can be the bridegroom every night. The door was not completely closed, leaving a gap the width of a finger. Faint voices came out from the crack in the door, very low. Song Yang turned off the flashlight and put his eyes close to the crack in the door. Looking through the gap, the first thing you see is a large round bed covered with red sheets, which takes up most of the room. And in the corner of the room against the wall, there were 3 figures. The 3 men were squatting on the ground with their backs to the door, forming a small circle, with their heads close together, as if they were observing something intently. Their attention was completely drawn to the things on the ground, and they did not notice the peeping outside the door. In the center of the place they were surrounding, a strange flower was growing. The flower was about the size of a palm, blue all over, with petals layered on top of each other, as if carved from crystal, emitting a faint blue light. It is this crystal clear blue flower that exudes a rich fragrance. Zhao Lin carefully reached out and pulled the blue crystal-like flower along with a small piece of stem out of the crack in the floor. Mike, David, look. This must be the legendary miracle. I just don't know what effect it has. Mike had a greedy look on his face and stretched out his hand. Quick, Zhao Lin, let me see. Zhao Lin subconsciously shrank back, holding the flower to her chest, hesitant. I found this and it's mine to keep. Bang! A crisp slap was heard. Mike slapped Zhao Lin in the face with such force that she almost fell down. The blue flower also slipped out of his hand and was quickly grabbed by Mike. You! Zhao Lin covered her rapidly swollen cheeks, tears welling up in her eyes. She was shocked and angry. You hit me? Mike! You hit me again. Back then, I found out you were seeing another woman, and that's how you beat me. I've already forgiven you, and you still beat me. Mike played with the blue flower that emitted a faint glow, and glanced at Zhao Lin with contempt. Forgive me? Oh, Zhao Lin, did you make a mistake? From the beginning to the end, I just treated you as a free sex buddy, a tool to vent my desires. Do you really think I have feelings for you? Don't be silly. Use it when you need it, and throw it aside when you get tired of it, understand? It's you who insists on sticking to me and I can't get rid of you. At the beginning, I just made up a story that my family was some kind of European noble family with castles and manors. Do you believe this nonsense? Where's your brain? Did it get kicked by a donkey? I was just bragging, and you took it seriously? That night, you came to me on your own initiative, stripped off faster than anyone else, and even took medicine beforehand so I didn't have to use a condom. Now you're talking to me about love? Mike weighed the blue flower in his hand and looked Zhao Lin up and down with contempt, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. You are no longer of any value to me. This flower is much more interesting than you. Zhao Lin covered her burning cheeks, tears mixed with humiliation welled up in her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Another blond man next to him, David, crossed his arms and watched the show with great interest. Mike, you are so charming. You can even trick a highly educated woman like this into spending money on you. Mike felt a little proud of being praised, and raised his chin even higher. Did you hear that? David can see it better than you. Stupid woman. In today's world, survival is the real thing. Mike stood up and carefully put the blue flower into his arms. He looked down at Zhao Lin, who was slumped on the ground, with an undisguised sarcasm on his lips. With this miracle, I can exchange for everything I want. Food. Weapons. What kind of beautiful woman can't be found by then? He paused, and looked Zhao Lin up and down maliciously, the disgust in his eyes almost overflowing. You still want me to be your boyfriend? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You're just a piece of shit who's been slept with by countless people. Don't think I don't know that you had a black boyfriend before. I'm white, and what I hate most is black people. Zhao Lin covered her face and cried, unable to utter a word. Let's go. Mike took the steel pipe back in his hand and winked at David. David also picked up the crowbar on the ground and quickly followed Mike. However, when Mike reached the door, his movements suddenly froze. There was a person standing at the door. David followed behind, and when he saw the figure at the door clearly, the blood instantly drained from his face and his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Oh my God, you're not dead? Song Yang ignored David's surprised question and his eyes fell on Mike's bulging arms. Leave the flowers. Mike was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. Ha? Stay? Mr. Song, were you scared silly by the dogs? Or did you forget to take your medicine when you went out? He shook the steel pipe in his hand and glanced at David, who was also holding his weapon tightly beside him. Just you? Alone? The smile on Mike's face turned ferocious. You dare to stop us? I think you are tired of living and are simply looking for death. Chapter 63, Going to the Villa Area. Mike stopped talking nonsense and swung the steel pipe at Song Yang's head. But Song Yang was much faster than him, and he swung an axe on his shoulder. David rushed forward, but was kicked in the head by Song Yang and fell to the ground unconscious. Song Yang turned the axe blade to Mike's neck and took out the flower. I just heard you guys talking about the exchange. Tell me more about it. Mike's Adam's apple rolled. He had no doubt that if he didn't speak, his neck would be cut by the knife. To the west of the wealthy area, there's the largest manor. The owner's surname is Lee. Everyone calls him Boss Lee. Mike spoke very quickly. He opened an exchange in the villa. Anything rare or special can be exchanged there for food, water, and even weapons. We heard about it too and wanted to try our luck by getting something. Song Yang didn't say anything. He was judging the authenticity of the information. The fact that Boss Lee was able to establish an exchange in the apocalypse shows that he is very powerful. Song Yang's thoughts gave Mike a glimpse of opportunity. He placed his hand behind his back and quietly reached for his waist where a dagger was hidden. Just one move and stab Song Yang in the neck or heart when he's caught off guard. However, he underestimated Song Yang, who had experienced death and rebirth. Just as his fingers touched the handle of the dagger and before he could pull it out, Song Yang exerted force with his wrist holding the fire axe, and the axe blade cut Mike's throat. Blood gushed out. Mike looked at Song Yang in disbelief, and then fell down limply. Zhao Lin, who had been slumped beside him and was almost scared silly, rolled and crawled to Song Yang's feet and grabbed Song Yang's trouser leg. Song Yang, I'm sorry, please take me away, I can't live alone. As long as you take me in, I can do anything, please. Song Yang kicked Zhao Lin's hand away and turned to leave the hotel. At this moment, in the SUV parked in the shadow of the street corner, Bai Jia and Xiao Shui's hearts almost jumped into their throats. If something happened to Song Yang, the two of them would be dead soon. When they saw Song Yang walking out of the hotel, the two women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Song Yang opened the car door and got in. A faint smell of blood drifted into the car with his movement. The SUV started and headed towards the wealthy area. Ruins can be seen everywhere on the road, and occasionally a shadow can be seen passing by quickly, accompanied by a few low roars from afar, reminding people that this world no longer belongs to humans. Apart from those inhuman monsters, sporadic survivors can be seen on the road. Most of them were so thin that they looked like human beings, and they were rummaging around for anything that might fill their stomachs. As the off-road vehicle approached, several figures wandering on the roadside suddenly raised their heads, a light flashed in their eyes, and then turned into madness. They rushed to the middle of the road, waving their arms, trying to stop the car. Song Yang stepped on the accelerator, and his speed increased instead of slowing down, and he ran straight towards the people who were blocking the center of the road. Dull collisions rang out one after another, and the sound of bones breaking came from under the car into the carriage. 3 hours later, the car finally arrived at Tianchang District, where the rich people of the city gathered. Tianchang District is different from other urban areas. There are no high-rise buildings here, only villas and manors hidden among the green trees. Compared to the devastation and corpses outside, this place seems like another world. The carriage was a little too quiet for a moment. Song Yang glanced at the manors he passed by and found that many of the walls were covered with barbed wire, and occasionally he could catch a glimpse of prying eyes hidden behind heavy curtains. There were even a few houses where you could vaguely see lights, and it seemed that the lights were on in the villas. The off-road vehicle followed the numbering all the way and finally stopped in front of the gate of manor number 36. After confirming that there was nothing unusual inside, Song Yang signaled the two women to follow him and walked into the manor through the small door. The light inside the villa was a little dim, with only a floor lamp in the corner of the living room on. Two women were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Zhang Xinmei was wearing home clothes and lying on the sofa. Her niece Zhang Yu, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, sat on the sofa, staring at a bag of sausages on the coffee table. The two were worrying about how to distribute the last bit of food. Before the end of the world, they didn't have much food stored. After living frugally for several days, they finally reached the end of their rope. The sound of the door opening startled them. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu looked up at the same time and looked towards the door. When she saw that it was Song Yang who walked in, a look of surprise first flashed across Zhang Xinmei's face, followed by an unconcealable surprise. Song Yang? Zhang Xinmei stood up, as if she had seen a savior. But when she saw two women following Song Yang, the smile on Zhang Xinmei's face froze slightly, and her brows frowned almost imperceptibly. The two women, one charming and the other beautiful, followed behind Song Yang, looking a little reserved. But knowing who Zhang Xinmei was, her mind returned to normal in an instant, and her smile even became a little more enthusiastic. It's the end of the world, and it's normal for a capable man to have several women around him. Song Yang was able to predict disasters in advance, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. He and I had only slept together a few times, so how could I tie him down? The most important thing is to survive. Song Yang, you're finally here. I thought. Zhang Xinmei came forward, her voice filled with relief at having survived a disaster and a subtle hint of familiarity. Come in quickly, it's not safe outside. Song Yang nodded, looked at the lonely bag of sausages on the coffee table, and understood the predicament in the room. Zhang Yu also stood up. She looked much more nervous than Zhang Xinmei. If Song Yang hadn't asked them to stock up on food, they would have starved to death long ago. The atmosphere in the living room was a little subtle for a moment. Bai Jie and Xiao Shui stood behind Song Yang, lowering their heads and looking submissive, trying their best to reduce their presence. They could feel Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu's scrutiny, especially Zhang Xinmei's familiar demeanor as a hostess, which made them feel a little uncomfortable, but they dared not show it at all. It seems you don't have enough food here. Song Yang broke the silence and his eyes fell on the bag of sausages. A trace of bitterness appeared on Zhang Xinmei's face. Yeah, that's all I have left. I'm just wondering what to do next. I brought some food. As Song Yang spoke, he took out a backpack from the system space. The backpack was placed on the coffee table, unzipped, revealing the biscuits, canned food, and bottled water inside. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu's eyes lit up at the same time, especially Zhang Yu. Seeing the food, her tense body relaxed a lot. Her stomach growled at an inopportune time, making her face blush instantly. Eat something first, we'll have a big meal later. Song Yang's tone was calm, but it carried unquestionable power. Zhang Xinmei looked at Song Yang gratefully, and without hesitation, she picked up a bottle of water and a can and handed them to Zhang Yu, and took some for herself as well. She had no objection to Song Yang's arrangement, but instead felt it was natural. The biscuits were stuffed into their mouths and the canned meat slid down their throats. Their empty stomachs were finally filled a little, and the nagging hunger subsided a little. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu almost wolfed down the food, not caring about their manners. The hunger of the past few days had made them have the most primitive desire for food. Come with me. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Song Yang turned and walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 60. For the most terrifying young woman is the one who takes the initiative. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu looked at each other, quickly put down their things and followed. The kitchen of this villa is extremely large and is fully equipped with a center island, a double-door refrigerator, and a built-in oven. It is large enough to accommodate several chefs working at the same time. Song Yang waved his arm, and as if by magic, a plate of fresh eggs appeared out of thin air on the stove, neatly stacked. Then he produced a stainless steel rice cooker, opened the lid, and inside was steaming white rice. Is this something created out of thin air? Zhang Yu pointed at the eggs and the rice cooker, his tongue a little tied. After the end of the world, instant noodles were a luxury, and eggs and hot rice were even more unimaginable, but Song Yang just appeared out of thin air. Zhang Xinmei was so shocked by this extraordinary scene that her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly calmed down. She had long felt that Song Yang was no ordinary person, but now it seemed that this man had many secrets. Song Yang had already skillfully picked up a bowl, cracked a few eggs into it, and quickly beat them with chopsticks. He turned on the electric stove and poured in cooking oil. With a sizzle, the golden egg liquid slid into the pot, quickly expanding and solidifying. White rice is poured into the pot and quickly stir-fried with eggs, chopped green onions and other seasonings. The rice grains jump in the pot and are dyed with an attractive golden color. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Yu's attention was completely attracted by the fried rice. The feeling of fullness from the biscuits and canned food I had just eaten disappeared, and my stomach started growling again. They swallowed subconsciously, their eyes following the fragrant food in the pot. Sizzle. After the last symphony of hot oil and soy sauce colliding, Song Yang served out a large pot of golden and fragrant egg fried rice garnished with chopped green onions. A few people came to the restaurant. The long dining table that could accommodate more than a dozen people now only had 5 of them sitting at it, making it seem a little empty. Song Yang divided the fried rice into 5 portions and placed them in the middle of the table, then took out several sets of clean bowls and chopsticks like magic. Don't rush to eat. Just as Zhang Xinmei was about to eat, Song Yang spoke. 4 pairs of eyes looked at him. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Song Yang leaned back in his chair and calmly glanced at the 4 women in front of him. If you want to eat this meal, you can. Everyone must give me a kiss before you can pick up your chopsticks. Bai Jia and Xiao Shui completed the task quickly without any hesitation. Next is Zhang Xinmei. She stood up and walked over to Song Yang. Unlike Bai Jia and the others, she didn't just touch him briefly. Instead, she cupped Song Yang's face and pressed her soft, warm lips against his. They lingered for a moment before reluctantly leaving. It's your turn. Song Yang's gaze fell on the last person. When it was Zhang Yu's turn, her cheeks turned red instantly, and even her ears were red. She looked at the plate of fragrant egg fried rice, then at Song Yang with a calm expression, and her aunt who looked nonchalant beside her. Her lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. I can't. Shame overcame hunger. The girl, who had just graduated from the police academy, covered her face and fled back to her room, slamming the door shut. Zhang Xinmei put down the spoon she had just picked up, sighed, and smiled apologetically at Song Yang. This child is shy, I'll go talk to her. In the room, Zhang Yu was lying on the bed with his head covered with a quilt. Zhang Xinmei sat down beside her and patted her back gently. Xiao Yu, why are you doing this? What time is it now? You know what's going on outside. Zhang Yu raised her head, her eyes red and tears on her face. Auntie, how can he make such a request? How is he any different from those villains who take advantage of others' misfortunes? It's a huge difference. Zhang Xinmei smiled and said, he can conjure food out of thin air, can predict the coming of the end of the world, and can let us have a hot meal in this apocalyptic world. Can those villains do that? Xiao Yu, don't be silly. He's the only one we can rely on now. A small sacrifice in exchange for a chance to survive, the cost is not difficult to calculate. But Zhang Yu bit her lower lip and said, I've never even had a boyfriend. I don't know how to please a man. At the end of her speech, her voice became smaller and smaller, and her face turned red again. Looking at her niece's young and stubborn appearance, Zhang Xinmei suddenly burst out laughing. Silly girl, what's so difficult about this? Can't please a man? It doesn't matter. She leaned close to Zhang Yu's ear and said, after dinner, I will teach you how to make a man unable to stop wanting you. Auntie's words were like a stone thrown into Zhang Yu's heart, causing ripples. The tempting smell of food kept coming in from the crack in the door, like an invisible hand, tickling her stomach and shaking her bottom line. The end of the world, hunger, and the only support she had, the cruelty of reality, made her reserve and ideals that belonged to the peacetime seem so fragile and out of place. Eventually, hunger took over. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision, then she suddenly opened the door and walked out. Zhang Yu lowered his head and walked quickly to Song Yang, his heart beating like a drum. She didn't dare to look into Song Yang's eyes, but just quickly moved forward and gently touched Song Yang's lips like a frightened bird. Then he fled back to his seat, picked up the spoon, and almost buried his face in the bowl. Song Yang didn't care about this perfunctory response, and just said lightly, "Eat it." The meal was finished quickly and everyone had a look of satisfaction on their face. Zhang Xinmei wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, stood up, and naturally began to make arrangements. "This villa has many rooms. By Jia, you and Xiao Shui will stay in the 2 rooms on the left side of the 2nd floor. Xiao Yu, you will stay across from me. Song Yang, you will stay in the master bedroom, which has a private bathroom and is more convenient." Bai Jia and Xiao Shui had no objection, so they thanked him and went upstairs. After filling the water heater with water, Song Yang walked into the bathroom and prepared to take a bath. He had just taken off his clothes when there was a soft knock on the bathroom door. "Song Yang, it's me." It was Zhang Xinmei's voice. Song Yang turned off the shower, picked up a clean bath towel next to him and wrapped it around his lower body, then walked over and opened the bathroom door. Outside the door, Zhang Xinmei had changed her clothes. A dark red silk cheongsam tightly wrapped around her plump and sexy curves. The slit revealed her slender white thighs, and she was wearing a pair of red high-heeled shoes with thin heels. She had a charming smile on her face, and her whole body exuded the charm unique to a mature woman. In the mist, her eyes were like hooks, looking straight at Song Yang. Without waiting for Song Yang to speak, she took a step forward and threw herself into his arms. "Why didn't you call me to take a shower?" She raised her face, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her eyes were blurred. "It's boring to take a shower alone. I'll accompany you." Song Yang looked down at the beauty in his arms, the undisguised desire in her eyes almost overflowing. He smiled and reached out to pinch her small chin. "I'm not the same now as I was before. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle taking a shower for too long." After hearing this, Zhang Xinmei was not afraid at all. Instead, she giggled and hugged him even tighter. "Silly brother," her voice was so soft that water could drip out of it. "In this world, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. Just go ahead and do it. If I cry out that I'm tired, I lose." Song Yang looked at her charming face so close to him and laughed softly. Then he exerted force and held her in his arms. "Really? It seems Sister Xinmei is very confident." Zhang Xinmei trembled slightly at the touch of his fingertips, and her body leaned against him even softer. Her peach blossom eyes almost dripped with tears as she raised her face. "Confidence?" She chuckled, and her red lips moved closer, almost touching his lips. "Brother, have you forgotten that I am at the age when my needs are the strongest? As the saying goes, men are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Her words were interrupted by Song Yang's sudden action. He lowered his head slightly, his lips resting on her earlobe, and whispered ambiguously in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "But you don't know that I am now more powerful than wolves and tigers." The hot and humid breath sprayed on the sensitive earlobe, and Zhang Xinmei's delicate body softened. Her breathing quickened, and her arms around Song Yang's neck tightened unconsciously, her nails digging lightly into his solid muscles. "Then give it a try." The man held the woman in his arms and turned to walk towards the shower area. The warm water was turned on again, rushing down and instantly enveloping the two of them in a hazy mist. At this moment, outside the bathroom door that blocked out the spring light, Zhang Yu was clinging tightly to the wall, not daring to breathe. Her cheeks were even redder than when she was kissed just now, and her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her throat. After dinner, Zhang Xinmei asked her to wait outside the master bedroom door, saying that she wanted to give her on-the-spot teaching. Zhang Yu resisted at first, but she finally gave in and stood there stiffly like a puppet. The faint sound of conversation in the bathroom came into her ears intermittently. Although she couldn't hear the specific content clearly, it was enough to make her imagine. My aunt's charming laughter, Song Yang's low response, and those brief exclamations. The sound of water grew louder, masking most of the other sounds, and nothing could be heard. Zhang Yu bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palm. She had never experienced any of this before. All she learned in the police academy were upright principles and fighting techniques. For her, matters between men and women existed only in vague health classes and occasional jokes that were dismissed as unhealthy. Her aunt asked her to study what to learn? Learn to use your body to please a man like her? In a way that made her blush and her heart beat fast just thinking about it, and she couldn't speak of it? The sound of water continued as if it would never end. Zhang Yu leaned against the door panel and felt his legs a little weak. She just felt that this night was longer than any other night since the end of the world. Chapter 65 Going to the Exchange. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water in the bathroom finally stopped. This game, originally initiated by Zhang Xinmei, ended with her nearly exhausted surrender. She was like a delicate flower completely wilted by a rainstorm, her whole body limp and powerless, not even able to lift a finger. At this time, Song Yang felt refreshed and his breathing was steady. Holding the limp woman in my arms was like holding a ball of light feathers. He casually grabbed a large bath towel and wrapped Zhang Xinmei's naked body, leaving only her flushed face exposed. He held her and opened the frosted glass door of the bathroom. The scene outside the door made him pause. There were 3 people standing outside the bathroom. Zhang Yu, Bai Jia, Xiao Shui. The 3 women were standing outside the door at this moment, their eyes all focused on him and Zhang Xinmei, who was naked in his arms, wrapped only in a bath towel. Zhang Xinmei obviously didn't expect that there would be so many audiences outside the door. The woman who was so charming just now just wants to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She screamed and almost instinctively buried her face in Song Yang's chest, wishing she could become invisible in an instant. It's over, it's over. I'm so embarrassed now. She had previously vowed that only the cow would be exhausted to death, but in the end she became the cow that almost collapsed from exhaustion. I had originally planned to finish it quickly, in half an hour at most, to show my niece what it means to be an adult with ease. Who knew that this bath would last more than an hour and almost broke her bones? When did this kid Song Yang become so powerful? He is simply not human. Oh yes, he seemed to have said just now that he is not an ordinary person now. At that time, I thought it was just flirting and didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that what they said was the truth. Such physical strength and endurance, how can an ordinary person have it? I really hit a brick wall. No, I hit a diamond. If she hadn't cried and begged for mercy in the end, she would have probably died in there. On-site teaching? Teach me a damn thing. Now that I'm in such a miserable state, I'm really a negative example. How can I maintain my dignity as an elder in front of my niece in the future? And Bai Jia and Xiao Shui, why are they here too? What are you all doing standing here? Song Yang broke the silence. Xiao Shui was the first to react, and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xinmei and Song Yang's arms. We saw you haven't come out of the shower for quite some time, and we were a little worried that something might happen to you. I didn't expect you were taking a bath together. These words made Zhang Yu feel even more embarrassed. Her cheeks were already burning hot, and she wished the ground would crack open immediately so she could crawl into it. My aunt was in the man's arms, naked, and I was listening outside the door. She didn't even dare to look at Song Yang or her aunt. She just felt uncomfortable all over, and every inch of her skin felt like it was burning on fire. Song Yang ignored their thoughts and explanations, hugged Zhang Xinmei in his arms, and turned to walk towards the second bedroom. Song Yang gently placed Zhang Xinmei on the bed and carefully pulled the quilt over her body, which was wrapped only in a bath towel. Have a good rest. Zhang Xinmei closed her eyes, her long eyelashes still trembling, and she said okay tiredly. She was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to raise her hands. Song Yang closed the bedroom door and walked out again. I'm going out for a while. Who of you would like to go with me? When these words were spoken, the 3 women were stunned, looked at each other, and remained silent for a while. I'll go. Zhang Yu raised her hand, her cheeks still flushed, but her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity about the outside world. Song Yang glanced at her and nodded. He didn't say much and took out a few things. A dagger, along with its sheath, was handed to Zhang Yu. A palm-sized high-intensity flashlight. Finally, there is a professional-looking walkie-talkie. Here. A dagger for self-defense, a flashlight for illumination, and a walkie-talkie to avoid losing contact. Let's go. Song Yang took the lead and walked towards the heavy gate of the villa. With a slight click, the villa door lock was opened. Outside the door, it was dark night. Zhang Yu followed Song Yang and stepped out of the villa that had sheltered her for many days for the first time. The manor was dead silent, with only endless darkness covering everything. You've been staying in the villa these days and don't know what's going on outside. Song Yang didn't look back and kept walking. The outside world is different from what you imagined. If you want to survive, follow me closely and listen to my instructions. Do you understand? Zhang Yu clenched the walkie-talkie in his hand and nodded. Clear. I learned in the police academy that you must follow orders when operating. After walking for about half an hour, the two finally arrived at the exchange. Unlike the villa they came out of, there were several cars parked in a haphazard manner in front of the gate of manor number 108. These cars have been turned off, and it seems that they were left behind by people who came to trade. Tall metal fences were installed on the walls surrounding the manor, apparently to prevent something from breaking in. Song Yang led Zhang Yu into the manor and walked around to the side of the villa. There was a small, unassuming metal door with 2 words scrawled on it in white paint. Entrance. Song Yang knocked 3 times. A moment later, a reserved observation port on the small metal door was pushed open from the inside, revealing a vigilant eye and then half a bearded face through the crack in the door. What do you do? Come and make a deal. Song Yang said concisely. With a light click, the small metal door was opened from the inside. Come in. The man moved aside to make way. Song Yang walked in first without hesitation. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and followed him into the unfamiliar villa. Entering the villa, you are hit by a glaring light coming from several emergency lights hanging from the ceiling. The hall was packed with people, gathered around some stalls. The so-called stalls are nothing more than a piece of cloth spread on the ground, or simply a few tables put together. There were all kinds of things placed on it: food, water, corpses of mutant creatures, and so on. This place is more like a primitive underground market. Zhang Yu's attention was quickly attracted by a stall. There were only 3 barrels of mineral water that looked relatively clean. In front of the bucket stood a crooked wooden sign with a few large characters written in black charcoal. Change to a beautiful woman, under 20 years old. Zhang Yu felt a chill running down his feet. Is this the outside world? Is this the end of the world? The dignity of life and the bottom line of humanity are so cheap here. She forced herself to look away, but her attention was immediately drawn to another stall that was crowded with people. On the simple table, there was a lot of white powder packed in small plastic bags scattered around. Years of police academy training allowed her to recognize what it was almost instinctively: heroin. The purity is probably quite high. Poison? Zhang Yu felt a buzzing in his head. Law and order, the thing she once fought for and believed in, seemed like a joke here. She couldn't help but look at Song Yang, who was walking in front of her. He seemed to have no reaction to the scene of the demons dancing wildly. Noticing something strange about the girl behind him, Song Yang continued to explain. That's the way it works in the apocalypse. Or rather, there are no rules. We are only here to do business. Let's not do anything unnecessary to cause trouble. Chapter 66, The Stars Being Auctioned. Just then, a figure came straight towards them. He was a fat man with a bloated figure, his greasy hair combed back, revealing a shiny forehead. He was wearing an obviously ill-fitting, oil-stained suit jacket, and his small eyes were rolling around at Zhang Yu. The fat man walked up to Song Yang, rubbed his fat palms, and asked with a smile. Brother, this girl is pretty good, very pretty, how much is it for? Zhang Yu could hardly believe his ears. Sell? He actually used this word? Song Yang had no expression on his face, not even raising his eyelids. Not for sale. The smile on the fat man's face froze for a moment, as if he had not expected such an answer. He looked Song Yang up and down, then smiled again. Hey, brother, don't say that. The price is negotiable. I see this girl is only in her early 20s, with delicate skin and tender flesh. She must still be a virgin, right? How about I give you 3 boxes of instant noodles? These days, instant noodles are hard currency. He stretched out 3 fat fingers and waved them in front of Song Yang. Song Yang's mouth curled up slightly. 3 boxes are too few. The fat man's eyes lit up, thinking there was a way, and he said quickly. Then tell me a number. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'm fine with it. 300 boxes. Song Yang interrupted him. 300 boxes of instant noodles, and you can take her away. The fat man's smile froze on his face, and his small eyes stared at Song Yang in disbelief, as if he had heard some fairy tale. He was stunned for several seconds before he reacted, his face flushed instantly. 300 boxes? Are you crazy? If I had 300 boxes of instant noodles, the number of women at home would have already exceeded double digits. Why would I bother talking to you here? You're crazy. The fat man cursed and walked away. Song Yang seemed not to hear the fat man's curse, and led Zhang Yu straight into the villa. Soon, Song Yang stopped in a corner. The waterproof cloth was spread on the ground, and pieces of dark red and black meat and broken bones with coagulated blood were laid out. The stall owner was a thin man wearing a worn leather jacket, with a long scar on his face and a sinister look in his eyes. He was looking down and picking dirt from between his nails with a small knife. Song Yang's gaze fell on the center of the stall, where there was a relatively complete white limb that looked like the arm of a night demon. The most striking thing is its fracture, which is extremely smooth, as if it was cut by some extremely sharp tool. What is this? Song Yang asked knowingly. The stall owner raised his head, glanced at Song Yang with his cloudy eyes, then glanced at Zhang Yu beside him, and said in a dry voice, "The night demon's arm. Why, are you interested?" "How much?" Song Yang asked. 5 bottles of mineral water. The man held up 5 fingers. Clean, unopened. Song Yang nodded and asked again, "Is there a complete body?" The man sneered, as if he had heard a joke. "Complete? Bro, are you kidding me? That thing moves like a ghost, too fast to see. If you can chop off an arm, you're lucky. You've also lost several people. An intact body? Don't even think about it." Song Yang didn't seem surprised. He stared at the broken arm, pondered for a moment, and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" The scarred man grinned. "Use? It's incredibly useful. Crush the flesh and blood of this thing and smear it on your body. For at least half an hour, those monsters wandering around outside will treat you as one of their own and won't bother you. Of course, the premise is that you don't actively provoke them, and don't get too close. This thing is a good thing to save your life. I want the arm." Song Yang didn't ask any more questions and took out 5 unopened bottles of mineral water from the side pocket of his backpack. The scarred man's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly reached out to take the water. "All right. That's great, brother." He deftly grabbed a relatively clean piece of cloth from the side, wrapped the white night demon's arm roughly, and handed it to Song Yang. "Brother, you have good taste. This night demon arm is a hot commodity." He rubbed his hands, lowered his voice, and moved closer mysteriously. "Basically everyone who came here applied this stuff. I have other good things here. Look at this bone. Grind it into powder and drink it with water. I guarantee that your bones will be hard enough to block a knife. And this, the claws of a carrion vulture, if you dry them and hang them at the door, they can ward off evil and ward off disaster." The stall owner became more and more excited as he spoke, with saliva flying everywhere. Especially the whip of the blood-fang dog. "Let me tell you, that thing is a great tonic. I guarantee you'll be strong enough to seduce 10 women at night. How about it, brother? Since we're compatible, I'll give you a fair price and sell you 3 bottles of water." Song Yang took the wrapped severed arm and stuffed it into his backpack. He is not a fool. Most of the corpses of these monsters are poisonous and there will be no good consequences if you eat them. "Leave." Song Yang gestured to Zhang Yu beside him, then turned and left. He took Zhang Yu around the villa hall again. Most of the stalls were exchanging basic supplies, including food, water, medicine, lighters, and even a few open packs of cigarettes that were sold individually. Although there were monster materials, most of them were broken bones or shriveled fur. The relatively complete night demon arm before was indeed unique. Obviously, in this temporary gathering place, high-level and special strange objects are extremely rare, or the owners are not willing to show them easily in such a public place. Just then, a figure came over quietly. The man was about 30 years old, thin, and had typical shifty eyes. He rubbed his hands, lowered his voice, and said almost close to Song Yang's ear, "Brother, you seem quite generous, unlike an ordinary person. These are just small fights downstairs. It's okay to exchange them for some food and drinks. Do you want to see some real good stuff?" Song Yang paused, glanced at him sideways, and said calmly, "What good stuff?" The shifty-looking man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and glanced upstairs. "Come with me and you'll find out. I guarantee it will open your eyes. But I'll pay the introduction fee and travel expenses." He made a coin-twisting gesture. Song Yang took out a bag of biscuits from his pocket and handed it over. The man took it and stuffed it into his arms, his smile becoming even more flattering. All right. Come on, brother. Follow me. He led Song Yang and Zhang Yu through the crowd and walked towards a relatively secluded staircase on the side of the villa. Two burly men holding axes were standing at the stairs. The man with shifty eyes was obviously a familiar face. He nodded and said a few words to the two men, then pointed at Song Yang. The two men then made way with expressionless faces. After going up to the second floor, Lu's man led them to the door of a room and pushed it open. The scene inside the house made Zhang Yu slightly stunned. The room was not small, with several circles of sofas and chairs placed inside, and more than 10 figures were already sitting there. The man with shifty eyes pointed to 2 empty seats against the wall for Song Yang and Zhang Yu, then walked to the front of the room and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Ahem, sorry for the wait everyone. He cleared his throat. Old rules, the highest bidder wins. We only accept hard currency. Food, water, medicine, weapons and ammunition are all acceptable. Without further ado, the auction begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, a side door was pushed open, and 2 men came out with the goods and pushed it onto the carpet in the middle. That was a woman. Her hands and feet were tied with thick hemp ropes, her mouth was blocked with rags, her hair was messy, and her clothes were stained. She looked very miserable. But even so, it is difficult to hide her beautiful face and her well-maintained skin. Song Yang's pupils shrank slightly. He knew this woman. In other words, in the world before the sun went out, almost no one didn't know her. Yang Mi, a household name, has appeared in many popular movies and TV series. She is active in various variety shows and evening parties all year round and has tens of millions of fans on social platforms. The superstar who was once in the limelight and the center of attention is now tied up like an object and auctioned in public. Chapter 67 Auction House. Zhang Yu subconsciously grabbed Song Yang's arm. The woman in front of me was a dazzling presence on the screen not long ago, but now she has ended up in such a situation. This huge contrast in cruel reality severely impacted her values, which had not yet been completely worn away by the end of the world. The auctioneer was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. He cleared his throat and pointed at Yang Mi and said, "Every boss has a sharp eye. I guess I don't need to introduce this person any further, right? Wow, a star. Who could have imagined it? It's just bad luck. When the apocalypse came, the famous star Yang was filming near us. But she was betrayed by her agent and sent directly to us. Everyone, this is a big star you could only see on TV and in the movies before. Now, she's right here. A living, breathing female star, ready for you to do whatever you want with her. Starting price, 5,000 units of food. This can be compressed biscuits, canned food, clean water, or medicine and ammunition of equal value. The highest bidder wins. Start now." As soon as the words fell, a burly man with a face full of flesh sitting in the front row immediately shouted in a rough voice, "I'll give you 5,000. I've been wanting to try out a female celebrity for a long time, to see how she's different from the women we usually play with." A sinister voice came from another corner. "TSK, at this age, is it still worth 5,000? No matter how well that place is maintained, it's loose. 5,000 food is enough for me to feed my brothers for several months. Buying an old woman? It's not worth it. Whether it's worth it or not, you don't have the final say." The muscular man immediately glared at him. "I'm happy with it. 5,500. Another voice sounded, coming from a tall and thin man. 6,000. 6,300. Quotations came one after another and prices rose rapidly. The stars who were once out of reach have now become playthings that can be exchanged for food and water. This subversion of identity is enough to make many people who have been suppressed for a long time in the end times feel inexplicably excited. When the price reached 7,000 units of supplies, no one continued to bid except the burly man with a face full of flesh. The auctioneer made the final decision. 7,000. Deal. Congratulations to this boss for winning the female star. The two escorting men untied the ropes on Yang Mi's feet with expressionless faces, pushed her roughly, and walked towards the strong man who won her. The burly man couldn't wait to stand up, grabbed Yang Mi's arm, and put his rough hands into her skirt, muttering, "Let me feel it carefully. What's the difference between a celebrity and an ordinary woman?" Then, the auctioneer took something wrapped in cloth from the person next to him and said with a smile, "Boss, don't worry, the good stuff is yet to come." He carefully opened the cloth wrapping, revealing a black pistol with a small row of yellow bullets neatly placed next to it. Look what this is. The auctioneer picked up the pistol and showed it to everyone. A police pistol. 90% new. It even comes with 10 rounds of ammunition. It was taken from a corpse. Absolutely great stuff. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pistol as if drawn by a magnet. Gun. In this apocalyptic world where order is collapsing and crises are lurking everywhere, the significance of a gun that can fire bullets is self-evident. That is strength, a sense of security, the ability to decide the life and death of others, and the ability to save your own life. This thing can kill people, but it can also save lives. The auctioneer was pleased with the result and raised his voice. With this, whether I'm out collecting supplies or defending my territory, I'll feel more confident. The starting price is still 7,000 units of food. Or an equivalent amount of medicine and ammunition. 7,500. 8,000. 8,300. 9,000. The bids came one after another again. Food was important, but the deterrence and sense of security brought by weapons were obviously more crazy. 10,000. The price quickly broke through 5 figures. The price has soared to 10,000 units of food, and the voices of bidding have obviously become sparse, with only 2 or 3 people still hesitating to follow suit. Zhang Yu moved closer to Song Yang, lowered his voice, and almost whispered into his ear. Song Yang, do we have enough to eat? I want to take the gun away. I'm a very accurate shooter. Song Yang glanced at her sideways and nodded. 20,000. In an instant, all the noise disappeared. The auctioneer paused with his hammer raised. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the source of the sound. The young man in the corner, Song Yang, looks quite young. Surprise, confusion, and scrutiny. Someone gasped. Who is this kid? Where did he come from? 20,000, did I hear correctly? Can he afford it? Many people present were regulars here and had some understanding of each other's family backgrounds. A gun is indeed tempting, but 20,000 units of food is not a small amount, enough to sustain a small team for a long time. How did this young man, who is unfamiliar with me, come up with such an astonishing number? The auctioneer was the first to react, and his smile grew even brighter. 20,000 a time. This boss is really courageous. He looked around and raised his voice. Is there anything higher? If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. Just as he was about to knock down the hammer and declare that the gun belonged to Song Yang, a voice came from the last row. 25,000. The sound was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into the water that had just calmed down. Crash. Everyone's gaze shifted again, all looking towards the back corner. There was a man sitting there. His face could not be seen clearly. One could only vaguely see a ferocious black dragon tattoo on his neck under his open collar, extending all the way to his collarbone. The auctioneer's eyes lit up, even brighter than when he heard the price of 20,000. He immediately turned to Song Yang with a broad smile. This boss is offering 25,000. Do you want to increase it? Song Yang shook his head. No more. The auctioneer was stunned, but immediately regained his professional smile, raised the hammer high in his hand, and then brought it down heavily. 25,000. Deal. Congratulations to the boss. He turned to the tattooed man and said, according to the rules, you can only take the items after the auction is over and you have paid for the supplies. Zhang Yu finally couldn't help it and whispered to Song Yang. Is there not enough food? Song Yang also replied in a low voice. Who says you have to pay for things when you come here? Zhang Yu was stunned by this sentence and didn't understand what it meant. Soon, the third lot began to be auctioned. 2 plump blonde girls in bikinis were pushed up. Their hands and feet were also tied with thick ropes and their mouths were gagged. Boss, change the taste. The auctioneer raised his voice. A pair of twin sisters from an exotic country. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Absolutely original. Both are incredibly strong, perfect big horses, juicy and good at sex. He patted one of the women on the butt, causing a low laugh. This kind of stuff won't be available before the apocalypse without spending a fortune. Starting price, 800 units of food. 900. 905. 1,000. The quotations were sporadic, far less frantic than before. Obviously, for most people, two women who cannot provide combat power are far less valuable than a gun, or even less valuable than Yang Mi, who has a star halo. Eventually, the price settled at 15,000 units of food. Chapter 68. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After the third lot was auctioned, the auctioneer clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. The smile on his face turned mysterious. Everyone, what we just had was just an appetizer. Next, we will have the real finale of today. He turned around and snapped his fingers towards the backstage. Two muscular men came up carrying a black iron box. Bang! The iron box was placed heavily on the auction table, and even the table shook. Everyone's attention was drawn to the iron box that looked very heavy. What's inside isn't a weapon or a woman, but a real wonderful object. He walked to the iron box, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he signaled his men to close the heavy door of the auction house. The auctioneer rubbed his hands, took out a brass key from his pocket, and inserted it into the old lock of the iron box. Click! He took a deep breath and suddenly opened the lid of the box. In an instant, a soft blue light emanated from the box. It was not dazzling, but it clearly reflected the auctioneer's excited face and also illuminated the astonished expressions of several people in the front row. At the same time, an indescribable light fragrance diffused vaguely. When inhaled into the nose, it seemed as if the fatigue of the past few days had dissipated a little. Inside the box, on a piece of red velvet, lay quietly a fist-sized fruit that was blue all over and had strange patterns on its surface. It is the source of the blue light and the center of the strange fragrance. Did you see that? We named this fruit Bodhi fruit. Bodhi fruit? Someone in the audience repeated in confusion. That's right. The auctioneer raised his voice. This isn't just any fruit that fills your stomach. Eat it, and it'll strengthen your body from the inside out. Strength, speed, reflexes, all-around improvements. Just imagine having a physique beyond the ordinary in the apocalypse. By then, with your powerful strength, you can easily become a leader in this chaotic world. There was a dead silence at first, and then a buzz of discussion broke out. Strengthen your body? Is that true? I've never heard of it. That blue light, and that fragrance, it doesn't seem fake. If there really is such a god, then its value. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fruit that was emitting an alluring blue light. This rare item has a starting price of 50,000 units of food. This price once again made the venue quiet for a moment. But this time, after a brief silence, the quotation sounded again. 51,000. 52,000. The price shot up like a lit fuse. I'll give you 55,000 units of food, plus 50 doses of antibiotics. Zhang Yu's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. She watched those people spending huge sums of money on a fruit with unproven effects, and felt that the world was crazier than she had imagined. 70,000. 75,000. The voices of quoting prices became fewer and fewer, and only a few people were still persisting. Most people have already looked dejected, or have turned to watching the show, wondering who will eventually get this strange thing. 80,000. The one who called out this price was Song Yang. There was silence for a few seconds. 85,000. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly fat man with a dazzling gold chain around his neck glancing at Song Yang. His open collar revealed the thick black hair on his chest, and he wore several huge gold rings on his fingers, looking like a nouveau riche. Song Yang didn't even look at him and said, 90,000. The man with the gold chain's face darkened, as if angered by Song Yang's disregard. He stood up suddenly, spitting and roaring. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. 100,000. 100,000 units of food. Add more if you dare. After he finished yelling, he glared at Song Yang fiercely, as if to say, if you add him again, I will kill you. The auctioneer's eyes lit up like light bulbs as he looked at the two of them excitedly, expecting the price to soar again. However, Song Yang just glanced at the man with the gold chain and shook his head. I give up. Well. The enthusiasm on the auctioneer's face froze. The man with the gold chain was also stunned for a moment, then burst into a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. Are you scared? If you don't have anything, don't act so arrogant. Once in 100,000. The auctioneer reacted and quickly banged the hammer. 100,000 twice. 100,000 3 times. Deal. Bang. The hammer fell, announcing the ownership of this Bodhi fruit. Amidst a sea of envious and jealous gazes, the man with the gold chain proudly walked forward, and surrounded by several bodyguards, he carefully took away the iron box containing the blue fruit. The auction ends here. The two followed the crowd out of the main building of the manor. Song Yang did not rush to start the car, but just sat quietly. The engine didn't start and the car was silent. Zhang Yu looked at the crowds and vehicles gradually dispersing outside the window, and finally couldn't help asking. Song Yang, aren't we going back? What are we still waiting for here? Song Yang leaned back in his chair, looking towards the side door of the manor. What's the rush? I haven't received my goods yet, how can I go back now? Zhang Yu was stunned. A thought suddenly popped into her mind, causing her to tremble all over. Are you planning to rob me? Song Yang did not answer, but asked. Let me ask you, if we had just bought that gun, what would be the first thing you would do after leaving this estate? Zhang Yu said without hesitation, of course I'll go home and put it away first. Song Yang looked at her, his eyes as if he was looking at a child who had not yet grown up. Go home? Once you have a gun, of course you're going to grab the good stuff. He glanced towards the villa, hinting. For example, the Bodhi fruit. In the end times, good things belong only to those who have the ability to keep them. Time passes by every second. There were fewer and fewer people and cars in the manor. From the direction of the manor's side door, the roar of an engine broke the silence. A modified off-road vehicle equipped with rough armor slowly drove out. It was the car of the man with the gold chain. The car window was not fully rolled up, and I could vaguely see the man with the gold chain sitting in the back seat. He seemed to be holding the iron box tightly in his arms, with an undisguised look of pride and excitement on his face. Follow me. His car did not turn on the lights and followed the SUV at a close distance. The man with the gold chain sat in the spacious back seat, holding the cold iron box in his arms, with a smile on his face that almost reached his ears. A batch of anti-inflammatory drugs that were about to expire were exchanged for such a treasure. It's like pie in the sky. Go back and find the safest place and eat it immediately. Otherwise, you might get into trouble and be targeted by others. By then, when he becomes Superman, who will he be afraid of? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he even hummed a tuneless little song. The younger brother next to him also smiled flatteringly and said compliments. Just then, boom! A loud bang was accompanied by violent vibrations. The front of the car seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly plunged downwards. Ah! What's going on? There was a cry of surprise in the car, and the huge inertia threw everyone forward. The man with the gold chain was caught off guard and his head hit the back of the front seat hard, and the iron box in his arms flew out of his hands. The world is spinning. The SUV flipped over, its chassis facing the sky, and its wheels were spinning in vain. The car window glass shattered all over the floor. Then came the piercing screeching of tires rubbing against the ground and the crash of another car. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out in the night. In the darkness, there was the dull sound of bullets hitting metal car bodies and the shrill screams of those who were shot. Enemy attack! Protect Big Brother! The man with the gold chain felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing. He struggled to get up, but he only felt severe pain all over his body and his vision went black. In his last consciousness, he only saw a few dark shadows flashing past the broken car window like ghosts. He knew the man holding the gun. It was the tattooed man who bought the pistol. The other party actually set a trap for him on the road he had to pass. Chapter 69 Crying in the Dark. The gunfire ended. The tattooed man dragged the man with the gold chain, whose face was covered in blood and looked like a puddle of mud, out of the deformed carriage. The man picked up the iron box and waited, a sinister smile appearing on his face. You're unlucky. I was originally planning to wait for that guy surnamed Song to come out and take him down, but who knew you'd show up first and walk right into my line of fire? The man with the gold chain trembled all over and begged for mercy. Please spare my life, my dear. I will give you everything in my car. I have a lot of things at home, and I will give them all to you as well. Oh? The tattooed man raised his eyebrows and then sneered, it's too late to say this now. In your next life, keep your eyes open. Before he could finish his words, the tattooed man pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the chest of the man with the gold chain. The man with the gold chain suddenly arched his body, his eyes widened, and then he became motionless. The tattooed man wiped the blood off the dagger and put it back into his waist. Everyone, hurry up. Loot the car of anything useful. Once the gunshots are heard, those evil creatures will be attracted here soon. Hurry up if you don't want to die. Hearing this, several of the younger brothers shuddered and began to search the overturned SUV and the bodies scattered on the ground with swift hands and feet. In the darkness not far away, inside Song Yang's car, Zhang Yu's face turned pale. She turned her head and looked at Song Yang. A whole car of people died just like that? What else? Song Yang asked, save it for the new year? Zhang Yu wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express it. She felt that her cognition was shattering bit by bit under the impact of the end of the world. Song Yang retracted his gaze, started the car engine, turned off the headlights, and stepped on the accelerator into the engine compartment. Because the lights were not on, the car body was blended into the darkness and no outline could be seen at all. The minions who were searching the overturned SUV and corpses suddenly heard the roar of an engine. What is that? A minion who reacted a little faster suddenly looked up. He only saw a huge, blurry outline rushing towards him. And then, nothing happened. Boom! The modified Hummer did not slow down and slammed into the crowd like a battering ram. The first few minions didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were thrown into the air. Then, they were twisted and deformed under the huge impact force, and their flesh and blood were separated. They exploded into a blur of blood mist and fragments in mid-air. Car! A car is coming! The surviving minions were terrified and crawled around trying to avoid the sudden steel beast. Song Yang had a blank expression on his face. He suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the rear end of the car swung, knocking down another thug who was trying to escape, and the wheels ran directly over him. The tattooed man's body had been broken into several pieces, his face was pale, and his pistol was thrown aside. How dare you ambush me? My eldest brother will never let you go. The tattooed man used up his last bit of strength and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Song Yang raised his foot and stepped on his twisted leg. Ah! The tattooed man let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice, then his head tilted and he was completely silent. Song Yang picked up the iron box and felt it was slightly heavy in his hand. When it was opened, there lay a fist-sized fruit inside, which was light blue in color and emitted a faint fragrance. It was the Bodhi fruit. Song Yang picked up the pistol on the ground. He pulled open the slide and took a look. There were only 5 bullets left in the magazine. Just as I was about to get in the car and leave, a sudden baby cry came from the darkness in the distance without any warning. The cry was shrill and carried an indescribable weirdness, like the howling of a cat, echoing in the darkness and making people's scalps tingle. Song Yang felt his heart suddenly shrink, as if it was grasped by an invisible hand, and his breathing stagnated. He had experienced the end of the world once and knew that such strange situations were often accompanied by great dangers. Without any hesitation, he sat in the driver's seat. The Hummer's engine roared again. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like an arrow. However, the strange baby crying sound did not weaken as they moved away, but became clearer and closer. It seemed as if the source of the crying was not far behind their car, chasing them closely. It's following us. Zhang Yu looked back at the thick darkness behind the car. Outside the car window, nothing could be seen except the blurry scenery rapidly moving backwards. But that crying sound was like a leech attached to the bone, following you everywhere. The engine roared hard and the car speed reached the limit, but the crying sound still lingered behind slowly, and even seemed to be getting closer. In the darkness, it seemed as if something was chasing their steel vehicle at an incredible speed. Song Yang stuffed the pistol with only 5 bullets left into Zhang Yu's arms. Hold it. Aim behind you, and if anything pokes its head out, shoot. Zhang Yu's hands were shaking a little, but she knew that now was not the time to be afraid. Song Yang said no more and his eyes fell on the Bodhi fruit. Without hesitation, he brought the fruit to his mouth and swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites. The fruit melted in the mouth, and an indescribable warm current, like a trickle of spring water, instantly rose from the abdomen and quickly spread to every part of the body. Wherever the warm current passes, it becomes extremely comfortable. Song Yang could feel that his bones, fascia, muscles, and internal organs were being further strengthened. It was at this moment. Ah! Zhang Yu screamed. Song Yang's heart tightened, and his pupils suddenly contracted through the rearview mirror. In the thick, inky darkness behind the car, a person appeared at some point. No, that's definitely not a human. The thing was running upright, about 2 meters tall, and its body outline was vaguely human, but its head was a ferocious black sheep's head. Thick, curved horns hung on its head, and in its open mouth were not the flat teeth of a herbivore, but densely packed fangs as sharp as knives. a pair of blood-red eyes stared at the rear of their car. It was running at an incredible speed, and the distance between it and the Hummer was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strange baby crying sound came from the throat of this sheep-headed monster. What the hell is that? Zhang Yu held the gun, but his arm felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't aim at the terrifying figure that was approaching rapidly in the darkness. Shot! Song Yang shouted. The changes in the body have not yet ended, and time must be delayed before that. Bang! Bang! Zhang Yu pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out of the barrel, drawing 2 faint lines of fire in the darkness and shooting towards the sheep monster. Chapter 70, Fighting the Sheep-Headed Monster. However, what neither of them expected was that the sheep monster simply twisted its body strangely and dodged the 2 metal bullets. The monster's reaction speed far exceeds the limits of any known creature. As the sheep monster began to cry like a baby again, Song Yang saw Zhang Yu's body tremble violently and he let out a painful groan. She covered her ears with her hands, as if the sound had an unbearable impact on her. Song Yang only felt a slight dizziness in his head, but he quickly recovered. At this moment, the sheep monster in the rearview mirror suddenly accelerated and jumped onto the Hummer in an instant. It swung its huge front paws covered with black bristles, and its sharp claws easily tore off a thin steel plate in front of the Hummer like tearing paper. Song Yang slammed on the brakes. The powerful inertia caught the sheep-headed monster off guard, and its huge body was thrown down and rolled several times on the ground. Song Yang did not hesitate and reversed the car again, ready to leave. But the next moment, the sheep-headed monster quickly jumped up from the ground. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on the Hummer, and it opened its fang-filled mouth and let out another sharp, shrill baby cry. This time, the crying sound seemed to turn into an invisible hammer, slamming into Song Yang's mind. My vision went dark, I felt extremely dizzy, and the steering wheel almost slipped out of my hand. He was forced to stop the car. A low groan came from the back seat. Song Yang looked back and saw that Zhang Yu was already pale and had fallen softly on the seat, completely fainted. The dizziness subsided, Song Yang took a breath and refocused his vision. The goat-headed monster jumped onto the roof of the car. The huge body of the thing pressed down on the heavy roof of the Hummer, making a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Immediately afterwards, a series of even more piercing sounds were heard, the noise of metal being torn and bent. It's dismantling the car. The blood-red eyes locked onto Song Yang in the carriage through the gaps in the torn steel plates. Song Yang sat in the driver's seat, holding a machete in his hand. The warm current that came after swallowing the bodhi fruit has completely disappeared, replaced by a sharp pain that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. It didn't feel like an injury, but more like something in my body was being forcibly transformed. Every bone seemed to be pierced by countless red-hot steel needles at the same time, and the fascia and muscles seemed to be torn apart and then rewoven. Deep within the cells, a painful life-level transition is taking place. Sweat instantly soaked Song Yang's back. He clenched his teeth and veins bulged on his forehead. The pain became more and more severe, almost overwhelming his consciousness. He could feel that his body was becoming stronger, his strength, speed, and perception were all increasing at an incredible rate, but the torture brought by this process far exceeded any pain he had ever experienced. The sound of the roof being dismantled grew louder and closer. The sheep-headed monster seemed to have lost its patience, and every time it swung its claws, it could take off a large piece of twisted steel plate. The roof was being quickly lifted off, like a can about to be opened. It couldn't wait to enjoy this mobile dish. Song Yang endured the severe pain and looked up at the gaping wound. The sheep-headed monster's ferocious sheep head, blood-red eyes, and mouth with interlaced fangs will soon be completely exposed in front of him. He knew that there was no point in running away. His only hope of survival lies in the painful transformation taking place within him and his own weapons. The severe pain came again like a tide, more violent than any before. Song Yang's body arched up and the machete in his hand almost fell out of his hand. At this moment, a huge gap was completely torn in the roof. The sheep-headed monster's huge front paws covered with black bristles suddenly stretched out, bringing with it a fishy wind. Song Yang reacted almost instinctively, tilting his upper body to the side and narrowly avoiding the sheep-headed monster's claw. Without stopping, Song Yang dodged while slashing fiercely at the sheep-headed monster's front paws covered with black bristles. When? There was a sharp and piercing sound of metal collision, and sparks flew everywhere. Song Yang only felt a huge recoil force coming from the blade, which made his palm numb. His knife hit the goat-headed monster's claws, but the expected scene of flesh being torn apart did not occur. The claws were harder than one could imagine, as if they were not made of flesh and blood, but some kind of indestructible alloy. Roar! The attack missed and the sheep-headed monster let out an angry growl. Song Yang seized the opportunity, raised his foot suddenly, and kicked the car door next to him hard. Bang! He kicked the car door open with extraordinary strength. Song Yang took advantage of the momentum and rolled out of the cab, landing on the ground outside the Hummer. The sheep-headed monster obviously didn't expect Song Yang to choose this method to escape. It twisted its huge body and jumped down from the torn roof of the car, landing not far from Song Yang with a bang. Song Yang quickly stood firm, holding his machete horizontally in front of him. He looked up at the monster in front of him. The goat-headed monster was a whole head taller than him, and its burly body was full of explosive power. Facing this terrifying creature, Song Yang knew that if he was not careful, he would be torn to pieces. The painful transformation inside the body seemed to have come to an end. The severe pain was subsiding, and was replaced by a sense of powerful strength that filled the whole body. He could feel every muscle and bone in his body jumping for joy. His comprehensive physical fitness, which is more than 6 times that of ordinary people, gives him confidence. Although it was dangerous, he knew that he was now qualified to truly fight this monster. A man and a monster faced each other in the darkness, and a battle was about to break out. The sheep-headed monster's blood-red eyes locked onto Song Yang, and it kicked the ground hard with its hind legs. The sturdy body was like a cannonball fired from a gun, carrying a fishy and foul smell, and shot towards Song Yang. The sharp claws went straight for Song Yang's throat. Song Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body's reaction speed was far faster than before. He fell back suddenly, his body almost parallel to the ground. The sharp claws brushed against the tip of his nose. The moment he dodged the fatal blow, Song Yang exerted force from his waist, twisted his body like a spring, and swung the machete in his hand from bottom to top, striking back at the thick arm that the sheep-headed monster stretched out. Puff! The blade cuts in successfully. A stream of black blood with a pungent smell like sulfur spurted out from the wound. The sheep-headed monster's tough skin was ultimately unable to completely block the chopping blow that was infused with all of Song Yang's strength. Roar! The severe pain caused the sheep-headed monster to let out a deafening roar. The stimulation of being injured made the sheep-headed monster crazy. It ignored the wound on its arm and used its other intact giant claw to slap Song Yang's chest hard. Song Yang only had time to hold the machete across his chest to block. Bang! An irresistible and terrifying force came from the blade and instantly surged through the whole body. Song Yang felt as if his internal organs were hit hard by a sledgehammer. His throat felt sweet and he almost vomited blood. He was like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the roof of an early car on the side of the road. The fragile roof of the car was deeply dented by his smash, and glass fragments flew everywhere. The severe pain did not make Song Yang paralyzed. He used the roof of the car to gain leverage, bounced down suddenly, landed steadily on the ground, and held the machete in his hand again. Song Yang took a deep breath, and felt a sharp pain in his lungs, but the tremendous power in his body was like boiling magma, impacting every corner of his body. The transformation of my body has been completely completed. He held the sword horizontally in front of him, with the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Song Yang knew that there was no retreat, no begging for mercy, and no other choice. Today, only one person standing here can survive. Chapter 71 Goodbye Woman. Staring at the prey in front of him, a rare hint of doubt flashed across the sheep-headed monster's blood-red eyes. The prey in front of him seemed to have a more concentrated and dangerous aura than before. But the animal nature eventually overwhelmed the unawakened spiritual intelligence. It opened its huge mouth full of fangs and rushed towards Song Yang. This time, Song Yang did not retreat but advanced. He exerted force on his feet and rushed straight towards the sheep-headed monster. Court death. If the goat-headed monster had enough intelligence, it would definitely think so. However, just when the man and the monster were about to collide head-on, Song Yang's body suddenly lowered and he almost slid past the ground. The machete in his hand created a streak of sparks on the ground, and the blade, at an extremely tricky angle, slashed fiercely at the left hind leg of the sheep-headed monster that was supporting its body. Oh! The sheep-headed monster let out a wail that was more shrill and painful than any before. The severe pain in its left hind leg caused its huge body to lose balance instantly, and the huge inertia caused it to stumble forward and fall. Chance. Song Yang didn't give the sheep-headed monster any chance to breathe. At the moment before the opponent fell to the ground, the whole person shot up like a cannonball, holding the machete tightly in both hands, and chopped the huge sheep head of the sheep-headed monster from top to bottom with all his strength. This knife was infused with all the strength and speed of Song Yang after his transformation. Kong. The scene of the head exploding that Song Yang had anticipated did not occur. He only felt a huge recoil force coming from the machete. He didn't expect that the skull of the sheep-headed monster was so ridiculously hard. The blade of the machete was only embedded in the forehead bone of the sheep-headed monster, and it was still a long way from completely splitting it in half. The blade was stuck in the tough skull and could not be pulled out for a while. Roar! The goat-headed monster roared as its head was severely hit. It shook its huge head wildly, trying to throw Song Yang away with the knife. In a flash, Song Yang made a prompt decision. Let go. He loosened his grip on the machete, and with the help of the force of the sheep-headed monster's head shaking, he did a somersault backwards, gained a distance of several meters, and landed steadily. The machete was now slanted into the forehead of the sheep-headed monster. As it moved, black blood mixed with a little brain matter flowed out of the wound. The sheep-headed monster was injured and its movements slowed down visibly. Song Yang didn't give it any chance to breathe. He thought about it, and with a movement of his right hand, a fire axe appeared in his hand. He exerted force with his feet and rushed towards the sheep-headed monster again like a tiger coming down the mountain. The sheep-headed monster was completely enraged when he saw Song Yang attacking again, and charged towards Song Yang. It was obvious that it wanted to use its powerful body to completely crush this tiny prey that had caused it so much pain. Facing the crazy counterattack of the sheep-headed monster, Song Yang's eyes were cold and he did not retreat at all. Just when the man and the monster were about to collide again, Song Yang suddenly jumped up, and the fire axe chopped from top to bottom at the neck of the sheep-headed monster that was exposed because of the lowered head collision. This time, the blade cut through flesh and severed bones. The sharp blade of the fire axe tore through the tough skin of the sheep-headed monster without any hindrance and cut off its thick neck vertebrae. The sheep-headed monster's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. The next moment, under the huge inertia, its huge sheep head, along with the machete inserted in it, fell down together. Bang! The sheep-headed monster's huge body, which had lost its head, swayed in place, and finally fell heavily to the ground powerlessly. At the same time, a voice sounded in Song Yang's mind. Host, Song Yang. Kill the sheep owl and receive 100 experience points. Current survival level, Doomsday Elite Survivor Experience 215-1000. Physical attributes. Strength, 67. Agility, 68. Stamina, 64. Spirit, 65. The average for an average adult male is 10. Next level, Doomsday Survival Expert. The system's voice dissipated in Song Yang's mind, and he put the corpse on the ground into the space. This sheep should be able to be sold on the exchange. Brother Song, are you okay? Zhang Yu had recovered and stuck his head out of the car window. She really thought she was dead just now. Just one look at that monster with a sheep's head and a human body was enough to make her hands and feet go weak and even breathing became difficult. But Song Yang killed it so easily and neatly. Especially at the end, Song Yang jumped to a height of more than 2 meters, which was even more exaggerated than that of a professional basketball player. It was simply incredible. All of this was far beyond her understanding of more than 20 years. She took a deep breath, looked at Song Yang who was concentrating in the driver's seat, and asked. Brother Song, where are we going now? Go back to the exchange, dispose of the body of the sheep monster, and exchange it for something useful. The car bumped along the bumpy road and soon returned to the exchange. In order to conceal his tracks and not expose the existence of the system space, Song Yang specially found a sturdy black canvas bag, dismembered the sheep-headed monster's body, and stuffed the entire bag with it. The crowd in the villa was sparse, but in the empty space, many people still set up simple stalls and exchanged precious supplies in the Doomsday. As soon as he entered the villa, Song Yang's attention was attracted by a familiar figure in front of the stall. A woman had an iron chain around her neck, the other end of the chain was held in the hands of a ferocious-looking stall owner. Zhao Lin was dressed in tattered clothes, his hair was tangled like weeds, his body was covered in mud, and he was lying on the ground in a mess, shivering. At the stall owner's feet was a broken wooden board with a few words scrawled in charcoal. Sell the woman for 3 bottles of water. Zhao Lin on the ground also noticed Song Yang approaching. Song Yang? Then, she used all her strength to struggle to crawl towards Song Yang, and the iron chain around her neck made a clattering sound. Save me! Song Yang! Please, save me! Tears welled up in Zhao Lin's eyes, mixed with the dirt on her face. I don't want to die. I don't want to be sold like an animal. Please. The stall owner was startled by her action and impatiently pulled the chain hard. Ouch! Zhao Lin screamed in pain and fell heavily to the ground. Stinky woman, be quiet! The stall owner yelled angrily and glanced at Song Yang. What? Want to buy something? 3 bottles of water, fixed price. Song Yang's gaze stayed on Zhao Lin for a moment, then moved away and fell on the stall owner with a face full of fat. I'm not interested in ugly women. Not buying it? The stall owner curled his lips. Then why are you joining in the fun? Watching the show? When Zhao Lin, who was lying on the ground, heard Song Yang say he didn't want to buy it, the last glimmer of light in her eyes went out. She originally wanted to use Song Yang to lure away the monster, and she never thought that he could survive. Now her fate is in the hands of others, but she has no way to do anything about it. If only there were a pill to regret in this world, she would never do such stupid things. Zhao Lin thought in despair. I want to set up a stall here and sell some things. I wonder what the rules are. Song Yang took out a Hauntishan cigarette and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner took the cigarette, smiled happily, and pointed with his chin to a corner at the back of the villa hall. Look, that place is the most remote, no one is in charge, and there is no charge. Coming to the corner, Song Yang put down the heavy black canvas bag on his back. He placed the sheep's head on the ground, and then took out the dismembered torso and limbs of the sheep-headed monster from the bag one by one. Those pieces of meat with black, rough fur, stacked together, looked like a small mountain of meat. After doing all this, Song Yang clapped his hands and sat on the ground next to the mountain of meat, like an experienced butcher waiting for customers. At first, no one noticed the new stall in this remote corner. But the terrifying-looking sheep's head soon attracted some attention. What is that? It's actually a complete monster corpse? My goodness, a bite from those fangs would break all my bones. More and more people are attracted here. Soon, a group of curious people gathered in front of Song Yang's simple stall. They stretched their necks and pointed at the sheep-headed monster's corpse on the ground. In the apocalypse, anything that can fill your stomach or has other uses is worth the risk. The corpse of this monster, which was obviously not easy to deal with, undoubtedly aroused everyone's curiosity. Chapter 72. Please sell me the body. A man with a goatee came up to the stall, carefully examined the goat-headed monster corpse on the ground, and asked, Little brother, what's the name of this monster of yours? It looks like a mutated goat. Song Yang leaned against the wall, his expression indifferent. The monster is called Sheep Owl. I killed him. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers suddenly became excited. Are you bragging? This monster is at least 2 meters tall. Looking at its size, can you kill it by yourself? Exactly. Look at these claws, they're bigger than a human head. With these teeth, I'm afraid they could bite a person in half with one bite. Little brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. These days, bragging comes at a price. Song Yang didn't even raise his eyelids to the doubts and discussions around him. He needed to wait for someone who knew the value of the thing. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the crowd. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. A figure suddenly pushed through the crowd and staggered in. He was a one-armed man, about 30 years old, with bloodshot eyes in his only remaining left eye. When his eyes fell on the ferocious sheep's head on the ground, he suddenly stopped in his tracks as if struck by lightning. He stared at the sheep's head on the ground, his breathing suddenly became rapid, as if he had seen some mortal enemy. It's it. It's it. It's this monster. It's dead? How is this possible? How is this possible? The man suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the stunned crowd around him. You know what? I've seen it. I've seen this monster. He pointed at the sheep's head on the ground, his voice choked with sobs. My wife, my parents, my baby, they're all gone. They were all eaten by that beast. I owe this arm to it. The man fell to his knees in front of Song Yang with a thud, his face covered with tears and snot, and he grabbed Song Yang's trouser leg tightly with his only remaining left hand. Benefactor. The man wailed, you've avenged my family. Please, sell it to me. I want to grind its bones and scatter its ashes to commemorate my family. Song Yang's voice was calm and composed. What do you have? Simple and direct, without a trace of emotion. The man was stunned by the question and stopped crying temporarily. He wiped his face. I know the exact location of the official shelter. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd around them exploded in excitement. Official shelter? Really? I thought it had fallen a long time ago. Wow, this news is so valuable. Is this kid a liar? The man seemed to be afraid that Song Yang would not believe him, so he quickly added. Absolutely true. Not only that, I'll give it 10 cartons of canned beef in exchange for it. In exchange for the corpse of this beast. 10 boxes of military canned beef. This is quite a big deal. In this doomsday, canned meat is hard currency, something that can make people work hard for it. Few of the onlookers around could come up with such a skill. Song Yang was weighing the pros and cons of this deal. The information provided by the one-armed man was indeed good. At this moment, a loud shout exploded like thunder. Great! Song Yang, I finally found you. The crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, automatically making way for each other. Ma Shi, whose face covered with flesh, appeared in everyone's sight. He was followed by 3 younger brothers, each holding a steel pipe in their hands. Ma Shi, whose eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. It's like searching for iron shoes everywhere, but it comes to you without any effort. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. Last time you stole my explosives, it's time to settle that score today. A younger brother behind him also shouted. Boy, you've caused us brothers so much trouble. Today, I must kill you. Song Yang raised his eyelids, glanced at Ma Shi calmly, and said lightly. Where is that barking stray dog? Damn it! You're about to die and still dare to play dumb with me. Ma Shi was furious. He took a half step back and waved at his younger brothers behind him. Go ahead and kill him. Upon hearing this, the 3 younger brothers immediately waved the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Song Yang, howling. However, in a flash, there was a loud crack and the sound of broken bones. The wrist of the young man who was rushing in the front was bent at a strange angle, and the steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang, and he let out a shrill scream. Without waiting for the other 2 to react, Song Yang's figure shook. Bang! Puff! There were 2 more muffled sounds, and the second little brother was kicked in the lower abdomen. He bent like a shrimp and vomited stomach acid. The third brother had just raised the steel pipe halfway when Song Yang chopped him on the neck with a knife. His eyes rolled back and he fell limply to the ground without even a groan. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 aggressive brothers were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Hiss! There were sounds of people gasping for breath all around. Oh my goodness! Is this kid a martial artist? 3 people, just gone like that? Damn it, I was wrong. This young man is a tough guy. Those who had questioned Song Yang before now felt their cheeks burning. This is not bragging at all, it's clear that the real person doesn't show his true face. The grim smile on Ma Shi's face froze, his eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his eyes. His 3 younger brothers, who were usually quite capable of fighting, were easily and efficiently dealt with by Song Yang in just one encounter? Is this guy still a fucking human? A chill rushed from the soles of Ma Shi's feet to the top of his head. But he had been through life after all, and his viciousness remained unchanged, but he was forced into a desperate situation. I'm going to fight you. Ma Shi, who roared angrily, took out a dagger from his waist, and was about to pounce on Song Yang. At this moment, a loud shout came from the outside of the crowd again. Stop! Private fighting is strictly prohibited within the exchange. Before he finished speaking, 2 burly men in uniform black suits pushed through the crowd and strode in. According to the rules of the exchange, anyone who causes trouble here will have one hand cut off as a warning to others. What? Ma Shi, whose face turned pale instantly. This is my first time here, I really don't know. Before he could finish, the 2 big men in black came forward from both sides. One of them grabbed one of Ma Shi's arms and lifted him up like a chicken. Have mercy. I won't do it again. I don't know the rules here. Ma Shi was completely panicked and began to cry and beg for mercy. However, the 2 big men were not moved at all and dragged the struggling Ma Shi out. The crowd automatically made way for him and watched Ma Shi being dragged away, with different expressions on their faces. TSK, this guy is also an idiot, he doesn't even know the rules of the exchange that you can't just do anything. Serves you right. You can do whatever you want outside the exchange, but you dare to act wild here. Now it's all over. I can't save my hand anymore. This is really what I've done. After the crowd's commotion, the exchange quickly returned to its previous state of noise. In the end times, such dramas are played out almost every day. The strong survive and the weak die. This is a rule that has long been engraved in our bones. But when everyone looked back at the stall, they found that Song Yang and the one-armed man had disappeared. Outside the manor, inside an SUV with a torn sunroof, Song Yang held up a map with crooked lines and marks drawn on it with charcoal. The one-armed man sat in the passenger seat, waiting cautiously. Brother, the shelter map is absolutely real. That place is heavily guarded. You can go there if you want. You are willing to exchange 10 boxes of canned beef and a map for a monster corpse. Song Yang finally spoke. The one-armed man laughed bitterly. I'm the only one left in this world. My family is all dead. I don't want to live anymore. It's useless to have more cans of food. It was you who avenged my family. Otherwise, I would never be able to forgive myself. After saying that, the one-armed man got out of the car, saluted Song Yang, and left with the sheep-headed monster's corpse. Zhang Yu, who had been sitting quietly in the back seat, asked softly, Brother Song, what should we do next? Song Yang turned his head and reached out his hand to rub Zhang Yu's smooth and fair face. Of course I'll go home, take a shower, and then get down to business. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, then he understood what Song Yang meant. A touching blush quickly spread from her neck to her ears, and even her fair cheeks were dyed pink. She lowered her eyes somewhat embarrassedly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Then you have to be gentle with me. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Chapter 73 The Fourth Woman. When I opened the door of the villa, the aroma of food wafted into my nose. Zhang Xinmei and Bai Jie were coming out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Seeing Song Yang and Zhang Yu coming back, they immediately showed joy on their faces. Xiao Yu, you're back. Zhang Xinmei put down the plate and walked over quickly. Yeah, I'm back. Zhang Yu nodded and put his coat on the sofa. After dinner, Song Yang felt a little sticky, so he got up and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, he walked out of the bathroom shirtless. At this time, Zhang Yu, Zhang Xinmei, Bai Jie, and Xiao Shui were sitting on the sofa chatting. When they heard the footsteps, they turned their heads at the same time. The next second, their eyes were like being attracted by a magnet, staring straight at Song Yang. Under the light, Song Yang's upper body lines are smooth and full of power. Broad shoulders, inverted triangle back, and most eye-catching is the abdomen. The 8-knife carved abdominal muscles are well-defined and show a healthy bronze color under the light. The contours of his face seem to have been redrawn, making him less immature and more sharp and mature. Zhang Xinmei and Bai Jie couldn't help swallowing, their eyes not blinking. They had seen handsome men and men with good bodies, but they had never seen a man like Song Yang, who combined handsomeness and a perfect body so harmoniously, and also had a hint of apocalyptic wildness. Just standing there, he exudes a strong masculine hormone that makes people addicted. There are 4 women in the family now, but Song Yang is the only one. How about we spin a roulette wheel and whoever gets drawn gets to sleep in Song Yang's room tonight? Looking at the man who made her heart flutter, Bai Jie suddenly suggested. Xiao Shui clapped her hands and agreed, Sister Bai Jie, this is a good idea. It's fair. Only Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed red the moment she heard the suggestion. Bai Jie is a man of action, she does what she says. She dug some cardboard and a charcoal pencil out of a drawer in the living room, and in no time, she had crafted a crude paper roulette wheel. The roulette wheel was divided into 4 equal sectors, on which were clearly written in charcoal the names of 4 women. Zhang Yu, Zhang Xinmei, Bai Jie, and Xiao Shui. Come on, who's going to turn? Bai Jie held up the roulette wheel and swept her eyes across everyone's faces. Zhang Xinmei smiled and pushed it. Of course you, the proposer, will take the first turn. Bai Jie did not refuse. She put the roulette wheel on the coffee table, took a deep breath, and gently flicked it with her fingertips. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and 4 names flashed before everyone's eyes. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to accelerate with the rotation of the roulette wheel. Zhang Yu was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He stared without blinking, hoping that the pointer would stop on his name, but also feeling a little scared. Xiao Shui prayed secretly, hoping that good luck would come. Zhang Xinmei and Bai Jie looked calm on the surface, but they were also extremely excited. Finally, the roulette wheel started to spin slower and slower, and the pointer swung back and forth between several names. Finally, it trembled and stopped at the 2 words Zhang Yu. Ah! Zhang Yu groaned, covered his burning cheeks, and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Without looking back, he ran to his room and slammed the door. Ha, this kid is still so timid. Zhang Xinmei looked at Zhang Yu's back and chuckled. Bai Jie also nodded. After all, this is your first time experiencing something like this, so it's inevitable to be nervous. Song Yang, you should go back to your room early. Xiaoyu will probably come find you after she finishes putting on her makeup. Song Yang nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards his bedroom. Zhang Yu ran back to the room, leaned against the door, his heart still pounding. She covered her face, feeling the heat lingering on her face. Although Song Yang's words, "get back home and get down to business," had prepared her mentally, she still felt embarrassed when the moment finally came. Call. She let out a long breath and tried to calm herself down. Song Yang saved my life and kept me fed and clothed. If he can't even do this, he's truly ungrateful. Zhang Yu said to himself silently in his heart. She walked to the dressing table, took out the eyebrow pencil and lipstick that she rarely used from the drawer, and began to carefully apply them on her face. She wanted to make herself look more perfect. Back in the room, Song Yang dimmed the lights and waited quietly. Sure enough, after a while, the door was gently pushed open. Zhang Yu appeared at the door. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before mustering up the courage to come in. Under the light, she was wearing a clean white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a small piece of her delicate collarbone. The dark blue slim-fit jeans on her lower body outlined her youthful and slender waist and the curve of her hips. Her hair had obviously been groomed and fell softly on her shoulders. She had light makeup on her face, and her lips, which usually looked a little pale, were now painted with a light pink lipstick. She walked to a place not far from Song Yang's bed, stopped, nervously clutched the corners of her clothes with both hands, and lowered her head. Like a frightened deer, he stood there, feeling a little helpless, a little resigned, and a little imperceptible expectation. Come and sit down. Zhang Yu's body trembled slightly when he heard this. He raised his head, glanced at Song Yang, then quickly lowered it. Then he took small steps to the edge of the bed and sat down carefully, only sitting on a corner of the bed, his body tense. The air was filled with the faint fragrance coming from her body, a mixture of the freshness of shower gel and her own unique girlish body fragrance, which penetrated into Song Yang's nostrils. Song Yang didn't rush into anything and gave her time to adapt. After a long while, Zhang Yu seemed to notice Song Yang's gaze. She quietly raised her eyelids and glanced at him quickly, and her eyes met Song Yang's gentle eyes. Her cheeks instantly turned redder, as if burned, and she immediately lowered her head again. Don't be nervous. Song Yang reached out his hand and gently lifted her chin so that she could look at him. Zhang Yu was forced to raise his head, and his big watery eyes were filled with extreme tension. Song Yang slowly lowered his head, and his warm breath sprayed on her cheek. Zhang Yu's body tensed up instantly. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled. Song Yang held the girl's face. Her delicate skin felt warm to the touch. He could clearly feel the pulsation of blood vessels beneath her skin and her heartbeat, which accelerated due to nervousness. Then he kissed her. The moment their soft lips touched, Zhang Yu's body trembled slightly, as if an electric current passed through it. Her hands subconsciously grabbed Song Yang's arms. It was a kiss that was both tentative and reassuring, soft and gentle. Song Yang did not rush to go deeper, but patiently guided her and let her gradually relax. Chapter 74 Uninvited Guests. Zhang Yu's breathing became a little rapid, and her nostrils were filled with the masculine scent from Song Yang, which made her brain go blank and she could only respond instinctively. She had never had such an experience before. Everything was so unfamiliar to her that she couldn't help but indulge in it. Gradually, Zhang Yu's tense body began to relax. She no longer just passively endured it, but began to respond awkwardly. Her arms also changed from just grabbing Song Yang to gently wrapping around his neck. Song Yang could feel her change, he slightly increased his strength, and the kiss became more passionate. The entanglement between lips and tongues has a hint of immaturity, but also an unswerving devotion. Zhang Yu only felt that her body was getting softer and softer, as if it was about to turn into a pool of spring water, completely clinging to Song Yang's body. Her consciousness gradually blurred, leaving only the most primitive instinct, driving her to absorb and feel. Song Yang's kiss, with its irresistible tenderness, gradually broke down her last bit of reserve and defense. The girl gradually let down her guard and began to accept the man in front of her wholeheartedly. She hugged Song Yang's neck tightly, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body, seeking an ultimate sense of security. I don't know how long it took, but when their lips parted, Zhang Yu's cheeks were so red that blood almost dripped out, and her breathing became rapid and hot. She was breathing slightly, looking at Song Yang with a dazed look, with a hint of shyness and dependence, as if she had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, or driven by some sudden impulse, she turned her head and gently bit his shoulder. The force was very light, with a slight sense of pain, and it was more like a kitten-like mark, declaring a certain belonging. Song Yang's body stiffened, then relaxed. He looked down at the misty eyes of the girl in his arms, and his heart softened. He could feel her unreserved trust and commitment at this moment. This girl is ready to give everything. The night is getting deeper. The outside world was silent, with only the gradually intertwined breathing sounds of the two people in the room and the feelings that quietly warmed up in the darkness, indicating that this night was extraordinary. The next day, outside the manor, there were many people sitting in several modified cars. Ma Shihu was hunched over, and with his only remaining left hand he carefully lit a cigarette for a short and fat man in the passenger seat. The man was in his early 40s, with a shiny head and several layers of fat on his neck. "Brother Long, don't worry, Song Yang definitely lives in this manor. There's no doubt about it." Ma Shihu had a flattering smile on his face and was extremely respectful to the man in front of him. The short and fat man called Brother Long looked through the car window at the manor not far away. After a while, Brother Long slowly spoke, "Let me confirm with you again, does that kid surnamed Song really have the explosives I need?" "Absolutely true, Brother Long." Ma Shihu patted his chest hurriedly, but did not dare to let the smile on his face fade in the slightest. "He was the one who stole the explosives I worked so hard to get. That batch of explosives is enough to blow up an average safe house." Hearing this, Brother Long put out his cigarette but in the ashtray inside the car and said slowly, "You know, I've been planning something big lately and I'm anxious to use it. If you dare to fool me with fake news." He paused, his eyes glancing coldly at Ma Shihu's empty sleeve. "I don't mind having your other hand cut off as well." Ma Shihu's body shuddered violently, and the color drained from his face. "Brother Long, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare lie to you. If I tell even a single lie, I'll be eaten alive by wild dogs when I get out, leaving not even a bone behind." He swore and cursed, fearing that Brother Long would not believe him. The man stared at him for a few seconds. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he nodded with satisfaction, and the fat on his face relaxed a little. "I don't think you'd dare. Since that guy is still alive and living in the manor, he must be no good." "That's what Long Gu said." Ma Shihu quickly agreed, "That guy is a bit weird, but no matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as you, Brother Long? You have so many brothers under you, so dealing with him should be easy, right?" Brother Long grinned, and it was obvious that he enjoyed Ma Shihu's flattery very much. He glanced at the men in the back seat who looked fierce. "Humph, in this area, there are not many people who dare not give me, Yi Tianlong, face. We will go in and meet the guy surnamed Song later." Inside the villa, Song Yang opened his eyes and found Zhang Yu still sleeping soundly beside him. Song Yang carefully moved the arm that was on his chest away and got up from the bed quietly. In the restaurant downstairs, the aroma of food has already filled the air. Zhang Xinmei was wearing a silk nightgown that outlined her mature and plump curves, and was putting the last fried egg onto the plate. Hearing the noise, she turned around and saw Song Yang with a meaningful smile on her face. "Awake? I thought you young people were going to sleep until noon." On the dining table were golden fried eggs, slightly toasted bread, and 2 cups of steaming milk. "Morning." Zhang Xinmei placed the milk in front of him and deliberately asked, "What's going on? Our Xiaoyu hasn't gotten up yet? What did you do last night?" Song Yang touched his nose and coughed slightly. "She was a little tired last night, let her sleep a little longer." "Oh? Tired?" Zhang Xinmei stretched out her tone, then rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "I'm saying the same thing to you. Xiaoyu is still a child, and her body is delicate. You have to be careful and take it easy. If you really have endless energy, just give it to me. I'm not afraid of you tossing me around." The two were chatting when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Boom! 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 As the knocking on the door grew louder, Bai Jie and Xiao Shui ran out of their respective rooms. "What's going on? What's that noise outside?" Zhang Xinmei walked to the control console in the living room and skillfully turned on the villa's surveillance system. On the screen, there were actually more than a dozen people standing in front of the villa's door. The leaders were none other than Song Yang's old acquaintances Ma Shihu and a short and fat man. Behind them, a dozen people all had fierce looks on their faces and were holding various power tools in their hands. Drills, cutters, hammers, even a humming mobile gasoline generator. On the surveillance footage, Ma Shihu's distorted face approached the camera, and one hand was knocking on the heavy security door. "Mr. Song. I know you're in there. Stop hiding. Ma Shihu yelled at the top of his lungs, "Brother Long is here. If you know what's good for you, open the door quickly to save yourself from death. Don't think you're safe just hiding in a safe house. We've brought real weapons this time. Cutters specifically designed to deal with your broken door. If you waste our time, you'll be in big trouble once the door opens." In the living room, Zhang Xinmei, Bai Jia, and Xiao Shui were all staring at the screen, extremely nervous. Yi Tianlong, who was outside the door, saw that there was no movement in the room and waved his hand impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense and just do it." Upon hearing this, the younger brothers behind him immediately stepped forward. Cutting saws, electric drills, and impact hammers are all waiting at the gate. Chapter 75 Massacre. Hearing the loud noise outside the door, the three women turned pale and subconsciously turned their eyes to Song Yang. Although this safe house is sturdy, the group of people outside are carrying professional demolition tools, and they always feel uneasy when they hear the noise. Song Yang, however, turned around and walked towards the second floor as if nothing had happened. The three of them didn't know what Song Yang was up to, so they quickly followed him. There is a window on the second floor, just above the door of the villa. Song Yang opened the window, and the sound attracted the attention of the people below. Downstairs, Ma Shihu was looking up, shouting in a hoarse voice. "Song! You're smart enough to know that we're not to be trifled with. Now get down here and hand over the explosives. Our Lord Long is very generous and might even be able to leave your body intact." Song Yang ignored the barking dog downstairs and suddenly loosened his clenched fists. Countless sticky, smelly liquids fell from the sky like waterfalls, pouring over their heads and faces. Crash! Ma Shihu, who was shouting and cursing at the window downstairs, was unable to react in time and was completely chilled. The liquid was thick and hung on his hair, face, and flowed down his neck. He subconsciously wiped his face, put it close to his nose and sniffed, and an indescribable stench rushed straight to the top of his head. Looking more closely, he saw that his hands were stained with food scraps, broken bones, and even a few rotten vegetable leaves, mixed with greasy blood. It was clearly the most disgusting. "What? Fuck! That stinks." Yi Tianlong's younger brothers were not spared and were all soaked. For a moment, the area in front of the villa was filled with a foul smell. Yi Tianlong was standing a little further away, but was also splashed with a few drops. He wiped his cheek with a paper with a grim face. Ma Shihu finally stopped vomiting, his face turned purple, half with disgust and half with anger. He pointed upstairs, his eyes bloodshot, and cursed. "Song Yang! You son of a bitch! Get down here if you dare! I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." "No! Feeding you to the dogs is too good for you. I'm going to throw you into the cesspool and drown you." A man behind him also shouted. "Damn it! You're dead, kid. When our brother Long gets in, he's going to skin you alive." Song Yang spoke slowly by the second floor window, his voice reaching everyone's ears. "Don't think about killing me first, think about how to survive." After Song Yang finished speaking, he closed the window, drew the curtains, and disappeared in front of the window. Before Ma Shihu understood what Song Yang meant, he saw a younger brother beside him pointing in the direction of the manor entrance with a look of horror on his face. "What is that?" Ma Shihu's heart skipped a beat at his expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and he cursed impatiently. "What the hell are you yelling about? What a fuss!" Having said that, he subconsciously turned his head in the direction the little brother pointed. When he saw this, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and all the blood in his body seemed to solidify in an instant. In the darkness at the entrance of the manor, 1, 2, 3, at least dozens of pairs of scarlet lights lit up faintly and were approaching them. "That's not a light, that's an eye. Ouch." Those scarlet eyes moved extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, several swift black shadows rushed out from the darkness. "Ah!" The first one to scream was a younger brother closest to the entrance. He didn't even see what was rushing towards him before he was knocked to the ground by a huge force. Immediately afterwards, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his neck and warm blood gushed out. "A fishy wind blows in my face." What pounced out were mutant dogs that were several times larger than wolfhounds, covered with dark scales, drooling from their mouths, and with exposed fangs. Yi Tianlong and Ma Shihu reacted almost at the same time. "It's swill!" The slop that Song Yang threw down. Those smelly and pungent liquids are the culprits that attract these monsters with extremely sensitive sense of smell. The strong smell of meat and blood in the slop is an irresistible signal for these monsters with an abnormally sensitive sense of smell to eat. Oh shit. Yi Tianlong's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He had planned everything, but he never expected Song Yang to use such a method. Ma Shihu was so frightened that his soul was scared out of his wits and his legs were shaking like sieves. He was covered with the most slop, and the strong fishy smell lingered in his nose, making him feel like the biggest and brightest piece of fat in the dark night, specifically guiding the monsters. He could even feel those scarlet gazes, many of which were fixed on him. Long brother, long save me. A younger brother beside him had just uttered a cry for help when he was suddenly knocked to the ground by a black shadow. Crack! The sharp fangs easily tore open his throat, and the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Warm blood spurted out, and a few drops even splashed on Ma Shihu's face, tasting hot and sweet. Fuck! Don't come over here! Don't fucking come over here! Ma Shihu screamed and tried to hide backwards in a panic, but his feet slipped on the greasy ground, and he stumbled and almost fell. He now hated himself for standing so close to the window and cursing so loudly. He was simply walking into trouble. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get moving! Stop these bastards for me! Yi Tianlong roared and called on his men to resist. But the weapons he brought with him were useless in front of these ferocious mutant dogs. The cutter was unable to cut through the tough scales of these monsters. Electric drills can't penetrate their thick skulls. Even if they could, the monsters wouldn't just stand there and let them attack. The younger brothers were awakened by Yi Tianlong's roar. Some of them hurriedly raised the demolition tools in their hands, but they had no idea how to start and just waved them in vain. Even more people completely lost the courage to resist and fled in all directions crying and screaming. But those mutant dogs are astonishingly fast and their movements are far more agile than humans. They were like black lightning, flashing and pouncing in the chaotic crowd. Every attack was accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones and the desperate howls of humans. This is a massacre. Chapter 76. Feed your daughter to the dogs. Withdraw. Yi Tianlong pushed away the younger brother beside him and turned around and ran away. The few younger brothers behind him also woke up as if from a dream, and followed him, stumbling and fleeing out of the manor. Ma Shihu was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, watching a mutant dog pounce towards him. He wanted to shout, but found that his throat had been slit. The mutant dog bit his neck and ripped out his throat. He never dreamed that he would end his life in this way. Before his consciousness completely fell into darkness, countless images flashed through his mind. Deep regret spread throughout my body. He shouldn't have listened to that bitch's lies and made an enemy of Song Yang. That man is not someone that punks like them can mess with. He should have kept his tail between his legs and hid himself from the day the explosives were taken away, instead of coming to provoke today and ending up like this. At this time, the lights in the villa's mahjong room were bright. Clatter. Song Yang and the three girls sat together playing mahjong. He doesn't need to worry about what's happening outside, those bloodthirsty monsters will take care of it for him. Just then. Sizzle sizzle. The radio next to Song Yang suddenly emitted a sharp electric sound. Then, a man's intermittent voice came out, mixed with the sound of electricity. Hello? Can you hear me? Is this Ms. Zhang's house? I'm your neighbor, can you hear me? I know you guys still have plenty of food at home. I have a lot of gold, jewelry, and antiques. As long as you can give me food, I'll give you anything. Please. Zhang Xinmei frowned slightly, and her expression changed slightly. That's some old jerk who lives next door to us. Old bastard? Song Yang picked up the teacup and became interested. Zhang Xinmei showed a hint of disgust on her face, and her voice became 3 points colder. That guy is a black-hearted businessman. Back then, his Sanlu brand milk powder turned so many healthy children into big-headed babies, and some even died. The families of the victims banded together to sue him, but what happened? He bribed his connections. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also turned around and accused the parents of extortion, sending several of them to jail. This kind of person is completely devoid of conscience. This scumbag deserves to die. And now he wants us to save him? What wishful thinking. The man on the other end of the intercom had obviously heard the conversation and hurriedly defended himself. Ms. Zhang, listen to me. I was wrong before, but this time, if you're willing to share a bite of food with me, I'll let you become the deputy mayor's son and send someone to pick you up. Yes. Take them to the official shelter. By then, you will have everything you want, including gold, silver, jewelry, and delicacies from land and sea. You will enjoy endless splendor and wealth. When the sun comes up, I'll make sure he gets each of you a decent job, a good life, and definitely better than hiding in his safe house right now. Pooh. Zhang Xinmei's pretty face was filled with disdain. Don't believe a word this guy says. He killed so many children for money back then, and now, to save his life, what lies can he make up? And he's the deputy mayor's son. If his son was really that capable, would he be begging us like a starving dog? Song Yang didn't say anything. He had never been interested in this kind of clownish performance. Before the old bastard could open his mouth to explain, there was a sudden click sound from the intercom, and the sound of electricity became extremely loud and harsh. Then, a male voice came out along with the electric current. Calling. This is the official rescue team. I repeat, this is the official rescue team. If there are any survivors in this area, please reply immediately. Please reply if you receive it. The sudden sound made the atmosphere in the mahjong room tense. Want to reply? Zhang Xinmei asked in a low voice, pointing to the walkie-talkie next to Song Yang. Song Yang shook his head. In the end times, people's hearts are hidden. Who knows if the other party is really coming to rescue or has other intentions? Exposing your position and situation is tantamount to putting your neck under someone else's knife. Seeing that Song Yang indicated that it was unnecessary, Zhang Xinmei ignored him. On the intercom, the official rescue team's call was repeated briefly before falling into silence again. Song Yang glanced at the surveillance tablet next to him and found something unusual. Yi Tianlong and his brothers who had originally escaped actually drove back. Of the original 14 people, only 5 are left, and they are all covered in dust. What is even more striking is that next to these 5 survivors, there is a man and a woman. A thin, short-haired man in his 40s had his hands and feet tied and was unable to move. Next to him was a little girl about 6 years old, her face covered with tears. She tightly grasped the man's pants and looked timidly at the group of ferocious people around her. Not only did the group come back, they brought others with them. Zhang Xinmei stared at the surveillance tablet and cried out. Lu Dahai? She suddenly stood up from the mahjong table and pointed at the tied-up man on the screen, her voice trembling. That's Lu Dahai. He was my bodyguard before the apocalypse. On the day the apocalypse began, I gave him some money and asked him to take his wife and daughter back to his hometown for refuge. How could he have been captured by these people outside? In the surveillance footage, Yi Tianlong grabbed Lu Dahai's neck and pointed the dagger at the man's neck. If you know what's good for you, tell me the password to open the door quickly, otherwise, I'll send your daughter to death first. Beside him, the little girl, who was about 6 years old, was shaking with fear. She hugged Lu Dahai's thigh tightly, her face pale, and she didn't even dare to cry out loud. Lu Dahai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the password. Damn it, you still dare to be so stubborn. Seeing this, a younger brother next to Yi Tianlong hit Lu Dahai in the face with a baseball bat. Lu Dahai's head was hit and tilted to the side, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Wow. The little girl finally couldn't help herself and burst into tears. Dad. Yi Tianlong was annoyed by the crying, so he grabbed the little girl's hair, pulled her in front of him, and said with a sinister smile. I'll give you one last chance. Will you tell me or not? You probably don't want to see your daughter die in front of you. Lu Dahai's eyes were bloodshot as he cursed Yi Tianlong, beast. You bunch of beasts. You didn't even let the children go. Yi Tianlong's smile grew even more fierce, and he waved his hand at his younger brother behind him. Lift my baby down and open the eyes of this tough guy. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 burly young men worked together to lift a huge iron cage down from the car. The cage is welded with thick steel bars and looks extremely sturdy. And in the cage, there was a huge wolf dog. The wolf dog had messy fur and its eyes glowed a creepy green. It seemed to have been hungry for a long time and paced back and forth in the cage anxiously. This Black Wind is my good brother who has been through thick and thin with me. He's just been hungry for more than 10 days and his temper is a bit off. Yi Tianlong patted the iron cage and gave a cruel smile to the grinning wolfhound inside. I'll ask you again, what's the code to open the door? If you keep saying it, don't blame me for being cruel. I'll throw your precious daughter in there for Black Wind to have some fun with. Chapter 77 I bet you don't have a gun. Zhang Xinmei, who was watching the surveillance camera, felt cold all over and her teeth were chattering. Lu Dahai looked at his daughter's pale face, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared. Miss Zhang has treated me well. Even if I knew, I would never tell you beasts. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. But don't touch my daughter. Good. Very good. Yi Tianlong was completely enraged. He kicked Lu Dahai in the chest, then grabbed the little girl's ankle with one hand like a chicken, lifted her upside down, and walked straight towards the barking dog cage. "Ah, Dad! Dad, save me!" The little girl screamed heart-wrenchingly and waved her hands wildly in the air. Yi Tianlong hung the little girl above the dog cage. The ferocious dog, like a hungry wolf, immediately became more agitated and pounced upwards madly, its fangs almost touching the little girl's head. "I'll count to 3. Yi Tianlong grinned. "If you still remain mute, you will have to watch your daughter being torn into pieces with your own eyes." 3. The little girl's cry was hoarse, and she was beating the air desperately. "Dad! Dad, save me!" Lu Dahai's eyes were bloodshot and he struggled frantically, but he was held down by his 2 younger brothers and could not move. 2. Yi Tianlong put the little girl down again, and the wolfhound's breath almost sprayed on the child's calves. Just as Yi Tianlong was about to shout 1, the window on the second floor of the villa opened. Hearing the noise, Yi Tianlong threw the little girl back to the ground and turned his head to look towards the window. When he saw clearly that it was Song Yang standing by the window, the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. "How dare you show up?" Yi Tianlong spat viciously. "You've tricked so many of my brothers to death before, and now you dare to show up again?" He grinned and pointed at the distance between himself and Song Yang. "I'm telling you, we've learned our lesson. This time, from such a distance, your trick of throwing slop won't work." Song Yang leaned against the window frame and said with a smile. "It's more than 10 meters away, so the swill really can't splash on you." "But..." Song Yang changed the subject. "Even if I want to kill you, I don't necessarily have to use swill." Yi Tianlong sneered disdainfully. "Just you? Boy, stop playing tricks here. Unless you have a gun, what can you do to us?" Song Yang raised his eyebrows noncommittally. "Oh? How can you be so sure that I don't have it?" "Ha ha." Yi Tianlong seemed to have heard a huge joke, and the younger brothers beside him also laughed. "Gun?" Yi Tianlong laughed so hard that he fell backwards, pointing at Song Yang and said, "Kid, don't you know how strict the country's gun control is? It's hard for the police to get a gun, and you're just an ordinary citizen?" The smile on his face instantly faded and turned ferocious. "Stop bragging to me. If you had a gun, you would have used it long ago. Once I get into this villa, I'm going to tear you into pieces and vent my anger." Yi Tianlong's words had not yet fallen. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. Next to Yi Tianlong, a younger brother who was laughing so hard suddenly had his head exploded, red and white things splattered everywhere, and his body fell limply to the ground, with shock still in his eyes. The laughter stopped abruptly. The grim smile on Yi Tianlong's face froze. He raised his head suddenly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. By the second-floor window, Song Yang was holding a black pistol in his hand. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Another little brother had a bloody hole between his eyebrows and fell on his back. Bang! Bang! The gunshots rang out one after another like the death warrant of the god of death. The remaining 2 brothers didn't even have time to scream before their heads exploded and they fell to the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Tianlong was the only one left in the open space in front of the villa, standing alone among the 4 corpses. Yi Tianlong looked at the pile of corpses with their brains splattered on the ground, and his intestines were almost broken with fear. How did this guy get a gun? And his shooting skills are so damn accurate. Just when Yi Tianlong was about to be horrified, a slight sound came from the second-floor window. Song Yang didn't go through the door, but jumped out of the window and walked towards Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong looked at Song Yang approaching step by step, and the deadly gun in his hand, his mind went blank. All thoughts of revenge and being torn into pieces were scared away. He turned around suddenly, not even caring about the corpse on the ground, and tried to escape. However, his legs were shaking uncontrollably. He had only taken 2 steps when he tripped over his younger brother's dead body and fell to the ground with a thud. Song Yang stepped on Yi Tianlong's back, and with a flash of the dagger in his hand, the rope tied to Lu Dahai's wrist broke. "I'll give you a minute to take care of him, then come into the house with your daughter. Someone wants to talk to you." Lu Dahai shook his still numb wrist. He first looked at Song Yang blankly, and then his eyes fell on Yi Tianlong, who was lying like a dead dog at his feet. The overwhelming hatred erupted from the bottom of my heart like a volcano. "No, don't." Yi Tianlong felt the foot on his back move away, replaced by a murderous aura that made his soul tremble. He turned his head with difficulty and was frightened to death when he saw Lu Dahai's bloodshot eyes that looked like they wanted to bite people. Mercy. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I kowtow to you. Yi Tianlong pleaded incoherently and tried to crawl towards Song Yang, but Lu Dahai grabbed his hair. Lu Dahai's eyes were red and he ignored Yi Tianlong's wailing. He grabbed Yi Tianlong's hair and slammed his head to the ground. Ah! Yi Tianlong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Dahai mechanically repeated this action over and over again, as if tireless. His daughter's heart-wrenching cries were still ringing in his ears. Her desperate little face, hanging upside down above the dog cage, was like red-hot steel needles, piercing his heart fiercely. Beast! You beast! Lu Dahai roared. Yi Tianlong screamed at first, but after a few times, the sound weakened, leaving only unconscious twitching and low moans. Blood flowed from his forehead and soon formed a pool on the ground. Lu Dahai seemed to be still unsatisfied. He gasped and touched half a brick. He used all his strength to hit Yi Tianlong on the back of his head. Puff! There was a dull sound, like a watermelon being smashed open by a heavy object. Yi Tianlong's body twitched violently, and then he completely collapsed without a sound. The back of his head caved in, and a mixture of blood and brain matter flowed out. Lu Dahai threw away the brick, gasping for breath, his whole body soaked in sweat. It's almost time. Those monsters will come over when they hear the gunshots. Song Yang said lightly. Lu Dahai finally came back to his senses. He wiped the sweat and blood off his face and looked at Song Yang with extremely complicated eyes. This young man not only saved his and his daughter's lives, but also allowed him to put an end to this beast with his own hands. At this moment, he made his decision. Everything in my future will belong to this man. Chapter 78 Recruiting Subordinates. Dad, Xiaohua is so hungry and wants to eat something. Where on earth did Mom go? Why hasn't she come back yet? Dad, why are these people lying on the ground? Are they fainted from hunger? The little girl held Lu Dahai's hand and followed her father timidly. Lu Dahai lowered his head. The pleasure he had just felt after killing his enemy quickly faded away, replaced by endless bitterness. He squatted down and wiped the dust off his daughter's cheek with his sleeve. Little Hua, these uncles are too tired and fell asleep. What about Mom? Is she asleep too? When will she come back to accompany Xiaohua? The little girl asked, looking up. Lu Dahai's throat choked and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Mom has gone to a very far place to do something very important. When she is done, she will come back to see Xiaohua. Don't be afraid, Xiaohua. Daddy will give you something delicious right away. The man picked up his daughter and patted her shoulder comfortingly. The little girl nodded, not quite understanding, and put her arms around Lu Dahai's neck tightly, burying her face in the crook of his neck, muttering softly. Dad, Xiaohua is really hungry. When he walked into the villa, Lu Dahai was stunned. The bright lights, the warm living room, and the aroma of stewed meat filled the air. Is this the end of the world? The scene before him almost made him think that he was hallucinating because he was too hungry. All kinds of things that shouldn't exist in the apocalypse are actually available in this villa. A woman in a silk nightgown was lazily reclining on the leather sofa in the middle of the living room, her long, white legs crossed, a glass of red wine in her hand, looking at them with a half smile. The woman's complexion was rosy and full of energy. Her well-maintained face showed no trace of the hardships of the end of the world, but instead added a bit of mature and charming charm. It was his former female boss, Zheng Xinmei. There was a boom in Lu Dahai's head, and he almost stopped thinking. Dad, it smells so good. Xiaohua moved in his arms, sniffing the tempting meaty aroma in the air with her little nose, her saliva almost flowing out. Dahai, long time no see. Zheng Xinmei put down her wineglass, her eyes moved between Lu Dahai and the little flower in his arms, and finally returned to Song Yang. Song Yang walked to the dining table nearby, where several exquisite side dishes were placed, and in the middle was a large pot of steaming stewed meat that was overflowing with fragrance. Eat first. Song Yang pulled out a chair and motioned to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai walked over mechanically, holding his daughter like a puppet. He put Xiaohua on the chair and stood aside awkwardly. Mr. Zhang. Lu Dahai's Adam's apple rolled and his voice was dry. Everything in front of me is so unreal. The world outside is hell, but here is like heaven. And Song Yang, the young man who saved his father and daughter like a god, seems to have an inextricable connection with this paradise. Zhang Xinmei slowly stood up, walked to the dining table, and personally served Xiaohua a small bowl of stewed meat, carefully picking out the bones inside. Little sister, are you hungry? Eat quickly. Zhang Xinmei pushed the bowl in front of Xiaohua with a gentle smile. Xiaohua looked at Lu Dahai timidly, and seeing that her father had no objection, she picked up the small spoon and impatiently scooped a piece of meat into her mouth. Delicious. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, she praised vaguely, and started eating quickly in small bites. Lu Dahai looked at his daughter wolfing down the food, his eyes welling up and his heart filled with mixed emotions. Zhang Xinmei held the wineglass and looked at Lu Dahai. I remember you took your wife and daughter back to your hometown when the apocalypse just started. Why are you here? Lu Dahai took a deep breath and said, Mr. Zhang, as soon as it got dark, I drove Xiaohua and her mother out of the city. The road out of the city was heavily congested, and then those things rushed out of the darkness. Lu Dahai's voice began to tremble. They were white, human-like monsters, incredibly strong and fast. They knocked over the car in front and then started killing people. Luckily, the car behind me was able to turn around in time and run towards the city. But Xiaohua's mother was injured in the aorta by those monsters, and the bleeding couldn't be stopped. She died before she could return to where we used to live. The food at home was quickly eaten up, so I had to take Xiaohua to find a safer place to gather more food. That's when we ran into those beasts outside. Eat first, and then we can talk about other things after you're full. Hearing his boss say this, Lu Dahai felt so grateful that he couldn't express it in words. He nodded, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and slowly put it into his mouth. The meat was fragrant and tender, the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. But for some reason, tears flowed uncontrollably and were swallowed along with the food, tasting bitter and astringent. After eating, the little girl covered her round belly and leaned in Lu Dahai's arms. Dad, Xiaohua has never eaten so much before. It's so delicious. The sound became quieter and quieter, and he actually fell asleep with a smile on his face. Looking at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face, Lu Dahai could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart. His knees softened and with a thump, he knelt down straight towards Song Yang. Big brother. I, Lu Dahai, will never forget your great kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do, without hesitation. Song Yang frowned. Stand up, don't kneel. Xinmei said you were a veteran. Are you trying to prove that soldiers have weak knees? Lu Dahai suddenly raised his head, a hint of surprise flashed in his bloodshot eyes, followed by deep shame. He is a soldier, a man of iron will. If it weren't for his daughter, if it weren't for the end of the world that crushed all his dignity, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, his back straight, just like when he was in the army. Mr. Song, I understand. From now on, as long as you can use me, Lu Dahai, I will go through fire and water for you. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, but before I met you, my only plan was to take Xiaohua with me and live one more day. Now, as long as Xiaohua can live safely, I will do anything. Chapter 79 Song Yang's terrifying strength. I don't keep idle people here. Song Yang said calmly, there's a housekeeper's room next to the villa. Although it's not big, it's big enough for you and your daughter to live in. From today on, you will be responsible for monitoring the situation outside the community. Any disturbances must be reported to me immediately. Can you do this? Yes. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. Lu Dahai almost shouted, he was extremely excited. Zhang Xinmei spoke from the side, her voice tinged with laughter. Dahai used to be a special forces soldier, and later became my bodyguard. His skills and vigilance are both top-notch. Putting him in charge of security is definitely a good choice. Song Yang waved his hand and said, from now on, you don't have to worry about food and water, but safety comes first. I don't want any accidents. Yes. Mr. Song. Zhang Xinmei stood up, walked towards the side door of the villa, turned around and said to Lu Dahai. Come with me, I'll take you to the housekeeper's room. Xiaohua is asleep, so be gentle. Lu Dahai carefully picked up his daughter, afraid of disturbing her sweet dream, and followed Zhang Xinmei out of the side door. The housekeeper's room is just in front of the main building, connected by a cement wall in the middle. At the end is a small bungalow. It looks plain from the outside, but when you open the door, you can see it is fully equipped. There is a big soft bed, a separate bathroom, and even a small living area with a sofa and a coffee table. Although it is not as luxurious as the main building, in this apocalypse, having such a clean, safe room with a private bathroom and soft bed is already a luxury. Lu Dahai gently placed Xiaohua on the bed and covered her with a thin quilt. The little girl smacked her lips, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly with a satisfied smile on her face. Zhang Xinmei led Lu Dahai back to the gym in the villa. Song Yang was shirtless at the moment, holding a heavy dumbbell in his hand. I heard from Xinmei that you used to be a special forces soldier. Lu Dahai heard this and scratched his head with a smile. Yes, but that was many years ago. Song Yang nodded, very good. Although I have been exercising, my fighting skills are still very low. I would like to spar with you so that I can improve myself. Lu Dahai was stunned and quickly refused. Boss Song, what I learned in the special forces are all techniques for subduing or even killing the enemy as quickly as possible. They're simple and direct. And I'm afraid I won't use enough force, and it would be bad if I hurt you. Those are killing techniques. Once they become muscle memory, it's hard to stop them. I can't take the risk. Song Yang put down the dumbbells and picked up the towel beside him to wipe the sweat off his face. Dahai, you're also a veteran, so your eyesight should be pretty good. How many people do you think I could defeat if I fought with my bare hands without any weapons? Lu Dahai looked at Song Yang carefully. This young man has a well-proportioned body. His muscles are not exaggeratedly bulging, but rather streamlined and full of explosive power. After all, you're not that burly and strong martial artist. If you really want to fight two strong men with your bare hands, that's probably your limit. This is his judgment based on his experience as a special forces soldier. Body size and muscle mass still have certain advantages in pure power confrontation. Song Yang smiled and extended his hand towards Lu Dahai. Come on, try to see if you can pull me. Lu Dahai was stunned for a moment, looking at Song Yang's outstretched hand, somewhat confused. What kind of test is this? Recruiting people? Try it, use all your strength. Lu Dahai no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, took a step forward, and held Song Yang's wrist tightly with both hands. He had been a soldier and knew how to exert the most force. He exerted force backwards suddenly, and his back and waist tensed instantly. The muscles in his arms became knotted and the veins were exposed. However, to his surprise, Song Yang stood there, motionless. It was as if he was not pulling a person, but a truck without wheels. Lu Dahai didn't believe it and once again mobilized all his strength. But Song Yang remained as steady as a rock, his feet not shifting at all. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Dahai's strength was exhausted and he had to let go of his hands. He was gasping for breath, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? After all, I am a soldier, and my strength is definitely outstanding among ordinary people. No matter how strong the opponent is, I will not be unable to shake him even a little. Song Yang looks to be in his early 20s, and his build is not that of a giant. How could he have such terrifying power? Realizing that Song Yang was no ordinary person, Lu Dahai decided to take it seriously. Although he has retired for many years, the fighting skills engraved in his bones have not become rusty. He growled and suddenly kicked sideways, his toes stretched straight, aiming straight at the side of Song Yang's face. The kick was fast and fierce, and if it hit the temple, it would be enough to make most people unconscious. However, the expected block or dodge did not occur. Song Yang just raised his hand and grabbed his ankle accurately. Lu Dahai was startled and wanted to pull his legs back, but he found that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp and did not move at all. The next second, a huge force came. Lu Dahai felt dizzy and was easily lifted up by Song Yang, then fell heavily onto the gym mat. Although the mat cushioned most of the force, the impact still made him a little dazed. How is this possible? He quickly adjusted his posture, jumped up from the ground, and pounced on Song Yang again. Using both fists and feet, each move is fierce and powerful, and they are all killing moves in actual combat in the army. But the strange thing is that no matter how fast or tricky his attacks were, Song Yang could always avoid them. After more than 10 moves, Lu Dahai not only failed to touch the corner of Song Yang's clothes, but was exhausted and panting. At this time, Lu Dahai finally realized that it was not that he was not capable, but that Song Yang's physical fitness was far superior to his. It's not just the terrifying power. It's more about the extremely fast reaction speed. And that incredible muscle coordination. The fighting skills that he was proud of were like a baby fighting an adult in front of the opponent. Song Yang may not have received systematic fighting training and does not understand those moves. But with this abnormal physical fitness, it is enough to crush him easily. Strength, speed, reaction, when these basic attributes reach a crushing level, the role of skills will be infinitely weakened. This is probably why Song Yang dared to bring him into the villa where he lived. He even took the initiative to propose a competition. Because Song Yang was not worried at all that Lu Dahai would suddenly turn against him. There's no worry that he will pose any threat to Song Yang's safety. In the face of such absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is useless. Lu Dahai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I lost. He admitted it bluntly. I accept the defeat with all my heart. Song Yang looked at Lu Dahai, who was slumped on the mat, and said with a smile. In this world, there are always some things that cannot be explained by common sense. If you have the chance to obtain a rare item, you might be reborn. Strange object? Lu Dahai muttered to himself. This word was completely unfamiliar to him, but the 4 words reborn from Song Yang's mouth were like a needle, gently pricking him. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. When I was little, I would read my textbooks and always dream of becoming one of those great figures who would go down in history. I felt that only then would my life be meaningful. After I went to school and was exposed to more things, I thought it would be nice to be rich. At least I could give my family a good life. After graduating from university and entering the workforce, I realized that making money wasn't easy. At that time, I thought it would be great to have a stable job with a high income so I wouldn't have to worry too much about making a living. Later, when I got married and had children and reached middle age, I suddenly realized that being able to support my family safely, with my wife and children healthy and free from illness and disaster, was already a great blessing. This world is so vast, and there are so many talented people. But I am just an ordinary person, so insignificant. Although I don't know what a rare item is, I overheard a group of people a week ago saying they were going to the city center to get a treasure. Do you think that could be a rare item? Hearing the man say this, Song Yang became interested. Although he could hide in the villa and have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life, he could feel that the world outside was becoming more and more dangerous, and he had to become stronger in order to survive better. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a long-abandoned street shop, 7 well-equipped men in dark combat uniforms leaned against the wall with their eyes closed to rest. In the corner of the shop, a simple platform was built using several old cargo boxes. A burly man wearing a tactical helmet carefully handed a piece of fresh bread to a young man sitting on a box. The young man was in his early 20s, with a head of slightly curly blonde hair that was particularly eye-catching. Combined with his deep eye sockets and high-nose bridge, he was obviously a mixed race. Mr. Du, please fill your stomach first. The strong man whispered, we've been hiding in this damn place for a week, and finally we managed to get rid of that beast. The young man called Master Du took the bread and looked into the darkness outside the shop. Uncle Biao, is the news true? Did that digging ankylosaur really leave its nest to look for food? The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth that had become yellow from smoke. It's absolutely true. The guys who were on the lookout saw it sneak into the subway tunnel to the east. That beast is so big, if it moves, it won't be back for 3 to 5 days. Now, its lair is empty. He lowered his voice, his tone greedy. Master Du, as long as we can get the strange item in that nest, your father's position in the shelter will be. Du Haoxuan's eyes flashed and he smiled. My father is already the deputy director. He has both ability and prestige. If I can add this support, it is not impossible for him to take the top position in the shelter. Of course. The big man immediately interjected, Deputy Director Du is a man of foresight. He was a very capable leader when he was deputy mayor. He will definitely be able to take over the position this time. We are so lucky to be able to follow Master Du out to fight this time. Du Haoxuan ignored the man's compliment. He tore off a small piece of bread, slowly put it into his mouth and chewed it, his eyes still looking out the window, as if he had already seen the miracle that could change the fate of his family. Chapter 80 Searching for Strange Objects. After arranging everything, Song Yang left the manor alone on foot. The purpose of doing this is, firstly, to keep secret, and secondly, to take this opportunity to hone one's own strength. The roads leading to the city center are littered with ruins, and abandoned vehicles clutter the streets. From time to time, strange rustling noises could be heard on the dark streets. These were the mutant creatures lurking in the shadows moving around. Thanks to his evolved vision that far exceeds that of ordinary people, Song Yang can see everything clearly even in pitch darkness. As I was walking, I saw a shadow moving at the door of a convenience store in front of me. Sizzle! A black shadow pounced out as fast as lightning. It was a tabby cat, but its body had swelled to the size of an ordinary adult dog. There were 3 pairs of scarlet vertical pupils in its eye sockets, and its sharp claws were pointing straight at Song Yang's throat. Just when the smelly cat claws were about to touch his skin, Song Yang slightly tilted his body and avoided the fatal blow at a tricky angle that was difficult for ordinary people to do. The tabby cat's attack missed, and before it could adjust its posture, a silver light flashed past. The dagger in Song Yang's hand cut the cat's neck from bottom to top with incredible precision. Blood spurted out, and the huge cat body froze in mid-air for a moment, then fell heavily to the ground, without a sound. Song Yang shook off the blood drops on the dagger and continued to move forward. For him, mutant creatures of this level are just appetizers. Killing this cat only gave me less than 20 experience points. His current survival level rating is still Doomsday Elite Survivor. Experience 329-1000. There is still some distance to go before becoming a survival expert. Keep going. Not long after walking, Song Yang's attention was attracted by a trash can on the corner of the street. Next to the trash can, 2 corpses were curled up there, already highly decomposed and emitting a disgusting stench. Judging from their tattered clothes and their bodies, which were almost skeletons, they must have been hungry for a long time. A rusty fruit knife was found stuck in the ribs of one of the bodies, and the throat of another was pierced, obviously indicating a violent death. It seems that the man and woman had a conflict while fighting over the garbage in the trash can, and eventually died together. Judging from their vaguely recognizable youthful faces, they might have been a couple in their lifetime. In the end times, such tragedies happen every day. He had no sympathy to spare for them. In this world where people eat each other, the only thing you can rely on is to be strong. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive, which is the law of nature. Song Yang withdrew his gaze and suddenly quickened his pace. His current running speed has surpassed the fastest land creature on Earth before the apocalypse, the cheetah. Reached 40 meters per second. Even the world champion would feel ashamed and admit defeat. 3 hours later, Song Yang appeared on the top of a skyscraper on the edge of the business district. The concrete jungle that once symbolized urban prosperity and the pinnacle of human civilization has now completely become a paradise for mutant creatures. According to the information provided by Lu Dahai, the strange object is likely hidden in the core area of this commercial district. Boom! A dull roar suddenly came from the southeast, followed by dense gunfire like popping beans and the furious roar of some inhuman creature. Soon, Song Yang sneaked to a broken overpass with an excellent view. In the distance, there was a mess. The exterior walls of several buildings were like thin paper torn apart by huge force, with steel bars twisted and concrete blocks flying everywhere. The figures of several people were reflected in the smoke and dust. It was Du Haoxuan and Uncle Biao and his group. They looked quite embarrassed at the moment. The original team of 9 people now had only 6 left. They were relying on the wreckage of the building and desperately pouring fire on a huge shadow. Their opponent is a giant beast as big as a heavy truck. The giant beast looked like a mutated lizard, its entire body covered with a thick blue-black shell. Every time the sturdy limbs stepped on the ground, the surrounding ground trembled slightly, leaving shallow pits. The most eye-catching thing is its ferocious head, which is covered with thick bone spurs and a long tail covered with layers of bone plates. Every time it sweeps across, it can easily smash the concrete wall into pieces. This is the digging ankylosaur. Song Yang's eyes narrowed. Could it be that the strange object is on this monster? Or, the strange object it is guarding is nearby, and this group of people just happened to run into the monster's warning range? The guns in Uncle Biao and others' hands spewed out flames, and the bullets hit the shell of the diggering ankylosaurus, but only sparks flew out. Occasionally, a few large-caliber armor-piercing shells could barely break through the surface defense, but this only made the beast more enraged. Roar! The Diganosaurus let out a deafening roar, rushed forward, and slammed its huge head into an abandoned bus that served as a cover. Boom! The bus was like being hit head-on by a battering ram. It instantly deformed and twisted, and was directly pushed away more than 10 meters. It rolled over and collapsed half of the shop. The 2 strong men hiding behind the car were caught in the car without even being able to scream, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Hold on! Hold on, everyone! Uncle Biao shouted while covering the escape of the blonde young man next to him. They originally planned to sneak into the lair of the burrowing ankylosaur while the monster was away. But just as they entered, the ankylosaur turned back and caught them red-handed. Watching the group of people fleeing in a panic, gradually leading the burrowing ankylosaur away into the distance, Song Yang jumped off the broken overpass. This well-equipped team ventured deep into this place and even went so far as to confront such a terrifying creature. It was definitely not for sightseeing. What they are after is most likely the strange thing mentioned by Lu Dahai. He did not choose to chase Du Haoxuan and others, but walked in the opposite direction from when they came, which was the area where the digging ankylosaurus had been entrenched before. In its rage, the giant beast had plowed a wide, deep trench on the ground, with soil flying and gravel everywhere, leading straight into the depths of the commercial district. A moment later, a large chain supermarket appeared in front of Song Yang. The supermarket sign was hanging crookedly, with only a few broken letters left. The automatic glass door had long since shattered, and the metal frame was twisted and deformed, revealing a dark entrance. It seems this is the lair of the digger ankylosaurus. Those people probably wanted to take advantage of the monster's absence to sneak in and steal something. Song Yang thought. After confirming that there were no other potential threats around, he entered the supermarket. Chapter 81 Illusion. The shelves in the supermarket were tilted and the goods were scattered all over the floor. Most of them were rotten and moldy, or had been gnawed beyond recognition. In addition, there were white bones piled up into a small hill, with human and animal bones mixed together, and the smell was fishy and unpleasant. After searching the first floor of the supermarket, Song Yang failed to find anything that might be related to strange objects. He wasted no time and went straight to the second floor. The area on the second floor was also in a mess, and several strange shouts suddenly rang out. "I'm so hungry. There's a monster, run. Help!" Song Yang looked in the direction of the sound and saw several strange-looking creatures fluttering and screaming around a place emitting a faint yellow light in a collapsed corner. Each of them has 2 heads and dirty feathers. They are actually mutant parrots. Song Yang didn't hesitate and cut the throats of the noise sources with his knife. After clearing the obstacles, Song Yang was finally able to see the glowing object that attracted the parrots. That's a flower. A strange flower, about the size of a palm, grows in the cracks of the cement floor. It is bright yellow all over and emits a soft light. Its petals are layered like the most exquisite works of art. The strange thing in the lair of the burrowing ankylosaur turned out to be a flower. This flower was different from the blue flower he had previously obtained in his hotel room, except for its color. The shapes, the way the petals are layered, and even the unique fragrance they emit are all surprisingly similar. Could it be that these strange things all appear in the form of flowers? Song Yang's mind raced. This digging dragon was entrenched here, obviously because of this strange flower. That group of people took the risk to sneak in, and their target must be it. Just as Song Yang stretched out his hand, and his fingertips were about to touch the yellow petals, a faint fragrance blew from behind him. Song Yang's movement suddenly stopped, almost as an instinctive reaction. He turned around and looked back. What came into view was a woman. A woman who could make any normal man lose his breath. She was wearing a layer of almost transparent gauze, which barely covered her key parts, leaving large areas of her snow-white skin exposed to the air. As she walked lightly, the graceful curves under the gauze appeared faintly, captivating her soul. An exquisite face, charming eyes, red lips, and white teeth, with a natural charm in the rolling eyes. In this apocalyptic ruin filled with stench and blood, her appearance itself is extremely weird. The woman walked lightly and silently up to Song Yang, and a faint orchid-like body fragrance penetrated Song Yang's nostrils. She stretched out her slender white jade fingers, with bright red nails, and gently stroked Song Yang's cheek. The woman turned her head, and her warm breath sprayed on Song Yang's earlobe, and then her soft lips were about to touch him. Song Yang's heart was filled with alarm. This woman's appearance was too sudden and her behavior was too strange. As his thoughts raced, the woman's hands began to wander restlessly over his body, soft as boneless and with amazing heat, even starting to unbutton his pants. The woman seemed to have fallen into a whirlpool of lust, and was about to perform an erotic scene with Song Yang in the next moment. Song Yang wanted to swing the knife, but he couldn't lift his arm at all. He tried to step back, but his legs seemed to be welded to the spot. My throat felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton. I couldn't make a sound, and even breathing became difficult. Those soft, boneless fingers stopped caressing gently and began to tear his clothes roughly. Song Yang suddenly realized that this was not a simple physical attack, but more like a spiritual erosion. Hallucination? Dream? Song Yang's consciousness was clearer than ever before, but his body was out of his control. Just as he was struggling to wake up his body, the shadows around him seemed to come alive, and more beautiful women slowly walked out of them. 1, 2, 3. Soon, Song Yang was surrounded by these figures. Without exception, they were all naked and had perfect bodies. Every face is extremely beautiful, like a fairy. The naked beauties continued to erode Song Yang's will, relaxing his tense nerves little by little, and he was about to sink into the abyss of desire. Stay. You will be happy if you stay with us. Don't resist, enjoy it. But Song Yang knew better than anyone that once he fell into depravity, the end would be hopeless. That yellow flower. The source of all this must be that yellow flower. It not only attracted the diggering Ankylosaurus and the group of desperados, but also protected itself in this incredible way. Song Yang concentrated his mind and recalled the situation when he got the blue flower in the hotel room. Although the blue flowers at that time also emitted a unique fragrance, they did not have such a strong and direct hallucinogenic effect on the mind. Is it the different colors that lead to different properties? Or has this yellow flower become more dangerous and aggressive due to its growing environment or other unknown reasons? Countless thoughts flashed through Song Yang's mind, but his body still felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. Since it is an erosion on the spiritual level, then use the spirit to fight against it. Roll! Song Yang roared in his heart. He was reborn once and returned with countless regrets. He absolutely could not die here. Since these women want to seduce me, it proves that as long as I am not affected by the naked women in front of me, I can get rid of the illusion. Song Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing all the desires in his heart to be cleared away. In an instant, the scene before my eyes was like a broken mirror, cracking inch by inch. Those incredibly beautiful faces began to distort, the blood vessels beneath the skin became prominent, and the eyeballs became cloudy and crazy. The enchanting body fragrance instantly turned into a disgusting strange smell mixed with the stench of rotten blood. The veil peeled off piece by piece, revealing no longer the snow-white skin, but a shriveled, withered body that even had corpse spots on it. They are not stunning beauties at all, they are clearly a group of zombies who have been dead for who knows how long. The force that bound Song Yang's body also disintegrated the moment the illusion was shattered. Court death. The moment Song Yang's body regained freedom, the knife in his hand turned into a black light. Puff! 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 The blade accurately and coldly cut the throat of one woman after another. In other words, it is the throats of these monsters that can no longer be called human. There were no screams, no blood spurting out. The moment their throats were cut, these monsters' bodies collapsed as if they had lost all support. What was strange was that a smile of relief appeared on their distorted faces. It seems that death is the only real relief for them. In the blink of an eye, all the beauties who besieged Song Yang fell to the ground and turned into shriveled corpses emitting a foul smell. Song Yang stood where he was, sweeping over the corpses on the ground. He understood. These people were probably attracted by this strange flower, but they could not resist some unknown erosion and turned into this horrible appearance. Song Yang glanced at the second floor. He didn't forget the culprit of all this. That strange yellow flower has not been found yet. He began to search carefully. The space on the second floor is not too big, but there are a lot of clutter piled up. Song Yang walked around the second floor, and finally, his eyes fixed on a collapsed shelf, under a twisted steel frame. There, a yellow flower the size of a bowl was quietly blooming, emitting a faint fragrance. Seeing this flower, Song Yang realized that he had probably fallen into the illusion woven by this flower from the moment he stepped onto the second floor. If his willpower had not been strong enough and he had not seen through the illusion in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Pull up the yellow flower along with its roots and throw it directly into the system space. Chapter 82, First to Arrive. After solving the biggest problem, Song Yang did not stay on the second floor for too long. He turned around and returned to the first floor along the same route. When he walked to a corner near the exit, he casually glanced at something out of the corner of his eye, but was stunned. It was an inconspicuous corner, piled with some damaged cardboard boxes. And in the gaps of the cardboard box, there was a small tree about half a meter high growing tenaciously. However, the small tree was completely charred and had obviously been dead for a long time. However, there are 5 fruits hanging sporadically on this dead branch. Each fruit is only a quarter the size of a fist, and the skin emits a faint blue light. Bodhi fruit. Song Yang's heart moved. This was exactly the Bodhi fruit he had exchanged for at the exchange before. I didn't expect to find 5 of them at once here. He stepped forward and picked all 5 Bodhi fruits, also storing them in the system space. Trample. Trample. Just when Song Yang had just put away the Bodhi fruit, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from the main entrance of the supermarket. More than one person. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and did not choose to force his way in through the main gate. He flashed and quietly slipped out of a broken window on the side of the supermarket. After a few rises and falls, his figure completely blended into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer, and 3 flashlight beams flickered in the darkness. The leader was Du Haoxuan. He had several scratches on his face and his clothes were a little torn, looking quite disheveled. But those eyes were surprisingly bright, revealing an almost crazy excitement. Hurry! Hurry! That thing must be in this supermarket before that monster comes back. Du Haoxuan lowered his voice, but his tone was full of urgency. The original team of 9 people now only has 3 of them left, and the price paid is indeed heavy. But precisely because of this, they are even more determined to get the treasure that is about to be obtained. The 3 of them searched the first floor carefully. Damn, there's nothing on the first floor. Du Haoxuan cursed softly and kicked an empty can away. Could that thing be upstairs? Uncle Biao muttered. A fierce look flashed in Du Haoxuan's eyes. It must be upstairs. Let's go up and take a look. The 3 of them no longer hesitated and walked up the dusty stairs step by step to the second floor. The higher you go, the stronger the faint fragrance in the air becomes. When the 3 of them stepped onto the second floor and the flashlight illuminated the scene ahead, even Uncle Biao, a veteran, couldn't help but gasp. The ground was in a mess. What is even more shocking is the dozens of shriveled and twisted corpses scattered on the ground. These corpses had strange shapes, and did not seem to be the result of normal deaths. Instead, it looked as if some force had sucked out all their essence, leaving only a layer of skin and bones. Among the corpses, a clear series of footprints extended from the stairs to the depths of the second floor, and finally disappeared next to a collapsed shelf. Du Haoxuan stared at the footprints, then glanced at the corpses on the ground, and finally stopped at the collapsed shelf. The fragrance was strongest there, but now there was only scattered debris and it was empty. The strange object he expected had disappeared. An indescribable anger erupted from Du Haoxuan's heart like a volcano. Impossible. Where's my treasure? Who is it? Who stole my things? For this thing, he lost 6 of his men and paid a huge price. When he was about to get it, someone got there first. This huge gap between falling from heaven to hell in an instant almost drove him crazy. Puff. Du Haoxuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Master, what's wrong with you? Uncle Biao hurried forward to support him. However, Du Haoxuan's eyes rolled back, his body fell limply, and he fainted. A few kilometers away, on the upper floors of an abandoned office building, the door of a room was locked from the inside. Song Yang stood in front of the dusty window, looking towards the supermarket in the distance. The group of people just now must be furious now. So many people died, but in the end, all the efforts were in vain. Anyone would be heartbroken. But what does this have to do with him? In the last days, first come, first served is the natural order of things. He didn't think anymore, took out the folding table and chairs from the system space, and quickly placed the food on them. A steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, with a plate of peanuts and a can of ice-cold beer on the side. After finishing his beef noodles, Song Yang burped comfortably, then slowly picked up some peanuts and savored them with the remaining beer. At this moment, he looked like an ordinary person who could finally relax and enjoy a moment of peace after a hard day's work. Recalling the strange illusion on the second floor, Song Yang still felt a little scared. The illusion of the yellow flower was indeed strange. If it weren't for his mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people and his timely dispelling of desire, he would probably have fallen into it and become one of those mummies. Once we get back to the villa and settle down, I'll have to study that blue flower carefully. Song Yang took a sip of beer and thought to himself, as for this newly acquired yellow flower, I have to find out what it is used for and see if it has any other uses besides creating illusions. Everything has 2 sides. Since it is a rare object, it must have benefits that he is unaware of. After eating and drinking, Song Yang took out the folding bed and took a short nap. After his energy had recovered by 70% or 80%, he put all his belongings back into the system space and left the building. On the other side, inside an abandoned bus. Du Haoxuan's eyelids trembled a few times and he finally opened his eyes. The vision was blurry at first, then gradually became clear, and Uncle Biao's anxious face came into view. Master, are you awake? How do you feel? Du Haoxuan felt a splitting headache and his temples were throbbing. Water. Uncle Biao quickly took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it over. Du Haoxuan took it, unscrewed the lid and took a few big gulps, which made his confused thoughts a little clearer. Help me up. Uncle Biao and another person hurriedly helped him to stand firmly. The first thing Du Haoxuan did was to take out the walkie-talkie from his waist, tune it to a specific channel, press the call button, and suppress his anger. "Dad, it's me, Haoxuan." There was a hoarse electric current sound from the other end of the intercom. After a moment, a steady male voice sounded. "Haoxuan? How's it going? Did you get that thing?" Hearing his father's voice, Du Haoxuan's expression became even uglier, and his voice trembled a little. "Dad, the stuff was stolen. 6 of our men were killed." There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a few seconds, and the suppressed anger seemed to be transmitted through electricity. "It was stolen? Who did it?" "Have no idea. By the time we get there, there'll be nothing left." "That bastard. Don't let me run into him, or I'll skin him alive." Uncle Biao listened from the side and sighed secretly. The loss this time was too great. Not only did they not get the things, but they also lost most of Deputy Mayor Du's confidants. It can be said that it was a huge loss. If this matter were to be known by other senior officials in the shelter, it would probably be a big trouble. At this moment, a figure happened to walk past the bus. It was Song Yang, who had just walked out of the office building. Chapter 83 Counterattack. Inside the car window, Du Haoxuan, who had just woken up and was still having a headache, happened to see Song Yang through the glass. "This person is so clean. Who among those struggling to survive in the apocalypse is not covered in dust and has a pale face?" But this young man had a rosy complexion and was neatly dressed. How could he look like a survivor in such a miserable state? Even a fool can see that there is definitely something wrong. Boom! Song Yang paused as 2 burly men holding rifles jumped out of the bus in front of him and blocked the way. Immediately afterwards, the bus door opened with a swish and Du Haoxuan walked down with a gloomy face, still holding the walkie-talkie in his hand. Uncle Biao held up his gun and looked Song Yang up and down. "Young man, it's so dangerous outside, what are you doing here?" Song Yang spread out his hands and said, "I'm just a survivor passing by. I'm so hungry, I want to see if I can find something to eat nearby." "Looking for food?" Du Haoxuan sneered, took Uncle Biao's rifle, and pointed the barrel at Song Yang's forehead. "Do you think you look like someone who's starving? I'm not a fool. I just lost something extremely important. Now take out everything you have and let me check it." One of the men understood, walked around behind Song Yang and began to search him. He touched Song Yang's collar, then his trouser legs, and even his soles. After a moment, the subordinate shook his head and said to Du Haoxuan, "Master, he has nothing on him. His pockets are empty." "Empty?" Du Haoxuan's brows furrowed even tighter. "No. I can smell a faint fragrance on this guy. It's very special. It's the same smell as in the building just now." Song Yang was startled. He didn't expect that this man had such a sharp nose. "Master, I don't know what you are talking about. I haven't taken anything from you. You still dare to be so stubborn." Du Haoxuan's patience was obviously exhausted, and he slowly put his index finger on the trigger. "I'd rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the things, and I'll consider sparing your life." 3. Du Haoxuan started the countdown. Uncle Biao was watching from the side. He knew that his young master was very angry at the moment, and that the rare object was of great importance and could not be lost. Even if the wrong person is killed, it's not a big deal. Human life in the apocalypse has never been valuable. Song Yang's eyes turned cold. "The other party has 2 guns pointed at me and can shoot at any time. I am unarmed and my chances of winning are slim. So if you want to take action, you have to take care of several people in an instant." 2. 1. Du Haoxuan was about to snap his fingers. In a flash, Song Yang moved. His body was like a spring stretched to the extreme that suddenly relaxed. His left hand was as fast as lightning. He grabbed the barrel of the rifle and twisted it to the side. Bang! Du Haoxuan had never expected that the other party would dare to snatch the gun with his bare hands, and he had no idea that he was so fast. In horror, his finger had already pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the chamber and hit the man standing behind Song Yang, who was in charge of searching him. The stunned expression on the man's face froze instantly. The bullet penetrated his helmet, leaving a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead. His body fell backwards softly without a sound. Du Haoxuan's pupils suddenly shrank, his gun was snatched away, his men were killed suddenly, and the series of accidents made him confused, and he didn't even have time to aim again. In just a moment of delay, Song Yang's dagger stabbed the side of Du Haoxuan's neck. Well. Du Haoxuan only felt a sudden chill on his neck, and then a stream of warm liquid gushed out of his throat uncontrollably. He subconsciously covered his neck with his hands, but could not stop the blood from flowing. Master! Uncle Biao's eyes were bloodshot. It all happened so fast that before he could react, the two men were killed. I'll kill you, you bastard! He reached for his waist with his right hand, pulled out a huge Nepalese machete, and chopped it down on Song Yang's head. Song Yang's footsteps were wrong, and his body moved sideways at a tricky angle. The blade almost brushed past his nose. Without waiting for Uncle Biao to put away his knife and change his moves, Song Yang hit Uncle Biao's temple with his right fist. The man's movements came to an abrupt halt, the fierceness in his eyes instantly faded, and his whole body went limp, and he died on the spot. In just a few seconds, the three men who were originally so aggressive had turned into three corpses. Song Yang put the two rifles into the system space swiftly, without stopping for a moment, and his figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, deep underground in the city, in a heavily guarded office, a middle-aged man with a square face and slightly graying temples was tightly gripping the walkie-talkie in his hand. In the intercom, the rustling sound of electricity had long replaced the son's voice, and there was dead silence. Du Yaohua, the former deputy mayor, now one of the actual controllers of this underground shelter. He heard clearly every word his son Du Haoxuan said on the communication channel, as well as the subsequent gunshots, muffled groans, and the word young master. He tried to call out, over and over again, but all he got in response was eternal noise. Bang! The intercom was smashed hard against the metal desk, its sturdy alloy shell cracked and parts flew everywhere. Du Yaohua stood up suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. He could never believe that his son, who was always protected by a special forces team, would die outside the shelter in such an unclear manner. Die at the hands of those survivors who are as insignificant as ants? Haoxuan. In the previous second, he was still listening to his son's report through the intercom about his excitement in finding clues to a suspected strange object, and in the next second, he was separated from him forever. After a moment of distraction, the grief on Du Yaohua's face quickly faded, replaced by an extremely cold and gloomy look. He slowly walked behind his desk, picked up another intercom, and dialed a specific number. Lao Shang, it's me. His voice was eerily calm, without a trace of emotion in it, but those who knew him well knew that beneath this calmness lay a rage that was about to erupt. Mayor, what do you want me to do? A steady male voice came from the receiver. Something happened to Haoxuan. It's near an abandoned shopping mall in the city center. Bring a team there immediately and investigate. I want to know who did it. Yes. Remember, Du Yaohua's voice suddenly rose, no matter who it is, as long as they appear in that vicinity, they will be killed. Don't let any of them go. He wanted to let the murderer know that in this end times, there are some people they can never afford to offend. After hanging up the phone, Du Yaohua walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Of course, this so-called window did not have the sky outside, but thick explosion-proof glass, and further outside was the projection of the deep underground rock strata. Every sound before the communication was cut off replayed in his mind over and over again. The murderer spoke in a very young voice. He was able to kill 3 people in an instant, cleanly and neatly, leaving no one alive, before Du Haoxuan and the 2 elite guards could react. This is not something that ordinary survivors struggling to survive can do. Haoxuan previously reported that he had discovered a strange object, and this murderer was ruthless and very likely possessed the power of some kind of strange object. Maybe even more than one. Thinking of this, he dialed the intercom again. Old Zhang. Mayor, please give your orders. Issuing a city-wide reward. The killer is between 20 and 28 years old, has a local accent, and is incredibly powerful. He may possess a rare item. Anyone who can provide definitive clues to Haoxuan's murderer, or capture or kill him alive, and bring back proof of his identity, is welcome. He paused, then quoted a price that made the person on the other end of the line gasp for breath. A reward worth 1 million units of standard food rations, plus 10 permanent residency slots in the shelter. That's not good. The man opposite tried to stop him, 1 million food quotas, and 10 places left. Isn't that too much of a price to pay? In this doomsday world where food and safe shelter are equivalent to life, such a reward is enough to drive all the survivors in the city crazy. This is almost the amount of supplies mobilization for tens of thousands of people in the shelter in a week. Is it worth it for an unidentified murderer? I only had one son, and he died at the hands of those scumbags out there. I want that murderer to die without a burial place. I want everyone to know what the consequences are for touching my son, Du Yaohua. No matter what the cost, we must find him. Yes, Mayor, I understand. The man was silent for a moment, and finally responded respectfully. He knew that Du Yaohua would not listen to any dissuasion at this moment. After hanging up the phone, Du Yaohua punched the steel wall again and again, venting his anger. Even though there were deep fist marks on the wall. The reward has been issued. He doesn't care how much blood and gore it will cause, or how many innocent people will be hurt. He just wants the result. The murderer who killed his son must die. Chapter 84, 5 million reward. Rich area, Exchange Villa. On the third floor, in a luxurious and exquisitely decorated room, a man in training clothes sat cross-legged on a thick carpet with his eyes closed in meditation. He is the behind-the-scenes owner of this rare and prosperous place in the end times, Bosley. Bang! The door was violently slammed open with such force that the door panel shook. One of his men rushed in, tumbling and crawling, his face full of panic and his breathing unstable. Boss! Boss! Something big happened. Bosley slowly opened his eyes, frowning. Why are you panicking? The sky isn't falling. Talk slowly. The man swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly. It's Du Yaohua. His son, Du Haochuan, was murdered outside the shelter. Bosley raised his eyebrows suddenly. The subordinate did not dare to pause and continued. Just now. That old bastard Du Yaohua went crazy. We've issued a city-wide reward through all available channels. Anyone who can catch the murderer, dead or alive, and brings back proof will receive a food ration worth 5 million units. What, that little bastard is dead? Bosley suddenly stood up from the carpet. After a brief moment of surprise, an undisguised look of delight appeared on his face, and he immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good riddance. Good riddance. That little bastard relied on his father's power to cause me so much trouble. He even wanted to snatch what I have in my hands? Dream on. But Du Yaohua was willing to spend so much money to avenge his son? 5 million units of food quota. Bosley calculated that after running his exchange for more than half a month with great effort, including plundering and trading, he had used all sorts of methods, but the total amount of materials he had obtained, converted into food rations, was probably just under 1.5 million. The reward Du Yaohua casually threw out was enough to make him tremble with fear. This is not just the madness of revenge for his son, but also the terrifying resources controlled by the former deputy mayor, now one of the giants of the underground shelter. This reward is enough to drive all the remaining forces and desperados in the city completely crazy. Who is the murderer who killed Du Haochuan? Bosley understood that this reward was not easy to get. Looking for one person in this city that once had a population of tens of millions is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless Du Yaohua gets ruthless and kills all the possible suspects. That old guy is really crazy. This bounty is like a huge, bloody bait thrown into a pool of sharks that have already lost their minds due to hunger. The storm stirred up by Du Yaohua will turn the remaining order in this city upside down. The news spread like a plague through the silent ruins of the city at an alarming speed. Through old radio channels, word of mouth among survivors, and through messengers who risked their lives traveling between gathering points. 5 million. 10 spots. These two numbers ignited countless pairs of eyes that had been dimmed in darkness for a long time. In the south of the city, there is a temporary gathering place transformed from an abandoned factory. Under the dim diesel lamp, there were more than a dozen men with fierce looks sitting around. They were a famous scavenger team in the area. The leader was a man with a hideous scar on his face, known as Scarface. Did you hear everything? Scarface picked his teeth with a greasy dagger. 5 million units of food. Enough for all of us to eat for years. And there are 10 spots in the shelter. Permanent. Just think about it, you 1T have to worry about freezing to death or starving to death, and you 1T have to be on high alert against those ghost creatures anymore. Boss. Do it. A younger team member slapped his thigh, spit flying. Who cares who it is? As long as we find him, kill him, or tie him up and send him over, we'll be rich. Yes. Do it. Give it a try. Damn it, enough of this shitty life. Others responded one after another, and the crowd was excited. Scarface raised his hand and pressed it, the flesh on his face trembling. Calm down, everyone. How did that Du Haochuan guy die? The guy who could kill him and his guards so quietly, is he a good person? There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this city, who knows who's the ruthless one? If you want this money, you'll have to be careful. Starting tomorrow, everyone will go out and gather information. Any suspicious individuals, especially young people who fit the description, will be closely watched. But no one should act on their own and ruin my business, or I will turn my back on you. Yes. The younger brothers responded one after another. Such situations can be seen everywhere in this city at the moment. In the city center, several modified off-road vehicles formed a convoy and parked not far from the bus. The car door opened and 7 or 8 strong men wearing uniform black combat uniforms and holding weapons jumped out. They dispersed quickly, with their guns pointed vigilantly in all directions. The last person to get off the bus was a gray-haired man in his 60s. He was not tall, but he stood straight and his face had the rigid lines of a weathered man. Alert! His men immediately built a temporary defense circle with the bus as the center. The man said nothing more, pulled out a high-powered flashlight from his waist, and walked towards the bus alone. There was still a faint smell of blood in the air, but most of it had been blown away by the wind. The flashlight beam was fixed on the ground. 3 bodies. They were lying not far from each other. One of them was Du Haoxuan. His eyes were wide open, and his face still showed the shock and unwillingness before death. The man squatted down and focused the light of the high-intensity flashlight around the corpse. There was no excessive dragging on the ground, no signs of overly intense fighting. He examined the body carefully. It was discovered that the murderer had killed 3 people in a very short period of time. 2 of them who had some combat experience didn't even have a chance to fire a shot before they became cold corpses. He used to be a special forces instructor and believed he was familiar with all kinds of killing techniques. But the scene before me. He asked himself, even if it was him, in his prime, facing 3 people, he would never be able to kill them so cleanly and so quickly, giving them almost no time to react. After all, other people are not fools who will stand still and let you kill them. Everything before him was beyond the scope of conventional combat skills. Who did it? A team member approached cautiously. Instructor Zhang, how is it? The man didn't turn around and whispered. Inform the mayor. The killer is an extremely dangerous individual, with speed and strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human. Have those in charge of intelligence focus on investigating those who may have unusual items. The murderer is likely like the mayor, whose body has evolved to an incredible level. The beam of light from the high-intensity flashlight moved slowly, away from the corpse, and swept across the messy ground around it. On one footprint, the beam of light captured a hint of different color. It was a leaf with yellowed edges, trampled in the soil. The leaves are broad, palmately divided, with irregular, shallow fissures along the margins. These are not the leaves of the common trees in the area. The man seemed to remember something. He stretched out his fingers wearing tactical gloves and carefully picked up the broken leaf. Sycamore leaves. This kind of tree grows in only one place in this city. That's the rich area of the city. Chapter 85: The Effect of the Fruit. Back at the manor, Song Yang signaled the women to gather on the first floor. Zhang Xinmei swayed her waist and walked down gracefully from the guest bedroom upstairs. Xiao Shui poked her head out from another room, and Bai Jia and Zhang Yu also walked over from the kitchen, holding freshly washed fruits in their hands. Song Yang didn't say much and placed the 4 Bodhi fruits in his hand on the mahogany coffee table in the living room. The fruit exudes a refreshing fragrance that can lift your spirits just by smelling it. This is? Zhang Xinmei was the first to move closer, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She carefully touched one of the fruits, and it felt warm, as if it had life. It smells so good, Xiao Shui couldn't help but take a deep breath, an intoxicated look on her face. Brother Yang, this fruit looks so special. Song Yang glanced at the 4 girls' different expressions and said in a deep voice. This is the rare item I brought back this time. Each of you should take one. Eating it will cause changes in your body. He didn't explain too much. For things like this, personal experience is far more real than words. A good change? Zhang Xinmei's eyes rolled and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How good is it? Can it make me more beautiful? As she spoke, she picked up a fruit without hesitation, without washing it, and opened her red lips and took a small bite. The flesh melts in your mouth, and an indescribable sweetness instantly explodes on your taste buds. Then, a warm current flows from your throat into your stomach and quickly spreads to every part of your body. Almost instantly, her pretty face turned red. An indescribable feeling of heat surged from inside the body, as if being in a steamer. It's so hot. Beads of sweat oozed from Zhang Xinmei's forehead. She subconsciously tugged at her collar, but the feeling of heat only grew more intense, making the blood in her body seem to boil. Her breathing began to become rapid and her eyes became blurry. Under the surprised gazes of the other three women, Zhang Xinmei groaned in unbearable pain and began to unbutton the fine cashmere coat on her body with her hands somewhat clumsily. The coat fell to the ground, revealing the silk shirt she was wearing underneath. But the heat wave did not subside at all, instead it tended to get more intense. No, it's still too hot. Zhang Xinmei instinctively began to unbutton her shirt again. The buttons burst open one by one, revealing the plump black lace underwear inside. As she moved, the breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell, attracting attention. The remaining three women looked stunned, obviously not expecting the fruit to react so violently. Song Yang looked at the changes in Zhang Xinmei and knew that this was a normal phenomenon of the fruit energy transforming the body. He turned to look at the other three women. You guys can eat it too. Don't worry, this is a normal reaction. Xiao Shui looked at Zhang Xinmei's charming appearance, then looked at the remaining fruits. She bit her lower lip and picked up a fruit. Bai Jia took a deep breath and picked up one as well. Zhang Yu bit her lip. She understood that in the end times, any opportunity to enhance oneself was precious. She no longer hesitated, picked up the fruit, and took small bites, imitating Zhang Xinmei's previous actions. The sweet juice exploded in my mouth, and a warm current rushed in. Almost a moment later, Zhang Yu also felt the irresistible heat rising from deep within his body and quickly sweeping over his entire body. At this moment, the living room is full of spring scenery. Zhang Xinmei, who ate the fruit first, felt the heat in her body recede like the tide. She gasped a little faintly, and then an unprecedented sense of comfort spread throughout her limbs. She subconsciously lowered her head, and the first thing that caught her eye was her chest. The already impressive figure now seemed even fuller, stretching the black lace bra tighter and outlining a more astonishing curve. She reached out and touched her cheek, which was smooth and delicate, like a peel egg, and several times better than when she had carefully cared for it before. Zhang Xinmei let out a low cry of surprise and ran to the dressing mirror in the corner of the living room where she could tidy up her appearance. The woman in the mirror has skin whiter than snow and is smooth as a baby's. Her waist seemed thinner, her hips more lifted, and her whole body curves were exquisite and protruding, exuding an indescribable charm. Song Yang. Look! Look at me! Zhang Xinmei turned around in surprise and showed her perfect transformation to Song Yang. I feel several years younger. My skin has become better. My figure is even better. As she spoke, she couldn't help but straighten her chest. The amazing elasticity made Song Yang's gaze involuntarily linger for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Shui also recovered from the heat. She blinked blankly, and then she felt the changes in her body. She looked down at herself. The t-shirt that had originally fit her well was now too tight on her body, especially on her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. She reached out and touched her arm, which was much smoother. Bai Jia was the third one to recover. She silently felt the changes in her body, the firmness of her skin, the optimization of her figure, and especially the feeling of pressure on her chest, which made her understand the miraculous effect of this fruit. The buttons of her shirt had burst open due to the heavy weight. Bai Jia could feel that this was not just a change in appearance, but her body seemed to be filled with unprecedented vitality. Finally, it's Zhang Yu. When the heat subsided, she opened her eyes dazedly, and her first feeling was suffocation. She subconsciously lowered her head, and her pretty face turned red. Her t-shirt, which was originally a little loose, now clung tightly to her body, outlining her youthful and plump body curves to the fullest. Especially her chest, the amazing rise and fall even scared herself, as if she had grown a size larger overnight. She could clearly feel the clothes being tight against her skin, especially around her chest and hips, which was a bit uncomfortable. Song Yang looked at the four girls' different reactions and smiled slightly. It seems to be working well. I'm afraid your current clothes don't fit you anymore. Go change first. Zhang Xinmei was the first to respond. She giggled and glanced at Song Yang. You are so mean. You turned us into this so that you can have fun with us. Chapter 86 Flower of Lust. Song Yang and the others' excitement subsided a little before they signaled for silence. This time when I went out, in addition to these fruits, I also brought back a rare item. I need you to help me study it. Strange object? Hearing Song Yang's words, the four girls gathered around curiously. Xiao Shui even directly took Song Yang's arm, and the softness of her chest rubbed against him intentionally or unintentionally, and asked in a tender voice, "What good thing is this? Is it as magical as this fruit?" Song Yang smiled and took out something wrapped in cloth from the system space. He peeled off the cloth layer by layer, revealing a strange flower about the size of a fist, completely bright yellow. "This is?" Xiao Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and asked uncertainly, "A flower?" "Well, a very special flower." Song Yang nodded. "This is a strange object that can affect the mind." Bai Jia looked at the yellow flower carefully. The texture of the petals was strange. It didn't look like an ordinary plant, but rather like it was carved from some kind of jade, yet it was full of vitality. Zhang Yu also moved closer. She could feel that the flower seemed to contain some strange energy fluctuations, but she couldn't tell what it was exactly. The four girls stretched their necks and looked at the yellow flower curiously. After observing for a few minutes, Song Yang noticed something was wrong. The first one was Zhang Xinmei. Her originally curious eyes gradually became a little confused. Then it was Xiao Shui, followed by Bai Jia and Zhang Yu. Almost at the same time, the four women seemed to be under a spell, standing there like wooden chickens, with empty eyes, as if they had lost their souls. At this moment, the scene in Zhang Xinmei's eyes has completely changed. She found herself sitting at the familiar dining table in her villa, which was filled with sumptuous dishes, all of which were her favorites. On the left side of the dining table, her husband, who had died many years ago, was sitting there, smiling at her with gentle eyes. Zhang Xinmei's heart trembled suddenly and her eyes turned red in an instant. Husband. She could hardly believe her eyes. However, what shocked her even more was that Song Yang was sitting on the right side of the dining table. Song Yang was also looking at her with a smile, but his smile was filled with an indescribable aggression. What made Zhang Xinmei blush even more was that she felt Song Yang's hand on her silk stocking-covered thigh, stroking it wantonly, bringing her waves of numbness. Zhang Xinmei's whole body froze, and she subconsciously looked at her husband, but saw that he still had a gentle smile on his face, as if he didn't notice what happened under the table, nor did he see Song Yang. What is going on? Zhang Xinmei's mind was in a mess, and shame surged into her heart like a tide. Just when she was at a loss, Song Yang beside her suddenly reached out, picked her up from the chair by the waist, and let her sit directly on his lap. Ah! Zhang Xinmei let out a low cry and pressed her body against Song Yang's chest. Before she could react, Song Yang had already lowered his head, aimed at her red lips, and kissed her domineeringly and passionately. Song, husband? Zhang Xinmei's head buzzed and she was completely stunned. She could clearly feel the exploration of Song Yang's tongue, and could also feel her husband's still gentle gaze. She was so intimate with another man in front of her husband. An indescribable sense of shame and inexplicable excitement instantly swept over Zhang Xinmei's whole body, making her body weak and her breathing rapid, but she could not muster the strength to resist. What is going on? Zhang Xinmei's mind was blank and she had no idea what was happening. The warmth on his lips had not completely dissipated yet, and Song Yang had already let her go, but his aggressive eyes were still fixed on her. Immediately afterwards, before Zhang Xinmei had time to catch her breath, she saw Song Yang wave his arm, and the sumptuous dishes on the table, along with the bowls and plates, were swept to the ground with a clatter. There was a burst of loud noises. Song Yang actually picked her up and laid her flat on the dining table. What are you going to do? Zhang Xinmei exclaimed. Song Yang didn't answer, but began to slowly unbutton his shirt. The clothes slipped off, revealing his strong chest. Zhang Xinmei covered her face. The feeling of shame was like the most violent volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing her. Her husband was sitting less than a meter away, quietly watching all this. Why didn't he react? Why didn't he stop? Could it be that he really has some special hobby that he doesn't know about? Zhang Xinmei's mind was in a mess, and absurd thoughts popped up uncontrollably. She even began to suspect that this husband in front of her was also created by Song Yang through some means, specifically to provoke her. Just as she was daydreaming, Song Yang was already completely naked, looking down at her condescendingly. Zhang Xinmei could feel the unbridled look in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. She finally gave up all resistance and slowly closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. It's over. I was actually being toyed with by another man in front of my husband. Zhang Xinmei didn't dare to think about it anymore. She felt all the blood in her body rushing to her head, making her dizzy. And her gentle husband still had a smile on his face, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Song Yang reached out and forcibly pulled the woman's hand away from her face. Sister Xinmei, are you ready? Jiang Xinmei closed her eyes tightly, her body tense like a drawn bow, and she didn't dare to answer at all. At this moment, Jiang Xinmei felt her body being pulled suddenly by a force, and the scene in front of her eyes suddenly changed. That familiar dining table, that smiling deceased husband, and that naked Song Yang, all peeled off like broken mirrors and disappeared without a trace. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself gasping for breath, slumped on the sofa. On the sofa, Xiao Shui, Bai Jia and Zhang Yi were slumped like her, their faces flushed, their eyes blurred and their breathing rapid. It was obvious that they had just emerged from some extreme experience. Song Yang stood in front of them and looked at them. How does it feel? Jiang Xinmei's heart was still beating wildly. Everything in the illusion was too real. The feeling of skin-to-skin contact, the intense shame and excitement of being violated in front of her deceased husband, still remained clearly in her senses and mind. She subconsciously clamped her legs together, her face burning, and she didn't dare to look into Song Yang's eyes. Is that an illusion? Xiao Shui was the first to come back to her senses and glanced at Song Yang with complicated eyes. She had just experienced a scene in the illusion that made her blush and her heart flutter. The protagonist is still Song Yang, but the scene is on the street, watched and filmed by countless people. Bai Jia lowered her head. Her fantasy also made her too embarrassed to talk about it. She and Song Yang did that kind of thing in front of her husband. Zhang Yu was the youngest, and at this moment his face was flushed and his eyes were evasive, as if he had done something terribly wrong. The education she received and the ideal she had established since childhood almost collapsed under the impact of the incredible illusion just now. She didn't even dare to think back to the passionate and proactive self in the illusion, and the man who made her fall in love. You could say it's an illusion, or you could say it's a projection of your deepest lust. Song Yang's eyes swept over the four girls one by one. Everyone sees something different, but everyone has encountered something that can arouse their lust, thoughts that you normally wouldn't dare to think, say, or do. When these words were spoken, the four girls were shocked. Obviously, Song Yang had experienced a similar illusion as them. Jiang Xinmei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Why did you bring this thing back? Song Yang met her gaze and spoke slowly. This yellow flower can bring out the deepest lust in a person's heart and create an illusion. Actively entering the illusion can temper your willpower and mental strength. Every time I break free from the illusion it creates, my mental strength and willpower become stronger. Chapter 87 The Intruder Arrives. Song Yang's gaze fell on the yellow flower again. He took a deep breath, relaxed his guard, and allowed the invisible force to invade his consciousness. Everything in the living room quickly faded and disappeared from view. What followed was glaring spotlights and deafening cheers. Song Yang found himself standing in the center of a gorgeous stage. Below the stage was a dense crowd of people, who were shouting his name frantically. What was even more eye-catching were the figures walking towards him from all directions. Familiar yet distant faces. Those stunning actresses who existed only on screens and posters before the end of the world now gathered around him and cast seductive glances at him. Each of these women has been the dream lover of hundreds of millions of men. They represent the most beautiful women before the end of the world. If he were an ordinary man, no matter how strong his will was, facing such a scene, he would probably have lost his mind and sunk into it. These are all false. It is a lustful illusion created by strange objects. Break! A low shout echoed throughout the entire illusion space. The smiles on the faces of the stunning actresses surrounding him froze instantly, and then shattered like glass, turning into countless points of light. The gorgeous stage and the crazy crowd also receded like the tide. But just 5 minutes. Song Yang's gaze returned to the living room. He checks his physical attributes. Mental strength has increased by 2 points at this time. It reached 7 times that of an ordinary person, a full 70 points. At this moment, the intercom on the table rang. Lu Dahai's voice came out. Brother Yang, can you hear me? The surveillance shows that several people have climbed over the wall and sneaked into the manor. They look like they're heading for the villa. Do you need me to deal with them? Song Yang was not surprised. He picked up the surveillance tablet on the coffee table and called up the infrared surveillance footage inside the manor. On the screen, several blurry infrared images were stealthily moving across the manor, approaching the villa. In the back garden of the villa, 5 figures, under the cover of darkness, clung to the wall like geckos and crawled towards the main building of the villa. The leader was a tall and thin man, holding a flashlight that was mostly wrapped in black cloth, leaving only a small beam of faint light to illuminate the front. Brother, are you sure this is the place? A voice came from behind the tall and thin man. In the darkness, all you could see was him shrinking his neck, looking a little scared. This villa looks eerie. Is that Song guy really the one we're looking for? Could he have killed Mayor Du's son all by himself? The tall and thin man stopped, turned around, lowered his voice, and chuckled. No doubt about it. I saw that guy at the stock exchange myself. He seemed to want to buy some rare items, and he was very generous with his money. This kid is not too old, and his age fits the bill perfectly. The intelligence also says that the murderer is a young man. Even if he is not the murderer, he is definitely involved. But if he has a strange item, he's definitely not someone to be trifled with. We're courting death by coming here. The younger brother who had spoken earlier sounded even weaker. If he's really a tough guy, we brothers might have to die here today. The tall and thin man's face darkened, then he forced a smile. What are you afraid of? Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Have you forgotten how we got to where we are today? It is said that there are 4 strong bonds between men. We were classmates, carried guns together, visited prostitutes together, and divided the loot together. Among the 5 of us brothers, except for carrying guns together, what other 3 things have we not done together? Back in school, who helped you deal with those hooligans? Who took you to experience the taste of women for the first time? And who was it that took on all the responsibility by himself when the police were busting gambling, letting you guys run away first? It's the same this time. As long as we work together and catch this guy named Song, or just kill him, and get the reward Mayor Du promised, we can live a life of luxury for the rest of our lives and never have to live in fear again. People die for money and birds die for food. In the end times, the only things that can make them risk their lives are these real temptations. Soon, the 5 people reached the wall of the villa. The tall and thin man, named Zhao Ping, touched his chin and looked at the wall of the villa. The walls were as smooth as a mirror, and there was no place to put your feet. Damn, this Song guy is too cautious. A short, fat man behind Zhao Ping cursed in a low voice, there's not even a place to step, how are we going to get in? Yes, big brother. Another little brother with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks, nicknamed Monkey, also came over. Looking at this wall, I'm afraid even explosives can't blow it open. Aren't these rich people exaggerating? Zhao Ping frowned. This group of people used to do petty thefts before the end of the world, and picking doors and twisting locks were their specialties. But the villa in front of them was obviously not something they could handle with their limited skills. Don't even think about breaking the door by force. Not to mention whether it will succeed, the noise will be too loud and may attract nearby survivors or even more terrifying things, which will not be worth the effort. What are you panicking about? Zhao Ping lowered his voice and scolded, if the first floor doesn't work, can't we try the second floor? He raised his hand and pointed to the window on the second floor of the villa. The second floor windows are so high up, how are we going to get up there? Zhao Ping sneered, I've been raising you guys for nothing. Can you use me as a human ladder? He glanced at his brothers, and finally his eyes fell on the short fat man. Fat Tiger, you're big, you're at the bottom. Fat Tiger is strong and squats at the bottom. 5 figures began to stack up. Zhao Ping held a crowbar in his hand, gritted his teeth, stepped on the monkey's shoulders, and jumped up with all his strength, grabbing the balcony with both hands. He exerted force with his arms, thrust his waist and abdomen, and flipped over. Zhao Ping observed the doors and windows of the balcony. It was a huge floor-to-ceiling glass door with incredibly thick glass and a solid alloy frame around the edge. He took out a small glass cutter from his waist, gestured on the glass, and then shook his head. Glass of this thickness cannot be cut with a glass cutter, and it makes too much noise. He finally decided to use the old method prying. Hand the toolkit up. Zhao Ping shouted downstairs. Fat Tiger quickly took off the tool bag on his back, found a rope to tie it up, and Zhao Ping pulled him up to the balcony. The toolkit was quite complete, with various types of screwdrivers, crowbars, hacksaw blades, and several special small jacks. These are the guys they ate before the end of the world. Zhao Ping chose a flat special crowbar and signaled others to find a way to come up. Brother, this glass seems to be bulletproof. The monkey came closer to take a closer look and clicked his tongue. He had heard of this kind of glass, which was said to be impenetrable even by bullets. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Zhao Ping glared at him unhappily. He also realized that this glass was definitely not ordinary, but things had come to this point and there was no turning back. He carefully inserted the flat end of the crowbar into the gap between the glass door and the doorframe, and then began to apply force slowly. But after the crowbar was inserted, no matter how hard he pushed, the alloy door frame and glass did not move at all. In fact, the tip of the crowbar showed some signs of deformation. Damn, it's so hard. Zhao Ping cursed in a low voice. Brother, how about we forget it? Monkey whispered, the houses in this wealthy area are of very good quality. We can't pry them open. What if we alarm the people inside? Shut up. Zhao Ping's eyes glared. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. We've come this far, are you going back empty-handed? Don't you want the reward? Fat Tiger found a thicker crowbar from his toolkit and handed it to Zhao Ping. Brother, try this. Then he picked up a small hacksaw and began to slowly saw at the joint of the doorframe. Crack! A soft sound was heard. The three of them were cheered up at the same time. There's movement, the monkey exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Ping was also delighted and exerted more force with his hands. However, after that sound, the doorframe remained as solid as a rock. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that a piece of metal had been broken off from the top of the crowbar. Fuck! Zhao Ping couldn't help but swear and threw the broken crowbar in his hand to the ground. Monkey, Fat Tiger, let's try to unscrew the bolts that secure the window frame. Zhao Ping said in a deep voice. When Song Yang saw this scene on the surveillance camera, a smile appeared on his face. Those bolts are indeed used to fix the window frames, but they are special anti-theft bolts and there are no corresponding tools to unscrew them from the outside. Moreover, even if they really had the ability to remove the bolts, there was still a layer of alloy steel plate behind the window frame connected to the wall. On the balcony, Zhao Ping took a socket wrench and aimed it at one of the huge exposed bolt heads. The bolt head is an irregular polygon and cannot be clamped by an ordinary wrench. He tried several sockets, but none of them fit. Damn, even the bolts are custom made. Zhao Ping was so angry that he almost threw the wrench away. The tools they brought were like children's toys in the face of this level of defense. Retreat! Since we can't get in, we can sell the information to others and get some benefits. Just as they were about to return the same way, the light on the balcony on the second floor of the villa suddenly lit up with a click, illuminating the entire balcony as if it were daytime. Zhao Ping and the other two were blinded by the sudden brightness, their hearts trembling as they muttered to themselves. Not good. Then, the glass door that they had tried their best to move but couldn't move at all, slid open silently to the side. A figure, holding a cup of milk tea, looked at them. It was Song Yang. Chapter 88. Fat in the eyes of everyone. The moment they saw Song Yang, Zhao Ping, Monkey and Fat Tiger froze in place as if they were frozen in place. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Song Yang held milk tea and greeted several uninvited guests. Zhao Ping still held the crowbar in his hand. He forced himself to remain calm and swallowed his saliva. Don't think you can ignore us just because you have a magical item. If the three of us attack together, it's hard to say who will die. Upon hearing this, Song Yang put the milk teacup on the railing beside him and took out a pistol from his pocket with his right hand. The muzzle of the gun was pointed steadily at Zhao Ping's eyebrows. At this moment, the crowbar in Zhao Ping's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Monkey and Fat Tiger were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Tell me, what are you guys doing in my manor? Don't shoot. Big brother. Spare my life. Zhao Ping's knees went weak and he almost fell to his knees. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We're not here to steal anything. I was at the stock exchange and heard the news that Mayor Du's son was murdered in the suburbs. The information about the murderer and the intelligence matched yours, so I thought I'd give it a try and see if I could find something. But before Zhao Ping could finish his words, whoosh! A pitch-black crossbow arrow shot out from the darkness and pierced Zhao Ping's neck. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before Monkey and Fat Tiger could react to the tragic death of their boss, several more sounds of breaking through the air followed. Several similar crossbow arrows were shot at the remaining survivors on the balcony. In a flash, Song Yang actually caught the shaft of a crossbow arrow flying towards him. He swung his arm, and the crossbow arrow he had snatched flew out at a speed even faster than when it came, whistling towards the depths of darkness where the arrow had just attacked. Ah! A scream came from the darkness in the distance. Song Yang pressed the control panel on the doorframe with his left hand, and the sturdy bulletproof glass door slid back to its original position silently, completely isolating the inside and outside. Almost at the same time, he slapped the balcony light switch off. The balcony where three living people were standing just now was now empty. Zhao Ping, Monkey and Fat Tiger, now covered with arrows, fell from the second floor balcony like hedgehogs. Song Yang understood that there were more than just this group of stupid thieves in the manor. He returned to the villa's security console and called up all the surveillance footage inside and outside the manor. On the screen wall, dozens of infrared cameras work simultaneously, allowing you to take in every corner of the manor. But apart from the heat sources from the few corpses left on the balcony, there was no abnormal human-shaped heat source in the entire manor, from the front door to the backyard, and to every part of the wall. Come prepared. Song Yang frowned. The other party was obviously aware of the security configuration of his villa and had camouflaged it against infrared detection. Time passed minute by minute, and the surveillance footage remained eerily quiet. He knew that since the other party was able to sneak in quietly and launch an attack, they would never give up easily. At this moment, a communication request from the housekeeper's room popped up. Song Yang answered the call casually. Brother Yang, Lu Dahai's voice came. There was movement in the bushes at 3 o'clock in the back garden. Song Yang zoomed in on the nearby surveillance footage. The dense holly bushes should have been a uniformly low-temperature area in infrared mode. At this moment, a faint, rapidly expanding bright red color suddenly seeped out from the edge of a small area. It's blood. The temperature of the blood was particularly eye-catching under the infrared lens, like boiling magma splashing on a dark curtain. Some of them are injured. Before he finished speaking, the bushes shook violently several times, and then dozens of blurry, low-temperature shadows that almost blended into the environment quickly retreated towards the outer wall of the manor. They moved extremely quickly, obviously intending to give up the sneak attack and choose to retreat. Song Yang lightly swiped his fingertips on the control console, and silently, a high-voltage power grid buried under the outer wall of the back garden was instantly activated. Although no sound was made, the surveillance footage showed that the figures who were trying to climb were suddenly bounced back and fell to the ground the moment they touched the wall. Song Yang walked out of the villa and came to the back garden. Lu Dahai had arrived first and quickly tied up the 6 uninvited guests with nylon ropes. Song Yang's eyes swept over the 6 people. They all wore the same dark security uniform with a faint badge mark on their chest. Judging from their appearance, they looked like security guards from wealthy manors. Dark brown animal blood was smeared randomly on the uniform jacket, probably in an attempt to use this primitive method to interfere with infrared detection. There were crossbows thrown beside several charred corpses. Song Yang walked up to a man with a shallow scar on his chin. The man's teeth were still chattering, his facial muscles were twitching from time to time, and his skin was charred. It was obvious that being electrocuted was not a pleasant experience. "Who are you?" Lu Dahai asked, picking up the man. The scarred man grinned and smiled at Song Yang. "Song Yang, right? It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that you were just a little bit away from meeting the King of Hell. I can only say that you are lucky that you didn't die." Lu Dahai frowned and punched the man hard in the stomach. The man's forehead veins popped out in pain, and his arrogance was instantly dispelled. "Ahem, do you think we are the only ones targeting you?" He managed to utter haltingly, "When you first displayed your wealth at the stock exchange, you were already being watched by countless eyes. Mayor Du was offering a 5 million unit food reward for his son's murderer. You are the biggest suspect in the eyes of many people inside and outside the exchange. We brothers have discussed this and decided that instead of waiting for others to take action, we should take the initiative and take the credit. We can also get the rare item in your hand. $5 million worth of food." Lu Dahai said in a deep voice, with a look of understanding on his face. "No wonder they're fighting so hard. The reward is enough to drive many people crazy. Boy, even if you kill me, it won't stop others from causing trouble for you. One day, you will die at the hands of others." The man said something stubbornly, then tilted his head and fell silent. After throwing all the corpses out of the manor, Song Yang and Lu Dahai immediately began to arrange defenses. After all, it won't be long before this place becomes a life-and-death battlefield. Chapter 89: Making a Bomb. Back in the villa, Song Yang led Lu Dahai to the basement made of reinforced concrete. "Dahai, can you make an improvised bomb?" Song Yang asked as he walked inside. Lu Dahai followed behind and was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That was many years ago. I learned some theory, but I've completely forgotten the practical application. Now in peacetime, there's no use for that." "I can." Song Yang smiled and said, "Just help me and cooperate with me." As he spoke, Song Yang walked to a long workbench covered with thick oilcloth, reached out and lifted it up, revealing a dark green wooden box under the oilcloth with the words "mining explosives" vaguely printed on the box. Lu Dahai was a little surprised. Such a big box could not be bought with money. This is what I got before, the quantity is not abundant. Song Yang pointed at the explosives and said, so, we must divide them carefully and make them into small bombs with moderate power. This way, we can maximize their effectiveness and cover more locations in the manner. Lu Dahai nodded, indicating that he understood. In the current situation, every bit of strength must be used to the best effect. Under Lu Dahai's gaze, Song Yang flipped his hand, and more than a dozen large bags of white sugar appeared near the workbench, and more than a dozen bags of fertilizer were piled up. Sugar? Lu Dahai looked at the packaging and was confused for a moment. Boson, what are you doing with sugar and fertilizer? Sugar and fertilizers have always been controlled strategic materials during certain periods. The reason is simple, they can do so much. By mixing sugar with certain fertilizers in precise proportions and using a small amount of high-strength gunpowder as detonator, you can create a powerful improvised explosive. Song Yang reached out and took an empty can of beef from the shelf. He carefully cut off a small piece of mining explosives, about the size of an adult's thumb, and gently placed it at the bottom of the can. Then he picked up a sugar bag and poured white sugar into the can. After pouring half of it, Song Yang took out a box of thumb-sized steel balls from under the workbench. He picked up 8 steel balls and pressed them evenly into the sugar, surrounding the explosive. After doing this, Song Yang picked up the fertilizer bag and poured the grayish-white fertilizer granules into it until they covered the steel balls and white sugar and were flush with the edge of the can. He then gently stirs the mixture inside the can to ensure that all ingredients are in contact. Lu Dahai's eyelids twitched as he watched. The process of making this homemade explosives made him shudder with fear, fearing that if something went wrong in any link, the two of them would meet their end in this basement. Finally, Song Yang took out a thin layer of black gunpowder and sprinkled it evenly on the surface of the fertilizer. Then he took out the prepared fuse, carefully inserted one end into the black gunpowder, and cleverly connected the other end to a simple spring sheet. He cleverly fixed the entire device to the opening of the can. As long as there was enough pressure on the can, the spring would be compressed to force the fuse to come into contact with the gunpowder, igniting it instantly and then detonating the entire mixture in the can. Do you understand? Song Yang pushed the first improvised bomb he had made in front of Lu Dahai. This pressure-triggered one doesn't need to be too heavy. The force of one person stepping on it is enough to detonate it. Lu Dahai moved closer, carefully examining the iron lump that concealed murderous intent, his Adam's apple unconsciously moving up and down. I see. Sugar helps combustion, fertilizer increases explosive power, and steel balls kill people. Boson, what's wrong with your brain? Song Yang picked up a new can and handed it to Lu Dahai. Don't be sentimental. We don't have much time. We need to make at least 100 bombs and deploy them in key locations. Next, you will be responsible for cutting the explosives and preparing the steel balls, and I will mix and install the fuse. Good. Lu Dahai took a deep breath and started to get busy. After 10 hours of busy work, even Song Yang felt a little tired, and Lu Dahai had dark circles under his eyes and an unconcealable look of fatigue on his face. 60 can mines have now been buried on various key paths in the manor. Song Yang stood at a newly arranged location and gently used his toes to move the loose soil and dead leaves covering the can, making it look no different from the surrounding environment. I've checked this area thoroughly, and nothing is missing. Lu Dahai came around from the other side and said, if those guys who invaded the manor dare to come in, there will definitely be heavy casualties. I'm afraid there are too many of them. Even if we blow up a few of them, we won't be able to stop the main force. So, this is just the first appetizer. Song Yang took out an assault rifle and threw it to Lu Dahai. These were the weapons that had been seized from Du Haoxuan's men. Lu Dahai subconsciously caught it. It felt heavy in his hand. He looked down, unable to conceal his astonishment. Is this an automatic rifle? However, this kind of thing is an absolute taboo in the country. It is difficult for ordinary people to even see it, let alone own it. Boson, where did you get this thing? Lu Dahai was a little confused. The control of guns in peacetime was so strict. He really couldn't understand why Song Yang's methods were so wild. Song Yang did not answer, and said calmly, it doesn't matter how we got here. What matters is that we don't have many bullets. We have no room for waste. We must strive to inflict maximum damage with every bullet. A 2-story villa in Manor number 366, a wealthy area. An old man in an imported silk robe collapsed on the ground, foam hanging from the corners of his mouth. Next to her, a young woman with delicate makeup but tears in her eyes was kneeling on the floor in a mess with her hands tied behind her back. Following the leaves of the sycamore tree, Zhang Zhenghua, who had led his men in pursuit, stretched out his calloused hand, pinched the young woman's chin, and forced her to raise her head. If anyone in the wealthy area has a strange item, or has recently acquired some unusual treasure, please tell us and you'll suffer less. The woman shook her head desperately and cried. I don't know, I really don't know anything. I'm just a kept woman, he never tells me these things. Throwing the woman aside, Zhang Zhenghua looked at the old man on the ground. The subordinate immediately understood, stepped forward, and roughly grabbed the old man who was still groaning on the ground. He slapped him left and right, and slapped him twice loudly, which made the old man completely sober. Stop hitting me. My dear friends, please spare me. Mr. Du's death really has nothing to do with me. This is my first time going out today, and I ran into you. Zhang Zhenghua walked up to the old man, pulled out a gun and pointed it at his head. The exchange is right here. Do you dare to say you haven't heard anything about it? The old man's eyes rolled around, trying hard to recall the past. I remember a young man appeared at the exchange a few days ago. His physical characteristics match the murderer you described. He's quite famous at the exchange. You can go there to buy information. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhang Zhenghua smiled and then pulled the trigger. The fact that he came here must not be known to irrelevant people. Otherwise, the murderer would get wind of it and easily alert the enemy. Chapter 90 Scout. A few hours later, the car door slammed shut and Zhang Zhenghua rubbed his eyebrows. I just came out of the noisy exchange and am still a little uncomfortable. The subordinate in the driver's seat asked in a low voice. Instructor Zhang, how's it going? Did you get any information about the murderer? Zhang Zhenghua shook his head. I don't have any direct information about the murderer, but I bought a clue that may be related to the murderer. A few days ago, a strange item was auctioned at the exchange. Strange object? The subordinates were obviously not unfamiliar with this term. After all, their boss, Deputy Mayor Du, had a broken and strange object in his hand. According to intelligence, there were two people fighting over the rare item. One was a middle-aged businessman, and the other was a young man in his early 20s. In the end, the strange item was bought by the middle-aged businessman at a high price. So what does this have to do with the person we're looking for? The subordinates were a little puzzled. The middle-aged businessman took pictures of the things, which seemed to have nothing to do with the young man who killed Mr. Du. Zhang Zhenghua continued. That's the weird part. Ever since that middle-aged businessman bought the strange item and left the exchange, he hasn't been seen since. No one has seen him alive, and no one has even seen his body. The subordinates were not stupid and immediately understood what Zhang Zhenghua meant. You mean that young man got so angry that he intercepted the thief and stole the wonderful item? It's very likely. Things like rare items are everywhere, so it's almost impossible. Just imagine if that young man named Song Yang really got that rare item. The expressions of his subordinates also became serious. If he really has a rare item with him, then it wouldn't be surprising if he could kill 3 of Master Du and his gang, or even more, all by himself. Zhang Zhenghua nodded, so the young man named Song Yang should be the murderer. We made the right choice. Instructor Zhang, that guy should be in the manor right now. Should we take action now? With our team's strength, if we can sneak into that villa, we're guaranteed to capture him alive within 10 minutes and avenge Master Du. The soldier who spoke was very confident. Their team, with the support of Deputy Mayor Du, was well equipped and well fed. Dealing with a young man in his early 20s should be easy, even if he really has some strange things in his hands. No rush. We haven't truly witnessed the power of the unique object. The one in Deputy Mayor Du's hand was only a fragment. The intelligence said that Song Yang obtained a complete unique object. The fact that he was able to kill young Master Du and the other 3 with it is enough to prove its extraordinary power. Zhang Zhenghua paused and glanced at the other team members in the car. They were all listening attentively with bated breath. Our current understanding of that guy is limited to the vague information from the exchange and the fact that he killed Master Du. We have no idea what his specific strength is, or what the function of that strange object is. If we act rashly, what if that strange object has some strange ability that we didn't anticipate? Alerting the enemy would be a minor matter, but losing manpower and even failing the mission would be the biggest taboo. Sitting next to Zhang Zhenghua, a young team member couldn't help but speak. Instructor Zhang, with all due respect, aren't you being too cautious? That kid is only in his early 20s. Even if he gets a strange item, how powerful can he be? There are so many of us, and we have all survived the hail of bullets. How could we be afraid of a little brat like him? He curled his lips and continued. In my opinion, we should strike him with a thunderbolt strike while he's still unaware, catching him off guard. Maybe that guy is dreaming sweet dreams in the villa with a woman in his arms right now. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already become our prisoner. The longer the night, the more trouble there is. If he realizes something is wrong, that would be bad. The team member's words were echoed by another team member in the car. They were all used to solving problems with bullets, and were somewhat uncomfortable with Zhang Jinggua's meticulous approach. In their view, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are futile. Zhang Zhenghua did not get angry because of the young team member's questioning, but just glanced at him lightly. Be cautious and you will live longer. Our mission is to avenge Mr. Du and obtain that rare item and hand it over to Deputy Mayor Du. Neither of these two tasks can be lost. Until we are absolutely certain, we must avoid any risk that may lead to failure. He turned to his men in the driver's seat. First, send 2 people to investigate the situation in the manor. Remember, only observe from the outside and don't alert the target. Yes, I promise to complete the task. The man in the driver's seat responded immediately. After setting up the mines, Song Yang and Lu Dahai sat together in front of the surveillance screen, observing everything in the manor. During this period, many people have tried to enter the manor, but when they saw the high-voltage power grid erected on the wall, they chose to give up. But soon, Song Yang discovered that someone was approaching the high-voltage power grid. In the surveillance video, the 2 people cooperated tacitly. One of them lifted the other and used professional insulating tools to cut a gap in the electric fence and quietly climbed over the wall. There are indeed people who are not afraid of death. Lu Dahai stared at the screen. Looking at their skills, they've definitely practiced. Even the tools they're using to cut the electric fence aren't ordinary tools. In the surveillance footage, the 2 men did not rush to act after landing, but instead stayed close to the wall, observing their surroundings vigilantly. After confirming that there was no danger, the 2 took out walkie-talkies and began to report the basic situation in the manor. Song Yang tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard in front of the screen, and the surveillance footage was instantly zoomed in. In the picture, the figures of the 2 people became clearer. They all wore tight-fitting black combat uniforms that outlined their sturdy figures. Each of them had a black standard rifle slung across his back. He was fully equipped with a pistol and a magazine belt around his waist, and a pair of night vision goggles on his head. Lu Dahai said in a deep voice. Looking at his uniform and equipment, he's definitely a professional scout, not an ordinary thug. Song Yang also understood that the professionalism of these 2 people far exceeded that of the mob that had tried to break in before. Chapter 91: Sneaking into the Manor. Brother Lu, Instructor Ma only asked us to conduct reconnaissance outside. Are we sure we want to act privately? The 2 people who entered the manor lay in the bushes and talked quietly. The man known as Brother Lu has a shallow scar on his face that extends from his brow bone to his cheek. He spat out the gum in his mouth and glanced at the young man next to him. Why, are you scared? No, I just think it's not a good idea to act on my own, the young soldier explained. Bah! Brother Lu spat. When my brothers and I were cutting people's kidneys in Myanmar, I didn't even know where that old guy was. We brothers are all Mayor Du's men. What's our relationship with him? Do you think you can order us around just because you're older? That old fellow, Zhang Zhenghua, takes himself too seriously. He's always hesitant and procrastinating. By the time he figures out the situation, it's already too late. Think about it, if we can kill that guy and get that unusual item, Mayor Du will definitely look upon us with new eyes. He'll then give us a high position. Isn't that better than what we have now? The young soldier was obviously persuaded, with a look of eagerness in his eyes. That's true. There are tens of thousands of people in the underground city. Only when you become an official can you avoid risking your life. Unlike now, every mission is so scary. That's right. Brother Lu nodded with satisfaction. As long as this is successful, we will have enough points to exchange for what we want. Director Du might even give you that little star you like as a reward. You know, that woman is the object of countless people's fantasies. She has been hot since she was little, and her face is so tender that you can pinch water out of it. The young soldier no longer hesitated and nodded heavily. Okay. Brother Lu, I'll listen to you. The 2 men lowered their bodies and approached the villa carefully. The night was the best cover, and the individual night vision goggles allowed them to maintain clear vision in the dark. After walking a few steps, Brother Lou stopped. His eyes were fixed on a window on the second floor of the villa. There, a figure flashed by. Someone. Brother Lou lowered his voice, pulled out a pistol from his waist, and screwed on the silencer. He was very confident in his marksmanship. If the figure showed up for even 1 second, he would be able to blow the other person's head off. A few minutes later, Song Yang appeared in front of the window and looked in their direction. Brother Lou pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Call out. However, the imagined scene of the target being shot in the head did not occur. Impossible. Brother Lou was a little confused. His shooting skills had never missed, let alone at such a close distance. The bullet he fired was powerful enough to penetrate the glass and blow the target in the head. But the man in front of him was unharmed, so there was only one possibility. The other person was standing behind a bulletproof glass. This wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. Exposed. He gestured quickly to the young man next to him retreat. However, just as he turned around, there was a clicking sound behind him. It's the sound of the window opening. Not good. Brother Lou's scalp exploded and all the hairs on his body stood on end in an instant. Without thinking, he threw himself to the ground and used the bushes to avoid the attack. But Song Yang had already pulled the trigger of the rifle in his hand. Call out. Brother Lou only felt a sudden chill on his neck, and then a stream of hot liquid gushed out. He covered his neck and fell to the ground, his vision beginning to blur. Almost at the same time, another gunshot was heard. The young soldier standing by fell backwards with his body stiff, and the rifle in his hand hit the ground with a clang. How is that possible? The man raised his head with difficulty and looked towards the window on the second floor of the villa. The manor was pitch black, with no sight of one's hand in front of one's face, not even moonlight. In this environment, even the most experienced night combat veterans can only rely on night vision goggles for vague observation. But how could the other party see them? And, so precise. The bullet hit him directly. Because he was wearing a helmet, the other party chose to hit his neck. This is not the shooting skill of an ordinary person, nor is it the vision that an ordinary person can have in the dark. Is this the power of strange things? Before he could think any further, the sound of flapping wings was heard above his head. Several strange-looking, big-mouthed birds landed silently beside the two of them. They have bloated bodies, sparse and dull feathers, no eyes, but a huge beak on their heads. Despite being blind, they have an extremely keen sense of the smell of blood. The big birds made low gurgling sounds and opened their huge mouths. Little monkeys, half a man's height and blood red all over, screamed and jumped out of the mouths of the giant birds. As soon as they landed, they pounced on the two people on the ground like crazy. The whole process took only a few tens of seconds, and the two bodies, which were still warm, turned into countless pieces and were carried back to the monster bird's mouth by the blood-red little monkeys. The big-mouthed birds closed their huge beaks, flapped their heavy wings again, and disappeared into the night, dragging their bloated bodies. After the strange birds left completely, Lu Dehai appeared and picked up the weapons and equipment left behind by the two men. He weighed the items: 2 good model automatic rifles, a Desert Eagle, 2 night vision goggles, 3 fully loaded magazines, 2 high-explosive grenades, and even 5 packs of military high-energy compressed biscuits. These equipments are of very high quality. It's not like he hadn't thought about doing it himself just now. But the prerequisite is that he must be able to see the target. It was pitch dark in the manor, without even a ray of light, and the two guys were wearing black combat uniforms. Even if he opened his eyes wide, he couldn't see without the help of infrared equipment. Unlike Song Yang, a bullet tore the first man's aorta, avoiding the protection of the helmet and killing him instantly. The second shot directly hit another soldier in the chest, leaving him no chance to react. What a terrifying night vision and shooting skills! Lu Dehai asked himself, even if he was at the peak of his physical fitness and eyesight, wearing the most advanced night vision equipment, it would be impossible for him to achieve such effortless and accurate shooting in such a dark environment. In the darkness 500 meters away from the manor, several inconspicuous black off-road vehicles were parked there. Zhang Zhengwei raised his hand and rubbed his stinging forehead, and couldn't help cursing. These two idiots. They were told to observe from the outside, but they barged in without permission. Now there's still no movement. What on earth are they up to? Boss, what should we do now? Should we wait a little longer? The subordinates standing by were also very confused. These two people who had lost contact were usually good players in the team, so why were they silent? Zhang Zhenghua slapped his thigh suddenly, startling everyone in the car. We can't wait any longer. Those two idiots must have already alerted the enemy. Waiting any longer will be disadvantageous to us. Everyone, get your weapons out. Especially the individual rocket launchers, get them calibrated. If that kid named Song Yang dares to show his head, I will shoot him immediately. Don't give him any chance to fight back. Yes. A minute later, the soldiers finished their reorganization. Zhang Zhenghua inspected the combat team in front of him. Lao Lu, you lead the first squad and infiltrate from the east. Be careful to stay hidden. Your primary mission is to suppress the enemy with fire. If you locate a target, you are not allowed to open fire without my order. Everyone else, follow me and break in through the main gate. Zhang Zhenghua also pulled out an assault rifle from under his seat. Remember, the person we are facing this time may not be an ordinary person. Keep your eyes and ears open, and don't miss any sign of trouble. The other party has a rare item. It would be best if we can capture him alive. If the situation is not right, kill him without mercy. Yes. The group said no more, quickly packed up their equipment, and under the cover of night, quietly moved towards the manor. Chapter 92 Battle breaks out. Inside the villa, Song Yang and Lu Dahai were also waiting patiently. With the help of night vision goggles, Lu Dahai was able to observe some movements in the manor. Soon, a car drove up to the gate of the manor. The car window slid down. One after another, black cylinders were thrown out of the car window and landed on the open space. Puff. After a slight sound, thick white smoke suddenly gushed out from the cylinders. However, in just a few seconds, the entire front yard of the manor was shrouded in thick smoke and visibility dropped sharply. The scene that was barely visible in the night vision goggles has now become blurred, leaving only a swirling gray-white. Damn it, these bastards really think highly of us, even using smoke bombs. Lu Dahai tried to adjust the focus of the night vision goggles, but the effect was minimal. He could only vaguely see human figures swaying in the smoke. At this time, more than 10 figures, under the cover of smoke, stuck to the edge of the manor and surrounded the villa in a fan shape. Keep calm and let them in. Song Yang's words made Lu Dahai feel much more at ease. Just as the frontal attack team was gradually entering the manor, something strange happened. Boom! A loud bang appeared in the smoke. There was a flash of fire, and then there was a scream. A soldier's lower body was blown into a bloody mess. He flew backwards, twitched a few times, and then died. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out one after another throughout the manor. Those carefully laid simple mines began to ruthlessly reap the lives of intruders. Their SA mine. There were terrified shouts in the team channel. At the edge of the smoke, Zhang Zhenghua looked at the flickering fire in the manor with a grim face, listening to the screams and chaotic reports coming from the headset, his teeth chattering. He anticipated that the target might have firearms, but he didn't expect that the other party would have explosives. The offensive team lost nearly 1/3 of its troops in an instant. Assault team. Break through the door. Go straight in through the main gate. I don't believe he can still plant mines throughout the villa. 8 strong soldiers rushed out from the thick smoke. There were 4 of them on each side, and the 8 of them worked together to carry a metal gate breaking stake as thick as an adult's thigh. In front of them, 2 other soldiers held up heavy explosion-proof shields to protect the entire team. This small team, like a heavily armored beetle, rushed straight towards the villa gate under the cover of smoke. This metal pile has an extremely high density and is harder than diamond. The combined strength of 8 people can cause a huge impact on the door structure. Blunt weapons often cause a stronger impact than sharp weapons. Lu Dahai managed to lock onto a figure in the front through the night vision goggles and started shooting through the gap in the window. However, the other party was well prepared. The rest of the team opened fire at the same time, suppressing the windows on the second floor of the villa. Day. Dense bullets poured onto the bulletproof glass, leaving white spots. Although the glass did not break, the continuous impact sound was enough to make people tremble with fear. Song Yang's eyes narrowed and locked onto a soldier whose flank was exposed. Bang! The bullet hit the opponent's chest accurately. Just as Song Yang was about to continue shooting, he caught a glimpse of a figure carrying a rocket launcher in the smoke, pointing the black muzzle at the window where they were. Careful! Without time to think, Song Yang suddenly reached out and pushed Lu Dahai to the ground. Almost at the same moment, he rolled to the side to avoid it. Boom! A deafening bang suddenly exploded. A rocket with a long tail flame slammed heavily into the thick bulletproof glass in front of them. The terrifying power of the explosion caused the entire villa to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Dahai only felt his ears buzzing, as if countless bees were running rampant in his brain, and the sharp stinging almost made him faint. My vision was a little blurry and the world was spinning. He shook his head before being pulled up by Song Yang. Lu Dahai looked at the window. The bulletproof glass was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, so dense that it seemed as if it would completely shatter into countless pieces with the slightest touch. A deformed rocket warhead was embedded black in the middle of the glass. It actually blocked it. Lu Dahai felt a surge of fear in his heart. If it weren't for this piece of glass, he would probably have been killed by now. Bang! A heavy crash suddenly came from downstairs, and the heavy door of the villa was shaking violently. Bang! Another one, even more powerful and heavy. Song Yang pushed open the bulletproof glass window that was already covered with cracks and pointed the gun at the large flower pots placed downstairs. That was a bomb he had placed specifically to eliminate anyone approaching the gate. Boom! A soldier who was shouting and commanding the troops to break down the door didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body was torn into pieces in an instant. The gate-breaking stake fell to the ground with a clang, and the soldiers carrying it were knocked to the ground by the sudden explosion, with a roar in their ears. What's going on? Dynamite! More dynamite! Song Yang continued to shoot. Flames exploded one after another. The steel balls and nails, under the thrust of the explosion, turned into countless tiny shrapnel, shooting wildly in all directions. A soldier had just recovered from the initial explosion when a flower bed 2 meters away from his feet suddenly exploded. Countless steel balls instantly penetrated his combat uniform and passed through his chest. 4 of the commandos who broke into the gate were killed and 6 were injured, and they couldn't even lift the gate-breaking stakes. At the edge of the smoke, the telescope in Zhang Jinggua's hand fell to the ground with a click. His eyes were red as he stared at the flashes of fire and the rising black smoke in the manor. Damn it! How many explosives did this guy bury? Every step forward his men took came at the cost of blood. The density and number of mines far exceeded his imagination. If this continues, the entire army will be wiped out. And if the noise is too loud, the monsters in the dark will soon come over. By then, not to mention killing Song Yang, I'm afraid I would even die. Retreat! Zhang Zhenghua almost shouted the order. He knew that this attack was a failure. The remaining soldiers were like frightened birds, throwing away their armor and weapons and crawling back the way they came. Several smoke bombs were thrown behind him in a panic, trying to block the attack. No one cares about the soldiers who lost their limbs in the explosion. The terrifying roar could be heard in the darkness, and no one wanted to run behind. Soon, several dark shadows emerged from the darkness outside the manor. They have different shapes and are all mutated and terrifying monsters. The first to rush to the corpse were several hyena-like monsters. They pounced on a soldier with a broken leg, easily tore off his combat uniform, and feasted on it. Soon after, more monsters poured into the manor. A huge monster, like a mountain of flesh, crawled closer. It had no obvious limbs and its body was covered with thick, wrinkled skin that constantly oozed mucus. It slowly crawled over a corpse, and the corpse quickly melted away as if corroded by strong acid, leaving only a pool of blurry flesh and blood. What the hell is this? Lu Dahai's stomach churned as he watched. Although he had seen many bloody scenes, the hellish scene before him still made him feel chilled. In the distance, Zhang Zhenghua and his remaining soldiers barely escaped back to the car. He looked back towards the manor. The fire had gone out and only a creepy roar could be heard. Song Yang. Zhang Zhenghua could no longer remain calm and gritted his teeth. I'll remember you. I, Zhang Zhenghua, will avenge this. When I report the situation here to Director Du, you will know what true despair is. The group started the car and drove towards the shelter. Chapter 93 Official Shelter. The car tires rolled over the gravel and rushed towards the suburbs. Inside the carriage, the smell of blood and smoke mixed together, making it so oppressive that it made people breathless. Zhang Zhenghua leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and thought about how to make the report. Decades ago, the international situation was turbulent and the shadow of nuclear war loomed over the world. Dachang City, as an important industrial city, secretly launched a massive project deep underground in order to resist the possible devastating blow. Build a large and solid underground air defense zone. Countless manpower and material resources were invested in it, working day and night, pouring out crisscrossing underground veins with steel bars and cement. As we entered the new century, this underground fortification was not forgotten. Instead, it underwent several expansions and modernizations, and has become the last Noah's Ark of the city. Dachang City Shelter. The convoy sped through the night and finally stopped at the foot of a towering mountain. The convoy bypassed the large trees used for camouflage and illuminated the entrance to a deep tunnel. Inform everyone that the mission's failure must not be revealed to anyone except Director Du. If anyone asks, just say we encountered a monster. Zhang Zhengwei gave the order. The convoy drove into the tunnel one after another, with a dim explosion-proof light embedded at intervals. After driving for a few kilometers, a huge steel gate appeared in front of us, which was tightly embedded in the mountain. It looks to be at least 5 meters high and 7 meters wide. Several fully armed soldiers were already waiting in front of the gate. An officer waved a flag, signaling the convoy to stop. The driver of Zhang Zhengwe's vehicle rolled down the window and handed over a pass with a red seal. The officer carefully checked the documents and scanned everyone through some kind of equipment before signaling to let them pass. Boom! The sound of the mechanism turning was heard, and the huge steel gate slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a deeper passage. The convoy restarted and drove through the gate. Unlike the primitive tunnel outside, this is more like a carefully constructed underground road, sloping downward. The rock wall has been polished to be relatively flat, with yellow reflective strips installed every few meters to guide vehicles forward. After driving for a few more minutes, the road ahead suddenly became clear. A huge underground cave appeared before our eyes. The cave dome is extremely high and is supported only by numerous thick reinforced concrete pillars. Dozens of high-powered searchlights illuminated the entire cave as bright as day. Inside the cave, there was already a long line of various vehicles parked, including military trucks, armored personnel carriers, and even a few off-road vehicles that were obviously civilian use. They were lined up in several long rows and slowly crawling forward. At the end of the team are 5 huge lifting platforms. Each platform is surprisingly large enough to accommodate several heavy trucks. The edge of the platform was filled with soldiers armed with live ammunition, who vigilantly scanned every vehicle and person that entered. This is the only passage leading to the core area of the Dachang City Shelter. Zhang Zhengwe felt mixed emotions as he watched others return with full loads while he himself returned with only his remaining troops and defeated soldiers. Song Yang. He chewed the name again, his teeth clenching unconsciously. He must meet Director Du as soon as possible and report everything that happened in detail. The convoy drove onto the lifting platform and finally stopped steadily. Without waiting for Zhang Zhengwe's order, a team of soldiers wearing bulky white chemical protective suits and masks surrounded them. Everyone, get out of the car. All vehicles, turn off the engines. Accept the disinfection procedures. A commander wearing the same uniform but with an extra bar on his shoulder straps spoke through a loudspeaker. The soldiers under Zhang Zhengwe looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just escaped from the monster's sharp claws and fangs, but now they had to be treated as potential sources of pollution. Follow the order. This is a necessary procedure for entering the core area of the shelter. No one can be exempted. Zhang Zhengwei gave the order. However, this feeling of passively accepting inspection made the pent-up anger in his heart due to the failure of the mission even more intense. The soldiers got off the vehicles one after another, and then high-pressure nozzles attacked from all directions. The pungent disinfectant turned into thick white mist, instantly covering the vehicles and people. Every corner of the vehicle, from the tires to the roof, was carefully sprayed. Afterwards, a special person took a light detection device to scan the inside and outside of the car to ensure that no potential threats were missed. The disinfection of personnel is more thorough. They were taken to a makeshift cubicle at the edge of the lift, stripped of all outer clothing, and sprayed full body. After some trouble, the chemical defense commander waved his hand after confirming that all personnel and vehicles had met safety standards. Boom! The previous sound of the mechanism turning was heard again, but this time, the entire lifting platform began to slowly sink. The metal plate under my feet vibrated, and the surrounding rock walls slowly rose in my sight. After an unknown amount of time, the descent speed began to slow down, and finally, with a dull thud, the lifting platform stopped steadily at the bottom. In front of us was another heavy alloy gate, but it was larger and more complex than the one at the entrance. This is the real entrance to the core area of the Dachang City Shelter. After a lot of trouble, he finally stood in front of a metal door. There was no sign on the door, only a small red indicator light. He took a deep breath and straightened his collar. Report. Zhang Zhengwe said in a deep voice. There was no response from inside the door. After a moment, the red indicator light turned green and the metal door slid silently to the side. The lights in the office are bright but not glaring. Behind the huge desk sat a figure. The man did not look up, still concentrating on looking at a document in his hand. Zhang Zhenghua walked in and stopped 3 steps away from the desk, with his legs together and his body standing straight. After a long time, the man slowly raised his head and looked at him. "Uncle Zhang, you're back. How are you doing with the things I asked you to do? I just want a result that satisfies me. You should know how much resources I have mobilized to find the murderer of Haoxuan." Many senior officials in the shelter were quite dissatisfied, thinking that I was using public resources for my own personal affairs. The pressure on me was enormous. So, I need some good news to make me feel that all my efforts are recognized. Zhang Zhenghua's Adam's apple rolled, and he spoke with difficulty. "We have indeed found clues to the murderer and found his hiding place." Du Yaohua's eyes lit up, but then narrowed again because of the pause in Zhang Zhenghua's words. But something unexpected happened during the operation. Zhang Zhenghua said in a low voice, "We have suffered heavy losses." "Accident?" Du Yaohua's voice suddenly rose. "Could the murderer be another faction, Blackwater? Or those rats from Iron Scorpion?" The Blackwater and Iron Scorpion he mentioned are both survivor organizations that rose from the ruins after the apocalypse. There are often frictions with the shelter. In fact, at the very beginning, these two organizations were the ones he was most suspicious of. Chapter 94 Return to the Exchange. Zhang Zhenghua shook his head. "Neither. Not any organization." "Who is that?" Du Yaohua frowned. "Apart from these major forces, I can't think of any force that can defeat you." "It's not power." Zhang Zhenghua shook his head. "The murderer is just a young man." "A young man?" Du Yaohua almost thought he had heard it wrong. He stood up suddenly and supported himself on the table with his hands. "You're telling me that the entire elite squad I sent out was lost to a young man?" "Zhang Zhenghua, are you kidding me?" "No." Zhang Zhenghua smiled wryly. "That young man is extraordinary. He's planted a large number of powerful homemade explosives in the manor where he's hiding." "Homemade explosives?" Du Yaohua was stunned. "Yes." Zhang Zhenghua recalled the scene at that time. "We didn't expect there would be landmines at the time. We thought the enemy had at most a rifle, so we plunged into the minefield, and our brothers suffered heavy casualties. Finally, considering that continuing the assault would only result in unnecessary casualties, I had no choice but to order a retreat, return to rest, and make further plans." Du Yaohua slowly sat back in his chair, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. A young man, with his homemade explosives, was able to defeat the special forces team he had carefully trained. This sounds like a fantasy. If he was not temporarily unable to leave the shelter, he would definitely go there in person and cut off the murderer's head as a sacrifice to his son. This young man must be hiding a secret that he doesn't understand. But he can't go there in person now. The power struggle in the shelter is like a surging undercurrent. He has now reached a critical stage in absorbing the energy of the strange object. As long as he succeeds, his strength will definitely be raised to a higher level. By then, he will be able to replace the current director and become truly the most powerful person in the world. At that time, a young man hiding in a safe house would be no different from an ant in his eyes. On the other side of the city, Song Yang and Lu Dahai had arrived at the exchange again. Lu Dahai had a bulging bag on his back, filled with spoils. When they walked into the villa, countless pairs of eyes focused on them instantly. The battle in the manor was so loud that the explosions echoed throughout half of the city, attracting countless people to watch. When they saw the fully armed special forces team finally retreat, countless onlookers were dumbfounded. They thought that Song Yang would definitely die because he had provoked the top management of the shelter this time. Unexpectedly, he won. The special forces team under Du Yaohua was one of the most powerful armed forces after the apocalypse, but they actually suffered a loss. This news spread like wildfire in the exchange, giving everyone a new understanding of Song Yang. Every time Song Yang took a step forward, the crowd would automatically move to the sides to make way for him. Naturally, some of them wanted to get the reward offered by Du Yaohua, but taking action here was obviously not a wise choice. The exchange has strict rules and prohibits private fighting. Violators will be severely punished. What's more, after this incident, no one dared to underestimate Song Yang's strength. A young man who can defeat the special forces team, who knows what other cards he has. Lu Dahai followed behind Song Yang, feeling the gazes of those around him, and felt a little uneasy. Although he was a retired soldier and had seen many scenes, this was the first time he had been stared at by countless pairs of eyes. He subconsciously tightened the backpack on his back, as it contained all good things. Song Yang walked to a relatively empty corner in the exchange and signaled Lu Dahai to take off the big bag on his back. Lu Dahai followed his instructions and put the bulging package on the ground. The crowd, who had been watching from afar or whispering, gathered around in an instant like sharks smelling blood. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what good things this young man who single-handedly defeated the shelter's special forces team had obtained from the battle. Under the gazes of dozens of people, Song Yang untied the rope of the package. Hiss! The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. The first thing that caught the eye was a row of special operations helmets stained with mud and dark red blood. Even though their owners were dead and the helmets themselves were covered in scars of battle, the bulletproof material was still attractive. Next are the combat uniforms and military boots that are stacked relatively neatly. Like the helmets, these clothes were not immune to damage and stains, but the fabrics were extraordinary and far beyond the reach of ordinary clothes on the market. In addition to these, the package also contained special daggers, compressed biscuits, and other small items. None of the weapons, ammunition, or even sophisticated equipment like night vision goggles that everyone had expected appeared. Obviously, Song Yang had no intention of selling things that might pose a threat to himself. Even so, the things in front of them were enough to excite most people present. Is this an officially produced bulletproof helmet? A bearded man reached out, as if wanting to touch the helmets. Nonsense, with this kind of material and workmanship, who else but the arsenal could make this? A thin man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks nearby immediately responded, his eyes fixed on a relatively intact combat uniform. Boss Song, I want this combat uniform. How much is it for? Combat boots. Are there any better combat boots? I should have replaced these shoes long ago. A middle-aged man with a red nose from the cold squeezed to the front, rubbing his hands, breathing out white air, and said anxiously, "Brother, since it got dark, the temperature outside has been getting lower and lower. My tattered clothes are as bad as paper, and I have to curl up in a ball when I sleep at night. These military-grade combat uniforms and boots look thick and must be warm. They're also of good quality and durable, 1,000 times better than the rags we're wearing. Name your price, and I'll take them if they're suitable." His words resonated with many people. When the apocalypse just started, everyone was busy grabbing food and didn't notice that the temperature outside was getting lower and lower. After a while, the weather in July was colder than winter. Even though it's only July now, it's colder than winter. Heating has become a big problem. Without the sun, the temperature of the earth is dropping rapidly. One day, the ground will be covered with thick snow and become a glacier continent. Song Yang signaled Lu Dahai to start selling goods, and he turned and walked towards other stalls. He noticed that the stalls that had been selling drugs on the edge of the exchange were now empty. Some people nearby were whispering that the stall owner was so audacious that he actually used ground white wall dust to impersonate an addictive substance. After being discovered, he was dragged outside the exchange and beaten to death with sticks. The body is still thrown in a garbage dump not far away as a warning to all fraudsters. Soon, he stopped in front of a stall in the center. What attracted his attention was a woman. She was tall but so thin that she was almost shapeless. The clothes on her body were more like a pile of rags that were barely hanging than covering her body. Song Yang's pupils shrank. He had an impression of this woman. It was the female star, Yang Mi, who was auctioned like an animal on the second floor of the stock exchange a month ago. Chapter 95: The Female Star's Request. She was originally bought by a cunning man at a high price. It seemed that the man was completely tired of her as a plaything, so he threw her back into the market to squeeze out the last bit of surplus value from her. As if she noticed someone was watching her, Yang Mi slowly raised her head. The woman's eyes were empty as she glanced at Song Yang numbly, as if she had been tortured to the point of mental disorder. Suddenly, she recognized Song Yang. The next moment, Yang Mi's knees softened and she fell heavily to her knees in front of Song Yang with a thump. Save me. Please, save me." She raised her head, and the face that had once captivated everyone was now covered in tears and looked in a state of disgrace. "As long as you can save me, I'm willing to do anything. The stall owner was a skinny guy. He was startled by Yang Mi's sudden action. He then pulled the chain in his hand and pulled the woman to the ground. The skinny monkey hurriedly tightened the chain, then turned around and nodded to Song Yang. "Boss Song, look at this guy. Although he's a little thinner, he still has the talent. He used to be a big star. If you like her, take her back. Whether it's doing laundry or cooking, or anything else, hey, it's up to you. 8 buckets of clean mineral water and you can take her away. Song Yang's gaze shifted from Yang Mi to Shoho's face. She was worth more than this when she was on the second floor. How come she's so worthless now that she's in your hands? The smile on the skinny monkey's face froze, and then it was replaced by a sad expression. Boss Song, you don't know this. This woman is crazy. They beat and bite everyone they see. Who would want something like this? I'm really at my wit's end, so I'm thinking of selling it quickly and exchanging it for some more practical supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, something strange happened. Yang Mi, who was originally curled up on the ground, suddenly got up from the ground. Before Shoho could react, she directly hugged one of Song Yang's legs. You bitch. You're looking for death. The skinny monkey was furious. He raised his foot wearing worn rubber shoes and kicked Yang Mi hard in the waist. Yang Mi let out a muffled groan, but did not loosen her grip on Song Yang's hand at all, instead she held it even tighter. Seeing that his kick was ineffective, the skinny monkey threw away the chain, used both hands to grab Yang Mi's hair and dragged her backwards, while his other hand turned into a fist, raining down on her back and head. Let go. Let me go now. If you hurt my god of wealth, I'll skin you alive. After only 7 or 8 punches, Yang Mi collapsed limply, blood foaming from her mouth and nose, and she fainted. The skinny monkey spat and kicked the limp Yang Mi with his toes. Then he turned around, put on a smile again, and explained to Song Yang. Boss Song, look, I'm not kidding, am I? This woman is a lunatic, she has a fit every now and then. Don't bother with her. I'm the only one who would dare to take in this kind of stuff. If it were someone else, they would have thrown it to the monsters long ago. Song Yang didn't say anything, turned around and left, re-merging into the bustling crowd in the exchange. The skinny monkey opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He just dragged the chain angrily and dragged the unconscious Yang Mi back behind the rags like a dead dog. Song Yang finally stopped in a relatively secluded and deserted corner of the exchange. He made sure that no one noticed him, then slowly squatted down. He reached out and felt something hard on the inside of his trouser leg. It was a crumpled piece of paper, as if it had been torn from some packaging. The piece of paper was not big, with 2 lines of words written crookedly on it in black charcoal. The first line is an address. Chensi Road, Looming Community, Building 17, Room 806. The second line is a person's name. Yang Yuechi. This name sounded familiar to Song Yang. He remembered. Before the end of the world, entertainment news was everywhere, and he once accidentally caught a glimpse of a piece of gossip. It is said that the popular actress Yang Mi has a younger sister who is nearly 20 years younger than her, named Yang Yuechi. The girl had just graduated from high school and was traveling. Paparazzi took several blurry photos of her at the airport. It caused quite a stir at the time. After all, Yang Mi has always protected her private life very well, and the existence of this sister is quite mysterious to the public. Rumor has it that this girl is a spitting image of her sister. That note was undoubtedly given to him by Yang Mi. Even in such a desperate situation, Yang Mi was still thinking about her sister and chose to ask him for help. Why yourself? Song Yang frowned. He had only met this woman twice, once at an auction, but he did not make a move. The second time was the brief contact just now. Could it be that I had caused her to have some kind of illusion? Or, in that desperate situation, anyone who didn't resort to violence against her immediately would be considered a lifeline by her? Save my sister. That's definitely what she wanted to say. Song Yang was almost certain of what Yang Mi hadn't said. Chensi Road, Looming Community, he had some impression of this place, it was not too far away. He could just go and take a look on the way. No matter whether the girl was dead or alive, he wouldn't be at a loss. Song Yang left the exchange alone. It will take some time for Lu Dehai to sell all the unused equipment in exchange for the necessary supplies. This gap is just enough for him to deal with things. Song Yang had just stepped out of the manor gate when several black shadows suddenly emerged from the shadows on both sides in the darkness, and the steel pipes in their hands flew straight towards Song Yang's head, back and other vital parts. Sneak attack. And it was a siege with tacit coordination. Song Yang stretched out his right hand and grabbed one of the steel pipes that was falling from the air. The attacker felt as if the steel pipe was welded shut and could not move forward any further. He was horrified and was about to pull his hand away, but it was too late. Song Yang exerted force with his wrist, and the hard steel pipe was bent into an exaggerated U shape like noodles. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out at the other steel pipe that followed closely behind without dodging or evading. The steel pipe that was coming down bent with a degree visible to the naked eye, and the black shadow holding the pipe had his knuckles cracked directly. He screamed and staggered backwards. Monster! He's a monster! One of the attacker's voice trembled, the steel pipe in his hand dropped to the ground with a clang, and he turned around and tried to escape. The rest of them were also terrified, and no longer had any of their previous ferocity. They thought they had hit a fat sheep, but unexpectedly they kicked a steel plate. No, they had hit a prehistoric beast. Is it possible for a human to bend a steel pipe with one punch? Run! Damn, I met a tough guy. Several people screamed and scattered like birds and beasts, crawling and disappearing into the night, fearing that Song Yang would catch up with them. After beating off a few people, Song Yang quickly arrived at the looming community listed on the address. This place used to be an upscale residential area, with luxury cars and beautiful women coming and going. But now the whole community is dilapidated and rarely visited. Song Yang easily found the entrance to Building 17 based on the building numbers. Now, more than a month has passed since the sun went out, and Song Yang does not believe that the girl is still alive. But now that we are here, we cannot return empty-handed. Song Yang took out a machete and stepped onto the dark and smelly stairs. Chapter 96: The Fatty and the Little Boy. Song Yang's footsteps were very light, as silent as a civet cat. There wasn't much unusual from the first to the fifth floors. The clutter in the stairwell was turned upside down, and some residents' doors were violently broken open, with traces of axes and prying still remaining on the doorframes. Occasionally, one can see bloodstains that have long since dried and turned black on the walls, all of which indicate what has happened here. He didn't think the girl named Yang Yuechi was still alive and safe. It has been more than a month since the end of the world. Even if a girl who has just reached adulthood is lucky enough to have food at home in the early stage, the starving people will knock on every closed door and look for anything to fill their stomachs. A girl who had just reached adulthood had no ability to protect herself. Yang Ni placed her last hope on him, perhaps just trying something desperate. When he stepped onto the stairs leading to the 6th floor, something unexpected happened. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of extremely heavy footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. What followed was an indescribable stench. The smell was like countless rotting corpses piled together, exposed to the scorching sun for 3 days and 3 nights. The footsteps continued, as if someone was walking back and forth. The stairwell on the 6th floor was dirtier than the 5th floor. Some sticky, dark brown liquid traces began to appear on the ground, like the body fluids left by some creature, emitting a faint fishy smell. There were also several shocking claw marks on the wall, which were not made by humans. Song Yang didn't hesitate and stepped directly onto the stairs leading to the 7th floor. The higher you go, the stronger the stench becomes. Even Song Yang felt a little uncomfortable because of the smoke. He had to slow down his breathing to avoid inhaling too much stench. Going up to the 7th floor, there was no sign of any living creature. The heavy footsteps came from above, and seemed to be on the 8th floor. It seems that the real culprit is up there. By the time he reached the 8th floor, the stench had reached its peak, so thick that it almost became tangible. Large patches of dark red attachments that looked like solidified grease began to appear on the walls of the stairs. In the darkness, a huge outline slowly emerged. The first thing that caught my eye was a fat man who was 2 meters tall and covered in fat. The most horrifying thing was his stomach, where there was a huge hole, with blood and flesh around the edges, exposed. A thick, wriggling, dark red tube that resembled an intestine extended from the hole, dragging wetly on the ground and winding backwards. Song Yang's gaze followed the strange umbilical cord and his heart sank suddenly. At the end of the tube, there was a baby covered in blue and black. The baby was only the size of an ordinary newborn, but its skin was a bluish-black color. It had no pupils, and its 2 pale eyeballs were staring straight and lifelessly at Song Yang. This was a deformed and terrifying symbiotic form that he had never seen before. Chuck, chuck, chuck. The blue-black ghost baby opened its mouth and let out a series of hair-raising laughs. Without any warning, the ghost baby's thin limbs suddenly bounced, driving the pipes on the ground and rushing straight towards Song Yang. At the same time, the giant fat man also let out an inhuman low roar. The fat body showed agility that was inconsistent with its size. The huge palms, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed Song Yang's head fiercely. One man and one baby, one big and one small, connected by that strange flesh tube, yet they cooperate perfectly. Song Yang's feet suddenly shifted, and his body slid half a step to the left at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the fat man's huge palm that was as heavy as a mountain. Call! The giant palm swept past his ear with a fierce wind and hit the wall behind Song Yang. Boom! There was a dull thud, and bricks flew everywhere. The seemingly soft and fat palm actually contained such terrifying power that a shallow pit was smashed into the hard wall, and cracks spread like a spider web. At the same time as the fat man attacked, the ghost baby had already used the pulling force of the flesh tube to swing like a swing and bite Song Yang's neck from a tricky angle. The ghost baby attacked extremely quickly, but fortunately Song Yang reacted quickly, tilting his head back suddenly, and at the same time, he raised the machete in his hand and chopped it straight towards the ghost baby's open mouth. The ghost baby seemed to sense the danger. Its thin limbs twisted strangely in mid-air, and it actually stopped its forward momentum. Instead, he nimbly climbed onto the ceiling, clinging to it like a gecko, and paused his attack. Song Yang took advantage of this opportunity and jumped up to avoid the fat man's huge palm that was swung at him again. He changed the direction of the machete in his hand and chopped it hard at the fat man's thick neck. Puff! The blade entered the flesh, but only cut about a quarter of the way in. The toughness of this monster's flesh far exceeds that of ordinary animals. Roar! The fat man felt pain and let out a deafening roar. He also smashed towards Song Yang with his other hand, trying to beat him into a pulp. Song Yang did not retreat but advanced, kicked the fat man's fat belly with his left foot, and jumped up with the force. He was in mid-air, and kicked the back of the machete hard with his right foot. Crack! This time, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the machete was finally sent deeper into the cave by the huge force. The fat man's movements obviously slowed down and his attack became slower. Song Yang rolled over and landed steadily on the ground, and another machete appeared in his hand. His target was very clear, it was the dark red flesh tube connecting the fat man and the ghost baby. Swish! The machete accurately cut the squirming tubular object. It was not as tough as imagined, and the meat tube broke with a sound. Puff! A stream of dark green smelly liquid spurted out from the broken part. Squeaky! Almost at the moment the flesh tube was cut off, the ghost baby that was originally clinging to the ceiling let out a series of extremely shrill screams. Its body twitched violently, and its bluish-black skin quickly lost its luster, as if all its energy had been drained, and it fell straight down from the ceiling. With 2 slashes from Song Yang, the ghost baby was chopped in half, completely losing its life. On the other hand, the fat man who lost the symbiosis with the ghost baby seemed to have lost his backbone. Its huge body swayed and it couldn't stand steadily. Song Yang didn't give it any chance to breathe, and rushed forward again, aiming the machete in his hand at the wound just caused, and swung it violently. Gudong! The fat man's huge head was completely separated from his body and rolled to the ground. Kill the ghost baby, experience plus 110. Current survival level, Doomsday Elite Survivor. Experience, 765-1000. Next stage, Survival Expert. A voice sounded in my mind. During this period of time, he killed many people. Experience is increasing at a very fast pace. I just don't know what rewards I will get when my survival level reaches Survival Expert. Chapter 97: The Girl's Choice. Song Yang's eyes fell on the door of room 802. Unexpectedly, the door did not show much signs of damage and the lock was intact. Perhaps it is because of the existence of this fat monster and the ghost baby that the other survivors in the community dare not set foot here easily. This means that there is a high possibility that the girl in the room is still alive. However, in this environment, food and water are big problems. How did she manage to hold on until now? Without much hesitation, Song Yang raised his foot and kicked the door lock hard. Bang! The thick security door made a loud noise, the wall dust around the doorframe fell down, and the entire door opened inward. Almost at the same moment the door was kicked open, a scream erupted from inside the house. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled bang sound, as if the bedroom door was closed. Hearing the loud scream and the door closing sound, Song Yang was a little surprised. The other party was actually still alive, and judging from his voice, he seemed to still have enough energy, which saved him a lot of trouble. He walked into the living room. The sofa was askew, the coffee table was covered with a thick layer of dust, and there were many empty snack bags scattered around it. Song Yang's eyes swept across and finally stopped on the tightly closed bedroom door. He walked over and stopped in front of the door. Open the door, I'm here to save you. Inside the bedroom door, young Yuechi was like a frightened deer, using all her strength to hold the door tightly. Her back was pressed against the cold door panel, and her heart was beating wildly, almost jumping out of her throat. Just now, through the peephole on the door, she witnessed everything that happened outside. The horrible monster that had been lurking in the corridor and had eaten countless people, the fat figure that had given her nightmares every night, was killed cleanly and efficiently by the man outside the door. The bloody scene made her stomach churn and she almost vomited. She thought the monster had been dealt with and she was finally safe. But unexpectedly, this evil-like man, after dealing with the monster, actually walked straight towards her door. He kicked open the sturdy security door with one kick. Now, he was standing outside his bedroom door. His target is himself. Yan Yuechi's mind was in a mess, with only one thought left. She can't die. She absolutely can't die. She hasn't found her sister or her relatives yet. If she didn't have so many snacks at home, she would have died long ago. Just as her mind was in a mess, the bedroom door behind her moved. Yan Yuechi used all her strength to hold the door tightly with her thin shoulders. But the difference in strength was too great, and the door panel was still pushed open inch by inch. She watched in despair as the gap in the door grew wider and wider. The first thing that caught her eye was an arm stained with dried, black blood. Then, the door was pushed open completely. Song Yang's figure appeared at the door, with a lingering smell of blood on his body and a few dark red spots on his face. Ah! Yang Yuechi screamed and shrank into the deepest corner of the room. There was a fruit knife there, which she had used to peel fruit. Yang Yuechi grabbed the fruit knife and pointed it tremblingly at Song Yang at the door. The voice was filled with tears, but she tried her best to appear fierce. "Don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll fight you." Song Yang stood where he was and did not approach immediately. His eyes fell on the girl, looking her up and down. The girl in front of me was about 17 or 18 years old, with a very delicate face. She had 2 ponytails and was wearing what seemed to be some kind of school uniform. There was a bit of childishness on her face, which is unique to students. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but she was trying hard not to let them fall. His lips were pursed white with nervousness. And just as described in the information, she is 70% similar to the well-known female star Yang Mi. By the time she's in her 20s, she'll probably be a beauty. But the one in front of me looks more immature, like a flower in bud, but trembling at this moment. The way she held the knife was awkward. Rather than a threat, she looked more like a kitten with its fur standing on end, showing off its blunt claws in vain. Song Yang looked at the girl shivering in the corner and smiled. "It's your sister Yang Mi who asked me to save you." "My sister?" Yang Yuechi looked at Song Yang with tears in her eyes, with a hint of disbelief. "Is my sister still alive?" Song Yang didn't give her much time to digest the news and continued. "I don't care whether you believe it or not. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm leaving here soon and will never come back. If you don't want to follow me, you can stay here. No one will care about you." Sister is really still alive. For Yang Yuechi, this news was like someone throwing a life-saving straw at her in the abyss of despair. The tears could no longer be controlled and rolled down like pearls from a broken string. She asked in a trembling voice, "Where is my sister? Is she okay? How is she?" Song Yang frowned slightly. "These things are not important now." He interrupted Yang Yuechi's questioning, his voice a little colder. "There was quite a commotion here just now. It won't be long before other monsters are attracted here." He held up a finger. "You only have 1 minute to consider whether you want to come with me." 1 minute? Yang Yuechi's crying was choked again, and she looked at Song Yang in a daze. Other monsters? She subconsciously thought of the fat and terrifying figure in the corridor. A chill rose from the soles of her feet, making her shiver. Her eyes involuntarily drifted to the corner of the room, where she had piled up snacks before. Now, all that remains are some empty packaging bags and a thin layer of dust. The food is gone. There was only half a bottle of water left. If I continue to stay here. Yang Yuechi knew very well that without food and water, even without monsters, she would not be able to survive for a few days. What else more, the man said that there would be other monsters coming. She looked at Song Yang, whose expression was still cold, as if it didn't matter to him whether she left or stayed. A huge feeling of powerlessness and fear surrounded her again. Staying here is a dead end. Although I don't know what the future holds if I follow him, at least there is a glimmer of hope and a possibility of finding my sister. Her sister's face flashed through her mind. She was her only spiritual support in this apocalypse. The girl's thin shoulders trembled. There seemed to be only one choice left for her. Okay, I'll go with you. The girl gritted her teeth and made the decision. After all, she has no choice now. Chapter 98 Sisters Meet. Seeing Song Yang turn around and walk towards the door, Yang Yueqi's heart tightened. She didn't care about anything else and quickly got up from the ground and trotted after him. Her only thought at this moment was that following this man might be her only way to survive. When Yang Yueqi walked out of the room and saw the fat monster's corpse in front of her house up close, her face turned pale. The stench made her stomach churn and she almost vomited on the spot. She suppressed her discomfort, subconsciously held her breath, and followed Song Yang closely. The two went downstairs one after the other. The process was unexpectedly smooth and they did not encounter any other monsters. Just as the two of them stepped out of the community, several figures suddenly jumped out from the side and surrounded them. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all 4 of them were skinny, with sunken eye sockets and their clothes were stained. They each held a kitchen knife, a steel pipe, and a wooden stick with a sharpened tip. The leader was a relatively tall and strong man. His eyes stayed on Song Yang for a moment, and then he was immediately attracted by Yang Yueqi behind Song Yang. When the man saw Yang Yueqi's appearance clearly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, he had never seen such a clean and beautiful girl since the end of the world. It seems that he is never hungry. Such a beauty can definitely be sold at a good price. The man was thinking when the woman behind him leaned over to his ear. Honey, look at that man. He's so energetic, he doesn't look like someone who's hungry. And he looks at the 4 of us without any fear at all. I'm afraid he's a tough guy. Why don't we just forget it? Before the woman could finish her words, the man slapped her loudly in the face, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. Count it off on your mother. The man's face was grim. I'm starving. I finally met a living person. If I don't fight, am I just waiting to die? Today, let alone a tough guy, even if the one standing in front of me is the king of heaven, I will tear a piece of flesh from him. The other 2 men also clenched their crude weapons, their Adam's apples rolling, and it was obvious that they were pushed to the limit by hunger. Song Yang's expression didn't change much, he still looked indifferent. This calmness, in the eyes of the 4 people opposite, brought tremendous pressure. They had seen extremely vicious people and people fighting desperately, but they had rarely seen anyone who could remain so calm and composed in such a situation. Yang Yueqi hid behind Song Yang, her small hands tightly grasping the corner of Song Yang's clothes. She had just escaped from a cage and in the blink of an eye she was in another dangerous situation. There's something wrong with the looks in these people's eyes. Boy, you have such delicate skin and tender flesh, and you have such a beautiful girl by your side. The leading man licked his cracked lips and said, leave the girl behind you. We brothers will leave you a way out. Survival? Song Yang repeated, are you qualified to talk about survival? Before he finished speaking, Song Yang moved. The leading man felt a flash before his eyes, and a sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart. Puff! The leading man lowered his head in disbelief and saw a sharp wooden thorn sticking out of his chest, with a warm blood bead on the tip. That was the weapon of the companion next to him who was holding a sharpened stick. He turned his head with difficulty and saw that his companions also looked shocked and confused, as if they didn't understand what was going on. Song Yang was already standing beside the man holding the wooden stick, with one hand casually placed on the man's shoulder, as if it was just an intimate gesture between old friends. But it was this hand that had just controlled the man's arm with an incredible angle and strength, sending the deadly wooden thorn into his back. How is this possible? Blood kept gushing out of the man's mouth, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and then he fell heavily to the ground. The sudden change left the remaining people completely confused. The weapons in the hands of the 3 men fell to the ground with a clang. Without caring about the bodies of their companions on the ground, they turned around and ran for their lives in the direction they came from. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The 2 walked one after the other on the empty street. Yang Yueqi followed Song Yang carefully, her eyes falling on his back from time to time. This man was so powerful that it was a little scary. His movements just now were so fast that she couldn't even see them clearly. Those people in front of him didn't even have a chance to resist. You. Yang Yueqi hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. Do you know my sister? Song Yang didn't stop, nor did he look back, he just replied calmly. After receiving a positive answer, Yang Yueqi's heart beat faster. She didn't understand what her sister had done to deserve such a killer to come and save her in the apocalypse. Is my sister okay? Yan Yuechi asked cautiously. This was the question that concerned her most. This time, Song Yang stopped and turned to look at her. She's fine. After hearing these words, Yan Yuechi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally felt relieved a little. But more doubts followed. If my sister was fine, why didn't he come to see her? Why this strange man? So where are we going now? Go find her. Song Yanyan answered concisely. The two quickly returned to the exchange. As soon as I entered the door, almost everyone looked over at me. When they saw the beautiful girl behind Song Yang, the noise instantly became quieter, followed by the sound of people gasping for breath. Naked gazes fell on Yang Yuechi with undisguised greed. Where had Yang Yuechi ever seen such a scene? She was like a frightened deer, covering her cheeks tightly with her hands and shrinking behind Song Yang. Song Yang ignored the gazes around him, walked straight through the crowd and headed towards the second floor. The second floor was relatively quiet. Song Yang took Yang Yuechi into a room he had bought with his own money. The room was not big, with only a simple bed and a table. Wait here for me. I'll get your sister over. Song Yang left the room and came to the stall that sold yangmi before. There were several people gathered in front of the stall, pointing and talking at the woman. After buying yangmi, he took yangmi back to the second floor. Get her a bucket of bath water. Song Yang said to a man guarding the entrance to the second floor. The man was stunned. Bath water? In this apocalyptic world, water is more precious than life, and bathing is an extremely luxurious thing. But he knew Song Yang was rich, so he didn't dare ask more questions. He just said with some embarrassment. Boss Song, the cost of bath water is not cheap, and we have to recycle the used water. I know. Song Yang responded indifferently. The man nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, a simple cubicle was cleared out and a bucket of steaming bath water was carried in. The water was turbid, obviously having been purified and recycled many times. Song Yang brought Yangmi to the cubicle and threw her a new set of clothes. Your sister is waiting for you, go in and take a shower. Yangmi was stunned at first, tears streaming down her face. Then she nodded and obediently walked into the cubicle. Chapter 99: The Dignity of Female Stars. Soon, Yangmi changed into clean clothes and came out. Although the dirt was washed away, the fatigue in the eyes and the haggardness on the face were still clearly visible. She has lost a lot of weight and her former star aura has been completely worn away. She looked at Song Yang and lowered her head. Thank you for saving me. Song Yang did not respond to her thanks, but simply said, I brought your sister with me. She's still alive. Yangmi raised her head and asked anxiously, where is Yuechi? Is she here? I want to see her. Song Yang raised his hand and pointed to a room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. She's waiting for you inside. Yangmi looked in the direction of his finger. She couldn't wait to rush over, but Song Yang's next words made her stop. I saved you and brought her here, but whether she can survive depends on you. She's still young, and I don't want to use violence to force her, but I need someone who's obedient. If you can make her understand this, she can survive. If she can't accept it, I won't bother with someone who can't bring me any benefits. Yangmi understood what Song Yang meant. Her only relative and future destiny are completely in the hands of the man in front of her. What happened to me must never happen to my sister again. She took a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness in her heart, and nodded. Don't worry, I will let her live. Yangmi walked into the room and gently closed the door, blocking out the faint noise outside. Song Yang leaned against the wall in the corridor and could still hear everything in the room. Crying began to be heard in the room. It was the kind of crying that came after a long separation, filled with accumulated fear and longing. Yan Yuechi hugged her sister tightly, fearing that this was just another dream. Her cheek was buried in Yangmi's shoulder, and her tears soaked the clothes Yangmi had just changed into. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Yan Yuechi's voice was choked with sobs as she spoke intermittently. I've been so scared these days. She recounted as completely as possible how Song Yang rescued her and brought her here. Yangmi listened quietly, gently stroking her sister's back, comforting her like she did when they were little. After a long time, Yang Yuechi's emotions finally calmed down a little. She raised her red and swollen eyes and looked at Yangmi. Sister, where are we going next? Are we going back to our hometown? The word home made Yang Mi's eyes dim, and a complex and indescribable emotion emerged. She grabbed Yan Yuechi's hand and spoke with difficulty. I may not be able to stay with you anymore. The color on Yan Yuechi's face instantly faded, and she looked at her sister in disbelief. Why? Don't you want me anymore? Are you still angry with me for not coming to you sooner? No, silly girl, how could my sister not want you? Yang Mi suppressed the sadness in her heart and forced a smile. I have something important to do. What's more important than us being together? Yan Yuechi's tears welled up again and she held Yang Mi's hand tightly. I don't care. I finally found you, I don't want to be separated from you again. Wherever you go, I will go. Looking at her sister's stubborn and dependent eyes, Yang Mi felt a pang of pain in her heart. She knew that she had to separate from her. There was no way Song Yang would take her in. Yuechi, listen to me. Yang Mi held her sister's face and looked into her eyes seriously. You've grown up. You're no longer the little girl who needed your sister's protection all the time. The world has changed, and we all have to learn to survive on our own. Her eyes turned towards the door. Although Song Yang looks cold, he is capable. If you follow him, at least you can live safely. I hope you live well. It is more important than anything else. But I just met him. Yan Yuechi couldn't help but feel scared when she thought of the chilling aura from Song Yang. She didn't understand why her sister didn't stay with her. Yang Mi took a deep breath and said word by word. This is the only thing I can do for you. Promise me that you will listen to him and try your best to survive, even if it's just for me. She knew that Song Yang was outside the door, and she also knew that Song Yang was likely to hear it. For the sake of her sister's future, she had no choice but to believe the man and let her sister accept this reality. After a long time, the door of the room creaked open. Yang Mi came out, her eyes were red and swollen like ripe peaches, and the traces of tears had not yet dried up, winding down her cheeks. In the room, Yang Yuechi's suppressed crying could be heard intermittently, like an abandoned little animal, whimpering and licking its wounds. Yang Mi didn't look back and walked straight to Song Yang, who was standing against the wall. Mr. Song, can you lend me a dagger? Song Yang took out an ordinary military dagger from his waist and handed it over. He knew what the woman wanted to do, but he wasn't going to stop her. Thank you very much. The woman clutched the dagger and walked toward the first floor hall. Many eyes in the exchange were focused on Yang Mi. Several men with fierce eyes exchanged glances and followed silently. They recognized the woman as the one Song Yang had just bought. Within the exchange, commodities are protected, but once outside, the rules are no longer rules. Such a former female star, even if she has fallen on hard times, is still an extremely tempting prey for them. The heavy iron door of the exchange was pushed open, and Yang Mi's figure disappeared outside the door. The men who were following also quickened their pace and rushed out impatiently. However, the moment they stepped out of the exchange, the scene before them made them stop abruptly. Yang Mi was already lying on the ground, with a small patch of dark blood quickly spreading under her. The dagger borrowed from Song Yang was now deeply inserted into her heart, with only a black handle left outside. Her eyes were slightly open, looking at the dark sky. This female star, who once shone brightly under thousands of lights and was admired by countless people, ended her life of humiliation and torture in this way. Damn, what bad luck! I thought I could find a good deal and give it to my brothers, but he actually committed suicide. Alright, the person is dead, there's no point in saying this. This kind of stuff used to be precious, but now it's just like that. It's a pity to lose such a beautiful face and figure. Alas, what a pity. This woman was sold dozens of times and finally couldn't stand it anymore. It's normal for her to commit suicide. A group of people were talking. The exchange has its own set of rules, and even though a death had just occurred, it did not cause much commotion. Soon, a staff member came out with an expressionless face, and swiftly wrapped Yang Mi's body in a gray-black shroud and carried it away. The dark red bloodstain on the ground was quickly covered with sand by others, and then wiped with a mop a few times. Except for the faint smell of blood in the air, it seemed as if nothing had happened. The people around who had originally come to watch the fun, seeing that there was nothing more to watch, dispersed in disappointment and returned to their own corners, continuing the eternal theme of the exchange survival and trading. In this end times, death is the most common thing. In the room on the second floor, Yang Yuechi's crying had stopped at some point. After a moment, Song Yang pushed open the door. Yang Yuechi curled up in the corner of the room, hugged her knees tightly, and buried her head deeply in them. After a long while, Yang Yuechi finally managed to squeeze out a tiny sound from her throat. Is my sister really not coming back? I'm not coming back. Song Yang replied. Yang Yuechi's face, which was buried between her knees, suddenly lifted up, and her tear-stained little face was full of disbelief. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word, only big tears rolled down silently. You can choose to follow me, or you can choose to make a living on your own. It's up to you. Song Yang waved his hand, and several bags of bread and yogurt appeared on the table. Yang Yuechi looked at the food on the table and swallowed. She was really hungry and she really wanted to live. Chapter 100 Boss Li's Gift. Yang Yuechi's stomach growled uncontrollably. She reached out and picked up a bag of bread, using all her strength to tear open the package. The bread was a little dry, but for her, it was a rare delicacy. Just when Yang Yuechi had finished eating the last bit of bread crumbs, there was a soft knock on the door. Mr. Song, Boss Li wants to see you. Song Yang glanced at Yang Yuechi, who was sipping yogurt, and said to her, Stay here and don't run around. Yang Yuechi shrank back and nodded vigorously. After all, Lu Dehai has left the exchange and can no longer act as a babysitter for him. The exchange's villa has 3 floors, with the ground floor consisting of a chaotic trading hall and some crude compartments. The 3rd floor is the territory of the core figures of the exchange. Outside the largest room on the 3rd floor, the man stopped and made a pleased gesture sideways. Song Yang pushed the door open and walked in. The light in the room was soft, and the air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent that was refreshing. A large mahogany desk was placed in the middle of the room, with nothing else on the table except an antique tea tray. A man in black silk training clothes was sitting cross-legged on a cushion behind the desk, his eyes slightly closed. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, with a small goatee on his chin. Even with his eyes closed, he had an aura of majesty without even being angry. This person is the owner of this exchange. His real name is unknown, and he is known as Boss Li. Hearing the door open, the man opened his eyes and raised his hand to gesture to the chair opposite. Mr. Song, please take a seat. Song Yang didn't hesitate and walked straight to the pearwood chair opposite the desk and sat down. Boss Li picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and personally poured a cup of tea for Song Yang. I've heard of Mr. Song's great name for a long time. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is truly well deserved. Boss Li, if you have anything to say, just say it. Song Yang picked up the teacup but didn't drink it. I have something else to do. If Boss Li is just chatting, I'm afraid there's no need. The man heard this. Not only did he not get angry, but he showed a meaningful smile. Mr. Song is quick-witted and I like that. I have been following Mr. Song for a long time, and I am very interested in you. Oh? Song Yang raised his eyebrows and remained silent. To be honest, Mr. Song, you and I are the same kind of people. People like us should have a lot in common in this world. The same kind of people? Good. Boss Li's eyes narrowed as he spoke word by word. Mr. Song and I are both evolvers who possess unique items. The end of the world has arrived, and the world has changed dramatically. This has not only brought disaster, but also given rise to something extraordinary. We call it strange objects. I have a team under my command that specializes in researching these things. They have expended tremendous effort and discovered that not all of these strange objects are treasures that benefit mankind. They contain enormous amounts of energy, and this energy not only varies in level, but also in quality. He took a sip of tea, his eyes deep. A good item can promote the evolution of human cells and unlock the genetic locks hidden deep within our bodies. Just like you, Mr. Song, and me. We can be called new humans. Our genes are constantly evolving, and our life levels are constantly leaping forward. Bad artifacts. The energy they contain is extremely complex and contaminating. Once touched, at best, you'll lose your mind, and at worst, your body will be deformed, turning you into a monster that's neither human nor ghost. Every day in this city, people pay the price for recklessly using strange objects of unknown origin. Some people become incredibly strong overnight, able to lift a car with one hand, while others are reduced to a wriggling puddle of flesh the next day. So, Mr. Song, you know why I'm interested in you. You're a successful evolver, a new human being with unlimited potential just like me. Song Yang put down the teacup and met the man's gaze. Boss Li, you might as well be more clear on some of your points. There's no need to beat around the bush. A smile appeared on the man's face. Mr. Song is indeed a straightforward person, so I'll just speak frankly. Although this villa can provide shelter for a while, it's just a tiny place after all. I'm not willing to stay here all my life and be a local tyrant. He paused, looking out the window. The world outside is vast, and the forces are intertwined and complex. My power alone is ultimately limited. Mr. Son, you and I are both new humans, the lucky ones in this apocalypse, and the masters of the future. If you are willing to lend me a helping hand and join forces with me, we will definitely be able to create a new world. Food, women, power, whatever you want, Li, will give it to you without hesitation. Son Yang's lips curled up slightly. Boss Li's plan is a bit too big. Why should I believe you? Because we are the same kind. Boss Li said firmly, it's also because I understand the changes in this world better than you do, and I know better how to use magic items to quickly improve my strength. My team has already mastered the use and identification of some strange objects. Follow me, and you'll avoid many detours and reach the top of this world faster. You should have noticed that the monsters outside are evolving rapidly. Some of them can't even be harmed by bullets. Our living environment is not safe. The man picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. Of course, the choice is yours. You can think about it carefully. I'm not in a hurry. After all, a talent like Mr. Song is worth my waiting. I appreciate Boss Li's kindness. Song Yang finally spoke, it's just that I'm used to being alone, and I have no plans to join forces with anyone for the time being. Boss Li seemed to have already expected Song Yang to give this answer and was not surprised at all. He smiled slightly, leaned over and groped under the large desk for a moment, then when he stood up, he had a simple and elegant long wooden box in his hand. Since Mr. Song has his own plans, Li, will not force him. Boss Li gently placed the wooden box on the tea table and looked up at Song Yang. Since you're here this time, I can't let you go back empty-handed. He stretched out his finger and gently pushed on the lid of the box. Click. The lid of the box opened with a sound, revealing the items inside. It was a knife. A long, narrow sword with a strange shape, the blade is a heart-pounding blood red, as if it were made of solidified blood. The scabbard and the hilt are integrated into one, both of them are dark blood color, without any unnecessary decorations, but they have a ferocious aura that is captivating. You must have experienced that monster outside. Boss Li's eyes fell on the long sword. They are evolving too fast, their skin is tough and their flesh is thick. I'm afraid ordinary knives and bullets will become less and less effective. This blood fawn was made from scraps of metal that my man stumbled upon. I'm giving it to you for free. As he spoke, Boss Li held up the bloody long knife with both hands and carefully handed it horizontally to Song Yang. Song Yang noticed that Boss Li seemed to be struggling when he picked up the knife. This knife seems a bit heavy. Chapter 101 Test. Song Yang stretched out his hand and took the blood fawn. As soon as I touched it, I felt a sinking feeling, which was far heavier than that of ordinary steel. He lifted the entire knife and weighed it briefly. About 300 kilograms. Song Yang made a judgment in his mind. This weight is just right for him, neither too much nor too little. If it were any lighter, it would be difficult to deal with those mutant monsters with thick skin and flesh. If it were heavier, it would certainly be more powerful, but its flexibility might be compromised. Boss Li watched Song Yang lift the blood fawn with one hand, and a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. When he first tried to hold the knife, he found it quite difficult to hold it with both hands, and it was even more difficult to swing it. But Song Yang picked it up with one hand. Song Yang held the knife and took a few steps back, away from the large desk. He took a deep breath and flicked his wrist. Call. The blood-red knife flashed and drew an arc. Song Yang stretched out his arms, chopped, lifted, cut, and stabbed in a series of movements that flowed like flowing water. The heavy blood fawn seemed to have no weight at all in his hands, and every swing was precise and swift. Wherever the blade pointed, the air seemed to be cut apart, bringing up an invisible gust of wind that made Boss Li's hair on his forehead sway slightly. Boss Li still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were much more serious. Anyone who can survive the apocalypse alone and successfully evolve is definitely not an ordinary person. He gave away the blood fawn because, on the one hand, he really wanted to win over Song Yang. On the other hand, he also wanted to test the depth of Song Yang's strength through the weight of the sword, and by the way, do him a favor and demonstrate his sincerity and resources. But the scene before him was beyond his expectations. The material used for this blood fawn is extremely special and has a very high density. His men risked their lives to cut it out from the wreckage of a fallen alien object, and it took a lot of effort to create it. He himself is considered an evolver, but in front of this sword, he can only barely control it. And the way Song Yang swung it so easily, it was obvious that his power level was far beyond his estimation. I'm afraid he is much stronger than me. His original calculation was that Song Yang had potential, but his experience and resources were definitely not as good as his own. The knowledge and team he possessed of strange things were enough to make Song Yang understand that following him was a wise choice. But now it seems that Song Yang's own strength has become so strong that he has to re-evaluate it. If such a person cannot be a friend, then he cannot be an enemy either. Nice knife. Song Yang put away his knife and stood, the bloody blade hanging quietly. He looked at Boss Lee and gave his evaluation. As long as Mr. Song likes it. Boss Lee took the opportunity to continue. To be honest, I still have quite a few good things here. Since yesterday, the frequency of strange objects appearing in the city has increased. Evolvers like us have begun to emerge in this city. Nowadays, any evolver you pick out could have physical qualities that surpass those of the top athletes before the apocalypse. Are you interested in testing your current level? Song Yang nodded, okay. Seeing that Song Yang agreed readily, Boss Lee's smile became even wider. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. A moment later, the door was pushed open and 4 or 5 men in uniform black suits walked in one after another. The 2 people in the lead carried a high-tech treadmill on their shoulders, the 2 behind them carried a force-measuring instrument with a digital display, and another one carried a toolbox, seemingly ready to install and debug at any time. They quickly assembled and debugged the 2 different devices. In order to give Mr. Song a more intuitive understanding, I will let my people demonstrate it first. He turned to a particularly large, muscular man among his men. Ali, you go first. Yes. The strong man named Ali stepped out and stretched his muscles. He first stood on the treadmill, took a deep breath, and as the machine started, his legs began to move quickly. The track spun rapidly, and Ali ran faster and faster. The numbers on the display jumped rapidly and finally stabilized at a certain value. 8 meters per second. Boss Lee's voice rang out, this is the level of ordinary people. Ali got off the treadmill, adjusted himself a little, and then walked to the dynamometer. He stood firmly in a horse stance, the muscles in his right arm swelled instantly, and the blue veins coiled on them like little snakes. Drink! With a low roar, Ali exerted strength from his waist and abdomen, and his right fist suddenly shot out like a cannonball, hitting the bullseye of the force gauge hard. Bang! There was a dull thud. The numbers on the dynamometer flashed rapidly and finally froze. Right fist strength, 85 kilograms, which is on the higher end of the scale for an average person. Boss Lee looked at the number, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Song Yang. Mr. Song, come and show my men that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things better than you. Song Yang ignored Boss Lee's deliberate flattery and casually stood on the high-tech treadmill. The men in black clothes, including Ali who had just finished the test, all focused their attention on Song Yang. After all, in their opinion, Ali's performance was already quite amazing. The treadmill started slowly and the tracks began to turn. Song Yang's movements were not fast at first, but soon his speed increased. Woo! The speed of the treadmill track reached a terrifying level. The men in black all had their eyes wide open, their mouths slightly open, and cold sweat oozing from their foreheads. The numbers on the display screen soared upwards like crazy. Finally, after a brief blur, the number froze completely. 54 meters per second. Several people were confused. This speed has far exceeded their understanding of evolvers. The fastest cheetah on Earth can only sprint at a maximum speed of more than 30 meters per second. Song Yang's speed was almost twice as fast. This meant that it took Song Yang less than 20 seconds to run a kilometer. What a terrifying concept this is! This is no longer a human being, this is a monster. The Adam's apples of several big men rolled unconsciously, and the look they gave Song Yang showed not only shock but also awe and even fear. At such a speed, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Song Yang walked down from the treadmill and his eyes went straight to the force measuring instrument. The men subconsciously took a step back and made way for him. Under their almost stunned gazes, Song Yang walked to the dynamometer. He did not stand firmly on his horse like Ali, nor did he growl. He just stood there casually, then swung out his right fist in an ordinary way. There is no exaggerated sight of bulging muscles, no horrifying sight of swollen veins. That punch was so fast that it was hard to see its trajectory. Bang! A loud bang, duller and heavier than the one Ali hit, exploded. The force gauge, which was fixed on a heavy base, was knocked backward by the punch. The digital display on the dynamometer flashed wildly for several seconds. After a few seconds, the numbers stabilized. Boss Lee stared at the number as if he saw something incredible. The men in black all took a deep breath and looked at Song Yang as if they were looking up to an inviolable god. On the display screen, a number is clearly displayed. 895 kilograms. It is more than 10 times heavier than Ali's 85 kilograms. Chapter 102 JK Girl joins. The air seemed to freeze, and the only sounds that could be heard were the heavy breathing of the crowd and the pounding of their hearts and their chests. The look in the eyes of those burly men in black when they looked at Song Yang had completely changed. If this kind of power hits a person. As soon as the thought arose, they were forcibly cut off and they dared not think about it any further. They all thought of the same word: crushing. An absolute, undoubted crushing victory. I used to think that my boss's use of the word monster was a bit of an exaggeration, but now it seems that it is a very appropriate evaluation. Several big men swallowed their saliva. Fortunately, their boss did not choose to conflict with this evil star. Otherwise, these thugs who usually show off their power might not even know how they died. After leaving the exchange, Yang Yueqi followed Song Yang closely, half a step behind him, her big eyes stealing glances at Song Yang's profile from time to time. She knew very well that she would live with this man in the future. I just don't know what will happen in the future. The two walked through several dilapidated streets, and the surroundings became increasingly quiet. Suddenly, Song Yang stopped and his eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked towards a dark alley in front of him. Woo woo! A low and suppressed roar came from deep in the alley. Yang Yueqi suddenly became nervous and subconsciously grabbed the corner of Song Yang's clothes. What is it? Before he could finish his words, two hideous black shadows suddenly rushed out from the alley, followed by a third and a fourth. They were 4 mutant dogs that were obviously different from ordinary dogs. They had sparse hair, revealing dark red skin, knotty muscles, mouths full of sharp teeth, and saliva dripping continuously. Pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at Song Yang and Yang Yueqi, filled with bloodthirsty desire. Song Yang pulled Yang Yueqi behind him, his right hand already holding the newly replaced blood fangs. Stay behind me and don't move. Roar! The mutant dog closest to him couldn't hold back first, let out a roar, and suddenly exerted force with his limbs, pouncing towards Song Yang like a red lightning. Song Yang's eyes fixed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Swish! A cold light flashed. The blood-red straight knife also slashed towards the mutant dog. Puff! Blood splattered. The mutant dog that pounced ferociously didn't even make a scream before its body was split diagonally in mid-air. The hot internal organs and blood were scattered all over the ground, and the stench spread instantly. Killed with one blow, quick and clean. If it were ordinary iron weapons from the past, facing the tough fur and bones of this mutant creature, even if it could cut it, the blade would most likely get stuck or even curl. But at this moment, the new knife in Song Yang's hand showed amazing cutting power, as if it was not cutting hard flesh and bones, but soft tofu. Seeing this, the other 2 mutant dogs did not retreat. Instead, they were aroused by the smell of blood and pounced on them from different directions at the same time, roaring. Song Yang moved his body slightly and changed his steps, easily avoiding the attacks of the 2 mutant dogs in front of him, and swung the long knife in his hand backhand. Swish! A wound deep enough to see the bone suddenly appeared on the neck of the mutant dog on the left, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It staggered a few steps, fell heavily to the ground, twitching and losing its life. After dealing with the second one, Song Yang turned his wrist and swept the blade across to meet the last mutant dog attacking from the right. Clang! There was a slight sound of metal clashing, which was caused by the mutant dog's sharp claws brushing against the blade. However, this cannot stop it at all. The knife flashed like a streak of light, and the mutant dog let out a short whine, and one of its front legs was cut off at the shoulder. Ouch! The severe pain drove it crazy, but what greeted it was Song Yang's ruthless knife that stabbed its throat. Puff! The tip of the knife pierced precisely, ending its life. From the appearance of the mutant dog to the end of the battle, only a few breaths of time passed. The 3 mutant creatures, which were enough to pose a deadly threat to ordinary survivors, all fell in a pool of blood. Song Yang slowly put away the knife, and there was not even a trace of blood on the knife. Yang Yueqi stood behind Song Yang, her body still shaking. Her mind was a little blank at this moment. After all, everything happened too fast. It wasn't until Song Yang turned around that she suddenly came to her senses. Looking at the internal organs scattered all over the floor, her stomach churned, but she forced herself to hold it back. Are you okay? She looked at Song Yang and suddenly felt particularly safe. Song Yang nodded and said, let's go. The smell of blood here is too strong and will soon attract other things. Yang Yueqi took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and quickly followed. When she passed by the corpses of the mutant dogs, she couldn't help but quicken her pace and dared not look any longer. But this time, she walked a little closer to Song Yang, as if only by his side could she find a sense of security to survive in this cruel doomsday. At this time, in the safe house, a huge projector was playing old movies before the end of the world. When the heavy metal door opened and Song Yang's figure appeared at the door, the women on the sofa looked over habitually. However, when they saw the young girl timidly sticking her head out behind Song Yang, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. The sound of the movie was still playing, but it could no longer attract anyone's attention. Xiao Shui was originally half leaning on the sofa, with a small piece of beef jerky between her fingertips, but at this moment her movements froze, and her gaze was fixed on Yang Yueqi's face as if attracted by a magnet. The girl was so young and so beautiful, like a delicate flower that had never been exposed to wind and rain, suddenly appearing in the garden. Bai Jie's eyes moved back and forth between Yang Yueqi and Song Yang, and she unconsciously tightened the remote control in her hand. Oh my god. The first person to speak was Zhang Xinmei. She subconsciously sat up straight with her beautiful eyes wide open. Isn't this Yangmi? No, younger, her sister? She had once met Yangmi at a business dinner and was deeply impressed by her face. At this moment, seeing a replica that is almost identical, but more immature and young, you can imagine the shock in his heart. Song Yang had long been accustomed to the sudden change in atmosphere in the living room and the different looks. He turned sideways, his eyes falling on Yang Yueqi, who was still a little nervous beside him, and pointed in the direction of the end of the corridor. The bathroom is over there. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. Yang Yueqi was somewhat bewildered by the scene in the room and the undisguised gazes. When she heard Song Yang's words, she nodded quickly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yeah, okay. She didn't dare to look at the women who were looking at her and fled into the bathroom. Chapter 103 Return to the Villa. The bathroom door closed, and Song Yang walked to the sofa with a normal expression and sat down in the empty seat. The movie was still playing on the huge projection screen. Bai Jie, the married woman closest to him, was wearing a rather loose white t-shirt with a slightly open neckline today. As she moved her body gently, I could catch a glimpse of the deep curve under the fabric that rose and fell with her breathing, as well as a touch of snow-white skin. He noticed that Song Yang's gaze seemed to sweep across his chest. Bai Jie gently twisted a button on the collar of her t-shirt. The button was originally loose, and it slipped open when she fiddled with it. In an instant, the collar of the t-shirt opened down an inch, making the alluring scenery even more conspicuous. Xiao Shui on the other side saw that Song Yang's attention was attracted by Bai Jie, so she hurried over, pulled Song Yang's right hand over, and pressed it on her smooth white legs. Brother Song. Xiao Shui said coquettishly. You're finally back. Everyone was worried about you. Many people came to see you while you were away. That afternoon, several groups of people came over, all wanting to join you. Later, there was another group of people who claimed to be from an official shelter, and their attire looked quite respectable. They said that the authorities are recruiting evolvers from all over the city. As long as you have the ability, you can join the official shelter and live there. There are various preferential treatments. Do you think we should consider it? Song Yang pinched Xiao Shui's soft cheek and said with a smile. The official refuge is now a den of danger to me. I provoked a powerful figure in the shelter. If we go there now, it would be like walking into a trap. We won't know how we'll die. So that's how it is. Zhang Xinmei nodded thoughtfully, and then added. Song Yang's concerns are correct. I've heard people mention this before. It is said that the refuge is hundreds of meters underground. Although it is said to be safe, life is not easy for ordinary survivors. They lived in a small and crowded dormitory with dozens of people in one room, and the air was polluted. Moreover, we have to complete heavy work tasks every day in exchange for a little bit of food and water. How can it compare to the quiet and comfortable villa we have now? Song Yang nodded in agreement. He didn't like being controlled by others. He turned his gaze to the closed door of the bathroom, where he could faintly hear the sound of running water. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. There's a new member in the family, so we have to show our appreciation. Go prepare a table of food to welcome the new member. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie curled up the corners of her mouth into a meaningful smile. Are you planning to do real business tonight? However, I think the girl is still too young. Forcing things like this is not going to work. How about I go talk to her and do some ideological work on her? Let her know what to do and what not to do. Song Yang glanced at Bai Jie. This woman always knew how to read people's expressions. He did not refuse, but said him lightly, which was considered as his tacit agreement to her proposal. For some things, it is indeed much more convenient for a woman to come forward than for him to speak directly, and it is also easier for the other party to accept. With Song Yang's consent, Bai Jie stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom door was not locked, but ajar, and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the gap. She gently pushed the door open, and a gust of hot and humid steam mixed with the scent of shower gel hit her face. In the bathroom, Yang Yueqi was curled up in the large bathtub, feeling a little uneasy. The warm water just covered her collarbone, leaving only her small head and wet hair sticking to her forehead. Perhaps because she was nervous, her big eyes looked at the door vigilantly like a frightened deer. Bai Jie's appearance made her already tense nerves even tighter. Bai Jie didn't say anything. She moved a plastic stool that she usually used as a footstool from the corner and sat down next to the bathtub. This distance neither seems too close nor allows one to clearly see Yang Yueqi's expression. Don't be nervous, my name is Bai Jie. Yang Yueqi blinked, tiny water droplets on her long eyelashes. She pursed her dry lips and replied softly. My name is Yang Yueqi. Yueqi, what a nice name. Bai Jie nodded, her gaze lingering on the girl's young face for a moment, and she sighed in her heart. She was indeed a natural beauty. How old are you this year? I'll be 19 in half a year. Yang Yueqi's voice was still timid, but Bai Jie's gentle attitude made her relax a little. She hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. Sister Bai Jie, what is the relationship between the four of you and brother Song Yang? I see you all seem very close. She really couldn't understand why these beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, would be in the same room with a man who looked a little cold and even a bit murderous, and their words and actions seemed to revolve around him. Bai Jie sighed softly upon hearing this, as if lost in some memory. Relationship? If we must talk about relationship, we are all thanks to Song Yang taking us in, which is why we are able to survive in this apocalypse. She reached out her hand, gently stirring the warm water on the edge of the bathtub with her fingertips, and continued. If it weren't for Song Yang, the four of us would have starved to death. In this world, it's so difficult for a woman to survive. Yang Yueqi listened with a confused look. She had been staying at home and had never gone out, but her understanding was far less profound than that of these women. Sister Bai Jie, you seem to be older than brother Song Yan? Yang Yueqi carefully observed Bai Jie's expression and asked tentatively. She could feel that this woman had a story. Bai Jie's eyes dimmed a little, and a self-deprecating arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Me before? I used to have a husband. This beginning immediately aroused Yang Yueqi's curiosity. Not only did I have a husband, but I also had a big conflict with Song Yang. At that time, my husband and I even thought about killing him. Ah? Yang Yueqi was a little surprised, obviously she didn't expect such a past. Bai Jie looked at her surprised expression and said with a wry smile. Surprised, huh? Back then, I was also blinded by lard. In the end, that bastard did everything he could to survive. He even wanted me to become a prostitute in exchange for food. After a series of events, I finally saw his true colors and who I could truly rely on. So, I chose to leave him and join Song Yang. Song Yang has the ability to protect us and is willing to give us a relatively stable life. Yang Yueqi listened quietly, and she began to realize that in this seemingly peaceful villa, everyone had an unknown past and struggle. But she didn't understand anything. Chapter 104 Bai Jie's Advice. Seeing that the girl already believed in herself, Bai Jie's voice became softer. Little sister, since we are sisters, let me rub your back for you. Although this bathtub is big, it is not convenient for me to rub your back alone. Yang Yueqi instinctively wanted to refuse, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. Thank you, Sister Bai Jie. Yang Yueqi responded softly, revealing her smooth back. Warm water flowed over her skin. Bai Jie took the shower gel from the side, poured it on the soft bath ball, gently rubbed it into rich foam, and then evenly applied it on Yang Yueqi's delicate back. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread from her back. Yang Yueqi's body, which had been a little stiff due to nervousness, gradually relaxed and she even let out an almost inaudible moan. How is it? Are you comfortable? Bai Jie is quite proud of her unique skill. I learned this massage technique from Song Yang. Even though he looks ferocious when dealing with monsters, he's actually quite gentle. Yang Yuechi didn't know how to respond, she could only lower her head and look at her reflection. Yuechi, Bai Jia said casually while rubbing slowly. Song Yang saved you, let you live in such a safe place, and gave you food and water. None of this came for nothing. If you want to survive here, you must make him feel your value and make him feel that it is worthwhile to keep you. Value? Yang Yuechi repeated the word in a daze. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a princess pampered by her parents and sister, and she has never thought about pleasing others. But I just graduated from high school and I don't know anything. I don't know how to please him. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia wiped her hands and took out a cell phone from a waterproof bag next to the bathtub. Bai Jia skillfully opened her phone, searched for a moment, then turned the screen towards Yang Yuechi and placed it in front of her. There are many things that you don't need to be taught, you can understand them just by looking at them. A video is playing on the phone screen. Under the dim light, a man and a woman were kissing passionately. The man's hands were wandering on the woman's body, and the woman was breathing suppressed gasps. Although the scale of the picture is not particularly unusual, the extreme tenderness and desire come through the screen. Yang Yuechi only took one look and her face turned red all the way to her ears. She turned her head away abruptly, her heart pounding like a drum and her breathing becoming rapid. Sister Bai Jia, what are you doing? She was almost speechless. She had only seen this kind of thing in those pop-up ads marked as harmful information on the internet, and she had never seen it so clearly. Bai Jia didn't care, she put her phone away and said slowly. Don't be shy, it's nothing. If you don't learn something now, you'll suffer later. Only by being pampered can you ensure your survival and avoid being abandoned. Bai Jia's words caused ripples in Yang Yuechi's heart. Half an hour later, when Yang Yuechi walked out of the bathroom with a nervous mood, the aroma of food hit her face. Several figures have already taken their seats at the dining table in the living room. Song Yang sat in the main seat. Beside him, besides Bai Jia, there were 3 other women. Yang Yuechi remembered that Bai Jia had introduced them. One was Zhang Xinmei, a rich woman. One was Xiao Shui, a female anchor who could dance various dances, and the remaining one, Zhang Yu, was a female policewoman who had just graduated from university. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, golden roast chicken sizzling with oil, juicy green vegetables, and a plate of steaming braised pork with rich sauce. There are even beer and drinks on the side. These foods, which were commonplace before the end of the world, now seemed so luxurious, like a dream. Yang Yuechi swallowed her saliva. She had been hiding at home for those days, starving every day and barely surviving. Come and sit down. Bai Jia smiled and stood up, opened the empty seat next to Song Yang, and waved to Yang Yuechi. Come on, we've been waiting for you. Today is a welcome party for you. Yang Yuechi felt a little embarrassed and walked to the dining table and sat down. You're welcome, eat more. Bai Jia picked up the serving chopsticks, picked up a piece of chicken leg and put it into the bowl in front of Yang Yuechi. You must have been starving these days. Take care of yourself first. Thank you, Sister Bai. Yang Yuechi whispered, her cheeks feeling a little hot. She remembered Bai Jia's words, let Song Yang feel your value. But she seemed unable to do anything now. Yang Yuechi forced a smile and ate in small bites. The food was really delicious, but what Bai Jia said in the bathroom and that embarrassing video kept echoing in her mind. She raised her eyes secretly and glanced at Song Yang quickly. In this broken world, it seems impossible to rely on others to survive, especially to live as well as you do now, without giving something in return. As the tender meat goes down my stomach, I feel a warm sensation. For the first time, a strong desire arose in her heart. She wanted to stay. She didn't want to go back to the days of fear and hunger. As for how to embody value, Bai Jia has given her enlightenment in a very straightforward way. However, it would take her some time to adapt to such a revelation. After finishing her meal, Yang Yuechi returned to her assigned room. The first thing she did was to throw herself on the bed and cover her head with the quilt. In the dim bed, a small space is formed, isolated from the outside world. With trembling hands, she took out the cell phone Bai Jia gave her from Jay's pocket. I swiped my finger across the screen, unlocked it, found the video I had just watched, and clicked to play it. At the same time, Song Yang also returned to his bedroom. After a while, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and a slim figure walked in. It's Xiao Shui. Today, Xiao Shui changed into an office teacher's outfit. A fitted white short-sleeved shirt, a dark-colored hip-hugging miniskirt, and shiny black stockings. A pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses on her nose added a touch of intellectual abstinence to her. The most eye-catching thing is the slender black pointer in her hand. Xiao Shui closed the door gently and locked it. She walked towards Song Yang step by step in her red high-heeled shoes, her heels tapping on the floor. When she reached Song Yang, she stopped. Xiao Shui took a deep breath and swung the blackboard pointer in her hand, making a light snap sound. Student Song Yang, class is starting now. Chapter 105 Mysterious White Light. A few hours later, the class finally ended. Xiao Shui left the bedroom with trembling legs, almost unable to stand. Her teacher's office uniform was in disarray, her cheeks were unnaturally flushed, and her eyes were a little vacant. Song Yang looked refreshed. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he walked out of the room, went to the refrigerator in the living room, opened the door, and took out a bottle of iced cola. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, feeling refreshed. Just as Song Yang was enjoying this moment of comfort, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out outside the window. The white light descended like a miracle, piercing straight into the dark sky. In an instant, half of the city was illuminated as bright as day by the sudden strong light. The white light that tore through the night sky lasted for less than a second before dissipating. Song Yang judged that the source of the light column was roughly located in the suburban area of the city. Such an astonishing vision would surely attract all the survivors who witnessed it like a magnet. He was moved. Could it be that some strange thing had appeared in the world? In the end times, any abnormal phenomenon may be accompanied by opportunities, but it is also full of unknown dangers. He no longer hesitated, quickly turned back to the bedroom, and dressed as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, Song Yang appeared in the underground garage of the villa. He opened the door of a sleek black sports car and got in. The engine let out a low roar, and the sports car rushed out of the garage like an arrow and sped towards the suburbs. At the same time, in the city, Song Yang was not the only one who noticed this shocking phenomenon. The survivors hiding in every corner, whether in the dark basement or on the upper floors of abandoned buildings, were almost all startled at the same time by the white light that tore through the night. What is that? In the end times, any extraordinary phenomenon will attract people's attention. That beam of light was so conspicuous and extraordinary that it was hard not to associate it with the legendary strange object. The huge temptation instantly overwhelmed the fear of the unknown. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. The survivors are well aware that in such an apocalypse, being content with the status quo is tantamount to chronic suicide. Only by constantly striving and becoming stronger can there be a glimmer of hope. After a brief moment of shock and hesitation, the action began. In the dark corners, pairs of eyes lit up. People came out from their hiding places. Rusty machetes, sharpened steel pipes, and homemade bows and arrows were all held in their hands. Food and water were hastily stuffed into backpacks as they prepared for possible battles and long searches. For a moment, the silent city seemed to wake up. Countless figures, like hyenas smelling blood, gathered from all directions towards the suburbs where the light column disappeared. Everyone wants to seize the initiative, and everyone wants to be the lucky one who gets the wonderful item. In the face of the temptation of strange things that can change one's destiny, the monsters on the street seem insignificant. Song Yang stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the pointer on the dashboard jumped wildly, and the scenery outside the car window quickly receded. The windshield was already covered with a dark red and smelly liquid, which was the blood of the monsters that were knocked away along the way. He even turned on the windshield wipers and sped along the deserted road. Rushing out of the city, the view suddenly opens up. Ahead, dots of lights flickered in the night, and the roar of engines rose and fell from all directions, finally converging in the same direction the suburbs where the light column disappeared. There were gradually more and more vehicles on the road. Without exception, these vehicles have undergone extensive modifications, with dense iron mesh covering the body and heavy external armor, making them look like tanks. Song Yang's sports car seemed out of place and even a little dazzling in this torrent of steel. There was no heavy armor, no ferocious weapons, and even the hood was open, as if they were not going to a dangerous place to fight, but to take a ride in the suburbs. Shit, man, look over there. In a modified pickup truck, a man leaned out of the window, nudged his companion in the driver's seat with his elbow, and nodded his chin in the direction of Song Yang. In the driver's seat, a scarred man with a cigarette in his mouth glanced at the rearview mirror. In the dim light, Song Yang's sports car, which was almost new but stained with blood, was particularly eye-catching. Hey, where did this fool come from? How dare you drive a tin coffin like this into the suburbs? He's probably crazy, or he's just a novice who doesn't know how to spell death. The person next to him scoffed, a car like this could be reduced to scrap metal with just one swipe from any monster. The scarred man licked his cracked lips and winked at his companion in the driver's seat. Damn it, I can't stand this kind of pretentious wimp. Ah Biao, teach him a lesson and let him know how to navigate this apocalyptic world. Hey, alright, Scar. The man called a Biao and the driver's seat grinned, turned the steering wheel suddenly, and the front of the car crashed into the side of Song Yang's out-of-place sports car. In their opinion, this delicate sports car that has not been modified in any way can be completely scrapped with just a slight blow, and the ignorant kid inside will be seriously injured if not killed. The survivors and other vehicles around also noticed the movement here. Many people slowed down their cars slightly with the mentality of watching a good show, ready to enjoy the good show of the survival of the fittest. In this damn apocalypse, bullying the weak, or watching others bully the weak, is one of the few entertainment activities. However, just as the modified pickup truck was approaching ferociously and was less than 10 meters away from Song Yang's sports car, something strange happened. Song Yang still held the steering wheel with his left hand, but his right hand instantly took out an inconspicuous small metal can from the passenger seat. The thing looked like an ordinary can, about the size of a palm. Whoosh! Before the people in the pickup truck could see clearly, the small metal can had already slipped out of their hands, drawing a precise parabola, and went right in through the narrow window gap next to the driver's seat of the pickup truck, which was specially left for ventilation. What? A Biao subconsciously exclaimed, and caught a glimpse of a black shadow flying in from the corner of his eye. Scarface was also stunned for a moment, then cursed. Damn it, this kid dares to throw things. He hadn't finished his words. Bang! The explosion sounded from inside the pickup truck. The thick modified pickup truck suddenly shook, the window glass was shattered instantly, and black smoke spewed out of the window. The out-of-control pickup truck was like a drunkard, swerving off the road and crashing into the iron railing on the side of the road. It took only a few seconds from Scarface giving the order to the pickup truck crashing into the wall. The survivors who were waiting to watch the show were all stunned, and the gloating expressions on their faces froze in an instant. They just saw the guy in the cool sports car casually throw something into it, and then the seemingly indestructible modified pickup truck was ruined. What kind of method is this? What kind of terrifying weapon is that little can? Those who had previously looked down on Song Yang with contempt and malice now turned into fear and dread. Fuck, that guy actually has a grenade, who is he? Is the bomb so powerful? Damn, I misjudged him. This guy is a tough guy. No one dared to approach Song Yang's sports car anymore and could only follow it from a distance. Chapter 106 Rat Tide. The sports car soon reached the end and drove into a long-abandoned town. To Song Yang's surprise, the small town at the vanishing point of the light column was unusually prosperous at this moment. On both sides of the street, various modified vehicles are parked wherever possible. Bonfires were lit next to many vehicles. Some people were roasting unknown pieces of meat, some were playing finger-guessing games loudly, and the crisp sound of wine bottles colliding could be heard from time to time. The whole town was like a huge, temporary survivor camp. What made Song Yang feel even more surprised was that so many people gathered here, but they did not attract those horrible monsters. It was simply unbelievable. As soon as it stopped, a short and strong man wearing a worn leather jacket jumped out from a heavy truck next to it that looked like a converted armored car. Hey brother, you look unfamiliar. Have you just arrived? The man greeted with a smile. Song Yang glanced at him, did not get out of the car, and just said lightly. The man didn't seem to care about Song Yang's indifference. Instead, he moved closer and lowered his voice. Brother, alone? Your car isn't very safe. Not bad. Song Yang replied. Brother, I think you are a capable person. This town is full of good and bad people. Although the light column in front has disappeared, it must be here. Although we are not many in Blackrock, we are all friends who have risked our lives for each other, and our equipment is also decent. If you don't mind, you can come with us and keep us company. We can also look after each other. If we get something good, we can share it according to our contribution. How about that? In the end times, lone wolves are certainly scary, but organized teams are obviously more capable of surviving. Blackstone? Song Yang turned his gaze to the man. Are you familiar with this place? The man grinned. It's okay. We arrived earlier than most people and know some inside information. He pointed in the direction of the town center. There used to be a government building there, and the light beam came from nearby. Although the light is gone now, the ones guarding there are members of the Axe Gang and the Blood Wolf Society. These two gangs are numerous and powerful, and difficult to deal with. So, brother. The man continued his persuasion, more people means more strength. No matter how strong you are, 2 fists are no match for 4. Cooperating with us will at least give you a little more security. Song Yang was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Why are there no monsters in this town?" This question seemed to make the man stunned for a moment, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. "We can't say for sure. We haven't seen a single monster since we came in. Some say it was the light column that cleansed the monsters, others say it's the town that keeps the monsters away. There are so many different opinions, no one can be sure. However, this has made others even crazier. They all think this is a God-given treasure. The absence of monster invasions is undoubtedly a huge temptation for people struggling to survive in the apocalypse." Song Yang nodded and had a plan in mind. He glanced at the man and said, "It's okay to cooperate temporarily, but I won't join any team." The smile on Zhao Hu's face froze for a moment, then recovered. "Brother, you're a quick-witted person. Okay, as long as we can act together, more friends are always better than more enemies. My name is Zhao Hu, what's your name, brother?" "Song Yang." "Okay, brother Song." Zhao Hu slapped his thigh and said, "Let's take a break and explore the way over there later." Song Yang said him and found a room with several members of the Blackstone team to rest for a while. As soon as they sat down, the members of the Blackstone team took out food from their backpacks. Canned beef, plastic-wrapped chicken legs, and a few bottles of mineral water. Seeing that Song Yang had nothing in his hands, Zhao Hu handed him the other one that was still intact. "Brother Song, fill your stomach first." At this moment, a shark shout broke out outside the house without warning, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. "Oh shit." Zhao Hu's face suddenly changed. He didn't care about the chicken leg he had just handed to him. He picked up the machete leaning against the wall and kicked open the already shaky wooden door. Outside, the once somewhat orderly streets were now in chaos. The survivors, who had previously gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to drink, brag, and barbecue, were now like ants in a panic, their faces pale as they fled in all directions. Some people lost their shoes while running and stumbled barefoot on the gravel ground. What's worse, in a panic, some people knocked over the bonfire on the roadside and set people on fire. The direction they fled was away from the center of the town, towards the way they came. It was as if there was some invisible terrifying existence chasing them from behind. "What's going on?" Zhao Hu was a little confused. "There are at least 300 people gathered in this town, including some evolved ones. What on earth could have frightened these desperados so much? You know, few of those who have survived this apocalypse and dared to go deep into this unknown area are real wimps." But the scene before them clearly showed that they were witnessing something horrific that was enough to crush all their courage and means. Zhao Hu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He glanced at Song Yang and said, "Brother Song, what do you think? In this situation, should we follow them, or?" Before Zhao Hu could finish his words, a series of squeaking sounds suddenly erupted from the center of the town and spread at an alarming speed. Then, at the end of the street, in the darkness shrouded by the night, a few scarlet lights first lit up. Then, the light was like a spark that set the whole field on fire. In the blink of an eye, it connected into one and merged into 2 terrifying red rivers of light. "What is that?" asked a member of the Blackstone team. No one answered him. Because the next moment, the answer was revealed. A wave composed of countless black mice the size of tabby cats with shiny fur is surging out from the darkness. They gathered together to form a black carpet that rolled and expanded continuously, leaving no grass behind wherever it passed. Their target is clear, all living things. Ah! A survivor who ran a little slower was caught up and drowned by the black tide of rats. In just 1 second, only a skeleton was left on the ground. Even the thick clothes he was wearing were eaten away. A burly man who looked like an evolver roared and waved the steel pipe in his hand, trying to smash a bloody path. Every time the steel pipe was swung down, dozens of rats could be smashed into pulp. However, this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the rat tide that is so huge that it seems to have no end. More rats pounced on him fearlessly, clinging to the strong man's body and biting him madly. The strong man's roar soon turned into a shrill howl. He frantically slapped the rat on his body, but could only bring off large chunks of flesh and blood. In just a dozen seconds, the strong man fell to the ground and was devoured by the rats. 2 more evolvers who were too close to the rat tide followed suit almost at the same time. The hellish scene before their eyes completely broke down everyone's psychological defenses. "Run! Run! Zhao Hu watched helplessly as the evolver was gnawed into bones, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He immediately threw down his backpack, turned around and ran back the way he came, which was the direction away from the center of the town, crawling and rolling. His reason told him that any resistance would be futile in the face of such a terrifying tide of rats, and the only way to survive was to run. Run faster than anyone else. Seeing this, the other members of the Black Stone team also ran out of the town, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Song Yang is no exception. The scale and ferocity of this rat tide far exceeded his expectations. No wonder there aren't any other monsters in this town. Even if it was him, he would still die if he was caught. Chapter 107, Dangerous Chase. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Song Yang quickly locked onto an SUV that had crashed diagonally into a roadside flower bed. The car door was open and the key was still in it. It was obvious that the owner had abandoned the car and fled in extreme panic. He rushed over and got into the driver's seat. Song Yang stepped on the accelerator, roughly pushed aside the debris and running people blocking the road, and rushed towards the outside of the town. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the black tide of rats had already covered most of the town. Boom! The harsh sound of a motorcycle engine came from the side and behind. It was Zhao Hu. The motorcycle could actually keep up on the dirt road. Zhao Hu yelled at Song Yang, his voice broken by the wind. "Brother Song! These ghosts are too fast. We must find a way to avoid them." Song Yang steadied the steering wheel with his left hand and took out a folded and slightly yellowed map from his arms with his right hand. It was an icon of the distribution of official shelters, with a dot circled in red. The nearest official shelter is about 10 kilometers away. Zhao Hu obviously didn't expect Song Yang to have such a thing, and then he was ecstatic. "Why didn't you tell me about this good stuff earlier? Damn, I'm definitely right to follow you." Song Yang ignored his hindsight and suddenly turned the steering wheel, forcing the front of the car to the direction marked on the map. Zhao Hu followed without hesitation, and his younger brothers followed closely behind him. The vehicle was speeding along the bumpy dirt road. The headlights tore through the darkness ahead, but could not illuminate the approaching shadow behind it. In the rearview mirror, the scarlet river of light was getting closer and closer. It split up, with some chasing after the other scattered survivors, but a terrifying number of them were still chasing after their car. Occasionally, 1 or 2 extremely fast mice could be seen, almost climbing onto the rear wheel of the motorcycle, but they were all kicked away by Zhao Hu with great difficulty. Song Yang's face was as gloomy as water and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. There is a Rat King commanding this rat tide. They have clear goals and amazing execution ability, and they will never give up until they achieve their goals. The Rat King seemed to have noticed Song Yang and the others' intention to escape. A commando team consisting of hundreds of huge rats rushed out from the ruins on the flank, their target being the 4 tires of the car that were still spinning rapidly. These rats were much faster than the large group chasing the car. They are slightly smaller in size, but more powerful. Damn it! They're going to chew the tires. Zhao Hu saw it clearly from the motorcycle, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. He knew very well that on this dirt road covered with gravel and rubble, once the off-road vehicle's tires wore out, they would completely lose their speed advantage and become prey to the rat swarm. Song Yang picked up a steel pipe from the passenger seat, stuck one end of the pipe between the steering wheel shaft and the gap between the console, and held the other end firmly. This crude fixing device allowed the front of the car to temporarily maintain a roughly straight line. After doing all this, Song Yang almost immediately turned sideways from the driver's seat and picked up the blood fawn with his left hand. Squeak! The closest black rat had already pounced on the car door, opened its mouth full of fine fangs, and bit hard at the sidewall of the tire. Court death. Song Yang kicked the car door open and then stabbed it with a knife. The black rat's head broke off with a sound, and dirty blood and brain matter splattered on the seat, and were instantly blown away by the wind caused by the high speed. However, this is just the beginning. More black rats rushed towards the tires of the off-road vehicle like a thorn in the flesh. Wherever Song Yang's sword flashed, rat corpses flew everywhere. Brother Song! Right rear wheel! There are too many rats on the right rear wheel. Zhao Hu shouted anxiously from behind, his motorcycle following closely behind the off-road vehicle, but the rats that attacked from the side made it impossible for him to get close to help. He could only watch as more and more black shadows approached the wheels. Without Zhao Hu's reminder, Song Yang had already noticed the danger behind him on the right side through the rearview mirror. At least 3 mice had successfully hung onto the tires and wheels, gnawing at them frantically. The car body began to shake irregularly, and it was obvious that the tire was damaged. His eyes became fierce, and he suddenly turned the steering wheel, causing the front of the car to swing violently to the left. The sudden turn was so large that it was almost like a U-turn on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. As the car spun violently, the mice clinging to the right tire were instantly thrown out as if by a high-speed spinning wheel. With just this one move, the crisis on the right rear wheel was temporarily resolved. But Song Yang did not dare to relax at all. He quickly turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed towards the shelter. Soon, a tunnel embedded at the foot of the mountain appeared in front of us. It was the only way to the gate of the shelter. Song Yang was the first to drive into the tunnel, followed by Xiaohu and others, then the other survivors, and finally the black swarm of rats. Although the tunnel was very long, everyone arrived at the gate quickly. In front of the gate, a simple defensive fortification was built with sandbags and barbed wire. 7 or 8 soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms and armed with live ammunition were watching vigilantly at the depths of the tunnel. Several trucks, also painted in military green, were parked on one side of the gate, and several soldiers were checking the people getting on and off the trucks. The high beams of various vehicles caused a commotion among the soldiers, and several black muzzles of their guns were immediately raised and aimed at the vehicles rushing out of the darkness. Stop! Stop now! Song Yang slowly released the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle stopped more than 10 meters in front of the gate, followed closely by Zhao Hu's motorcycle. Squeak! He kicked off the motorcycle kickstand and rushed to the front, ignoring the soldiers' warning eyes and shouting anxiously. Open the door! Open the door quickly! There's a swarm of rats behind. Let us in! A soldier with the rank of sergeant on his shoulder looked at the disheveled Zhao Hu coldly, then glanced at the others who kept rushing over, and a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Rat influx? We hear that excuse 8 times a day. For the safety of the shelter, no one is allowed to enter without identification and a pass. We mean no harm. There really is a swarm of rats back there. Zhao Hu was so anxious that he jumped up and down, pointing deep into the tunnel. They're about to catch up. If we don't open the door, we're all going to die here. The young soldier next to the sergeant lowered his gun a little and said sternly. Shut up. If you dare to make any more noise, it will be considered as an attack on the shelter and you will be killed without mercy. But the next moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp and shrill cries of rats surged from the depths of the tunnel like a tide. Then, in the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet dots suddenly lit up, densely packed like will-o'-the-wisp fires pouring out of hell, and quickly rushed towards the gate. Squad leader, something is coming. A sharp-eyed soldier screamed in terror. Chapter 108 Entering the Shelter. The sergeant's face was solemn as he stared at the rapidly spreading scarlet color deep in the tunnel. That was not an illusion, it was a terrifying rat tide that could devour all flesh and blood. Retreat! Retreat to the gate in an orderly manner. Prepare fire. The man called squad leader was not panicked. He waved his hand suddenly and gave orders to several soldiers behind him who also had pale faces. Then he turned his head and glanced at Song Yang, Zhao Hu, and the survivors behind them with desperate expressions. The shelter has its own rules. We only accept evolvers and specific individuals who have passed strict screening. No one else will be accepted. His gaze was fixed on Song Yang. Young man, I can sense that you are an evolver. You are different from ordinary people like them. You are qualified to enter the shelter. What? A fat man got furious when he heard this. He rushed to the sergeant and said, What bullshit are you talking about? Just let him in? What about us? What about us? Just watch us get gnawed by rats? The survivors behind him also became agitated and looked unhappy. This is an order. It's also for the safety of more people in the shelter. The sergeant refused to back down, his eyes sternly sweeping across the man. Resources are limited, and we can't shelter everyone in danger. The evolvers are the refuge's hope. Bullshit hope. A middle-aged man among the survivors yelled hysterically. I didn't see you when the apocalypse came, and now I'm about to be eaten by rats, and you still want to watch me die without helping me? Troublemakers will be shot on the spot. Several soldiers behind the sergeant immediately pointed their guns at the man's head. The man's head shrank and he regained the crowd. The sergeant looked at Song Yang again. Young man, our shelter gives preferential treatment to those who evolve. Every evolved person entering the sanctuary for the first time has the right to bring 5 people into the sanctuary. They can be family, friends, or subordinates. But there's not much time. The sergeant raised his hand and glanced at the closing door. The gate will be completely closed in 30 seconds. If you want to save people, hurry up. These words exploded like a thunder among the crowd of survivors. Dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly stared at Song Yang. This young man has become their only lifeline at this moment. Plop! A woman was the first to react. She knelt down in front of Song Yang. Little brother. Please. Save me, I have a child, he's still young. Immediately afterwards, the fat man with angry hair from before also squeezed over, his face full of flattering smile, completely different from his previous arrogance. Brother, please take me with you. I have plenty of food at home, I'll give it all to you. I also have a collection of fine wine. Pick me. Pick me. I can do anything. A middle-aged man wearing glasses also eagerly pushed away the people around him, trying to attract Song Yang's attention. Song Yang ignored these people, stretched out his hand, and picked up Zhao Hu, who was standing beside him like a chicken. Go in. Song Yang threw several members of the Black Stone team into the gate that was slowly closing. Zhao Hu and his 4 younger brothers were caught off guard, their bodies flew uncontrollably towards the door and fell to the ground. When I looked back, the gap in the door was getting smaller and smaller, until only a narrow gap remained. The survivors who were left outside the door began to try desperately to squeeze through the crack in the door, but were fired back by the soldiers guarding inside. At the last moment when the gate was about to close, Song Yang's whole body rushed in from the gap like a cannonball. Boom! The heavy alloy gate closed completely with a dull thud, isolating the 2 worlds. A few seconds later. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The screams of rats, so sharp that they could pierce the eardrums, drowned out the passage outside the gate. What followed was the crowd's extreme crying and cursing in fear. From outside the door came the sounds of flesh being torn and bones being gnawn. Zhao Hu stood inside the cold alloy gate, his calves trembling, not because of the cold, but because of the uncontrollable fear. He could imagine that if Song Yang had not saved him, he would have been the protagonist of the voices outside the door. What a miserable death that would be. He was gnawed alive by countless crazy rats into a pile of bones, with not even a piece of intact skin or flesh left. Zhao Hu swallowed hard. The 4 younger brothers beside him were even paler than him. One of them was even a little unsteady and sat on the ground. The next moment, Zhao Hu turned around abruptly and walked in front of Song Yang. Plop! Zhao Hu didn't hesitate at all. His knees softened and he knelt down straight. His forehead hit the hard ground heavily, making a dull sound. Upon seeing this, the 4 younger brothers behind him immediately knelt down and kowtowed in unison. Brother Song, no, big brother. Zhao Hu raised his head and spoke in a sincere voice. You saved our lives. From now on, our lives belong to you. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. A younger brother behind him also said quickly. Big brother is right. Our lives are yours, big brother. Big brother, we brothers will never forget your kindness. As he was speaking, the sergeant from before came over. Those beasts outside won't leave anytime soon, unless we use incendiary bombs to clear the area. But those are too valuable to use up. We can only wait for them to disperse on their own or find new targets. The sergeant gestured to a soldier beside him. Take the 6 of them for full body disinfection, register, and follow the procedures. Yes. The soldier responded and led the 6 of them toward the side of the passage. Song Yang didn't care and followed the soldiers forward. After walking a few steps, a military off-road vehicle was already waiting for them. The soldier opened the car door. Get in the car and go to the disinfection area and registration desk. This is the entrance buffer zone, and it's still some distance from the bottom. The 6 people got on the car one after another. The vehicle started and headed deeper into the cave. The car body bumped slightly due to the uneven ground. Song Yang leaned back in his chair, thinking about the sergeant's words. The evolvers are the hope of the refuge. It seems that the status of evolvers in this shelter is higher than he imagined. The off-road vehicle drove for about 10 minutes and its speed gradually slowed down. A relatively open area appeared ahead, brightly lit, no longer as dim as the previous passage. The outlines of some low buildings and soldiers wearing the same uniforms patrolling can be vaguely seen. The car finally stopped in front of a building marked Disinfection and Quarantine Area. Soldiers in chemical protective suits took disinfectant and began spraying several people. Chapter 109 involved in a fight. The entire disinfection process took less than a minute, after which a soldier motioned them to enter a metal door on the side. Inside the door was a spacious passage with neatly arranged rooms on both sides. At the end of the passage, a lighted sign read Registration Office. The 5 of you go in one by one in order. Zhao Hu and his 4 younger brothers immediately lined up in an orderly manner. Mr. Song, please follow me. The soldier led Song Yang through the registration office and into a private room. The room was small, with only a simple metal table and 2 chairs. Behind the table, a square-faced man in military uniform was looking at him with a smile. Please sit down. The square-faced man pointed to the chair opposite. After Song Yang sat down, the square-faced man picked up a document on the table. Someone just told me that an evolved one has come to the shelter. I didn't expect you to be so young. The arrival of the evolvers is a great blessing for our shelter. I wonder what plans Mr. Song has for his future life. Song Yang leaned back in his chair and said, I'll leave once the rats outside disperse. The square-faced man picked up the enamel cup on the table and took a sip of water. Leave? He put down the cup and looked at Song Yang. Mr. Song, you should know better than me what the situation is like outside. Here, at least we can guarantee basic safety and food. The fact that I've survived until now means I'm not short of food, Song Yang replied calmly. I have my own things to do. The square-faced man spread his hands and smiled. You are an evolver. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. However, before you leave, there are some things I feel I need to let you know. As he spoke, he reached into the drawer of the metal table, took out a photo, and pushed it in front of Song Yang. The man in the photo was about 40 years old, with a crew cut and a tough face. He looked like a tough guy. The man in the photo is called Du Yaohua. He's the deputy director of our shelter. I think you should know this name. Song Yang's gaze moved away from the photo and fell on the square-faced man's face. Of course I know. I was the one who killed his son, Du Haoxuan. If you want to claim the reward, now is the best opportunity. The smile on the square-faced man's face froze for a moment, then turned into a bitter smile and shook his head. If I really wanted to use you to exchange for the high reward, I wouldn't have asked you to come here alone. Oh? Mr. Song, I'm afraid you don't fully understand the conditions inside our shelter. The man lowered his voice. Since the frequency of strange objects appearing increased a few days ago, the situation has become complicated. Du Yaohua used all means possible, using some despicable methods to get several recently appeared strange items into his and his cronies' hands. You should understand that rare items can make people evolve. The strength of him and his men has expanded greatly in a short period of time. Now, he no longer takes the director seriously. In the shelter, the director is still the top leader on the surface, but secretly, Du Yaohua's power is no longer suppressed. Director, is that the old mayor? Song Yang caught the name. Yes, the director of the shelter, a respectable veteran soldier and the mayor who was about to retire. The director is too straightforward. Facing a ruthless character like Du Yaohua who doesn't play by the rules, he's restricted in every way. He sighed. Du Yaohua has tasted the sweetness brought by the strange object and is acting more recklessly. If this continues, this refuge will sooner or later become Du Yaohua's one-man show, his private paradise. So, you want to win me over to deal with him? Song Yang pointedly expressed the man's thoughts. The square-faced man smiled bitterly. There's no other way. To prevent the shelter from falling into the hands of him and his minions, we can only secretly seek a force that can check and balance him. The evolvers from the outside world are our main targets, and you are one of them. Song Yang doesn't like being plotted against, and he doesn't like being used as a gun. I have no interest in the power struggle in your shelter. If that's all you want to tell me, then you can save yourself the trouble. The man's face showed an expression of as expected, as if he had expected Song Yang to react like this. I'm afraid this matter is beyond your control. The bitter smile on the man's face disappeared, and he looked more solemn. According to the information sent back by our spies inside Du Yaohua's gang, they have recently been actively trying to win over the evolvers that have appeared in the city. Those who obey me will prosper, those who defy me will perish. For those who refuse to obey, they will use every possible means, including coercion and inducement, to achieve their ends. And you, as the murderer of his only son, have long been at the top of his list of targets for liquidation. If he hadn't yet completely taken control of the shelter and was still acting with caution, do you think you could still be sitting here in peace? Once he's firmly established in his position, he can raise his arm and all those evolved beings he's subjugated will attack him. Mr. Son, no matter how strong you are, how many superhumans can you handle at once? You are the thorn in his side and the thorn in his flesh that must be removed, the chicken that must be killed to scare the monkeys. He needs someone to establish his authority, a target to intimidate other revolvers, and you are the best choice. Song Yang had also thought about what the man said. As the only evolver at the time, he was extremely powerful, so he didn't have to worry too much even if Du Yaohua had a lot of subordinates. However, with the frequent appearance of strange objects, the number of evolvers in the city is increasing, and his advantage is gradually being diluted. Even the safe house is no longer safe. Unusual objects often have different levels of energy. Song Yang's gaze fell on the man's face. Then, are there also level differences among the evolvers? The square-faced man nodded upon hearing this. You actually know this secret. This is exactly the focus of recent research by our experts at the shelter. The answer is yes. Due to various reasons, there is also a huge gap between evolvers. The purity, activity, and even type of the magical energy absorbed by each person determines the direction and potential of their evolution. Some evolvers may only experience slight improvements in physical fitness, with limited increases in strength or speed. Others, however, can continue to grow and evolve, eventually becoming like superhumans. As time goes by and more rare items appear, the gap in strength between the evolvers is rapidly widening. Du Yaohua took advantage of this and distributed the best rare items to his core confidants, making their strength far surpass that of ordinary evolvers. Several of his subordinates have already reached a terrifying level. After saying that, the man took out another photo, which showed Du Yaohua standing in front of the dynamometer, looking at the numbers on the instrument with satisfaction. Right fist force, 3,450 kilograms. Chapter 110 Evolver Level. You may not believe this, but this photo was taken 10 days ago. In the past few days, Du Yaohua has been locking himself in his room and not leaving the house. He is probably several times stronger now than he was 10 days ago. We must work together to eliminate him and his followers before he completely takes control of the shelter. After saying that, the square-faced man took a deep breath, took out a yellow document from his briefcase, and placed it solemnly on the table. In the upper right corner of the document, two eye-catching large characters were stamped in red ink, "Top Secret." The first page is an aerial photo of a small town surrounded by vast expanses of barren land. Song Yang recognized this place. It was the small town where the rat outbreak had occurred before. This town was just an insignificant little village a few decades ago. Later, this village produced many top athletes who achieved amazing results in various competitions, attracting the attention of higher authorities. Later, experts came in to conduct research and discovered that the area had a very special magnetic field. This magnetic field has a subtle influence on the human body, slowly strengthening the human body and stimulating potential. The man told a long story. Later, a secret research base was built underground. The man turned to the second page, which showed a photo of researchers entering the town. However, this base was already semi-abandoned before the apocalypse. I don't know what's inside, but judging from the white beam of light last night, there must be something incredible hidden there. After Du Yaohua learned about this, he sent people there, so we absolutely cannot let him succeed. Of course I understand what you said. Song Yang leaned back in his chair. If he really sends a team of evolvers there, I'm afraid I can't do it alone. Without understanding the opponent, Song Yang was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight against many enemies alone. Especially when the other party is an individual who also possesses extraordinary powers. Individual strength is certainly important, but in the face of an organized encirclement and suppression, even the strongest individual may be exhausted. Upon hearing this, the square-faced man stood up and looked towards the door. Time is running out, we must act immediately, so I brought you helpers. Believe me, after this operation, the director will give you a very high reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. The first person to come in was a burly, bearded man who was at least 2 meters tall. He carried a Gatling gun on his back, and a thick ammunition belt was wrapped around his waist like a snake. Following closely behind was a thin, unattractive man, about 1.6 meters tall. However, across his back was a large sword that was much taller than he was. The last person to come in was a woman in black combat uniform. She was extremely capable and looked quite capable. The man glanced at the 3 people who came in and said in a deep voice, "This is Brother Song Yang. You two will act together next." Then the square-faced man began to introduce 3 people to Song Yang. This one, codenamed Thunderstorm, is a heavy firepower expert. This one is After Shadow, whose blade is even faster than his name suggests. And finally, this one is Ling Yue, an experienced warrior who excels at infiltration and assassination. Thunderstorm opened his mouth wide and said in a muffled voice. Brother Song Yang, right? I, Old Lei, like to deal with straightforward people. I've been wanting to give that son of a bitch a few jabs of the bucket for a long time. As long as you say fuck him, I, Old Lei, will never hesitate. The thin afterimage just raised his eyelids as a greeting. Lang Yu looked Song Yang up and down and nodded. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. The director has promised a generous reward after the success. Time is running out, let's set off immediately. Song Yang said without any unnecessary courtesy. Good. The square-faced man waved his hand. The car is ready. Leave through secret passage number 3. I wish you all success. The passages in the shelter were complicated, and after many twists and turns, a modified military truck appeared in front of everyone. The 4 of them got into the military vehicle, drove out of an extremely hidden exit, and headed towards the town. Brother Song Yang, Lei Bao couldn't stand the loneliness and spoke first. What's so special about that town? Why is that old man Du Yaohua so concerned about it? Song Yang looked ahead and said. It's very likely that there are rare items there, and there's probably more than one. Lang Yu's eyes narrowed. More than one? Is the intelligence accurate? It's just speculation. Song Yang said, but you should have seen that white beam of light last night. That kind of energy fluctuation is definitely not ordinary. The car fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Lei Bao broke the silence again. Brother Song Yang, there's something I, Old Lei, want to ask you. Have you heard about the level assigned to us evolvers by those people above? Song Yang turned his gaze towards Lei Bao. Oh? Tell me about it. Seeing that Song Yang was interested, Lei Bao became more energetic. The officials divided the evolvers into several levels according to their basic strength. He stretched out his thick fingers and gestured. Those with a basic strength of 500 to 5,000 kilograms are called warrior class. Going up further, if the basic strength can reach 5,000 kilograms, all the way up to 50,000 kilograms, that would be awesome, called warrior level. At this level, even picking up a small car with one hand and smashing it on someone is no big deal. As for those above the war general level, it's said that if someone's base strength exceeds 50,000 kilograms, they're truly extraordinary and can be directly designated as war god level. It's said that the war god level is already immune to bullets. Even if you shoot a Barrett sniper rifle at the head, it won't hurt. Lang Yu looked at Lei Bao and asked. So now, has a war god level figure appeared? Upon hearing this, Lei Bao scratched his messy beard and his voice became a little deeper. I, Old Lei, have never heard of this general level expert. The only one I know of is the director of the shelter, but I've never met him. As for the god of war level, my goodness, what kind of monster is that? If there really is one, I'm afraid killing us would be like killing chickens. The shadow that had been silent all this time raised its eyelids, and a hoarse voice sounded in the carriage for the first time. Strength is only one of the criteria. Lang Yu also nodded and continued. That's right, speed, reaction, weapons and equipment, all of these will affect actual combat effectiveness. However, the fact that it is officially classified this way at least shows that strength is the most intuitive and common direction for evolutionists to improve. Song Yang knew that these level divisions might be a clear goal and reference for the evolvers. It can give you a clear understanding of your own strength. Just like himself, if we only talk about basic strength, he is far from reaching the threshold of general level, at most he is at the early stage of warrior level. Lei Bao listened to Kanying and Lang Yue's words and chuckled. I, Old Lei, am not very smart, so I just focus on strength. I don't care about all the fancy tricks. After one volley of Gatling gun fire, even the strongest one will be defeated. Chapter 111 The Space Under the Town. The car stopped about 1 kilometer away from the town. Get off the bus and proceed on foot. Song Yang opened the car door first and jumped out. Thunderstorm carried his modified Gatling gun and muttered. This is a damn place. You can't even see a bird. Your legs will feel thinner if you walk through it. Having said that, he still followed Song Yang swiftly. Kanying and Lang Yue followed silently. The outline of the town gradually became clear in front of them. When they approached the town entrance, Song Yang frowned. The roadblock at the town entrance had been cleared manually, and there were still fresh tire marks on the ground. Something's going on. Lang Yu lowered his voice, and with a flash of his body, he quietly and silently jumped onto the roof of a two-story building like a civet cat. She moved extremely quickly and occupied the commanding heights in just a few leaps and bounds. A moment later, Ling Yu's voice came through the communicator. 3 military trucks, similar in model to the one we were riding in, were spotted in the town. There were 4 sentries beside the trucks, and the rest of the personnel were nowhere to be seen. Lei Bao laughed and said, "Can the elder sister solve it? It's a small matter." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of breaking air was heard in the distance. Then, Ling Yu spoke again. 3 sentinels have been eliminated, leaving 1 alive. She quickly returned to the town gate, holding a soldier who looked pale with fear in his hands. The soldier's uniform clearly showed that he was a special forces member under Du Yaohua. "Tell me, how many people came to the town? What's their configuration?" The flying knife in Ling Yu's hand was just around the soldier's neck. The soldier, already terrified, replied tremblingly, "We are the people sent by Director Du. We are 7 evolvers and 50 brothers from the special forces." "Where are they?" "They all went to the government building in the center of town. They said there was an important discovery there." Ling Yu got the information he wanted, and with a flick of his wrist, he broke the soldier's neck. 7 evolvers and 50 special forces. Ling Yu looked at Song Yang. It seems that Du Yaohua is also determined to get what's here. Lei Bao grinned. "Damn it! 7 evolvers. And 50 armed soldiers. These bastards are really quick. Just in time, it saves me, Lei, from having to look for them one by one." The 4 of them took cover under the ruins and carefully sneaked towards the center of the town. Soon, the long-abandoned government building appeared before them. Sure enough, there were 2 more military trucks parked in the open space in front of the building. The cement floor in front of the door was covered with messy footprints, and there were even a few cigarette butts that were not completely extinguished, emitting blue smoke. Entering the building, apart from the 4 of them, it was uncomfortably quiet. Lei Bao, carrying Gatling, was a little angry. "Damn it! These bastards really know how to hide. I want to see what treasures they can dig out." Ling Yu didn't say anything, but just wandered around, not missing any clues. Soon, Ling Yu stopped in an inconspicuous corner. Firefighting equipment should have been placed there, but it was empty at the moment, with a pitch-black hole exposed on the ground. There was still traces of fresh soil and prying around the edges. Countless footprints extended to the edge of the cave and then disappeared into the darkness. They went to the basement. Song Yang walked over and squatted down to check. The entrance to the cave is not big, only enough for 1 person to pass through. Inside is a simple staircase sloping downward, and it is so dark that you can't see the bottom. It seems that they are heading for this place. "Hey, no matter what he's here for, we'll know after we go down and take a look." Lei Bao was already getting impatient. He hated this kind of guessing situation the most. Song Yang nodded. "Ling Yu, you explore the way, Lei Bao, you cover the rear." "Understood." The 3 responded in unison. Ling Yu was the first to enter the cave. A moment later, Ling Yu's voice came from the communicator. "It's safe. It's a staircase going down. No traps were found." Song Yang no longer hesitated and followed closely behind. Thunderstorms and afterimages also entered one after another. They walked down carefully for about 4 floors, and finally their feet touched the flat ground again. Suddenly the view opened up and I saw a rather spacious basement. When the flashlight swept across, you could see many research equipment covered in thick dust placed around, various instruments that you couldn't name, connected by intricate pipes. It had obviously been a long time since anyone had set foot here. "Oh my god, what the hell is this place? It looks like a secret lab in some old movie." Lei Bao looked at these strange-looking devices in amazement. The 4 of them spread out and carefully checked every corner of the basement. "This way." The sound of afterimage suddenly sounded. Song Yang and Lei Bao immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw the afterimage standing in a corner of the basement, where there was also a downward staircase entrance. It was more hidden than the previous one, almost completely covered by a pile of collapsed debris. If you don't observe the afterimage carefully, it would be difficult to find. "Keep going." Song Yang did not hesitate. Since Du Yaohua's men came in, it meant that there must be something they wanted down there. This time, the stairs were even deeper and seemed to have no end. The 4 of them walked down in silence, only the monotonous sound of their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. Time passed minute by minute, and they seemed to have forgotten how long they had been walking. Thunderstorm grumbled a few times at first, but soon fell silent, leaving only heavy breathing. Song Yang calculated silently. They had been walking down for a full half hour. If estimated based on the normal floor height, this is at least equivalent to a distance of more than 300 meters underground. This is far beyond the scope of an ordinary basement or air raid shelter. After walking for nearly another hour, Song Yang's ears caught a faint sound of dripping water. Stop. Song Yang raised his hand and signaled everyone. Tick tick. The sound was getting closer and more frequent. There is water, Leng Yu said, we may be close to the underground river. Song Yang nodded, and had the same guess in his mind. It is not surprising that there is an underground river so deep underground. However, Du Yao's men wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come here just to find water to drink. After walking forward for about 10 minutes, a long and narrow tunnel suddenly opened up in front of us. A humid air with a slightly fishy smell hit my face, which was completely different from the dull and dry air in the passage before. The four of them walked out of the tunnel and the view suddenly opened up. In front of me is an underground cave that is huge beyond imagination. The flashlight beam swept upwards, and only a vague sight could be seen of stalactites of various shapes and colors hanging above the cave. Under your feet is a relatively flat rocky ground with shallow puddles. There is not only one road in the cave, but it is interconnected. Countless deep cave entrances are like the open mouths of giant beasts, and there is no end in sight. The sound of dripping water came from above the cave. Lei Bao frowned and said softly, "There are so many forked roads here, which one will they take?" Song Yang's gaze wandered around several main cave entrances. Since Du Yao's people have taken the lead, they will definitely leave traces. This way. After Shadow soon made a discovery. He pointed to the largest hole in the front left and said, "The footprints are densest here. They must have split into 3 teams here." Chapter 112 Mysterious Crystal. Song Yang glanced at the 3 holes and said in a deep voice, "Since Du Yao's people are scattered, there's no need for us to get together. I'll take the largest one in the middle. Lei Bao, you take the left one. Leng Yue and Yu Ying, you two take the right one. Once you discover a large force or other situation, contact them immediately using the communicator. Do not engage in a prolonged battle. Hey, let's split up. I'd been itching to do something." Thunderstorm grinned and stretched his muscles, making a crackling sound. "Don't hold back. Whoever finds those bastards first must inform the others." Song Yang said no more and took the lead, walking into the largest cave on the left. The interior of the cave was more tortuous than expected, and the ground was rugged and uneven, covered with gravel and shallow pits. Song Yang held the blood fang in his hand, ready to attack at any time. He walked for about a quarter of an hour, making many turns, and it felt like he was going downhill all the time. It was eerily quiet all around, with only the sound of his own footsteps and the occasional sound of water dripping from the rock wall. Just when he thought that this road would be as long and endless as the previous stairs, a faint sound came from the front. It's not the sound of dripping water, nor the sound of wind. It's a human voice. Song Yang immediately stopped, pressed his body against the rock wall, held his breath, and listened attentively. The voice was intermittent and very low, as if the volume was being deliberately controlled. "The signal is still bad, try moving forward. Damn, the interference in this damn place is too strong. Be careful," Instructor Zhang said, "someone might come to cause trouble." It sounded like there weren't many people there, and they seemed to be trying to set up communications equipment. After a while, the voices seemed to have moved closer to him, and a little light shone from the corner. "Now is the time." Song Yang suddenly exerted force with his feet, and his figure rushed out from the darkness like a ghost. The blood fangs in his hand drew a trajectory in the air and headed straight for the place where the light source was lit. Behind the corner, 4 men in special combat uniforms were busy around a portable communication device, one of them holding a high-intensity flashlight. They obviously didn't expect someone to come quietly from this direction. The 4 people were startled when a figure carrying a murderous aura suddenly appeared under the flashlight. Puff! The blood fawn's extremely sharp blade slashed across at a tricky and swift angle. The Special Forces soldier who reacted first and tried to raise his gun felt a chill at his waist, and then his vision began to spin. He didn't even see Song Yang's face clearly before his upper body was completely separated from his lower body. "Enemy attack!" One person roared in horror, but his voice stopped abruptly. Song Yang succeeded in his attack, and without stopping, he turned his wrist and the blood fangs brought out a second black light. Puff! Another head shot up into the sky, with blood gushing out of its neck like a fountain. The remaining two finally reacted, tried to retreat in fear and raised their guns to fight back. But in this narrow cave, facing a top close combat expert like Song Yang, their resistance was useless. Crack! The 3rd Special Forces soldier's chest was split open diagonally, so deep that the bone was visible. He collapsed to the ground without even being able to scream. The last man's eyes were filled with despair. He threw away the device in his hand and turned to escape. But would Song Yang give him a chance? He took a step forward, and the blood fangs pierced accurately from the back of his heart like a poisonous snake coming out of a cave, and came out through his chest. Well. The man's body trembled violently, and he looked down in disbelief at the bloody tip of the knife that pierced his chest, and the vitality quickly disappeared from his eyes. In just a few breaths, 4 well-trained Special Forces soldiers were killed. After storing the weapons of the 4 people into the system space, Song Yang continued to move forward. Deep in a cave, the gunfire stopped. The strong smell of blood filled the humid air. Several beams of light from strong flashlights flickered, illuminating the cave walls and the bullet casings scattered on the ground. A gigantic lizard monster collapsed to the ground, dark green blood flowing from its body and gathering into a pool on the bumpy rocky ground. More than 10 team members in special combat uniforms surrounded the monster's corpse, but their tense nerves relaxed a little. Damn, this thing is so fucking hard. A young team member with blood on his face spat, cursed, and kicked the monster's corpse. Alright, everyone, be alert and don't let your guard down. A slightly old but powerful voice sounded. When everyone looked over, they saw an old man with gray hair but still an upright figure, leaning on a specially made alloy staff and breathing slightly. The old man was Zhang Zhenghua. Beside him, there were 2 men whose auras were obviously much stronger than those of ordinary team members. They were also sweating profusely at this moment. It was obvious that the previous battle had consumed a lot of energy. These 2 people are the other 2 evolvers in the team besides Zhang Zhenghua. Zhang Zhenghua stared at the dead bone-armored lizard. He could clearly feel a special, almost imperceptible wave coming from the monster's belly. He took a deep breath and said to an evolver beside him, "Lu Meng, give me the saber." The evolver named Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, but quickly pulled out a military dagger from his waist and handed it over. Zhang Zhenghua took the saber, walked to the corpse of the bone-armored lizard, squatted down, groped the relatively soft belly of the monster for a while, and then slashed it hard. Sizzle. The tough hide was cut open, followed by thick fat and muscle tissue. Zhang Zhenghua increased the strength in his hand a little more, and the blade went deeper. The Special Forces soldiers gathered around curiously, craning their necks to see what was going on. Finally, with a flick of Zhang Zhenghua's wrist, a crystal about the size of a mineral water bottle, emitting a faint white halo, was completely peeled out from the monster's belly. The crystal was irregular in shape, but its surface was extremely smooth, like a naturally formed work of art. There seemed to be flowing light inside, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Hiss. There were gasps all around. Instructor Zhang, what is this? Lu Meng's eyes widened and he couldn't help but move closer, his voice trembling. He could feel that the energy contained in this crystal was much larger and purer than any so-called strange object he had ever seen before. Another evolver, a burly man, also came over. What a powerful energy fluctuation. Instructor Zhang, have you ever seen something like this before? Zhang Zhenghua held the warm crystal and felt the strange rhythm coming from it. No. I don't know what it is. I was just fighting when I vaguely felt that there seemed to be something in the beast's stomach that attracted me. Now it seems that this must be it. This thing is very important, put it away first. Zhang Zhenghua carefully wrapped the crystal in a clean cloth and handed it to Lu Meng. Keep it under strict supervision. Once we have the communications equipment fixed, the director will decide how to proceed. Yes. Lu Meng took it solemnly and carefully put it into the inner layer of his tactical backpack. Although the other team members were envious, they knew that this thing was not something they could get their hands on, so they could only give up in disappointment. Zhang Zhenghua stood up and looked deeper into the cave. I can sense that there are still many of these strange objects in the cave. We don't have enough manpower. Lu Meng, go back the way you came and bring the crystal back to inform the director to send more people, as many as possible. Good. Lu Meng responded and ran in the direction they came from. Zhang Zhenghua waved his hand and led the team forward. But they didn't know that in the darkness behind them, a pair of eyes had already seen everything that had just happened. Song Yang had already caught up with them. Chapter 113. The fight begins. Lu Meng was carrying a tactical backpack and walking quickly on the rugged cave floor. As an evolver, darkness cannot hinder his vision. He must bring this thing back as soon as possible and inform the director. The discovery in this cave is enough to change the existing situation. Suddenly, Lu Meng's forward figure paused and his footsteps abruptly stopped. He turned his head suddenly and glanced at an inconspicuous fork in the cave on the left. Who? Come out. Lu Meng let out a low roar and pulled out the Nepalese machete from his waist with his right hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out of the dark branch cave. It's Song Yang. Lu Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. He recognized this face. This was the person on the director's bounty list. How come he is here? Moreover, it seems that he is not afraid of himself. No unnecessary nonsense, and no hesitation. The moment he saw Song Yang clearly, Lu Meng roared and the muscles in his hind legs bulged. The rocky ground beneath his feet was cracked like a spider web, and the whole person rushed towards Song Yang like a cannonball. He knew very well that Song Yang was also an evolver. Facing an enemy of this level, any temptation would be foolish. Only by exerting all your strength and killing it with thundering force can you ensure that there is no risk of failure. Facing Lu Meng's earth-shattering attack, Song Yang also took out his bloody fong knife. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out in the cave, and sparks flew everywhere. Lu Meng's decisive blow was easily blocked by the long sword. A huge force was transmitted from the blade, which made Lu Meng's mouth numb. What a strong power! This guy is not a novice evolver. Before he could think about it, Song Yang turned his wrist, and the long knife came out like a poisonous snake out of a hole, slashing towards Lu Meng's neck at a tricky angle. Lu Meng was so frightened that he suddenly bent his waist backwards and avoided the fatal blow at an incredible angle. The blade almost brushed past his nose. Ah! Lu Meng roared wildly, and the Nepalese saber in his hand danced into a curtain of light. This is a fighting technique he created himself. Song Yang stopped blocking and his figure flashed like a ghost, and he actually rushed directly into Lu Meng's sword light. Lu Meng. The next moment, Lu Meng felt a flash before his eyes. It was like cutting tofu with a knife, without any obstruction. The Nepalese machete was cut in half. He looked down and saw a line of blood extending from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Then, severe pain overwhelmed him like a tide. His body and weapon were split in half by the long sword. The upper and lower bodies slipped apart amidst the gushing blood. This is impossible. The gap in strength can't be that big. Lu Meng stared at Song Yang with his wide-open eyes. Before he could say anything, he completely lost his vitality. The tactical backpack fell to the ground, and the cloth-wrapped crystal rolled out. Song Yang leaned over and picked up the crystal that had rolled to the ground. It feels slightly cool to the touch, but also has a strange warmth, as if holding a piece of jade full of vitality. He could clearly sense that there seemed to be some kind of liquid energy flowing slowly inside the crystal. Good stuff. Song Yang's eyes lit up. Just holding it like this gave him an inexplicable sense of comfort, and the physical strength consumed by the fierce battle just now seemed to be recovering faster. If I can absorb. Song Yang's heart moved, and a bold idea emerged. Aside from the faint sound of dripping water in the distance, there was no other sound in the cave. Zhang Jinghua's team probably wouldn't notice Lu Meng's accident in the short term. Time is short, but this opportunity cannot be missed. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Song Yang no longer hesitated and immediately sat cross-legged, placing the crystal carefully in his palm. Almost instantly, the crystal in his palm trembled violently, and a stream of energy that was far purer and more powerful than he had imagined, like a torrent that had found an outlet, flowed down his palm, through his arms, and fiercely poured into his limbs and bones. Song Yang groaned, feeling an indescribable warmth sweeping through his body. This energy was pure and gentle, not violent, nourishing every cell in his body. He could feel that his muscles, bones, and even internal organs were greedily absorbing this sudden energy and undergoing some kind of miraculous transformation. This process was much faster than he expected. Less than 5 minutes. The crystal light in the palm of his hand gradually dimmed, and finally with a click, it turned into a handful of fine white powder and slipped through Song Yang's fingers. Song Yang slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of fullness in his body. Call. He let out a long breath, stood up, and glanced at the hard cave wall next to him. Without any fancy moves, Song Yang suddenly punched out. Bang! A clear and deep fist mark was left on the hard rock wall, and stone powder on the edge fell down. Song Yang looked at the fist mark and was a little surprised. This punch. He muttered to himself, carefully savoring the feeling of the punch he had just thrown. My strength has increased by at least 300 kilograms. Just one such crystal made his punching power surge by 300 kilograms. What a terrifying improvement. You know, every time he gained strength, it required hard training and time accumulation. This is a complete transformation. Song Yang's gaze involuntarily turned to the deeper part of the cave. If Du Yaohua gets these things, it will probably be like adding wings to a tiger. By then, Du Yaohua's strength will reach a terrifying level. Even if it was me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his opponent. Song Yang gripped the long knife tightly in his hand and chased after the group of people deep in the cave. At the same time, in another branch of the cave, Thunderstorm was groping forward cautiously. He was tall and tried to take every step as lightly as possible to avoid making unnecessary noise. He was still thinking about Song Yang in his mind. Before, when he was outside, he wanted to find an opportunity to exchange a few moves with Song Yang to gauge his opponent's strength, but unfortunately the situation was urgent and he had no time at all. That kid is definitely not simple. Lei Bao muttered to himself that anyone who could be recommended by the leader must be good. While I was thinking, I saw a faint light coming from the corner ahead, accompanied by a slight rustling sound. Lei Bao's eyes narrowed, and he slowed down his steps and approached silently. Sure enough, two soldiers in military uniforms were standing with their backs to him, guarding a portable communication device. Want to tip off? A cold light flashed in Lei Bao's eyes, without any hesitation. He exerted force on his feet suddenly, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. Bang! A dull sound of bones cracking was heard, and the soldier on the left was hit in the head by a punch, which exploded instantly, and his body collapsed limply. Just as the other soldier turned his head in horror, Lei Bao's right leg came whistling through the air and kicked him hard in the chest. The soldier's sternum collapsed, and he flew backwards with his body bent, hitting the stone wall and died. Lei Bao didn't even look at the two bodies, and stomped the communication equipment to pieces. After doing all this, Lei Bao just stood up and felt someone approaching. He looked up suddenly and saw a figure walking towards him. He was an extremely burly man with muscles on his bare arms as hard as granite. Every step he took brought a heavy pressure. More importantly, Lei Bao felt an aura from him that was completely different from that of ordinary people. That was the aura of an evolver. The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth, and stared at Thunderstorm with eyes like a wild beast. I was wondering why my eyelids were twitching. Now I know there's a rat following me. Luckily, the message has already been sent, and the director will be here soon. Lei Bao chuckled, took out the machine gun behind him and aimed it at the strong man. Boy, let Grandpa see your skills first. When Du gets here, I will deal with him. Chapter 114, The Spaceship Deep Underground. Song Yang moved quickly deep into the cave. After a long time, he stopped and assembled the communication equipment that the soldiers had just assembled. Although the signal was greatly interfered with and intermittent underground, he believed that as long as it was sent repeatedly, some words would be able to reach the outside world. Suspected energy crystals have been found underground in the town government building. Huge quantities are being discovered. Requesting support. Repeat, suspected energy crystals have been discovered. Song Yang sent the edited message repeatedly. He knew very well that once this news leaked out, it would inevitably cause an uproar. Whether it is official forces, or those civil organizations struggling to survive in the end times, or even lone strong men, they will all be attracted by this energy crystal. Only by muddying the waters and involving all forces can we effectively restrain Du Yaohua and buy time for ourselves. And at this moment, outside the town. As the rats retreated, dozens of dilapidated trucks and modified off-road vehicles gathered from all directions and entered the town one after another. Even the gate of the official shelter had been opened, and two convoys belonging to different camps drove out one after another. The survivors of this city will be attracted here. Time passed minute by minute, and 5 hours had passed since Song Yang came underground. Deep down, smelly blood and broken flesh were splattered everywhere. Zhang Zhengwei was breathing heavily. His combat uniform was tattered, with several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone, twisting hideously, and blood soaked his clothes. However, his eyes were fixed on the huge monster in front of him that was about to fall. A strange snake with a human face and wings. The snake was more than 10 meters long and was covered with dark green hard scales. On its ugly head, the face that looked like a human was distorted and made a shrill hissing sound. Around it were corpses lying all over the place, all of them were Special Forces soldiers. Of the original team of more than 20 people, only 7 or 8 are still standing, including Zhang Zhenghua and another revolver Li Hu. Damn it, if we get rid of this bastard, we'll be rich. Boss Du will definitely reward us handsomely. Li Hu wiped the blood off his face and roared in a hoarse voice, his eyes burning with greed and madness. Instructor Zhang, let's make this quick. This thing is dying. There are at least 4 crystals in its lair. The other Special Forces members were also injured at this moment. The guns in their hands were spewing flames, and they were futilely scraping sparks on the hard scales of the human-faced snake. Roar! The human-faced snake let out an unwilling roar and suddenly straightened its huge body, as if trying to make a final struggle. Zhang Zhenghua's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. Right now! Smash its head off! He took the lead in attacking, his leg muscles bulged suddenly, and he pounced out like a cheetah, wielding the special alloy stick in his hand and slashing fiercely at the injured neck of the human-faced snake. Puff! The scales shattered and dark green blood spurted out. At the same time, Li Hu and other team members' attacks followed one after another. Bang! 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 The firepower was concentrated instantly, and bullets poured down on the head of the human-faced snake like a rainstorm. Kill it quickly. Together with the previous one, there are 6 of them. Li Hu said ecstatically. I've really made a killing this time. Once we bring these crystals back, Boss Du Yaohua's strength will definitely skyrocket. By then, if we can kill that immortal old director, the entire shelter will be ours. We can rise to prominence with him too. At this moment, Zhang Zhenghua's weather-beaten old face suddenly changed. Something's wrong. That special energy fluctuation lingering deep in the cave, seemingly there and not there but always present, seems to have disappeared? This thought struck Zhang Zhenghua's mind like a bolt of lightning. Before he could even think about it, he leaped up and was already standing on the human-faced snake corpse. Looking around, they saw a figure with his back to them deep in the snake's nest. Who? Zhang Zhenghua shouted. Hearing the sound, the figure slowly turned around. The moment he saw the face of the person coming, Zhang Zhenghua's pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out to be Song Yang. The snake's nest was now empty. The energy crystals that had cost them a bloody battle and the loss of more than a dozen brothers were nowhere to be seen. Song Yang clapped his hands, then waved lazily at the stunned Zhang Zhenghua and others, as if saying hello or goodbye. Then he entered another narrow cave passage behind the snake's nest and disappeared without a trace. Song Yang. Zhang Zhenghua almost squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth. An uncontrollable anger rushed to his head, making his vision black. He felt his temples throbbing and his lungs were about to explode. They worked so hard and risked their lives to kill the beast, but the treasure that was about to be in their hands was taken away by someone else. Oh shit! Li Hu finally came to his senses. He stamped his feet fiercely and cursed. That kid stole a crystal. Damn it! The cooked duck flew away. Instructor Zhang, what should we do? 4 energy crystals. If Boss Du finds out. Li Hu couldn't help but shiver when he thought of Du Yaohua's gloomy face. Zhang Zhenghua took a deep breath, suppressed the rage in his heart, and swung his hand violently, pointing the alloy stick directly in the direction where Song Yang disappeared. Chase! If he's alive, I must find him. If he's dead, I must find his body. The crystal must be taken back. After getting the crystal, Song Yang increased his speed to the extreme. A speed of 60 meters per second. These caves are intricately interconnected, with countless forks and hidden gaps. As long as he is given enough time, it will not be difficult to get rid of these people. His top priority now is to find a safe place to absorb the energy crystals as quickly as possible and transform them into real strength. After running for an unknown amount of time, he made many turns and finally entered a more hidden and narrow crack. After the crack, there was a clear view, and it turned out to be a relatively spacious cave. On the ground of the cave, there are patches of strange grass emitting a faint blue glow, making the entire cave look like a dream. This is it. Song Yang let out a long breath, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. He checked carefully and confirmed that the cave was temporarily safe and that there was only one entrance and exit, the crack through which he came in. He muttered to himself, then immediately sat down cross-legged, took out the white crystals from the system space, and prepared to start absorbing them. However, at this moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly shook without any warning. Song Yang had no time to react at all. He felt his feet go empty and his whole body fell straight into the bottomless darkness below along with the collapsed soil and rocks. Cough cough. Song Yang struggled to crawl out of the landslide mixed with mud and rubble in a panic. He brushed off the dust on his body, feeling fortunate that his physical fitness was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, if he fell from such a height, even if there was soft soil below, he would definitely break his bones and become a pool of flesh. He looked up and saw that the collapsed cave entrance was at least tens of meters away from where he was now. It was so deep and dark that he could not see the situation above at all. He calmed himself down and saw that several crystals that had been scattered during the fall were now lying quietly on the soil not far away, emitting a soft white glow. He picked up the crystals one by one and put them back into the system space. After doing all this, he began to carefully look at his environment. This seemed to be an underground space much larger than the previous cave. The blue grasses that we saw before were also growing sporadically here, providing extremely weak light. We must find a way out as soon as possible. Song Yang's thoughts raced. He identified the direction and began to grope his way forward along the rock wall on one side. This huge underground cave seems to have no end. The rock walls are rugged and uneven, and there are gravel everywhere underfoot, making it very difficult to walk. I don't know how long I walked, but I saw a strange light faintly ahead. Song Yang's heart moved, and he slowed down his steps and approached slowly. When he carefully walked around a huge stalactite that was several meters high, the scene before him made him breathe hard. In the center of this absurdly huge underground space, there was a huge monster lying quietly. An alien spaceship? This word suddenly popped up in Song Yang's mind, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. The crashed spaceship was extremely large, at least over 100 meters long, and lay across the cave like a small mountain. Even in this vast space, it appeared extremely oppressive. Chapter 115: The Mysterious Corpse. Song Yang looked up and made a quick estimate in his mind. This spaceship is probably over 300 meters long and at least 100 meters high. The closer he got, the more frightened Song Yang became. The huge shadow of the spaceship cast a shadow on the ground, and many metal fragments of various sizes were scattered on the ground, which were obviously peeled off when the spaceship crashed. He bent down and picked up a palm-sized piece of dark metal. It felt heavy when he touched it. This thin piece must weigh at least dozens of kilograms. This material is extremely similar to the feeling given by his blood fong knife. This is definitely good stuff. Song Yang did not hesitate to collect all the metal fragments visible to the naked eye on the ground nearby into the system space. After doing this, he continued to approach the main body of the spacecraft. The outer shell of the spacecraft was covered with thick dust, and its original color could no longer be seen. It seemed as if it had been underground for endless years. He carefully walked around the edge of the spaceship, and finally, on the side of the spaceship, a tightly closed black door came into view. This door is 10 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. It seems small compared to the huge hull, but standing under it, Song Yang feels as small as an ant. Curiosity prompted Song Yang to walk to the huge black metal door and figure out how to open it. Before the end of the world, humans have been searching for alien civilizations, and now the spaceships of alien civilizations are right in front of them. Just then. Buzz. A slight hum. Above the black door, a faint blue beam of light suddenly lit up without any warning, projecting onto his hand with incredible precision, sweeping across the white crystal in his palm. The blue beam stayed on the crystal for a few moments, as if completing some kind of verification. Boom! The tightly closed black door actually slowly rose up with the roar. The door finally stopped, revealing a deep passage behind it. On both sides of the passage are silver walls, covered with various pipes of varying thicknesses, crisscrossing each other. Song Yang took a deep breath, stuffed the white crystal back into the system space, then held the knife and stepped into the door carefully. However, just as his right foot stepped onto the silver metal floor in the passage, an indescribable terrifying pressure suddenly came from all directions. Bang! Song Yang was caught off guard. He felt all the bones in his body groaning under the heavy burden, and he felt as if he was suddenly pressed down by an invisible mountain. What's going on? He tried to prop himself up, but found his arms were as heavy as lead, and even lifting them was extremely difficult. Gravity. This word flashed through Song Yang's mind instantly. The gravity inside this spacecraft is several times stronger than that outside. If an ordinary person came in, his internal organs would probably not be able to bear it and would be crushed. He mobilized all his strength to resist this terrifying pressure bit by bit. Every muscle and every bone in the body is struggling to adapt to the new load. If you can't adapt to the gravity here, let alone exploring this spacecraft, even moving around will be a problem. After a long while, he finally felt that the pressure that was about to crush him seemed to have eased a little, or rather, his body was beginning to adapt. Although I still felt like I was carrying a heavy burden and every movement was several times more difficult than usual, I was finally able to stand firmly. It seems that I can only adapt step by step. Song Yang muttered to himself and continued walking deeper into the passage. After walking forward for about a few dozen meters, a heavy metal door appeared in front of us again, similar in style to the one at the entrance. However, this time, the scene in front of the door made Song Yang stop suddenly. A huge corpse leaned against the metal wall beside the door. The body of this human-shaped creature was 3 meters tall, and even in death, it still exuded a fierce aura. It was wrapped in a tight-fitting blue-black combat suit of unknown material. The outline of the face is about 70% similar to that of a human, but in the middle of the forehead, there is a hideous silver horn about half a foot long. The most striking thing is its chest. A huge hole was torn at the chest of the combat uniform, and the edges showed irregular charred and melted marks, as if it had been instantly penetrated by some kind of high-temperature energy. Through the hole, you can vaguely see the shriveled tissue inside. Song Yang's pupils contracted. Is this an alien? The size and strength of this alien creature were obviously far beyond that of humans, and it was even stronger than the mutant creatures he had seen. What could have killed him with one blow and caused such a horrific wound? He walked around the tall corpse, but not far away, he saw another corpse. This corpse was more burly than the one outside the door, probably close to 4 meters tall, and was also wearing similar combat uniform. But its death was even more tragic. Its entire body was cut off from the waist. The upper body fell to the ground, while the lower body still maintained a forward posture. The broken part was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was cut instantly by an extremely sharp energy blade. Song Yang continued to move forward. At the second door, a third corpse appeared in front of it. The body was relatively complete, but there was a bloody hole the size of a bowl on the neck, as if it had been pierced by some sharp weapon. The third door, the fourth body. The fourth door, the fifth body. The corpse was nailed to the wall, with several thick metal spikes piercing its chest and abdomen. Every door represents a line of defense. Every corpse represents a battle. It was obvious that a desperate fight had broken out inside the spacecraft, which was beyond his imagination. These alien creatures seemed to be the guardians of the spacecraft, but they all died tragically in the passage. Finally, when Song Yang passed the fifth door, another big door appeared in front of him. But this time, the scene in front of the door was completely different from before. 2 huge corpses, with completely different shapes but equally emitting a terrifying aura, fell in front of the last door. The one on the left was over 6 meters tall, like a small mountain of flesh. Its head is huge, with dozens of dark red tentacles of varying thicknesses on it. Even though it has been dead for a long time, it still makes people feel physically uncomfortable. The one on the right is slightly smaller, about 5 meters tall. It does not have a single horn on its forehead, but 3 silver-pointed horns arranged in a triangular shape. The combat uniform on his body was even more severely damaged, and the exposed skin had a dark bronze color, full of explosive power. These 2 corpses were obviously not of the same species, yet both died here. The tentacle monster's body was covered with knife marks, while the 3 silver horn creature had a huge claw-marked pit on its chest, which almost hollowed out its chest. Judging from the positions where they fell and their injuries, it seemed that both of them died after a fierce fight. Chapter 116 Intelligent Life. Walking around the 2 corpses, Song Yang looked towards the metal door in front. Above the gate, a huge irregular hole was clearly visible, and the edges also showed signs of high temperature melting. Walking into the hole, the view suddenly opens up. This was a cabin that was much more spacious than the previous passage, with a towering dome that was at least tens of meters high. The surrounding walls were flashing with blue light. In the center of the cabin stood several thick metal pillars, covered with complex circuits and indicator lights. Just as Song Yang's eyes swept over the instruments, a little boy's voice rang out in the cabin, coming from all directions. An Earthling? How interesting. How dare you walk in here? Song Yang looked around, but apart from those cold instruments, he did not find any signs of life. I just stumbled in accidentally. Song Yang knew that in such a place, since the other party could speak, he must have some means that he could not easily detect. Unintentionally? The boy laughed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This Lauren has been silent for thousands of years, and you are the first living thing to set foot here. Song Yang's heart moved slightly. Lauren, so this is the name of this spaceship. It doesn't matter. The boy continued, anyway, I can turn you into a corpse anytime I want. Song Yang didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. He knew that if the other party really wanted to attack him, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to react. After a moment of silence, the boy's voice sounded again. I've been alone for thousands of years. It's really boring. Since you're here, why don't you chat with me? Chat? Song Yang repeated, what do you want to talk about? Anything is fine. For example, who are you? Where are you from? Why is the earth like this? And what are those monsters out there? A series of questions revealed the other party's strong curiosity. Song Yang did not answer, but asked, who are you? Why are you on this spaceship? He must first find out the other party's background. The boy paused, as if trying to form his words. You can call me Zeus. I'm to use the terms you can understand on Earth, I'm probably an intelligent life form, or a super artificial intelligence? Zeus. Song Yang silently recited the name. In Western mythology, Zeus is the supreme being. He glanced at the sophisticated instruments around him. So, Zeus, why did the Lauren crash land on Earth? This question seemed to have touched upon some distant memories of Zeus. The light in the cabin seemed to dim a little. After a moment of silence, Zeus' voice sounded again. 3,000 years ago, the Lauren was conducting an ultra-long-distance interstellar jump. Our destination was a planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. But just as the jump route was about to end, we were ambushed. Ambush? Song Yang asked. Yes, Star Pirate. A swarm of space locusts, specializing in plundering spacecraft. Although the Lauren has considerable firepower, the enemy is well prepared and very powerful. After a brutal battle, the Lauren's main engine was severely damaged, its jump core also malfunctioned, and it happened to encounter a supernova explosion, crashing into this planet that was still in its wild age. All crew members have died. I am the only one left, a single intelligent being, alone in this iron tomb for 3,000 years. Then are there any high-tech weapons in this spacecraft? Song Yang asked. Zeus laughed and said, yes, of course there are. However, those are not things that you Earthlings can understand or use. Even if I give them to you, you can only treat them as scrap metal. Song Yang didn't waste any words, he was more concerned about another thing. He pointed in the direction of the metal gate. Looking at the two corpses outside, it looks like the tentacle monster is trying to break in, while the three silver-horned creature is trying to stop it. They seem to be protecting something in this cabin? Oh. Zeus' voice was filled with surprise. You've observed carefully. Yes, that monster is a space pirate. As for what it's protecting. The boy's voice dragged out, why would I tell you, a tiny earthling? Upon hearing this, Song Yang turned around and pretended to leave. Etc. Zeus' voice rang out, hurriedly trying to keep him. Song Yang stopped but did not look back. Okay, I'll tell you. Zeus' voice was somewhat helpless. Who made me not even have anyone to talk to for so many years? You, an earthling, don't even understand a joke. As Zeus finished speaking, a low sound of mechanical operation echoed in the cabin. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared on the metal floor not far in front of Song Yang, and then the entire floor slowly slid to both sides. Then, a huge metal cabin slowly rose from the pit. It was a peculiarly shaped escape pod with a mirror-smooth surface, full of the texture of futuristic technology. Under the transparent cover of the escape pod, a figure lay quietly. Song Yang's pupils shrank slightly. That's a girl. A girl of unbelievable beauty. She looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, with skin as white as snow and delicate features that were not ordinary. Her long silver hair spread out like solidified moonlight. She lay there quietly, her eyes closed, her breathing steady, as if she had just fallen into a deep dream, soundly sleeping. The girl is like a snow lotus that is not stained by dust, and also like an elf in the legend that is not worldly. She is the captain's daughter, Lilia. Zeus' voice rang out again, the three-horned corpse outside is her father, Ikaros, the captain of the Laurendat. The pirate's target is her. Zeus continued to explain, females of the captain's clan are born with striking looks, and they are prized possessions coveted by many slave traders in the universe. She has been asleep for 3,000 years. The energy core of the Lauren is about to be completely extinguished. The life support system can't hold out for much longer. She will wake up soon. Zeus' voice was filled with deep worry. But as you can see outside, there are monsters everywhere. I'm just an intelligent life form. I can't do anything except control this spaceship. Song Yang was silent, digesting this information. After a moment, he spoke. So? What do you want me to do? I hope you can take her away and protect her. Song Yang put on an expression of indifference. What does the life and death of an alien have to do with me? The cabin fell into deathly silence. A faint blue light suddenly condensed in front of Song Yang. Gradually, the light dissipated, and the shadow of a little boy about 7 or 8 years old appeared in front of Song Yang. The boy's big eyes were full of pleading and helplessness, and there were even crystal tears hanging in the corners of his eyes. Please, the boy's voice was tearful, completely different from his previous mature tone. Take her away, protect her. She is the captain's only bloodline and the only meaning of my existence. He stretched out his illusory little hand, as if trying to grab the corner of Song Yang's clothes, but it passed straight through. Song Yang's expression didn't relax at all. I'm not a good person. Frankly speaking, there are many people out there who want to kill me. Taking this girl with me will make me die faster. The little boy's shadow trembled violently, and the tears in his eyes seemed to be about to roll down, and his voice became more choked. But Lilia. She's pitiful, I know. Song Yang interrupted him, his voice cold and hard, but in this end of the world, who wouldn't be pitiful? I don't have much time, so I don't have time to play with you here. Zeus seemed to understand that simple begging would have no effect on the earthling in front of him. Etc. The boy's voice suddenly rose and was no longer crying. I saw his illusory little arm waving violently. Buzz. There was another low mechanical sound. The metal floor not far from Song Yang's side silently lifted up a metal pillar about half a meter high. A piece of clothing was lying flat on the top of the pillar. Before Song Yang could take a closer look, ripples like water waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the dark blue clothing. Then, an incredible scene happened. The clothes seemed to come alive, and at the same time, they seemed to have lost their solid form in an instant, turning into a pool of flowing black water that shone with a metallic luster. It slid down the metal pillar silently and spread towards Song Yang's feet like a snake. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the speed of the black water was astonishingly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the pool of black water covered his feet, and then in an indescribable way, it quickly climbed up and extended, completely wrapping his body. There is no feeling of suffocation or restraint. Instead, it's a strange warm and cool touch. After a few seconds, the black water stopped flowing and the light faded. Song Yang looked down and found that he was wearing a black combat uniform that he had never seen before. This combat suit fits his body curves perfectly. The material is unknown and it feels cold to the touch, but it does not affect his movements at all. This is the only remaining individual combat uniform on the Lauren. Zeus' voice sounded again. Its defense capabilities far exceed the current technological level of your Earth. Even the firearms you Earthlings developed wouldn't be able to penetrate it at all. This is enough for you to deal with most threats. Song Yang stretched his arms and legs, feeling the strange fit and security brought by this combat uniform. It must be said that this thing is indeed a good thing. But he still shook his head. That's not enough. The situation outside is more complicated than you think. Those monsters and people can't be dealt with by just one set of clothes. I need you to show your true sincerity, instead of just giving me a piece of equipment to get rid of me. The little boy's silhouette dimmed a bit. I can give you something else. But it won't necessarily be more valuable than this combat uniform. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and waited for what was to come. But you have to promise me. The shadow of the little boy floated forward, his tone extremely solemn. You must promise that you will protect Lilia at all costs and get her out of here safely. Find a place where she can survive. Okay, Song Yang, promise that as long as what you offer satisfies me, I will do my best to protect Lilia's safety until she can protect herself or find a safe home. The little boy nodded. I hope you remember your promise. After saying this, he swung his illusory little arm again. Buzz. There was another low mechanical sound. This time, it was not the metal pillar that rose, but an inconspicuous bulkhead that slowly opened upwards not far from the life support capsule where Lilia was sleeping, revealing a cabin. There were no sophisticated instruments or high-tech weapons as imagined, but it was filled with crystals emitting white light. Not long ago, the spacecraft detected a strong energy reaction. I sent a robot to investigate and discovered these energy crystals. The energy they contain is very pure. I had intended to collect them and try to replenish Lilia's life support system. Okay, now there are 215 crystals here in total, all yours. The moment he saw those crystals, Song Yang's breathing quickened. Zhang Zhenghua above fought with various monsters and only obtained single-digit crystals, but here there are hundreds of them. It's hard to imagine where I'd end up if I took it all in. Zeus seemed to see what Song Yang was thinking and reminded him. I'm warning you, your body is still too weak to handle too much crystal energy. I estimate that 10 is the maximum. If you're greedy, you'll likely die suddenly. Be careful. After hearing Zeus' advice, Song Yang became cautious and gave up the idea of absorbing all of it. After putting the girl in the hibernation capsule into the system space, Song Yang took out the crystal and sat down to absorb energy. Countless forces are surging underground in this small town, and improving strength is the most important thing. An inevitable melee is about to begin. The law of the jungle is the eternal law of this world. Chapter 117. The hunt begins. 2 hours later. Song Yang slowly opened his eyes, and the fifth crystal turned into ashes in his palm and disappeared without a trace. He could clearly feel that the speed at which his body absorbed this pure energy had significantly slowed down, reaching the brink of saturation. His basic strength has soared from the initial 1,200 kilograms to 2,600 kilograms, mid-level warrior. This is his current level. Your body's cellular load is almost reaching its limit. Zeus' voice rang out, if you want to continue to absorb energy efficiently, you must first strengthen your body and make it stronger. Song Yang was not surprised by this and nodded. When he left the spaceship, he put all the corpses in the passage into the system space. These things may be of great use in the future. After doing all this, Song Yang stepped out of the spaceship. Standing outside the spaceship, he folded it up without hesitation. Song Yang identified the direction and walked towards the place where he fell in his memory. Looking up, he saw the steep rock wall that was tens of meters high. If it were before, it would have been difficult for him to climb up. But now. He took a deep breath, exerted force on his feet, and suddenly rushed upwards. Bang! He kicked a shallow hole in the hard rock wall, and gravel flew everywhere. His palms easily slipped into the cracks in the rocks. He didn't even need to look for a fulcrum. Every time he exerted force, his body leaped upwards a long way. In just a moment, he left the cave. He hadn't walked far when he heard voices. In a large cave, a dozen people were searching for rare objects with flashlights. Judging from their clothes, they are all survivors in the city. Over there. Someone's coming out. A man with a pointed chin and monkey-like face was the first to discover Song Yang and let out a strange cry. In an instant, all the lights on everyone were focused on Song Yang. A bald man with a burly figure, a face full of flesh, and a thick metal chain around his neck weighed the machete in his hand, and came forward with two equally ferocious followers behind him. Boy, you look unfamiliar. The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. What treasure did you get? If you know what's good for you, just hand it over. We can save you some trouble. A tall, thin man with a mustache next to him echoed. That's right, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. There are people everywhere in the underground now. More friends mean more paths, but more enemies means more trouble. Another short and strong man waved the hatchet in his hand impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. Just search me. At the moment when the bald strong man grinned and reached out to grab his collar, Song Yang moved. No fancy moves, just a simple punch. Fast, too fast. The bald strong man didn't even see how Song Yang threw the punch, he just felt a huge force hitting his chest. The hideous smile on the bald man's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme fear and disbelief. He looked down and saw that his chest had caved in, a bloody hole had appeared, and his broken internal organs were vaguely visible. Blood gushed out from his mouth, nose, and chest like a flood. The strong man was punched through the chest. The arrogance on the mustache and the short and stocky man's face disappeared in an instant, and his eyes almost popped out, as if he had seen a ghost. One punch. Just one punch and he killed a person. What kind of monster is this? Song Yang turned his gaze to the two followers who were already frightened silly. Come on, take out what you have in your hands in exchange for your lives. The man with the mustache and the short, stocky fellow didn't dare hesitate for a second. He turned sideways, trembling, and shrieked at a younger brother behind him who was also pale with fear. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and give the things to this gentleman. The younger brother shuddered and crawled almost on his hands and feet towards a tattered canvas package they had looted earlier. He picked it up with trembling hands and handed it to Song Yang. Song Yang took it expressionlessly and opened it casually. A white crystal lay inside. Song Yang turned and left, leaving a few people slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, I just came down and I met an evolver, how unlucky. The short and strong man's voice trembled. The man with the mustache wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling apprehensive. Let's move somewhere else quickly. We can't stay here anymore. It's too scary. Song Yang shuttled through caves one after another. Just as he expected, the underground had now become a huge hunting ground. The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger, and what we saw along the way was shocking. The bodies were lying all over the place, with different causes of death. Some were ripped open by sharp weapons, their internal organs spilling all over the floor. Some looked like they had been shot by bullets, with several bloody holes on their heads. Some of the necks were strangely twisted, obviously having been twisted off alive. The clothes on most of these corpses were in a mess, and all valuable items had been looted. In the end times, life and death are common, not to mention in such a dangerous place where people from all sides gather to fight for unknown wonders. After turning another corner, there is a relatively spacious cave in front. In the center of the cave, a man was surrounding the corpse of a strange bird that had just died, digging something out. The other two were holding machetes and steel pipes, watching their surroundings vigilantly. When Song Yang appeared at the entrance of the cave, the two men discovered him almost instantly. Who is it? The tall and thin man holding a steel pipe shouted sternly. Another man holding a machete, who was a bit burly, pointed the knife at Song Yang without saying a word. The man who was digging something also stopped and turned back suddenly. His face was stained with blood and his eyes were cold. In his hand, he was holding a fist-sized white crystal, which had obviously just been taken out of the monster's body. Another one seeking death? The man digging for crystals licked his lips and smiled cruelly. That's perfect, we're still short of a pathfinder. Leave your things here, and you can go away. Song Yang opened his mouth, and his words were clearly heard by the three people. When the three heard this, they were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Boy, are you fucking still asleep? The tall, thin man holding the steel pipe laughed so hard he fell backwards. Just you? Alone? The burly man grinned and said, Today, let me teach you what it means to speak out of turn. Before he finished speaking, the burly man had already exerted his strength, stepped on the ground, and swung the machete towards Song Yang. This person is actually also an evolver, and his speed is extremely fast. Song Yang's knife arrived first and accurately met the opponent's machete. Swish. There was no collision as imagined. The heavy machete, along with the arm holding it and half of the burly man's body, were actually cut in half by Song Yang with one knife. The hideous smile on the burly man's face had not yet faded, his eyes were filled with incredible fear, and his body was broken into two. The blood instantly drained from the faces of the tall and thin man holding the steel pipe and the man who had previously dug out the crystal. Third son. The man digging the crystal roared, his eyes bloodshot. Kill him. Avenge my third son. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards Song Yang like crazy, smashing the steel pipe on Song Yang's head, while the other one took out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Song Yang in the heart. Faced with the attack from two people, Song Yang let the steel pipe hit his left arm hard. Bang! A grim smile of triumph appeared on the tall and thin man's face, as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Song Yang's broken arm. However, Song Yang just frowned. There was a dull pain in my arm, but the expected severe pain and bone fracture did not appear. The combat suit absorbed most of the impact for him. It's really a good thing. Song Yang took a look at the intact combat uniform and couldn't help but admire it. The tall and thin man missed his attack, and before he could retreat, he felt a flash before his eyes and a cold light passed across his neck. The man who was digging for the crystal saw that his dagger could not even penetrate the other person's clothes, so he turned around and tried to escape. But how could he be faster than Song Yang? Song Yang caught up with him and stabbed him in the back with a dagger, ending his life cleanly and neatly. Song Yang searched the man who was digging for the crystal and found the fist-sized white crystal and several smaller crystals. Chapter 118 Blood Shadow Butcher. After leaving the cave, Song Yang continued his pace without stopping. He was like a shadow, hunting in the intricate underground caves. At the entrance of a relatively dry cave ahead, there was a faint flickering light of fire, accompanied by the sound of muffled conversations. Song Yang approached quietly and saw 5 or 6 men in the cave eating around a campfire. Beside them, there were several white crystals of different sizes scattered around, which were obviously the harvest during this period. Boss, we had a good harvest this time. We got quite a few rare items. We should be able to exchange them for a lot of food when we go out. A man with a face full of flesh spoke incoherently while gnawing on a chicken leg. The one called Boss was a one-eyed man with a hideous scar extending from his forehead to his chin. He took a sip of cheap wine and said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. There are many tough guys in the underground, and there are also many evolved people who specialize in stealing things and are very ruthless. Hey, no matter how ruthless they are, can they be as ruthless as our brothers in Black Wind Village? If they dare to come, Grandpa." Before the man could finish his words, he heard footsteps. Everyone in the cave was startled and looked towards the cave entrance in unison. In the light of the fire, Song Yang's figure was stretched out, and the knife in his hand was glowing red, as if it had just drunk blood. "Who are these bastards who dare to attack our Black Wind Village?" The burly man who spoke earlier was the first to jump up and picked up the machete at hand. The one-eyed man narrowed his eye and looked at Song Yang carefully, but his heart sank. The other party was alone, but he was fearless. The vague murderous aura on his body showed that he was definitely not an ordinary person. "Friend, whoever sees the things underground is entitled to a share. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" The one-eyed dragon tried to maneuver. Song Yang didn't waste any words. His figure flashed and he was already approaching. The burly man felt a flash before his eyes, and an extreme sense of crisis enveloped his heart. He subconsciously raised his knife to block. Puff! A flash of blood appeared. Song Yang's short knife cut the fat man's wrist at a tricky angle. Without waiting for the other party to scream, the blade moved up and cut his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The fat man covered his neck, groaned a few times, fell to the ground, and his body twitched violently. "Seventh brother!" The one-eyed dragon's eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "Brothers, come together and kill him!" The remaining few people also became furious. They each picked up their weapons and rushed forward with strange cries. Song Yang had a blank expression on his face, his steps changing as he moved like a ghost amidst the siege of several people. But in just a moment, 4 more bodies appeared on the ground. The one-eyed man covered his broken arm and looked at Song Yang in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear. "Who are you?" Song Yang did not answer, but took a step forward and ended his life with a dagger. After collecting all the white crystals in the cave, Song Yang didn't even look at the corpses. He turned around and merged into the deeper darkness. Such scenes continued to play out in every corner of the underground cave in the following time. At first, only small groups of survivors or lone travelers were robbed. Gradually, some larger forces also began to suffer. No one knew where the evil star came from. All they knew was that he held a blood-drinking red long knife in his hand, and his attacks were ruthless and his target was clear, which was just for those white crystals. "Have you heard? That Iron Wolf gang in the south, so arrogant on weekdays, has been completely eradicated this time." A survivor lowered his voice, his eyes filled with fear. "More than 10 people, not one escaped." "His was it that red knife man who did it again? Who else could it be but him? That guy is a complete lunatic, killing people without blinking an eye. He's scarier than the most ferocious mutant beast. Damn it, now whoever encounters that guy will have to hand over the treasure. Resistance is a dead end. If you don't resist, you might still be able to survive. There's nothing I can do." Just a few hours ago, the Sanyan Society, a powerful organization with 3 evolvers among them, was wiped out by him alone, wasn't it? I heard the blood there dyed the ground red, and the bodies were piled up like a mountain. It was a horrible sight. Fear is no longer an invisible shadow. It turned into a tangible chill, spreading like a plague in every dark underground corner. Every survivor felt this coldness that penetrated deep into their bones. Gradually, the survivors began to use a name to describe the elusive and murderous Red Knife Man. Blood Shadow Butcher. A nickname that represents blood and death spread like wildfire in the dark underground world. But Song Yang knew nothing about this, or rather, he didn't care at all. 3 days later, deep in a relatively hidden cave. Leibao, the man who was once as strong as an iron tower, now looks a little thin. He used his remaining left arm to tear open a piece of compressed biscuit and gnawed it silently. Beside her, the female warrior Lang Yu was also chewing cookies. "Damn it," Leibao cursed incoherently as he chewed on a hard biscuit. "I still can't believe that Kanying is dead." Lang Yu handed him the water bag and said, "There's nothing we can do. The person we met was too strong. It's already good enough that Afterimage was able to perish together with him. Lei Bao took a sip of water and tried to grin, but it pulled his empty right shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Hey, I traded my arm for the life of an evolver, it's worth it. Leng Yu didn't respond to his words, and cast her eyes towards the dark cave entrance. The most urgent task is to find Song Yang as soon as possible, and then find a way to contact the large force sent by the director and complete the reunion. If those mad dogs under Du Yaohua find us first, we'll be in danger. Du Yaohua and they are not the same kind of people. If they meet in this lawless underground, it will be a life and death situation. Thunderstorm was silent for a moment inside. It's difficult. This damn place is like a maze. The deeper we go, the less useful the instruments become. Even the communication is cut off. We can only rely on our eyes to grope around. Trying to find a few people in such a vast underground is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You have to try. Long Yu was not discouraged. Since Song Yang was able to cause such a big commotion in here, he must have some extraordinary qualities. If we find him, our chances of getting out alive will be much greater. The movement she mentioned naturally refers to the Blood Shadow Butcher who has been making a lot of noise in the underground world recently. Although they could not be sure that the man was Song Yang, their intuition told them that apart from Song Yang, there was probably no one else who could cause such a stir in such an environment. Well, that's true. But Du Yaohua is guarding the exit now. Even if we meet up, we won't survive given the general level strength of the enemy. Do we really have to hide underground for the rest of our lives? Of course not. A voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. Lang Yu's eyes suddenly focused and he looked up towards the cave entrance. Lei Bao also stopped chewing and subconsciously reached for the saber at his waist with his only remaining left hand. A figure walked out from the darkness. As he approached, a strong and almost indissoluble smell of blood hit his face. The person who came was Song Yang. Song Yang at this moment was completely different from the person they remembered 3 days ago. There was a lingering cold murderous aura between his brows, and his eyes were deep and cold, as if he had just stepped out of the 9 netherworld sea of blood. He was wearing a dark blue combat uniform without a trace of dirt. Song Yang walked up to the 2 men and casually placed the bulging canvas bags in his hands on the ground. He casually sat down opposite the 2 men, took out 2 cans of beef and 2 cartons of milk from his bag and threw them over. Song Yang, Long Yu spoke first, you've turned this underground world upside down in the past 3 days. I'm afraid everyone knows the name Blood Shadow Butcher now. Lei Bao took the can and milk, grinned, looked at Song Yang, and asked in a muffled voice. Good boy, you're great. I told you you're not just any ordinary person. Tell me, how many goodies have you robbed in the past 3 days? How many of those white crystals did you get? Song Yang unscrewed a bottle of water, took a sip, and said calmly. Not much, only about 50 yuan. Puff cough cough. Lei Bao had just taken a bite of the can when he nearly choked to death after hearing this. He started coughing violently and looked at Song Yang in disbelief. How much? How much? $50? Lang Yu also took a breath, her eyes full of shock. More than 50 white crystals. This guy made more than $50 in just 3 days? This is simply plowing through the underground survivor forces. The 2 of them worked together and managed to get less than 6 pieces in 3 days. There is no way. Now all major forces have evolvers, so it is not so easy to snatch them away. Not to mention that Zhang Zhenghua and his team have already gathered and are searching for them everywhere. It is harder than climbing to the sky to get a rare item by hard work. Chapter 119 The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After eating and drinking, the 2 took the energy crystals given to them by Song Yang and absorbed them. A few days ago, the 2 of them were still strong, but as various forces poured into the underground, their strength was no longer enough. The most urgent task is to join up with the large force sent by the director, so as to have a chance of survival. While the 2 were absorbing energy, Song Yang walked out of the cave and brought in the captives he had captured. The man was wearing camouflage and was a soldier under Du Yaohua. Song Yang put the knife on the soldier's neck and began to question him. Tell me, how many people did Du Yaohua bring with him this time? The soldier was already terrified, and now his face turned even paler. Deputy Director Du brought over 100 people with him this time. Among them are 10 confidants who have just become evolvers. Most of them have already gone underground, snatching energy crystals while searching for the people sent by the director. Director Du is planning to kill all of his trusted subordinates right here. This will completely deprive the director of his power, and he will be able to dominate the shelter alone. Lang Yu and Lei Bao's expressions changed when they heard this. More than 100 people, including 10 evolvers. This force is enough to sweep across this underground area. Song Yang's expression did not change, and he continued to ask. What is Du Yaohua's current strength? I don't know his specific strength. I'm just a small character. I only know that even if Deputy Director Du faces 10 evolvers at the same time, he won't be at a disadvantage. Hiss. Thunderstorm gasped, his eyes widening. My goodness, one person can easily defeat 10 people? Is he still human? He used to think that Song Yang getting more than 50 energy crystals in 3 days was abnormal enough, but now compared with Du Yaohua, he felt that he was still abnormal. Lang Yu also frowned, his expression becoming more serious. When the director asked him to manage the supplies in the shelter, I felt it was inappropriate. With the power to manage supplies, Du Yaohua could win people's hearts, not to mention that after a large number of rare items appeared, I don't know how many Du Yaohua secretly hid. That guy's strength is probably far superior to ours now. If we want to deal with him, a head-on fight probably won't work. Song Yang got the information he wanted and shifted the blade on the soldier's neck. Lei Bao grinned, looked at the corpse on the ground, then looked at Song Yang, but finally said nothing. In these last days, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Damn, this is going to be a big problem. Lei Bao sat back down on the ground and pounded the ground in frustration. Over 100 people, 10 evolvers, and a perverted leader who can beat 10 evolvers is guarding outside. Even if we join up with the main force, can we defeat them? Lang Yu also fell silent. If there is a head-on conflict, they will be killed if they rush forward. Song Yang, you are smart. In this situation, you should give us a definite answer. What should we do? We can't just wait to die, right? Lei Bao asked unwillingly. Song Yang did not answer, but glanced at the two of them. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Do you like killing people? Lei Bao was stunned when he heard this, then replied in a rough voice. Killing people? Of course I don't like it. If it weren't for this damn apocalypse, who the hell would want to have blood on their hands? We were forced to do it. Lang Yu looked at Song Yang in confusion. What do you mean? We are not executioners. If we want to get out alive, relying on just the three of us, or even adding the people sent by the director, our chances of winning in a head-on confrontation are slim. Only when all the survivors and all the forces in this underground place regard Du Yaohua as their mortal enemy will we have a chance. Song Yang expressed his thoughts. Make everyone hate him? Lei Bao couldn't quite keep up with Song Yang's train of thought. How do we do this? They're not stupid. Du Yaohua has such a huge influence, no one would easily cause trouble. Lang Yu seemed to be lost in thought. Are you trying to frame someone? Or sow discord? But these underground forces are so complex and each one is fighting on its own. It would be extremely difficult to unite them to deal with Du Yaohua. Song Yang didn't explain much, but took out a hideous evil ghost mask. The mask had a green face, fangs, and red eyes. He put the mask on his face, then walked to the soldier's body, quickly stripped off his camouflage combat uniform, and put it on himself. Lei Bao and Lang Yu were stunned, not understanding what Song Yang was going to do. Aren't Du Yaohua's men constantly snatching energy crystals and stirring up trouble? Then I'll pretend to be one of his men and make him and his men the public enemy of everyone in this underground world. Remember, the enemy of my enemy is our friend. Fuck. Lei Bao took a deep breath, then became excited. You're such a ruthless guy. You're going to muddy the waters completely. You're going to drag everyone down with you. Even if Du Yaohua is so strong, he's going to get hurt if he becomes the target of public criticism. Lang Yu's eyes also flashed, she understood Song Yang's plan. This plan is extremely crazy, but it is indeed the only possible way to break the deadlock at the moment. Song Yang left the cave and followed the path to a cave in his memory. The first target he chose was a group of guys who called themselves the Speed Racers Gang. At this time, several bonfires were burning in a relatively spacious underground cave. A dozen women, their hair dyed in various colors, were gathered around the bonfire, twisting their bodies wildly. After taking hallucinogenic drugs, they were extremely excited. Song Yang, wearing a demon mask, approached silently. These men and women who were immersed in drugs had no idea that danger was coming. It wasn't until the blade pierced a man's chest and a woman screamed that the others came to their senses. They looked at the man wearing an evil ghost mask and holding a blood-red long knife. Their blurred eyes suddenly became clear, and then they were filled with great fear. That knife, the Blood Shadow Butcher. That madman who kills without blinking an eye. Butcher? The Blood Shadow Butcher is looking for us? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the cave seemed to freeze. The Blood Shadow Butcher is a notorious existence in this underground cave. It is rumored that hundreds of people have died at his hands. In front of him, ordinary people are no different from lambs to be slaughtered. They just couldn't understand why this legendary terrifying killer would target a group of insignificant little characters like them. What do you want to do?" a man with a coxcomb haircut asked bravely. "Director Do sent me here to chat with you." "What? The famous butcher is actually one of Director Do's men?" The man with the rooster comb was stunned, obviously not reacting. "I wonder what instructions this big brother has. I don't think we, the racing gang, have ever provoked you." "Provoke?" Song Yang sneered. "You guys are worthy? I'll give you 1 day to collect 10 energy crystals and hand them over. Remember, it's 10. If you're one less, everyone here will die." 10 energy crystals? The man with the rooster comb suspected that he had misheard. "Brother, where can we get this? We are just small fry. We have never seen any energy crystals." "That's your business," Song Yang said indifferently. "Don't go too far." A member of the biker gang who tried to resist had his throat cut open before he could finish his words, leaving him dead. Chapter 120 Angry Survivor. Song Yang turned around without looking back and left the cave. The surviving biker gang members collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Du Yaohua, you're going too far." The man with the coxcomb haircut punched the rock wall hard, letting the blood flow out. "He simply doesn't treat us ordinary people as human beings. Does he want us to live? 10 energy crystals. They're clearly trying to kill us." Vicious curses rose one after another. Their fear of the Blood Shadow Butcher was now rapidly transforming into immense hatred for Du Yaohua, the mastermind behind the scenes. Song Yang did not stop. He shuttled through the intricate underground caves like a ghost and quickly locked onto his next target. This is a group of survivors who call themselves the Iron Rat Gang. When Song Yang appeared in front of them wearing a devil mask and holding a bloody long knife, several members of the Iron Rat Gang who were on guard screamed. Hearing the noise, a short but sharp-eyed middle-aged man ran out from the depths of the cave, holding a sharpened steel pipe, and said cautiously, "What brings you here, sir?" Song Yang reached out, grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him up. "Director Do asked me to inform you that within 3 days, you must hand over 50 energy crystals. Remember, not a single one less." $50? The Iron Rat Gang leader cried out in disbelief. "Aren't you trying to embarrass us? We're lucky to be alive, how can we get any energy crystals?" "That's something you need to consider." Song Yang's eyes sternly said, "Director Do doesn't like to hear nonsense. If you can't hand it over, there's no need for you to exist." He swung his long sword casually. "Ah!" The arm of the Iron Rat Gang member closest to him fell off. "This is just a little reminder for you. Don't try to challenge Chief Do's patience, or none of you will survive." Song Yang deliberately put on a very arrogant attitude, and his words were full of contempt and disdain for these survivors. He portrayed the image of Du Yaohua's minions who were arrogant, domineering and greedy to the fullest. As he left, the man's face darkened. "You son of a bitch. Du Yaohua, that beast. He's trying to drive us to death. 50 energy crystals. They're just trying to get us killed." Feelings of anger and despair spread among the Iron Rat Gang and were all transferred to Du Yaohua. Song Yang continued his hunting. He selected some small and medium-sized forces with small numbers and weak strength, which were impossible to accomplish the task. Wherever he went, he appeared as the Blood Shadow Butcher, claiming to be on the orders of Du Yaohua, and demanded varying amounts of energy crystals. If anyone disobeyed or hesitated, he would massacre them. His methods were extremely cruel, and he was full of sarcasm and ridicule. Song Yang portrayed himself as a madman who was moody, greedy, and regarded human life as worthless, and the master of this madman was Du Yaohua. For a moment, the entire underground shelter was in turmoil. The news that the Blood Shadow Butcher represented Du Yaohua and extorted energy crystals and killed innocent people indiscriminately spread to every corner. All the forces that were visited by Song Yang were full of complaints, and their hatred towards Du Yaohua reached its peak. They may not dare to openly resist the powerful Du Yaohua, but the seeds of hatred have been deeply planted. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is exactly the effect Song Yang wants. He wanted to make Du Yaohua the target of public criticism and the common enemy of everyone in this underground world. Deep in a cave, a dim firelight flickered. Li Hu was currently sitting with several newly arrived evolvers, sharing canned food. I don't know what's going on, an evolved person with a thin face put down the empty can in his hand. I always feel something is wrong today. It seems like there are many eyes watching us secretly, with murderous intent. He said this, subconsciously touching the back of his neck. Li Hu paused chewing, glanced at him, and said calmly, "Oh? Really?" He swallowed the last bite of meat and then said slowly, "Brother, you're overthinking it. Although there are good and bad people here, there are only a few who dare to attack us. Director Du has equipped us all with military uniforms, so we can be identified at a glance, and no one dares to mess with us." "You're right. With so many of us, who would dare to come and die?" Another burly evolver grinned. "By the way, Instructor Zhang, I heard Director Du recently sent down a tough guy, codenamed the Butcher. He's a real tough guy, plundering energy crystals everywhere with terrifying efficiency. I heard his methods are incredibly ruthless." Hearing this, Zhang Zhenghua, who had been silent on the side, said, "I'm actually very surprised. Logically, I know Director Du best, but even I didn't know he had such a powerful general under him. It's unbelievable." "Ha ha." Li Hu laughed out loud. "Instructor Zhang, don't think too much. Having one more strong man is definitely a good thing for us. When we find that guy named Song, we can let the Butcher kill him and we won't have to work hard." Before he finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. Several soldiers ran in panic, carrying a simple stretcher with a corpse on it, hastily covered with tattered cloth. "Instructor Zhang. Something bad has happened." The leading soldier's voice was trembling, and he cried, "Just found it outside." Zhang Zhenghua frowned, put down the can in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "What's the rush? Bring it here so I can see." When the soldiers lifted a corner of the covering cloth, a strong and pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air, overwhelming the aroma of the food. On the stretcher was a mutilated corpse, with knife marks all over the body, as well as marks of various blunt instruments, and the brain was smashed out. "It's Lu San," exclaimed a sharp-eyed evolver. Everyone looked closely, and they all recognized him. It was Li San, the evolver who came down with them. "Li San? Didn't he say 10 minutes ago that he was going to find a woman to relieve his sexual desire? How did it become like this?" The atmosphere in the cave instantly dropped to freezing point. More than a dozen evolvers all stood up at this moment, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Zhang Zhenghua's expression also became extremely solemn. He squatted down and carefully examined the wounds on the body. They vary in size and depth, coming from different weapons. Anyone can see that Li San was beaten to death by a group of people. Zhang Zhenghua's eyes flashed, and he pressed on. "Besides Li San's body, was there anything else found at the scene?" Chapter 121, Advance to Doomsday Hunter. Yes. The soldier nodded quickly and said, "We found a big pit. It's not deep, but it's filled with sharpened wooden spikes and rusty iron pieces. It looks like a trap." Third brother Li had some wounds on his body, seemingly caused by falling into the pit, and then being beaten to death with all sorts of random things. Trap. These two words lowered the temperature in the cave a few degrees. This was obviously not an accident, but a premeditated murder. Before Zhang Zhenghua could ask further questions, there was another sound of footsteps outside the cave. A soldier in charge of liaison rushed in and shouted breathlessly, "Instructor Zhang! Something bad has happened to one of our teams." "What?" Li Hu stood up suddenly. "What do you mean by something happened? Explain it clearly." The soldier panted and cried. "In the western passage, we found signs of a fight. There were several bodies of our brothers, but it looks like a fierce battle with an unknown force." "Gunfight? Who would have the guts to engage in a firefight with Captain Du's team in this underground shelter?" Before the shock that had just risen in everyone's hearts had subsided, another piece of bad news came. "Instructor Zhang." "Brother who?" An evolved person stumbled in. "My brother. My brother was killed." Li Hu shouted in a deep voice. "Calm down. Tell me what's going on." The evolver shook off Li Hu's hand and pointed outside. "My brother, Iang. He was killed while leading people out to look for energy crystals. His body was hung on the stone pillar at the entrance of the cave where we rested last night." His intestines were spilling out. His eyes were gouged out. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the cave gasped, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. First, Li San was ambushed. Then a patrol team was ambushed, resulting in heavy casualties and missing persons. Immediately afterwards, another revolver was killed in an extremely cruel manner and his body was hung for public display. This series of events happened so intensively, with such brutal means and such clear targets, all targeting them. These bastards are shameless. Veins popped out on Li Hu's forehead and his eyes were red. They gave us the energy crystals, and I spared their lives. Now they dare to attack us. I think they are tired of living. He never thought that those ordinary survivors, who were like ants in his eyes, would dare to be the first to show their fangs to them. This is a naked provocation and contempt for their authority. Li Hu suddenly turned to the equally furious evolvers around him. All evolvers, form groups of 2. Lead our people and slaughter all the people in the caves nearby. I want to let them know what will happen to those who dare to touch us. Kill. Kill them until they're scared. Kill them until no one dares to look up at us. Yes. Brother Tiger. The suppressed anger erupted at this moment. Zhang Zhenghua stood aside, his face ashen and eyes deep, and did not stop Li Hu's order. He knew that at this moment no comfort or reason could quell this raging rage. Only blood could wash away the shame, and only killing could deter the villains. Soon, teams led by evolvers walked out of the cave. Li Hu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was one of the first group of evolvers to follow Du Yaohua. He was very powerful and had never suffered such humiliation. He selected a tall, cold-faced female evolver to form a group with him. Being with a beautiful woman can help him calm down his anger. 15 soldiers armed with live ammunition quickly gathered, followed the 2 men, and stepped out of the cave with murderous intent. Li Hu's target was the cave group closest to them where survivors gathered. Brother Hu, there's movement ahead, a scout reported in a low voice. At the corner of the passage ahead, footsteps were coming closer and closer. Li Hu signaled the team to stop and his eyes became alert. Soon, a figure walked out of the darkness. The man was of medium build, wearing a camouflage military uniform that was stained red with blood, and had a hideous and terrifying evil ghost mask on his face. Li Hu's pupils suddenly shrank. Blood Shadow Butcher. Director Doomsday's subordinate. A murderous madman. Thinking of this, Li Hu calmed down instantly and a stiff smile appeared on his face. So it's Brother Butcher. Like you, I'm Boss Do's man. How's it going? How many energy crystals did you get? He asked, tentatively. Hearing Li Hu's greeting, Song Yang behind the mask did not say a word. He just raised one hand and hooked his finger at Li Hu. He gestured to Li Hu to come closer to him. Li Hu frowned. Is this guy a mute? He cursed in his heart, but still kept a smile on his face. As a veteran who has been in the apocalypse for many years, he knows the importance of being cautious, especially when facing such a notoriously ruthless character. Li Hu immediately turned around and winked at the tall and cold-faced female evolver next to him. Go and see if the butcher has anything good to give us. The female evolver nodded. She didn't think that the other party would dare to do anything to her in this situation. After all, there was Li Hu and a dozen soldiers armed with live ammunition behind her. The woman smiled what she thought was a charming smile, twisted her waist, and walked towards Song Yang. Just when she was less than 2 meters away from Song Yang and wanted to stop, something unexpected happened. A red light, extremely fast, suddenly flashed from Song Yang's lowered hand. The smile on the female evolver's face froze instantly, and her eyes were filled with unbelievable horror. She didn't even see what it was. I just felt a sharp, icy pain in my neck. Immediately afterwards, warm blood gushed out like a fountain. The woman subconsciously covered her neck with her hands, her body swayed, and she fell heavily to the ground. A pair of beautiful eyes wide open, eyes open even in death. Died on the spot. The scene that happened in an instant made the smile on Li Hu's face freeze, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. An extreme chill rushed from the soles of the feet straight to the top of the head. He never dreamed that this rumored ace of Director Du would actually attack his own people. No. He is not one of us. He is the enemy. Fire. Li Hu roared. Beat him to death. Beat this bastard to death. In an instant, gunshots rang out. A dozen soldiers finally recovered from their shock at Li Hu's roar. Dense tongues of fire spewed out, and countless bullets, wrapped in the breath of death, poured madly towards the place where Song Yang was standing. At the same time, a long-lost voice sounded in Song Yang's mind. Host, Song Yang. Survival level improvement. Current level, Doomsday Hunter. Next stage, Guardian of Order. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 122, The Terrifying Promotion. These days, Song Yang has been fighting non-stop every day, and his survival level has risen from elite survivor to survival expert. Now, after several days of killing, he has been promoted to the Guardian of Order again. Amidst the hail of bullets, Song Yang allocated his attribute points in a flash. Physical attributes. Strength 350. Agility 290. Physical strength 200. Spirit 260. The average adult male is 10. The surge in four-dimensional attributes brings about a comprehensive transformation of sensory organs and body functions. He could even capture the trajectory of incoming bullets. Although the bullets hit him, they could not penetrate his combat uniform. With his physical fitness skyrocketing, Song Yang rushed out. He is so fast. So fast that the ordinary soldiers couldn't even catch his movements. All I could see was a blurry afterimage, holding a blade and rushing towards me, splitting the bullets. Song Yang who entered the flock of sheep, and every time he attacked, a soldier fell. There he is. On the right. On the right. Shoot. Don't let him get close. No, this guy is not afraid of bullets. The soldier screamed and fell into chaos. Is he a human or a ghost? When Li Hu saw the scene, he had this idea for the first time. Less than 10 seconds. 15 soldiers armed with live ammunition had all fallen in a pool of blood. Li Hu was the only one left in the passage, standing there alone. Looking at Song Yang walking towards him, Li Hu's forehead veins bulged and he took out his weapon. The three-edged military bayonet is made of a special alloy and is tempered with a deadly poison. Once it causes a wound, even gods cannot save it. Die. Li Hu did not hesitate at all. He poured all his strength into his right leg, kicked his foot hard, rushed forward quickly, and pierced Song Yang's heart with the three-edged military bayonet in his hand. He staked all his hopes on this one strike. He wanted to trade injury for injury and kill the guy in front of him with poison. Judging from the aura, the other party seems to be at the same mid-level warrior level as himself. But he didn't expect that Song Yang actually turned sideways when he attacked. Just a slight tilt. Li Hu's attack, which was determined to succeed, just brushed past the edge of Song Yang's combat uniform and missed. How is that possible? Li Hu's heart was filled with shock. His speed and explosive power, which he was so proud of, were actually dodged. Before he could think about it, a flash of knife light rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Ah! A heart-wrenching howl sounded, and Li Hu felt a piercing pain in his right shoulder. He stumbled back a few steps and looked down. His right arm was cut off at the shoulder. My hand. You're looking for death. Li Hu pressed the wound on his broken arm tightly, and his vision went dark. The gap is too big. This is not a fight of the same weight class at all. Who are you? Li Hu's teeth chattered. If you dare to kill me, Director Du won't let you go. He will definitely avenge me. At this point, he could only bring up Du Yao's name, hoping to intimidate the other party. Song Yang took off his mask and revealed his true face. The moment Li Hu saw Song Yang's face clearly, his mind went blank. He remembered that face. 3 days ago, it was the owner of this face who took the rare item that he and Zhang Zhenghua had worked so hard to obtain. At that time, Song Yang turned around and ran without hesitation. He still remembers the look of his embarrassed escape. But now. It's only been 3 days. One knife. With just one blow, his right arm was cut off. 15 fully armed soldiers were as vulnerable as chickens and dogs in front of him. Is this guy still a fucking human? It's you? Why? Surprised? The muscles on Li Hu's face twitched wildly, and the severe pain in his broken arm almost made him faint, but even deeper was a chill that came from his soul. Don't be so arrogant. Li Hu roared, wait until Director Du catches you. He'll make you know what it means to be unable to live or die. He'll tear you into pieces. A smile appeared on Song Yang's lips. Really? I'm so scared. Don't worry, I'll send him to you soon. The moment he finished speaking, Song Yang moved. Phew. Warm liquid spurted out, staining Li Hu's horrified eyes red. His head flew high, with disbelief remaining on his face. The headless corpse swayed and fell heavily to the ground. Footsteps came from deep in the passage, and Lei Bao and Lang Yu walked out one after another. When they saw the scene clearly, even they couldn't help but stare blankly. The bodies of soldiers were scattered all over the ground. Their deaths were so miserable that their blood almost dyed the ground dark red. Lei Bao's gaze swept across the hideous wounds on the soldiers' bodies, and finally fell on the expressionless Song Yang, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He walked forward and patted Song Yang's shoulder heavily with his big hand. "Good fellow, Song Yang, I originally thought that our strengths were not much different, but now it seems that I was short-sighted. It's only been a few days, and you've grown to this point. If you can really get rid of Du Yaohua this time, you might even be able to become deputy director." Lang Yu interrupted. "I've already investigated clearly. The people sent by the director are in a cave to the north. We must meet up with them as soon as possible. I'm afraid Du Yaohua has already received the news." Under Lang Yu's leadership, the three of them went through many twists and turns and finally found the large group of people in the official shelter deep in an extremely secret cave. The entrance of the cave is hidden by huge rocks and is extremely difficult to find unless you look for it carefully. The cave was dimly lit, with only a few flickering flames providing illumination. Glancing around, I saw the cave was packed with people. A rough estimate was that there were about 70 of them. Almost everyone was injured, and many of them looked pale and listless, obviously having been hungry for a long time. Among the crowd, Song Yang only sensed the aura of two evolvers, whose strength was probably only at the early warrior level. "Someone's coming. It's Captain Lei and Sister Lang Yu. There's another one I don't know, but he looks very strong." The originally silent cave suddenly became noisy. The soldiers who were sitting or lying down became excited when they saw the thunderstorm and the cold moon. A lieutenant with the highest rank struggled to stand up from a rock. He walked over quickly, his voice a little hoarse from excitement. "Thunderstorm. Lang Yu, you're finally back. If you were a step later, we would have really died in this damn place." Lei Bao stepped forward, supported the lieutenant, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work. This is Song Yang, he's very powerful. Brother Song Yang, welcome. In the current situation, one more person means more strength." The man greeted with a smile. "How is Du Yaohua doing?" Lei Bao asked. When Du Yaohua was mentioned, the captain's face changed. "Those sons of bitches. They're like mad dogs. We had a skirmish yesterday and lost 7 or 8 more men. This cave isn't peaceful either. There are always monsters coming out to harass us. We already don't have enough manpower, and we have to split our attention to deal with those monsters. Besides, our food ran out 2 days ago. Now everyone is just starving. Because there is no medicine, many people's wounds have become infected." The soldiers around him also showed the same expression when they heard this. Hunger was lingering on them. Lei Bao frowned upon seeing this, and pulled out a few compressed biscuits and a small bag of dried meat from his backpack and handed them to the captain. "Let's fill our stomachs first. I really can't handle the issue of food. Now Du Yaohua controls the passage to the outside world, and no one can leave." The captain's eyes turned red as he looked at the food. He took the food without hesitation and immediately arranged for people to distribute it, giving priority to the wounded. Chapter 123: The Destruction of Dadong City. Lei Bao frowned as he watched the soldiers groaning in pain. Several of their wounds had festered and turned black, emitting a faint stench of decay. He knew that in this environment, without medicine, the chances of these wounded soldiers surviving were slim. He took a deep breath and turned to Song Yang. "Brother Song, I know you are not an ordinary person. Do you have any way to help them? Even if it is just to alleviate their pain." He knew that this request might be a bit unreasonable. After all, Song Yang was not a god. Song Yang didn't say anything, he just waved his hand lightly. The next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, box after box of supplies appeared out of thin air on the relatively empty ground of the cave. On the neatly stacked boxes, clear words were printed. Medical alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages and gauze, antibiotics, and even several large boxes of packaged canned meat. The entire cave was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. The captain's eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. He pointed at the supplies, then at Song Yang, and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. The rest of the soldiers, one by one, were petrified on the spot. They rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating because of hunger, or that they saw a miracle in their dying moments. Lei Bao also had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He swallowed hard. The shock of Song Yang chopping bullets with a knife before was far less shocking than the scene before him. Is this a magic trick or some kind of divine intervention? He considered himself knowledgeable, but what was happening before his eyes was completely beyond his comprehension. Could it be that Song Yang has special abilities that he doesn't know about? But it has been so long since the end of the world, and he has never seen anyone with special powers. Even Lang Yu, who was always calm, had an expression of disbelief in her eyes at this moment. She looked at the boxes carefully, then looked at Song Yang with a complicated look. How many secrets does this man have? This, brother Song Yang. This is all yours. The captain finally found his voice, and he was so excited that he was incoherent, and his eyes instantly turned red. It's not like he had never seen an evolver before, but this method of creating something out of thin air was simply unheard of. Song Yang smiled faintly. It's just a small favor, saving people is the most important thing first. Yes. Save them. Quick. What are you still standing there for? Bring the medicine. Treat the wounds of the seriously injured first. The captain snapped back to his senses and yelled at his men. The soldiers suddenly woke up and cheered loudly. A few relatively healthy ones immediately rushed forward and began to carry medicines and food in a hurry. The desire to survive was rekindled in the eyes of those wounded who were originally dying. Food. Medicine. This is their hope to survive. Lei Bao came close to Song Yang, his breath full of curiosity. Brother Song, tell me honestly, do you have any special abilities? This ability to transform things out of thin air doesn't seem like something an evolved can possess. Song Yang smiled mysteriously and patted Lei Bao's shoulder. This is a secret. Now, let's think about how to get out. Then several people sat together and began to exchange information. The captain took a bite of meat and gritted his teeth and said, according to the intelligence sent back by our insider who was planted next to Du Yaohua, that guy has now completely taken control of the town outside. Anyone who tries to get out of the cave will be shot to pieces. His plan was very clear, to trap all the forces in the cave and starve them to death. Du Yaohua, that bastard. Thunderstorm cursed, then looked at the captain. Where's the director? He's so powerful, why don't you ask him to come in person and take care of him right away? At the mention of the word director, the captain's expression became complex, and he sighed deeply. Captain Lei, you don't know that the director can't come. What's the meaning? Lei Bao's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. The captain's lips moved a few times as he explained, the director is seriously ill and can't leave the shelter at all. Are you sick? Lei Bao was like he had just heard a huge joke. What a joke! Evolvers are immune to all diseases, not even a cold. How could they possibly get sick? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The captain smiled bitterly, his eyes dimming. Captain Lei, I know this is hard to believe, but it's the truth. This matter is top secret in the shelter, and no more than 5 people know about it. About half a month ago, someone discovered signs of mutant monster activity on the coastline east of Dahai City. In order to understand the situation, the director went to investigate personally. He was away for 3 days. When he comes back? The captain's voice trembled. Although he wasn't injured, something seemed off about him. We later learned that he had seen a black dragon by the sea. Black dragon? Lei Bao gasped, his eyes widening. Are there really such things as dragons in this world? The captain nodded vigorously, his tone heavy. It's absolutely true, the director said. The black dragon only roared once, and he felt as if his spirit had been severely hit. From then on, his mental state deteriorated, his mind began to become confused, and he gradually became unable to maintain a clear mind. In order not to harm other people in the shelter, he could only lock himself in the isolation room in the deepest part of the shelter, relying on special drugs to barely survive. The people sitting together fell into dead silence. How can ordinary evolvers like them face this terrifying existence that can cause top evolvers to have a mental breakdown with just a dragon roar? Lei Bao felt his blood boiling. He could never have imagined that the truth of the matter would be like this. No wonder Du Yaohua could come here with his men so brazenly and seize power openly, but no one could stop him. Cough, cough, cough. The captain suddenly started coughing and it took him a long time to recover. The situation is worse than you think. Thunderstorm looked up suddenly, What could be worse than the director getting into trouble? The captain shook his head bitterly. Ever since the sun went out, the mutant monsters have been evolving faster and faster. Just a few days ago, the closest shelter to us, Dadong City. What happened to Dadong City? Lei Bao asked. The Dadong City shelter is gone. The underground shelter was breached by a horde of monsters. Over 10,000 lives were lost in the entire shelter. What? Lei Bao suddenly stood up, staring at the captain with eyes as bright as copper bells, his voice rising with shock. The Dadong City shelter was breached? Over 10,000 people died? How did you know? Although the scale of the Dadong City shelter is not as large as that of the Dahai City shelter, it is also a medium-sized gathering place with strong defense capabilities. How could it be destroyed just like that? The captain's lips trembled, as if he saw the tragic scene again. Communications were cut off a long time ago. A survivor came from Dadong City and told us. The atmosphere in the cave was more solemn than before. Everyone is thinking about a question. Is there really any way out for humans? Chapter 124 Mental Awakening. After a long time, Thunderstorm spoke. Brother Song, what should we do now? Mr. Du, control the exit. If we rush through, we'll all die. The captain frowned and agreed. I think our best option is to find another way out of this underground cave, but we've searched almost every place we could find these past few days and found nothing. Song Yang indicated that he needed quiet time, and then went to the depths of the cave alone. He sat down on a relatively flat rock, and with a thought, a small blue flower appeared out of thin air in his palm. This was a rare item he had snatched from two foreigners. Since he got it, apart from knowing that it contained some kind of strange energy, he had no idea what this flower was used for. As Song Yang watched, the small blue flower's petals slowly unfolded layer by layer and bloomed completely. At the moment when it was in full bloom, Song Yang felt a sudden shock in his head, and an indescribable pain suddenly came over him, like countless red-hot steel needles, madly pricking every nerve of his. This pain was not physical torture, but went straight to the depths of his soul, as if it was going to tear his consciousness apart. Song Yang clenched his teeth, his consciousness churning and fluctuating in severe pain, as if he was thrown into boiling water. However, at the core of this excruciating pain, a faint trace of clarity stubbornly existed. He could feel that his originally invisible and intangible consciousness was being forcibly compressed and condensed by this severe pain. It seemed as if centuries had passed, yet it also seemed like just a moment. The heart-wrenching pain receded like a tide, and Song Yang took a deep breath, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Song Yang could feel and suddenly discovered that the originally diffused consciousness had now condensed into a small golden ball, floating in the center of the sea of consciousness, emitting light. At this moment, a little boy's voice sounded. You can actually awaken your spiritual power on your own initiative. This is simply unscientific. It's Zeus, the intelligence core of the crashed spacecraft. Song Yang's heart moved. Zeus was in the system space and could actually communicate with him actively. Spiritual power? Song Yang muttered in his heart, trying to communicate with Zeus. Yes, spiritual power. Zeus' voice rang out again. What you just experienced was a breakthrough in your mental power after it had been highly condensed. Song Yang felt the golden ball in his mind and tried to probe a trace of thought into it. In an instant, a new perception spread. It is no longer about seeing with the eyes or hearing with the ears, but a more direct and original perception. He could see the soldiers' expressions in his mind, and hear the distant thunderstorm and the captain's breathing. This feeling is amazing. The little blue flower has now completed its mission, its petals closed, and its light dimmed. This flower contains pure spiritual energy. When your spirit becomes strong enough, it will stimulate your hidden spiritual potential. Zeus explained. Song Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. He closed his eyes again and tried to extend his mental power, like an invisible tentacle, carefully exploring the surrounding rock walls. The rock structure of this cave is complex, but not without gaps. His mental power flowed like mercury, seeping into the tiny cracks in the rocks and spreading deeper and farther. I didn't expect you to awaken your spiritual power. I will also give you a good thing that can be activated by spiritual power. Zeus' voice was crystal clear in his mind. Since you've awakened your spiritual power, this little toy shouldn't be too difficult for you to control. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yang felt a slight fluctuation in the system space. He thought about it and took out the little toy. What appeared before my eyes was a dark silver metal plate about 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. The surface is smooth, without any wheels or obvious propulsion devices, and the shape is a bit too simple, like a carefully polished surfboard. Individual repulsion aircraft, early model. Zeus explained, with your current mental strength, it is enough to drive it. Stand on it, then concentrate your mental strength and imagine the direction and height you want to go. Song Yang looked at the metal plate doubtfully. Repulsion aircraft? Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie. He took a deep breath, placed the metal plate flat on the ground, and stepped on it. The ground beneath his feet felt cold and hard. Following Zeus' instructions, Song Yang closed his eyes and concentrated. He visualized the golden ball in his mind and tried to separate a strand of mental energy from it and infuse it into the metal plate under his feet. Almost the moment the thought came to his mind, the metal plate lifted him up. Song Yang opened his eyes and found that he was actually half a meter off the ground, floating in the air. Try to make it move, Zeus' voice sounded at the right time. Song Yang calmed down and looked at a protruding rock deep in the cave, thinking. Past. Whoosh. A powerful thrust suddenly came, and the metal plate carried him out like an arrow from a bow. The speed was so fast that it far exceeded his expectations. Song Yang only felt the whistling of wind in his ears, and the scene on the cave wall was rapidly receding. He was a little flustered at first, but as he continued to adjust his mental power, the aircraft gradually stabilized. He tried turning, accelerating, decelerating, and even performing some simple hovering maneuvers in the air. This felt more than 5 times faster than his previous running speed. The maximum speed of the repulsive aircraft will increase as your mental strength increases. Zeus added, with your newly awakened spiritual power, driving it to a speed of around 400 meters per second is already quite impressive. 400 meters per second. Song Yang was shocked. This speed has exceeded the speed of sound of 340 meters per second and reached the level of supersonic speed. With this thing, whether it is breaking through or pursuing, it will be much more powerful. However, Song Yang knew that the faster the speed, the greater the consumption of mental energy. Still have to use it with caution. Soon, he controlled the aircraft and came in front of everyone. Lei Bao and the captain were pointing and discussing something at a rock wall when they suddenly saw Song Yang floating over silently with a metal plate under his feet that he had never seen before. They were stunned. Brother Song, are you flying? Lei Bao pointed at the metal plate under Song Yang's feet, his tongue a little tied. The captain was also horrified. As an officer, he had a certain understanding of military technology. In his opinion, flying skateboards were just concepts and difficult to create in reality. They just saw Song Yang going deep into the cave alone, but they didn't expect that he would fly up a moment later. Song Yang got off the aircraft and the metal plate hovered quietly at his feet. This is a tool I just got, a flying vehicle powered by mental power. Song Yang explained concisely. Psycho-powered? A flying machine? Lei Bao leaned forward and poked the metal plate with his finger. The cold and hard touch made him retract his hand. Wow, how fast can this thing fly? Soon. Song Yang said, even if Du Yaohua comes, he can't catch up with me. Chapter 125 Taking the Initiative. I have already found the traces of the team Du Yaohua sent underground. Really? Where are they? Thunderstorm asked anxiously. How many people are there? How about their equipment? Lung Yu asked. It's basically confirmed that they've already gathered. There are about 130 of them, and they're primarily armed with automatic rifles and grenades, including 20 evolvers. 20 evolvers, how come there are suddenly so many? Lei Bao took a deep breath, then became excited again. Damn it, those guys must have absorbed the energy crystals for ordinary people. Perfect. I also want to see what level I am now. On our side, including me, Lei Bao, Lung Yu, and 2 others, there are 5 evolvers in total, and more than 70 soldiers. Song Yang glanced at the crowd and spoke again. We now hold the initiative. It would be best if they didn't notice. We can completely wipe out this enemy. Do you dare to fight me in a big fight? Fuck. What are you afraid of? Lei Bao was the first to roar, spit flying everywhere. These sons of bitches have killed so many of our brothers. I've been wanting to fight them with real weapons for a long time. The other soldiers were also excited. That's right. Fight them. I've been feeling frustrated for too long. Today, I have to fight you to the death. The captain looked at the soldiers' high morale and his blood boiled in his heart, but he still maintained a trace of calmness and looked at Song Yang and asked. How do we fight specifically? We'll follow your instructions. Thunderstorm, Lengyue, I, and the two evolvers will form an assault team specifically responsible for dealing with the enemy's evolvers and commanders. As for the rest of you, your mission is to eliminate the remaining scum. After the battle, I will tally the results and determine whoever eliminated the most enemies. Song Yang deliberately prolonged his voice and looked at everyone. Everyone held their breath, their eyes full of anticipation. Afterwards, I will personally help him become an evolver. Suddenly, the crowd became excited. Become an evolver. What a huge temptation this is for ordinary people struggling in the end times. That means greater power and a higher chance of survival. For a moment, a burning light burst out from the eyes of all the soldiers. The soldiers, who may have been hesitant and fearful at first, were now excited by the huge reward. Okay. I'll leave my life to you. Count me in. I want to be an evolver. Kill them all. Looking at the high morale of the crowd, Song Yang nodded with satisfaction and set off with everyone. In front of a huge cave entrance, it was pitch dark. 8 soldiers in uniform and wearing infrared night vision goggles were leaning against the rock wallboard, with their guns casually pointed at the ground. Hey, guys, we've been following the main force these past few days, and it's been a lot of fun. A soldier with a fresh scar on his face spat and said triumphantly, those blind little forces ran into our guns, damn it's their bad luck. I killed 7 or 8 of them by myself. A shorter soldier next to him curled his lips when he heard this. It's a relief, but I don't know what happened to Captain Li Hu. I heard he's missing. Maybe he was tricked by those people. I'm afraid of nothing. The burly man next to the scarred soldier sneered and patted his chest. Before, it was because our manpower was scattered that they took advantage of the opportunity. Instructor Zhang has gathered all the men now, over 100 men, 20 evolvers. Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to touch the tiger's whiskers again. That's right. Director Du has already controlled the exit. Not even a bird can fly out. Sooner or later, all the treasures underground will be ours. Several people were chatting unscrupulously, not noticing that in the shadow of the cave dome dozens of meters above their heads, a figure was quietly sliding past like a ghost. Song Yang stepped on the repulsion aircraft, restrained his own aura to the extreme, and could see the positions, equipment, and even the subtle expressions on the faces of the 8 sentinels below. 8 sentries, infrared night vision goggles, automatic rifles, their vigilance is very poor. Song Yang made a quick judgment in his mind. He didn't act immediately, but made a gesture. In the darkness, Thunderstorm, Lengyue and 2 other revolvers came up silently. 2 people each, fight quickly and don't alert the people inside. Hey, leave it to me. Thunderstorm grinned, he loved this kind of surprise attack the most. Song Yang took a deep breath, and his mental power moved slightly. The repulsion aircraft under his feet seemed to come to life, carrying him silently towards the 2 sentries on the far left below. The 2 sentries were still boasting about their achievements during the day, unaware of the coming of death. I'm telling you, that woman tried to run away, but I butted my gun on her. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow fell from the sky like lightning. 2 heads flew up. In less than a second, all 8 sentries were eliminated without a single gunshot or even a cry for help. Action. Song Yang gestured to the team hiding in the distance to move forward. He took the lead and stepped on the repulsion aircraft and flew into the cave silently. Lei Bao, Long Yu and others followed closely behind, and the rest of the soldiers also poured in like a tide. Song Yang's speed increased to the extreme. The repulsion aircraft under his feet almost turned into a stream of light that was difficult to see with the naked eye, leaving Lei Bao, Long Yu and others far behind. He stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the hideous evil ghost mask was already covering his face. His mental power was like the most sophisticated radar, locking onto the 2 closest energy fluctuations of the evolvers in his perception. The war is about to break out. Before that, he must weaken the enemy's manpower as much as possible to reduce the pressure on the follow-up troops and give himself a greater chance of winning. In a relatively spacious cave, a bonfire was crackling. 2 men were sitting around it. One of them was thin, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, and was stirring the fire with a branch. The other man was broad-shouldered and muscular, leaning against a rock with a rough machete in his arms. He seemed to be dozing off, but his breathing was regular, and he was obviously alert. Damn, this damn place is so damp it's almost mushroom growing, the skinny man spat. I wonder when Director Du will let us upstairs for some fresh air. We're getting rusty from looting energy crystals every day. The towering man said in a deep voice without even raising his eyelids. Skinny monkey, stop complaining. Director Do said that this underground stuff is of great importance. The more we get, the better. We will definitely benefit from it. Besides, we just received news that the Blood Shadow Butcher is Song Yang, so we must be more alert and not let anyone sneak in without us knowing. The skinny monkey curled his lips. That guy Li Hu, relying on his seniority, is always arrogant. He deserves to die. Before he finished speaking, the skinny monkey suddenly raised his head, his eyes suddenly sharp, and shouted, "Who?" Almost at the same moment he spoke, the strong man who was originally dozing against the rock jumped up like a beast that was awakened. The two men's eyes were fixed on the figure wearing an evil ghost mask that was approaching at high speed from the darkness. It's the Blood Shadow Butcher. The skinny monkey's pupils shrank. He's the person Director Do wants a reward for. Court death. The tower-like burly man roared, exerted force on his feet, and his heavy body burst out with a speed that was inconsistent with his size, rushing towards Song Yang. The skinny monkey shook his body and pulled out two short blades from his waist. The two men attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 126. The battle begins. Facing the pincer attack from two evolvers, Song Yang's mental power had already locked onto every movement of the two. Roar! The burly man let out a roar that didn't sound like a human voice, and the door-like machete in his hand was wielded with great vigor, smashing towards Song Yang's face with a tremendous force. Before the blade arrives, the fierce wind is already blowing. At the same time, Shouhong knew very well that he was no match for the Blood Shadow Butcher in a head-on confrontation. The best strategy was to cooperate with the Iron Tower's frontal attack and launch a sneak attack from the side. In a flash, Song Yang moved. The repulsion aircraft under his feet made a buzzing sound, and his entire body moved sideways to the left about an inch like a weightless feather. This seemingly small movement just happened to avoid the sharpest edge of the machete. The blade brushed past his body and struck the air heavily, instantly creating a deep crack in the hard rock ground, sending gravel flying everywhere. The Iron Tower's attack missed, and the huge inertia caused his body to stagnate. Now is the time. A cold light flashed in Song Yang's eyes, and instead of retreating, he moved forward, as if getting closer to an iron tower. At such a close distance, Tieta's heavy sword became a burden and could not be used. Not good. Tieta's heart was filled with alarm and he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. A red light flashed by. That was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through muscle. The bloody fangs in Song Yang's hand had already slashed across the thick neck of the Iron Tower man at some point. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the fierce expression on Tieta's face froze instantly. All this happened in an instant, so fast that the double-edged sword in the skinny monkey's hand had only been half extended. Seeing that the Iron Tower was killed in an instant, the skinny monkey was so scared that he was scared to death. How could he still have the desire to fight? He gave up the attack without hesitation, exerted force on his feet, and retreated violently, screaming, "Enemy attack! It's Blood Shadow!" His shouting stopped abruptly. After Song Yang dealt with the Iron Tower, the repulsion aircraft started again, and the whole person turned into a blurry afterimage and caught up with the fleeing skinny monkey. No! The skinny monkey's body froze. He lowered his head in disbelief and saw a bloody blade piercing through his throat. He wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to ask for help, but found that he couldn't even make a sound. Song Yang pulled out his bloody fangs, and the skinny monkey's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. From Song Yang's appearance to the killing of the two evolvers, the whole process took only a few seconds. However, at the moment when the skinny monkey fell, Song Yang's mental power suddenly jumped. He noticed that before the skinny monkey died, his drooping hand was tightly clutching something, and a thin metal ring on that thing had been pulled open. Grenade! Song Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. This skinny guy actually detonated the high-explosive grenade hidden at his waist before he died. He knew that he was doomed to die, and he actually wanted to die together with Song Yang in this way, or at least, to sound a final alarm for the people deep in the cave. Madman! Song Yang didn't have time to think about it. He instantly turned the power of the repulsion aircraft under his feet to the maximum, and the whole person shot towards the passage he came from like an arrow. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly exploded in the cave. The entire cave shook violently, and the stalactites above dropped fragments. What's going on? Earthquake? No, it was an explosion. It came from the entrance. Deep in the cave, the evolvers and soldiers who were sitting or lying down with their eyes closed to rest were frightened by the sudden loud noise and vibration and jumped up one after another. Quiet! Wearing combat uniform and with gray hair, Zhang Zhenghua walked out from behind a rock. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. The responses were uniform. The 18 evolvers quickly gathered together, each taking out their weapons with serious expressions. More than 100 soldiers armed with light ammunition quickly took up combat positions, their guns pointed in the direction of the explosion. Under the light of headlamps and tactical flashlights, they formed a dense firepower network. The entire team is well trained and has obviously undergone rigorous training. Someone's coming. So fast. Everyone's attention was instantly focused. At the end of the passage, a figure was flying at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The figure was wearing a hideous demon mask and looked particularly strange and terrifying under the flickering firelight and flashlight beam. It's him! The guy named Song, an evolver, exclaimed. Zhang Zhenghua's eyes fixed on the figure approaching at high speed. He noticed that behind the demon-masked figure, in the farther passage, there were more chaotic shadows swaying vaguely, and they seemed to be rushing in this direction. Get ready, Zhang Zhenghua slowly raised his hand. He didn't care who the person was or what was following him. Since he is an enemy, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Fire. In an instant, hundreds of tongues of fire spewed out, and dense bullets poured towards Song Yang like a storm. Facing the dense rain of bullets coming towards him, Song Yang turned his wrist, and a huge dark metal plate appeared out of thin air, blocking him. Ding dang. Countless bullets hit the metal plates, exploding into dazzling sparks, but not even a trace of white mark was left. The strength of this piece of spacecraft wreckage far exceeds the destructive power of these conventional bullets. The rain of bullets could not stop Song Yang at all. He continued to advance at high speed against the metal plate. Zhang Zhenghua's face looked a little ugly. He knew that conventional firepower was no longer effective. All evolvers! Zhang Zhenghua shouted in a deep voice, target, Song Yang. Surround and kill him, at all costs. He waved his hand suddenly and pointed at Song Yang, who was rushing towards him at high speed. Yes. The 18 evolvers who had been ready for action responded in unison and surrounded Song Yang from different directions. Kill. An evolver with the largest build, who was almost as strong as the previous Iron Tower, roared. Holding a huge axe in his hand, he exerted force with his feet and jumped high. He stepped out shallow pits on the rocky ground. Song Yang still held the huge metal plate in his left hand, facing the axe that was coming towards him. Clang! The deafening sound of metal collision resounded throughout the cave. The burly evolver only felt an irresistible force coming from the axe handle, and his tiger's mouth instantly cracked, bleeding. The axe in his hand was directly shaken away, spun a few times in the air, and fell on the stone ground in the distance with a clang. Puff! The burly evolver spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief and horror. This metal plate is much harder than the alloy weapon in his hand. Song Yang, taking advantage of the recoil force, spun his body violently. The huge metal plate seemed light as a feather in his hands. As he spun, it turned into a whirlwind of death, sweeping fiercely towards the skinny evolver who was flanking from the left wing. Not good. The thin evolver was filled with alarm. He had wanted to rely on his speed to launch a sneak attack, but he had not expected the opponent's reaction and changes of tactics to be so fast. He wanted to retreat, but the metal plate swept across at too fast a speed and covered too wide an area. The skinny evolver's body was like being hit by a high-speed train. He was directly knocked out, hit the distant cave wall, slid down, and broke into two pieces. In one encounter, two evolvers, one seriously injured and one dead. Song Yang's ferocity and strength made the remaining evolvers who were about to pounce on him pause, with fear flashing in their eyes. Waste! Zhang Zhenghua shouted angrily, he's only one man. Push him forward. Consume him. He saw that Song Yang's speed was extremely fast, which brought him huge explosive power, but an explosion of this intensity would inevitably consume a huge amount of energy. It won't be long before Song Yang is exhausted. The remaining 16 evolvers were encouraged again by Zhang Zhenghua's shout, but their attack was obviously much more cautious than before. They cooperated with each other and tried to use their numerical advantage to trap Song Yang. Chapter 127, Leaving the Underground. Seeing people surrounding him, Song Yang rushed towards the top of the cave at high speed. The top of the cave is more than 50 meters from the ground and is covered with colorful stalactites. What does he want to do? Everyone looked up. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Song Yang grabbed the air with both hands. Immediately afterwards, pieces of metal fragments of various sizes and shapes appeared out of thin air. The largest piece was almost the size of a small truck, while the smallest was as big as a human head. These were all scraps he had collected near the wreckage of the spacecraft, and now they were all taken out from the system space. Scatter! Scatter quickly! Zhang Zhengwei roared, but it was too late. Before he finished speaking, the metal fragments, attracted by gravity, crashed down towards the dense crowd below. A soldier who was aiming his gun didn't even have time to react before a fist-sized piece of spaceship wreckage, falling at high speed, hit his head accurately. Red and white things splattered everywhere, and the soldier turned into meat paste without even a grunt. The massive spacecraft wreckage far exceeds that of ordinary metal. Even a fist-sized piece weighs dozens of kilograms. This is just the beginning. A larger piece of metal followed closely behind, smashing into the crowd with tremendous force. Ah! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Screams, sounds of bones breaking, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground rang out one after another. In the face of these sudden disasters, ordinary soldiers were as fragile as paper. The beams of headlamps and tactical flashlights swung wildly in the chaos, illuminating bloody scenes. The evolvers, relying on their reaction and strength far beyond that of ordinary people, dodged in a panic. However, the number of metal fragments was too large and the coverage area was too wide, so several evolvers were still hit. Some of them suffered broken bones and tendons, and spitted blood from their mouths. Some were seriously hit by the heavy metal blocks, and their flesh and blood were smashed to pieces, and they died on the spot. Zhang Zhengguo's eyes were bloodshot. How could he know that if the space in this cave was not so limited, Song Yang would even consider dragging the spaceship directly out of the system space? By then, all of them will become meat patties. At this time, Lei Bao and others also rushed over with their teams. He saw the besieged Song Yang at a glance and rushed over. An evolver who was trying to sneak attack Song Yang from the side didn't see how the thunderstorm moved at all. He only felt a huge force hitting his side. Crack! The evolver didn't even let out a scream. His lumbar spine and ribs were instantly shattered by the shock, and he flew out sideways. Lan Yu's movements were extremely swift. Several soldiers who were unable to react in time were instantly pierced through the neck, chest, and other vital parts by the sharp daggers. They fell straight down without even a groan. Zhang Zhenghua looked at the sudden appearance of new forces and his face darkened. The people he brought with him were already defeated in front of Song Yang alone, and now with the addition of several powerful reinforcements, it seems that the situation is not right. Just within a few seconds of his thinking, the sound of gunfire suddenly became intense in the cave, and flames suddenly appeared. Soldiers from both sides had begun to exchange fire. The evolvers no longer hesitated, pounced on their respective targets, and fought each other. Song Yang's figure shuttled through the crowd as fast as a ghost. A cold light flashed, and a tall and thin soldier who had just rushed forward felt a chill on his neck before he could even offer the tactical dagger in his hand. Then all the strength in his body was drained, and he fell to the ground softly. Immediately afterwards, Song Yang moved his body to the side to avoid a punch from an early warrior-level evolver, and then elbowed him in the jaw. The evolver groaned, and the moment his body lost balance, Song Yang had already rushed forward and pierced his chest with the tip of the knife. Blood splattered, the light in the evolver's eyes quickly dimmed, and he fell to the ground with a bang. On the other side, a burly warrior-level early-stage evolver was waving a machete at Lei Bao. Lei Bao rushed close, his 5 fingers like hooks, tearing the opponent's throat, and blood gushed out. In just a few breaths, several more warrior-level early-stage evolvers under Zhang Zhenghua fell in a pool of blood. A thunderstorm is like a raging giant bear, and every collision is accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Facing 2 besieged evolvers, he directly took the next attack, then counterattacked at a faster speed, knocking one of them away with one punch. Another evolver tried to attack him from behind, but Lei Bao grabbed his ankle, swung him up, and slammed him to the ground. Zhang Zhenggua's face was as gloomy as water. The elite troops he brought were being slaughtered at an alarming speed in front of Song Yang and his reinforcements. He knew very well that these men could not hold out for long. Withdraw! Zhang Zhenghua turned his head suddenly, and without hesitation, he turned around and ran towards a narrow passage deep in the cave. Song Yang caught Zhang Zhenggua's escape. He snorted coldly, stepped onto the aircraft, and his figure turned into a shadow, following Zhang Zhenghua into the narrow passage. The aircraft shuttled flexibly in the narrow cave passage. Song Yang's speed was extremely fast, and he closed the distance in just a few breaths. At the end of the passage, Zhang Zhenghua suddenly stopped. Song Yang's aircraft hovered a few meters in front of him, with the tip of the knife pointing diagonally at the ground. Seeing that he couldn't run away, Zhang Zhenghua unbuttoned his special warfare uniform. On his chest, Bundles of C4 explosives were densely tied and connected to detonators. "Don't push me, or I'll collapse this cave, and all of us will die together." Zhang Zhenghua was certain that Song Yang would not risk other people's lives. However, Song Yang didn't waste any words. He moved instantly and slashed Zhang Zhenghua with his blade. Zhang Zhenghua's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly pulled out a shiny black alloy short stick from his waist and faced the blade. The knife and stick collided violently, sparks flying everywhere. The next moment, a yellow flower appeared in Song Yang's left hand. Zhang Zhenghua was affected by the hallucination caused by the flowers and his consciousness was in a trance for a moment. At this moment, the blood fang blade spun, bypassed the alloy short stick, and went straight for Zhang Zhenghua's heart. The tip of the knife pierced into the chest precisely, and blood spurted out instantly. Zhang Zhenghua's body stiffened, and he pressed the detonator button with his last bit of strength. He seemed to have seen the entire cave collapse in the explosion, burying Song Yang and the people outside. However, the expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. At the last moment when he pressed the button and his vitality was rapidly fading away with the severe pain in his chest, he only saw Song Yang smile. Song Yang thought for a moment and put Zhang Zhenghua's body and the explosives that were about to explode into the system space. Time stands still in the system space, and the explosives that are enough to collapse the cave will always remain at the second before detonation. Zhang Zhenghua's body and explosives disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Song Yang retracted his blood fangs, scanned the passage, and confirmed that there was no more threat before turning around. The battle outside is nearing its end. Thunderstorm and they achieved an overwhelming victory. Soon, under the leadership of Song Yang, everyone continued to move deeper into the cave. Behind a huge rock, there is a narrow gap that is only wide enough for one person to pass through. If it weren't for Song Yang's mental scan, it would have been impossible to discover it. The inside of the passage is narrower than the entrance and slopes upwards. Time passes slowly in the depressing progress. I don't know how long it took, maybe 3 hours, maybe longer. When Song Yang, who was at the front, stopped, the people behind him also stopped. Chapter 128: The Thief in the Villa. Song Yang stretched out his hand and pressed on a huge rock that seemed to be integrated with the cave wall, applying a little force. With a dull thud, the boulder was slowly pushed away. After jumping out of the cave, they could not see anything around them. They had come to a place far away from the town. Lei Bao took a deep breath of the long-lost fresh air, and then said, "We're finally out. What should we do next? Should we go straight to that old bastard Du Yaohua and settle the score?" Song Yang shook his head and glanced at everyone. "No rush. Du Yaohua is very strong. We won't gain any advantage in a head-on fight. I need a few days to improve my strength. Well, in that case, I'll take the brothers back to the shelter to rest. He definitely won't dare to attack there. I'm going to tell the director what's going on here and see what he can do." The captain's proposal at this moment was recognized by others. After a brief discussion, the captain led the surviving soldiers and Lei Bao and the others towards the official shelter. Song Yang watched them leave, then stepped onto the aircraft, soared into the sky, and flew rapidly towards the city. Almost 5 days had passed since he went underground. The aircraft landed silently on the lawn in front of the manor villa, and almost the moment his feet touched the ground, a red laser shot over. "Who?" A low shout was heard, followed by the sound of a gun's safety being released. The door of the housekeeper's room opened quickly and Lu Dahai walked out. He was wearing a dark Special Forces combat uniform, an infrared night vision goggles on his head, a thick bulletproof vest, and holding a black automatic rifle in his hand. When he saw that it was Song Yang, Lu Dahai obviously breathed a sigh of relief and his tense body relaxed. "Boss, you're back." Song Yang nodded, his eyes swept over the sophisticated equipment on his body, and asked, "Is there nothing going on at the manor these days?" "No." Lu Dahai shook his head, "Everything is calm. I followed your instructions and conducted 24-hour surveillance, but I didn't find any suspicious people approaching. About 2 days ago, I received a distress signal from our area. They claim to be a group of students trapped in another manor not far away, and the situation seems to be not good." "Student?" Song Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yes." Lu Dahai confirmed, "This manor area used to be inhabited by the wealthy and the noble. Before the apocalypse, some families liked to hold birthday parties or gatherings for their children here, and perhaps some young people stayed there. They have nothing to do with us, so ignore them." Song Yang gave an instruction and walked into the villa. The first floor of the villa was empty, and the women seemed to be sleeping in their own rooms. Song Yan walked into the bathroom and started taking a cold shower, with the sound of water splashing. On the second floor, in Yang Yueqi's room. She was disturbed in her sleep by the sudden sound of water and opened her eyes in a daze. The small electronic clock on the bedside emitted a faint light, clearly displaying the time 3:17 in the morning. Who would take a shower at this time? Could it be that the bad guy sneaked in? With a start, Yang Yueqi woke up instantly, and the sleepiness was driven away by fear. She quietly lifted the thin quilt and stepped on the slightly cool floor with her bare white feet, trying not to make any noise. The villa was quiet, with only the continuous sound of water downstairs, which seemed particularly clear in the silent room. She walked to the door, put her ear to the cold door panel, and listened attentively for a moment with bated breath. Apart from the sound of water, there seemed to be no other movement. But the more this happened, the more uneasy she felt. The other sisters should all be fast asleep. At this point in time, it absolutely cannot be them. She bit her lower lip and took out a fruit knife from the drawer of the bedside table, which she had secretly hidden for self-defense. She opened the door quietly, bent over, and carefully moved to the stairs step by step, looking down. The living room on the first floor was also dim, with only a hazy white light coming from the direction of the bathroom, where the sound of water came from. Yang Yueqi took a deep breath to give herself courage, then tiptoed down the stairs slowly like a frightened kitten. The stairs were made of wood, and she was afraid that any noise she made would alert the thief inside. The closer you get to the bathroom, the louder the sound of water becomes. She stood not far from the bathroom door, hesitating whether to push it open directly. Song Yang is back? Or are there criminals stealing water in there? Just as she was daydreaming, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Yang Yueqi's heart was about to jump out of her throat at this moment, and she clenched the fruit knife tightly in her hand. She wanted to turn around and rush upstairs immediately to wake up her other sisters. With strength in numbers, she might be able to subdue the infiltrated thief. However, just as she was about to make a move. Click! The bathroom door lock turned gently, and then the door was opened from the inside. A cloud of warm steam came out first, and then a tall figure wrapped in a snow-white bath towel walked out of the bathroom. Song Yang casually wiped his hair with a towel. When he raised his eyes, he saw the petite figure wearing a thin pink pajamas with a teddy bear pattern, barefoot, and holding a shiny fruit knife tightly in her hand. Yang Yueqi froze completely, her mind buzzed, and she went blank almost instantly. Is it him? Song Yang is back? Seeing that the person coming was Song Yang, Yang Yueqi's heart, which had risen to her throat, finally fell back into her chest. Song Yang's eyes calmly swept between her and the fruit knife in her hand, then fell back to her little face. It's so late, why are you here with a knife instead of sleeping? I thought there was a thief. Song Yang looked at her frightened appearance and comforted her with a smile. Even if there really is a thief, what can you do with your small body and a fruit knife? Next time you encounter something, call for help first. Yang Yueqi responded in a low voice. Song Yang didn't seem to care about her nervousness. He glanced around the bathroom and then looked at her. There's plenty of hot water in the bathroom. Do you want to take a shower? Yang Yueqi suddenly raised her head, her big watery eyes filled with astonishment, and her cheeks instantly turned red, almost bleeding. Heat or shyness? She herself couldn't tell. Bath? In his mind, he couldn't help but recall what Zhang Xinmei and Bai Jie taught him in the restaurant a few days ago. In this apocalypse, a safe and comfortable shelter, sufficient food and water are what all survivors dream of. And all of this was given by the man in front of me. The sisters are right. If you want to stay safe and even live a better life, it is crucial to get closer to him. Yang Yueqi's heart was beating like a drum, and she could feel her fingertips trembling. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and raised her small chin, as if she had made some kind of decision. After a brief hesitation, Yang Yueqi took the initiative to take a step forward, with her bare white and tender feet, step by step, into the misty water vapor. Song Yang then went into the bathroom with her. After all, he was a little worried about a girl taking a bath alone. Chapter 129 Looking for Friends. On the second floor, the doors of several adjacent bedrooms quietly opened a crack almost at the same time. Bai Jie walked out of the house wearing a dark red silk nightgown. Song Yang had been away for several days, and the sudden voice made her heart tighten. Next door, Zhang Xinmei also poked her head out. She rubbed her eyes, looked at Bai Jie, and asked silently with her mouth, "Is Song Yang back?" Bai Jie nodded slightly and motioned her to go downstairs to check. Both of them are women who have experienced the cruelty of the end of the world and know the importance of caution. They tiptoed to the stairs and saw a coat and trousers casually draped on the sofa in the living room downstairs. Those were Song Yang's clothes. He really came back. After confirming this, the two of them finally felt relieved. As a sense of security filled my heart again, another thought quietly grew. Zhang Xinmei was the first to signal the direction of the bathroom with her eyes, with a smile on her lips. Bai Jia understood what he meant. They both knew that in front of this man, appropriate initiative and surprises could often bring unexpected benefits. The two exchanged a knowing look, and like two cheetahs working in perfect harmony, they lightened their steps and moved silently towards the bathroom. The bathroom door was closed, and misty steam was seeping out from the gap. Zhang Xinmei stretched out her slender fingers, gently placed them on the door handle, and gave Bai Jia a look that said, "Are you ready?" Bai Jia nodded, and the smile on her lips deepened. Squeak! The door hinges turned, but the sound of the water masked it and was completely inaudible. The bathroom door was opened a crack wide enough to reveal the inside. For a moment, Bai Jia and Zhang Xinmei were stunned. They originally thought Song Yang was bathing alone. But in the dense mist, the tall figure had his back to the door, and water was rushing down from over his head, outlining his broad shoulders and tight back muscles. In front of him was a petite figure with wet black hair sticking to her cute and sweet face. It was Yang Yueqi. The two women's eyes met again, both of them were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Yang Yueqi, the little girl who looked the most innocent on weekdays, was actually one step faster than them. He got the idea pretty quickly. Both of them were very tactful and did not make any noise to disturb the people who were making love inside, and closed the door gently. The next day, Song Yang woke up from his sleep. He turned his head and saw Yang Yueqi beside him. I don't know when the other person had woken up, with his watery eyes open, his head supported by his little hands, and his index finger gently and curiously tracing on his eyebrows, as if he was counting how many eyebrows he had. That serious little look has a bit of childish cuteness. Until Yang Yueqi seemed to notice his gaze, her little hand paused, and she lowered her eyelashes in embarrassment, like a child caught doing something bad. Woke up? Song Yang reached out and held her in his arms, giving her a gentle kiss on the forehead. He thought that he was indeed gentle last night. After all, the girl in front of him was still young and couldn't withstand the torture like Bai Jia and the others, so he couldn't have fun. Yang Yueqi nuzzled into his arms, resting her head on his arm, her voice soft and tender. She hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. Song Yang noticed her strangeness and looked down at her. What's wrong? Are you worried? Yang Yueqi raised her head and said, Brother Song Yang, I have a good friend. She seems to be living in a villa near this manor. Song Yang raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to continue. I wonder if you can help her. Even if it's just to give her some food so she can survive. Yang Yueqi's voice became smaller and smaller. She knew that in this world, no one would help others for no reason. Song Yang touched the head in his arms. It's okay to help your friend. Yang Yueqi's eyes lit up instantly. But Song Yang changed the subject, gently lifted her small chin with his fingers, and made her look directly into his eyes. What do you need to pay me back? Yang Yueqi's face flushed. She understood what Song Yang meant. Her lower lip was tucked in, and her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have made up her mind and met Song Yang's gaze. As long as Brother Song Yang is willing, I can wear any clothes for him to see. Okay, it's a deal. Song Yang got up, quickly put on his clothes, and went to the restaurant. Bai Jia and Zhang Xinmei had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for him to eat together. After a simple breakfast, Song Yang left the villa alone. According to the information Lu Dahai had provided earlier, a group of wealthy young men were having a party at a manor not far away before the end of the world. It is really surprising that there are still people alive there today. He quickly found the manor. The gate was ajar and he could smell blood from inside from time to time. The interior of the manor was larger than he had imagined. The main building was a 3-story European-style villa with a huge open-air swimming pool in front. Song Yang did not rush into the main building, but first walked around the perimeter of the manor and observed it carefully. Apart from a few wandering mutant dogs that he easily dealt with, he did not find any other particular dangers. He returned to the main villa, jumped onto the second-floor balcony, and easily cut through the thick bulletproof glass with a knife. There was a noise and footsteps were heard on the stairs. A few ragged, skinny young men cautiously poked their heads out from the corner of the stairs. Most of them held simple weapons in their hands. Broken table legs, kitchen knives, and even golf clubs. When these young people saw that Song Yang was alone, neatly dressed and looked relaxed, they became a little nervous. The leader was a young man in his early 20s with greasy hair. One could vaguely tell that he was a pampered young man before the end of the world. He bravely asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "I'm here to look for someone," Song Yang said lightly. The young man's face changed, but he quickly regained composure. "The person you're looking for isn't here, and we've run out of food. Leave now, or we won't be polite." "You're welcome?" Song Yang raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. With just one step, the invisible sense of oppression made the young men in front of him retreat together, and the fear on their faces became even more intense. They all knew very well that the person in front of them could not be a good person. "If I take action, I might be the first to die. I'll say it again, I'm here to find someone. A girl, about 18 or 19 years old, surnamed Sue. I think you should know her." After hearing this description, there was a commotion among the group. The young man who spoke before changed his expression and looked away, as if he didn't want to think about this name. Chapter 130, The Third Flower. Seeing that they were silent, Song Yang had no patience to waste time with them. He took out a pistol and pointed the muzzle directly at the forehead of the leading young man. "Take me to the others." The young man turned around trembling. Seeing this, the other young men were so scared that they dared not make any more movements and gave way. When we arrived at the lobby on the first floor, we saw more than a dozen men and women huddled in various corners of the lobby. Most of them look like students, but without exception they are all skinny, with sunken eye sockets and dry hair. When Song Yang walked down with the young man holding a gun, everyone's eyes turned to him. The young man swallowed his saliva, tried to make his voice sound calmer, and said to Song Yang, "Brother, you see, these are the only people here. There is really no girl named Sue. You can see for yourself." Song Yang looked around. Indeed, there was no trace of the friend described by Yang Yuechi. "That girl is really not here, brother, you'd better leave quickly. The guy upstairs has a bad temper. If you wake him up, you'll be in trouble." Several students persuaded. "Oh? There's someone upstairs? Who is it?" The fear of death made the young man almost cry. He nodded repeatedly. "It's a boy in our class. If he gets woken up, we'll all be in trouble." The young man's voice trembled, as if the man was more terrifying than the gun in Song Yang's hand. The other people in the hall also lowered their heads and shrank unconsciously, as if some taboo had been mentioned. Song Yang's eyes swept over some girls and he saw many bruises and scars. "Yeah?" Song Yang smiled nonchalantly. "I'd like to see what kind of person can scare you so much." "Brother, we're not trying to scare you. Just don't mess with the guy upstairs." The young man changed the subject. "Brother, but I see that you are well equipped. Are you connected to the official shelter?" A boy wearing frameless glasses came over and said anxiously, "Brother, please save me. My dad is the director of the City Planning Bureau. He embezzled a lot of money in the past and is probably living a carefree life in a safe zone now. As long as you can help me contact him, or take us to a safe zone, our family can give you whatever you want." "Yes, yes, yes." Another boy, wearing a brand-name sportswear whose original color could not be seen, also rushed to say, "My dad is the chairman of Tianhong Group, and our family has plenty of money. As long as I'm safe, I can give you as much money as you want. Although money is worthless now, my father will definitely not treat you unfairly when order is restored in the future." Several people talked at once, vying to tell the names of their parents and their prominent status before the end of the world. Song Yang listened quietly and couldn't help laughing. "Official shelter?" He finally spoke. "Do you think money is still useful in today's world?" The leading young man choked, his face stiffening, but he still argued. "Of course it will work. My dad's parents are officials after all. They're definitely better than ordinary people. As long as we find them, we'll be safe. Brother, if you help us, you are helping yourself. We won't treat you unfairly." "Yeah, big brother," the man with glasses added hastily, "ordinary people die, and their lives are worthless to begin with. If we die, it will be a loss to this country. Who is that person upstairs you're talking about?" Song Yang ignored these idiots whose brains were already broken and asked the same question to others again. "Brother, please let us go." A girl pleaded in a tearful voice, "Please leave quickly and don't wake him up, otherwise we will all be in trouble." Song Yang's gaze fell on the girl. Her face was dirty, but her originally pretty features could be seen. On her exposed arms, the glaring whip marks were clearly visible. Ordinary people cannot inflict injuries of this extent. The person who beat this girl must be at least an evolver. Tell me, is the girl surnamed Sue upstairs? The girl shuddered violently, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Tears welled up in her eyes and she cried intermittently. Yes, Sister Sue was taken upstairs. How long have you been holding it? Song Yang asked. It's been 3 or 4 days. The girl sobbed. I can hear her screams every day, but now there has been no sound for a long time. She didn't dare to say anything more, but just shook her head desperately, and her tears fell even harder. Is that guy upstairs very powerful? Song Yang shifted his gaze from the girl to the other silent people in the hall. It's more than amazing, another boy whispered. He's not even human. Even if all of us attack him together, we can't defeat him. He's a monster. Yeah, big brother. The girl who spoke first suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with deep fear. He was incredibly strong, and we couldn't resist him at all. In his eyes, we were no different from pigs and dogs. I live in fear every day. Don't go find him, or he will kill you. After getting the answer he wanted, Song Yang walked towards the 3rd floor. As soon as I stepped onto the stairs to the 3rd floor, I could faintly hear a man beating and scolding someone roughly. The sound came from a room at the end of the corridor. Damn it! You dare to steal food. I'll beat you to death, you bitch. Please, stop hitting me. Song Yang had no expression on his face and kicked. Bang! He kicked the thick wooden door inward, causing it to hit the wall with a loud bang. A muscular young man with a naked upper body was grabbing a girl's hair and banging her head against the wall. The girl had blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her forehead was broken, her face was covered in blood, and she let out a faint moan. In the corner of the room, beside the bed, there were 2 half-naked girls curled up. Their bodies were covered with bruises, their eyes were empty and numb, like puppets that had lost their souls. He didn't react at all to the sudden intruder, but his body shook instinctively. The burly young man was startled by the noise and turned his head suddenly. His bloodshot eyes stared at Song Yang with displeasure on his face. Fuck! Who the hell are you? You dare to come here and die? The boy let go of the girl's hair and punched Song Yang in the face. This punch was so powerful that if it hit an ordinary person's head, it would probably explode the skull. The students downstairs were obviously not exaggerating. Song Yang's eyes turned cold and he also stretched out his hand. The sturdy young man's fist was firmly grasped by Song Yang, and it was like a drop in the ocean, unable to move. A trace of surprise flashed across the young man's face. He didn't expect that his fist, which he was so proud of, could be caught by someone. Without waiting for him to react, Song Yang suddenly exerted force on his wrist and twisted it outward. Crack! A sound of bone cracking was clearly heard in the room. The sturdy young man's right arm twisted outward at a strange angle. The white broken bone even pierced the skin and was exposed to the air. Ah! The severe pain made the young man let out a howl that was not like a human voice. The veins on his forehead bulged and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. But just as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, Song Yang grabbed his neck with his other hand. The young man's screams stopped abruptly and were forced back into his throat. He kicked his feet and tried in vain to pry Song Yang's hands open with his hands, but the hand did not move at all. The difference in strength was too great. Crack! There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. The young man's head drooped weakly, the fierceness and unwillingness in his eyes quickly dimmed, his pupils dilated, and he became completely silent. Song Yang threw the body aside casually, as if he was just throwing away an unsightly piece of garbage. His eyes swept across the room, finally landing on a girl with numb eyes. Judging from the other person's expression, he has been tortured to the point of mental breakdown and is temporarily unable to communicate. And on the bedside table, there was actually a faint light emanating. Song Yang walked over and actually saw a flower. A small crimson flower. It looked almost the same as the blue and yellow flowers he had obtained before, except for the color. As he approached, the energy magnetic field belonging to the flower immediately enveloped him. Song Yang felt a tightness in his chest, and something penetrated into his body and began to run rampant.